In 2019, technology experienced an explosive development, leading most factories to transition to mechanized production, thereby replacing costly manual labor. This shift resulted in a significant reduction in employment opportunities, a rising tide of the unemployed, and an accompanying increase in criminal activities. By June 2022, the unrest among the unemployed reached a critical juncture, heralding the imminent outbreak of larger riots. Under immense pressure, the nation announced a shocking revelation to the world. A virtual online game named Paradise is officially launched today. Indeed, it is a virtual online game, remarkably similar to real life, with global simultaneous online access and no latency. This game is set against a backdrop of a devastated world, featuring 6 distinct professions: bio-soldier, combat medic, special forces, giant, beastmaster, and gunner. Each profession is imbued with an essence of futuristic warriors. Upon the announcement, the human populace erupted in excitement. Yet skepticism regarding the game's authenticity prevailed. Nevertheless, as the sale of gaming helmets commenced, doubts swiftly dissipated. The day after the unveiling of Paradise, all mechanized factories surged into frenzied production, churning out exquisite helmets in an unceasing stream. Within 3 days, sales of the gaming helmets reached a saturation point. As the game commenced operations, the plight of the unemployed began to ease. Yet another issue arose. Numerous players found their game disputes spilling into the real world. In response to this predicament, the nation convened an urgent meeting and subsequently declared, to foster a fair and just gaming environment, the entire world will be under the synchronized oversight of the game intelligence. Any game disputes that encroach upon reality will be promptly detected and addressed by the intelligence, with severe cases subject to immediate termination by the Skynet defense system. The nation's stance on real-world disputes related to Paradise was resolute, and the elimination of several reckless individuals by the Skynet weapons system prompted hesitant players to flock to Paradise. On July 23, 2022, Paradise had been operational for 1 month and 10 days. Today marked the 7th day since Yi Xiaolei entered the game, and after a week of arduous battles, he had managed to reach level 4. Albeit with some difficulties, he opened his personal attributes panel. Name: Medical Warrior. Profession: Combat Medic. Level: LV4. Health points: 4,456 when health falls below 50. Character attributes proportionally decrease. Mental Power: First stage 1830. Higher mental power allows for greater agility in skill execution. Stamina limit: 12 seconds. The higher the stamina limit, the longer the duration of high-speed combat. Experience: 525,600. Strength: 3. Agility: 3. Endurance: 8. Mental Power: 6. Skills: Light of Healing, Resurrection 2. In the city's sewers, water flowed sluggishly, barely reaching the ankles. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei was engaged in a fierce battle against the mutated Rat King alongside his teammates under the dim glow of the lights. The boss is about to fall. Everyone, give it your all and finish it off in one breath. At the captain's command, everyone unleashed their formidable abilities. Frenzy. The giant roared, his eyes turning blood red as he forcefully pushed the towering mutated Rat King aside with his wooden shield, then swung his spiked club with ferocity. Crash. 7. In a state of frenzy, the giant's attack power doubled. Beside the giant, a bioweapon soldier's gauntlets gradually transformed into a deep green hue, entering a state of toxic assault. While others attacked with unrelenting vigor, Yi Xiaolei kept his distance from the mutated Rat King, taking aim from around the corner with his pistol, each shot only chipping away 2 points of the boss's health. There was no alternative. His profession was that of a combat medic, wielding a surgical knife as his primary weapon and a pistol as a secondary. This role was one of protection, akin to what the game referred to as a healer. Just 75 experience points away from leveling up. The experience from defeating the mutated Rat King should suffice, he thought, excitement bubbling within him as he noticed the boss's health dwindling. The materials dropped by this boss should be worth at least 300 star coins, which means I can pocket 50 star coins equivalent to 75 yuan. Today, I stand to gain significantly. Yi Xiaolei was an orphan, though he had a younger brother and sister to care for after the tragic loss of their parents in a catastrophic traffic accident, leaving the 3 siblings to rely on one another. At the age of 18, Yi Xiaolei found himself the head of the household, with his brother and sister merely 12 years old. Rather than succumb to despair, he persevered, utilizing the compensation from their parents' demise to complete his university education while taking on the dual role of both father and mother for his siblings. His plan was straightforward. Upon graduating, he would secure a well-paying job to sustain their family. However, over a year post-graduation, he remained unemployed, the compensation funds dwindling. With his siblings facing imminent college entrance exams and tuition fees looming, anxiety gripped him. In desperation, he resorted to working on construction sites. Though laborious, the pay was decent. Yet, even with his income, it proved challenging to cover the exorbitant tuition fees for his siblings' impending university education. Upon hearing that one could earn money in the expansive virtual game paradise, he was eager to join, viewing gaming as a potential avenue for respite and income. However, although the game helmet cost merely 2,000 yuan, his meager wages had been allocated toward purchasing nutritional supplements for his siblings' exam preparations, leaving him with scant funds. Even his own meals became a pressing concern. Fortuitously, 10 days prior, he had managed to purchase a charred and blackened game helmet from a scrapyard for only 20 yuan. After cleaning and inspecting the helmet, it turned out to be functional, albeit with the risk of electrical leakage due to the fire damage. Nevertheless, in the face of potential earnings versus risk, he opted for the former. Upon entering the game, confronted with 6 vividly realistic and power-packed professions, he chose the combat medic without hesitation, recognizing that this supportive role would facilitate easier avenues for earning. Squeak, surrounded by giants, bio-soldiers, and special forces, the mutated Rat King unleashed a sharp squeak. With a swift flick of its long tail, it ensnared a nearby elite rat, drew it close, and devoured its lifeless body in one ravenous bite. In an instant, a crimson aura erupted from the Rat King's form, which was already towering at a height of a man, expanding even further. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated such a formidable ability from the Rat King. How much mental power do we have left? Iron Wolf, the team leader of the Special Forces, urgently inquired at that moment, after consuming the elite rat's corpse. The Rat King's health surged dramatically, and its attack speed intensified. Whether through a vicious bite or a whip of its tail, it sent the entire team into disarray, teetering on the brink of disaster. 18 points. I can cast Healing Light 18 times, and I assure you that the effective healing will exceed 16 times, came the reply. In the realm of paradise, there was no automatic targeting system for monsters, whether shooting or casting spells. Players had to exercise complete control. For instance, if Yi Xiaolei directed the healing light towards a giant, but the giant shifted away at that moment, the spell would fail, wasting precious mental energy. Moreover, if healing light inadvertently landed on a monster, the system would interpret it as the player healing the enemy. It was, without a doubt, a realistic online game. Yi Xiaolei provided his assessment. He swiftly scanned the Rat King's attributes. Mutated Rat King. Level: LV4. Health: 318520. Note: a rat mutated due to infection, possessing immense strength and venomous teeth. Upon observing the Rat King's health, Yi Xiaolei felt a sinking sensation. Damn it. The Rat King has nearly recovered half its health. Unlike players, monsters become more potent as their health diminishes. Under these circumstances, defeating the mutated Rat King seemed impossible. The team had already battled this creature for nearly half an hour, depleting their precious restorative potions. Damn it, just as the rumor suggested, this is not a boss that a level 4 team can easily contend with. Iron Wolf cursed bitterly. Casting a cold glance at Yi Xiaolei, he quietly whispered to the other teammates, "Sacrifice the medic, we must retreat." Gazing into the Rat King's blood-red eyes, Iron Wolf understood that a safe exit from the battle was nearly impossible. Once they retreated, the Rat King would undoubtedly pursue relentlessly, and they would likely meet their demise before even escaping the sewer. The only course of action was to sacrifice the medic to buy the team time to flee. Upon witnessing the captain's whispered command, the expressions of the other players shifted to sinister smiles. Boss, it was about time. The medic usually incurs the least damage in battles. Yet when it comes to loot distribution, he never wants to share a single bit. I agree, sacrificing this medic is a small price to pay. We can easily find another healer outside. With the strength of our Iron team, acquiring a better medic is a trivial matter. Yes, this medic is far too stingy. I support his sacrifice. Even the only female Beastmaster in the team chose to remain complicit. It is worth noting that although Yi Xiaolei is somewhat miserly, he only takes what rightfully belongs to him. He adheres to his own principles. Yet the perception of his frugality is magnified in the eyes of others, presenting a different picture altogether. Upon hearing the captain, Iron Wolf, the giant, Iron Bun, wielded his self-made wooden shield, striking and retreating simultaneously. As the melee members began to step back, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened once more, a vague understanding dawning upon him. Among the 6 members of the team, 5 are friends from the real world, all with names beginning with Iron, while he is merely a temporary addition, feeling distinctly out of place within this group. Now that a crisis has arisen, it is evident that he is the one who must make sacrifices, a fact that requires no further contemplation. Retreat. The giant, Iron Bun, forcefully shoved the Rat King with his wooden shield, causing it to stagger before turning to flee. With a sudden rush, everyone else followed suit, abandoning their positions. Yi Xiaolei, observing this, wore a grim expression and said nothing as he too turned to run. However, after just a few hurried steps, puff, a bullet struck the water just ahead of his heel, splashing a small wave, followed by the ominous sight of a long, dark gun aimed at his head. Fool, kindly stay and assist with the boss. The marksman, positioned at an extreme distance, posed a significant threat from behind Yi Xiaolei. Clenching his teeth, Yi Xiaolei hesitated for but a moment before resolutely disregarding the threat and charging forward. He was wagering that the marksman would not dare to kill him should he fall. He would be branded with soul points. In this game, the system autonomously adjudicates matters of right and wrong, adhering to a principle of reason. In a situation of duress, if Yi Xiaolei were to eliminate the marksman, it would be deemed self-defense, leaving him unmarked by soul points. Conversely, should the marksman slay him, he would undoubtedly accrue them. Of course, the elimination of soul points is relatively straightforward, decreasing by 1 each day. In other words, the occasional act of killing is not particularly detrimental. The most one might face is reduced experience during monster farming. However, should one indiscriminately slay many, congratulations, for their soul points will not vanish without alternative means of removal. Furthermore, if one's soul points exceed 3, they become fair game for others to kill, and the rewards from such actions are considerable. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaolei's defiance, the marksman's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "You seek death." Bang! The long gun fired mercilessly at Yi Xiaolei's head, yet he was not without his own defenses. Just as the marksman was about to pull the trigger, Yi Xiaolei's figure flickered, gliding along the waterlogged ground. With a swift motion, he produced a small surgical knife. Inferior surgical knife white. Level 4 attack power. 36 inherent attribute, paralysis. Paralysis, striking an enemy's vital points, can induce a state of paralysis, lasting for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Puff. The diminutive surgical knife accurately pierced the marksman's lumbar spine, rendering him instantly paralyzed, standing dazed and confused. On the other side, Yi Xiaolei roared with a fierce countenance. "You have shown no mercy. Do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." Puff, puff. 9-15-14, the surgical knife relentlessly plunged towards the gunman's head, a torrent of damage erupting from the target. Though Yi Xiaolei's attack power was a mere 6 to 8, striking at the head magnified the damage significantly. Ding. System. You have been countered by the healer. Your health has fallen below 50. You are now in an injured state, and your overall attributes are reduced by 20. Ding. System. You have been countered by the healer. Your health has fallen below 40. You are now in an injured state, and your overall attributes are reduced by 30. The successive injuries rendered the gunman, who was ensnared in a state of paralysis, pale and stricken with fear, just as he was on the precipice of annihilation. Captain Iron Wolf swiftly returned, his short sword clashing and striking with precision, followed by a fluid shoulder throw that sent Yi Xiaolei hurtling towards the approaching mutated Rat King. Before departing, Iron Wolf cast a scornful glance at Yi Xiaolei, proclaiming, "Strength begets respect. Do not claim we have brought about your demise. Even if I were to slay you, I would harbor no remorse." With that, Iron Wolf turned away, hoisting the gravely injured gunman over his shoulder as he continued to flee. Simultaneously, the gunman, in a fervent voice, rebuked, as a gunman, how could you engage in close combat, especially against a healer? Engaging in melee with a healer is tantamount to courting death. Although healers are the weakest among all professions, a close-quarter strike could easily obliterate a gunman of your caliber. Chastened by his leader's reproach, the gunman's expression darkened further as he cast a cold, menacing glare at Yi Xiaolei, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Silently cursing, "Damn you, wretch! Should I ever cross paths with you again, I shall not hesitate to end you." As Yi Xiaolei was only half-crouched and had yet to regain his footing, a passing bio-soldier savagely stomped on his waist, sending him crashing back into the gutter amidst a barrage of curses. Bah! A black-faced country bumpkin dares to oppose us? Were it not for your lingering usefulness, I would have already smashed your skull with a single blow. Yi Xiaolei, being somewhat slender a consequence of prolonged fatigue, had skin darkened by relentless labor under the sun on construction sites. Aside from his height of 1.75 meters, he was otherwise unremarkable. Upon witnessing the bio-soldier's assault on Yi Xiaolei, the giant, Iron Dumpling, reveled in the moment and contemplated joining in, his massive foot lifting in anticipation. However, at that moment, he heard his leader's stern command. Do not kill him. If he dies, who will keep the boss occupied? Move swiftly. Upon hearing Iron Wolf's words, the giant sheepishly retracted his foot and hastened towards the corner of the gutter. Boom Creek. The only entrance to the sewer where Yi Xiaolei was located was blocked by a massive crate. The colossal Rat King relentlessly battered against the box, and after a brief struggle, it seemed poised to destroy the obstruction. Yet, upon realizing there was a living target behind it, it abandoned its assault, turning to fix its blood-red gaze upon Yi Xiaolei. At this moment, the sewer was enveloped in an eerie silence. The mutated Rat King eyed Yi Xiaolei with palpable vigilance. Yi Xiaolei bit his lip, his fists clenched tightly, his body still trembling as if trapped in a ditch. His face was adorned with glistening beads, indistinguishable between tears and the dampness of the ground. Yet, his reddened eyes betrayed the tumult of emotions within him. A sense of grievance, unwillingness, and fury surged within him, accompanied by a helpless roar that made his heart feel as though it were being pierced by 1,000 needles, a pain so profound. "Ich won't cry, ich won't cry. I am a man, standing tall. What's there to weep about? It's merely a single death in a game. What's the big deal? I've endured so much over the years. What does this little grievance amount to?" Yi Xiaolei roared in self-comfort, yet the more he shouted, the more uncontrollable the tears became. In life, the grievances Yi Xiaolei faced in his pursuit of employment were far deeper than this moment. Despite the indignities he suffered, reality always cloaked the disdain of others in a veneer of artistic sugarcoating, unlike the raw and unadorned humiliation he faced now. He was acutely aware of his degradation, yet felt powerless to retaliate, a sensation that left him in despair. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei rose to his feet, tilting his head back and shouting, After all these years, what does this little grievance matter? Yi Xiaolei, you can do it." Chapter 2. The outburst of the mutant Rat King. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei rose to his feet and shouted towards the heavens. After enduring all these years, what is this little grievance worth? Yi Xiaolei, you can do it." His fierce roar ignited the fury of the bewildered Rat King. With a piercing scream, the Rat King, resembling a moving fortress, charged swiftly at Yi Xiaolei. "Attack!" Yi Xiaolei growled, transforming his humiliation into a source of strength, advancing resolutely instead of retreating. As the sharp teeth of the mutant Rat King came perilously close, he leaped, landing atop its head, straddling its neck with his legs tightly clamped. Boom. Splat. -3/-4 with his left hand gripping a gun and his right wielding a scalpel, Yi Xiaolei struck at the Rat King's eyes, although targeting its weak points. The Rat King's formidable defenses rendered the damage it sustained minimal. Squeak. Squeak. Infuriated by the assault on its eyes, the Rat King went berserk, leaping about wildly in an attempt to shake off Yi Xiaolei, its tail thrashing violently. In response to the Rat King's retaliation, Yi Xiaolei adeptly twisted his body, evading the strikes of its tail. As a combat medic without any defensive gear, he was no match for the mutant Rat King. Thump. -22. The Rat King's tail struck his back with tremendous force, sending him flying, a massive damage value appearing above his head. Ding. System, your health is below 20, overall attributes decreased by 50. Ignoring the system's warning, Yi Xiaolei entered a heightened state of mental clarity. As he was propelled through the air, he gestured to cast a healing light upon himself. Upon landing, he scanned the dim surroundings and spotted a crack in the wall to his left. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, and he dashed towards it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Crash. -28. Just as he made his 3rd step, the Rat King caught up, delivering a fierce blow with its paw, sending him flying once more. Fortunately, Yi Xiaolei landed fortuitously within the wall crack. Squeak. The enraged Rat King pursued him again. Yet its massive body became wedged tightly in the crevice, its sharp teeth mere inches from Yi Xiaolei's neck. Yi Xiaolei was initially startled. But then a sinister smile crept across his face. Since you cannot attack me, it is my turn. Gazing up at the frenzied Rat King so close at hand, Yi Xiaolei reached out and yanked a tuft of fur from its mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The once furious Rat King, now further incensed by the diminutive human's audacity, became even more frantic. Thud, thud, thud. With its limbs thrashing, it opened its jaws wide, determined to annihilate the wretched human before it. With a powerful thrust, the massive creature forced its body forward, encroaching another half-meter into the crevice. However, the crevice in the wall was sufficiently deep, allowing Yi Xiaolei to effortlessly evade the frenzied assaults of the mutated Rat King. As long as you're trapped here, unable to retreat, you shall be at my mercy. Gripping the petite scalpel tightly, Yi Xiaolei hesitated for a fleeting moment before provoking the mutated Rat King, inciting its wrath until it could advance no further. Only then did he brandish the scalpel, plunging it fiercely into the creature's head. Thud. -2 thud. -3 -2. Yi Xiaolei continued to stab and thrust. But the mutated Rat King, despite its violent struggles, could only manage a few meager points of damage, revealing the extent of its formidable defenses. As long as it refrained from retreating, everything became significantly simpler. The mutated Rat King, having consumed elite rats, had evolved to a level that no ordinary team could hope to defeat. Thus, the emergence of this terrain, or rather, this method of execution, proved to be the most astute and effective strategy. 10 minutes later, ding. System successfully slayed the mutated Rat King, earning 400 experience points. Ding. System, your level has risen to level 5. Yi Xiaolei was oblivious to the system notifications. His gaze fixated in astonishment on a small pile of items strewn upon the ground. Weapons? It actually dropped a weapon. Before him lay a scalpel radiating a faint yellow glow. Rat King scalpel. Note, this scalpel, nurtured by the mutated Rat King, carries a plague virus. Grade, silver. Attack power, 12 to 18. Usage restriction, level 5, combat medic. Additional attributes, constitution 3, strength 2, passive skill, plague. Hitting a target has a 20 chance to trigger the plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. This skill is astonishing, and it's a passive skill to boot. Passive skills do not require mental energy, and once triggered, they can drain a total of 75 health points from the enemy. Truly terrifying. Yi Xiaolei was initially taken aback by the monster dropping a weapon, but he was now further astounded by the weapon's attributes. Weapon drops from monsters were exceedingly rare. After playing for over 10 days, he had seen only bronze-level weapons at best. Currently, the scalpel and handgun he wielded were both white-grade items purchased from the system store, with his level 4 scalpel possessing a mere attack power of 2 to 4. In comparison, this silver scalpel was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon reaching level 5, his health stood at 68 points. Should he be struck by the plague triggered by the scalpel, without treatment, he would be left to die a slow, agonizing death. Not to mention, the 5 ruffians who had just tried to harm him. The best weapon among them belonged to the leader, Iron Wolf, who wielded a level 2 bronze short dagger, boasting attack power equivalent to a level 4 white item, but only possessing a single additional attribute. Yet, this simple bronze dagger could fetch a price of at least 400 coins if sold in the market, though it was not a high price. It was rare for anyone to part with such an item. Gazing at the Rat King scalpel in his hand, Yi Xiaolei found himself in a state of deep contemplation. If sold, it should fetch around 2 to 3,000 yuan. After all, the weapon's level is rather low, and 3,000 yuan is quite commendable. However, this weapon is particularly suited for a combat medic. If finances were not a concern, I would certainly keep it for personal use, but for now, well, I shall hold on to it and sell it when I truly find myself in need. Yi Xiaolei pondered this and made such a reluctant decision. Yi Xiaolei equipped the Rat King's scalpel in his weapon slot, its faint yellow aura shimmering subtly, before picking up the items scattered on the ground. Ding. System, you have acquired 182 rounds of pistol ammunition. Ding. System, you have obtained a Rat King's Fong, note, weapon material. Ding. System, you have received a complete piece of Rat King's leather, suitable for crafting armor. Ding. System, you have acquired a junior craftsman certification. This. Yi Xiaolei trembled with excitement, his eyes reddening, his voice quivering as he murmured, "Does this mean I have endured hardship to find sweet rewards?" Ammunition, even from ordinary monsters, occasionally drops, and each round equates to a mere dime in real life. Affordable, yet the consumption is staggering. The gunner is the most fearsome of all. The appearance of the Rat King's Fong and leather was expected, yet the junior craftsman certification was an unforeseen surprise, leaving Yi Xiaolei momentarily speechless. In the realm of paradise, only 2 auxiliary professions are currently known: the craftsman, capable of forging various weapons and armor, and the alchemist, who concocts potions. However, acquiring either of these skills is exceedingly challenging. Players can pay a nominal fee to become apprentices under a craftsman, but to attain the title of true craftsman, one must possess a craftsman certification, which has an alarmingly low drop rate. In Yi Xiaolei's current village, Clear Wind, only 2 mercenary groups have a craftsman. Want assistance in crafting a weapon? Join the mercenary group, pay double the materials and a certain amount of star coins, and you may observe the crafting process. If 2 weapons are successfully forged, one will belong to the guild. Naturally, the probability of achieving success on both attempts is quite low, with more often than not leading to failure on both counts. Players have another option for weapon crafting. They can pay a hefty sum to have an NPC assist. However, the cost is steep, and the attributes of the items crafted by NPCs tend to be half a tier lower than those crafted by players, with success rates that often leave players apprehensive. Furthermore, becoming a craftsman does not mean one can craft as much as they desire. Each junior craftsman possesses 10 crafting points. Each crafting attempt consumes 1 point, which regenerates only the following day. In other words, if a craftsman's success rate were 100, they could craft a maximum of 10 pieces of equipment per day. However, a 100 success rate is an impossibility. Currently, the success rate for junior craftsmen hovers around 30. With a stroke of luck, one might successfully craft 4 or 5 weapons in a day, but experiencing a day with no successes at all is equally commonplace. In other words, attaining the status of a craftsman or alchemist equates to stepping into the realm of white-collar professions. Utilizing the advantages of being a craftsman, sustaining a family is hardly a challenge. However, it is imperative for Yi Xiaolei to invest substantial financial resources to fully master the apprentice-level crafting experience. This presents a dilemma for him, yet it is one that will inevitably be resolved. As for whether the acquisition of the Junior Craftsman certificate will become easier as player levels increase, that remains uncertain. Nevertheless, for Yi Xiaolei at this moment, the value of the Junior Craftsman certificate far surpasses that of the Rat King's scalpel. Should he choose to sell it, he could potentially fetch 30,000 in the unknown game. However, Yi Xiaolei is not one to engage in such short-sighted transactions. Gripping the Junior Craftsman certificate tightly, his expression turned icy. Iron Wolf? Might makes right? Just wait. It won't be long before I surpass you all, and when that time comes, I shall repay your humiliation 100-fold. Chapter 3. The head of the family. After venting his frustrations, Yi Xiaolei felt significantly lighter in spirit. He quietly organized his belongings, restoring himself to optimal condition before returning to the surface. This return to the surface was, in fact, a return to the novice village, a quaint, modern city that, according to the game's narrative, had fallen victim to monstrous invasions, rendering it a half-ruined state. The sewers served as a designated area for these creatures. After spending over 20 minutes navigating the sewers, he finally emerged at the exit, only to be greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Buying rat fangs. 10-star coins for a set, 100 pieces. Sellers hurry up. Forming a team to farm cockroaches, high-damage gunners needed. Selling double-barreled shotguns for 20-star coins, no bargaining. Act fast. Buying various bullets, 8-star coins for a set, 100, rare bullets priced upon negotiation. Selling homemade shields, only 10-star coins. Note, players can craft various equipment. But non-crafters' creations lack additional attributes and are merely white-tier items. Every player who enters the game receives a bonus of 200-star coins from the system, which essentially serves as a forced expenditure when purchasing a virtual helmet. At this stage, the game has yet to fully implement the currency exchange feature, with 1-star coin roughly equating to 5 renminbi. Yi Xiaolei gazed at the collapsing buildings and the bustling crowd, sighing, the game will soon plunge into darkness. It's time to log off. The in-game time contrasted with reality. While it was day within the game, it was night outside. During the virtual game's nighttime, monsters grew stronger, and players typically refrained from venturing out to hunt unless they were grinding levels or under special circumstances. Yi Xiaolei logged off and glanced at the digital alarm clock, 5:30 a.m. He then turned to the mirror by his bedside, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips, revealing a set of pearly whites. Yi Xiaolei, you can do it. Keep pushing. At the tender age of 18, after the passing of his parents, Yi Xiaolei had taken it upon himself to support the family, becoming the head of the household. The hardships he faced were beyond the comprehension of most. He had wept, laughed, and even contemplated ending his own life while gazing into the mirror, yet the thought of his younger brother and sister kept him resolute. He had repeated the same mantra to himself daily for 5 long years. Now approaching 23, although his body remained sturdy, his face appeared somewhat gaunt. To save money, he opted for the shortest haircut, leaving no long strands to mask his features. His dark complexion often bore the shadows of fatigue beneath his eyes, and the youthful handsomeness of his earlier years had been smoothed away by time. Yet, he firmly believed that with proper nourishment, rest, and limited exposure to the harsh sun, he could reclaim his former allure. Dressed in a yellow tracksuit and a pair of grimy sneakers, Yi Xiaolei rapped on his brother's door. Xiao Feng, dawn is approaching. Rise and shine. If I return to find you still lazing in bed, you'll be in serious trouble. In order to care for his younger brother and sister, Yi Xiaolei had long ago sold the house left by their parents and subsequently rented a modest 1-bedroom apartment near Linqi Academy. He occupied the living room for his sleep, while his brother, Yi Xiaofeng, took the bedroom, and their sister, Yi Xiaoyu, being a girl, resided in the school dormitory for convenience and safety. Of course, the cost associated with the dormitory had caused Yi Xiaolei considerable heartache for a long time. Oh, I understand, came a languid voice from the room. Brother, I'm about to take the college entrance examination. Can I skip a few days? Running was a task assigned by Yi Xiaolei. Unless one was ill, it was imperative to persist in morning jogs. Running could strengthen one's willpower, especially for orphans like them. Without strong resolve, they would inevitably crumble. Yi Xiaolei did everything within his capacity to care for his younger siblings, and it brought him solace that, aside from the occasional rebellious outbursts, they were generally well. Choosing to disregard his brother's plea, Yi Xiaolei stepped outside to run. In July, the dawn broke early, and at 5:45 a.m., the sky was already dimly lit. Running, preparing breakfast, showering, Yi Xiaolei proceeded through his morning routine with his usual efficiency. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his mind was turbulent. The thought of having slain a formidable boss in a game the previous night, earning an amount equivalent to nearly a year's worth of labor, stirred his emotions. Wow, brother, breakfast looks so sumptuous, exclaimed Yi Xiaofeng, who had just returned from his run and was captivated by the milk and bread on the table. Yi Xiaolei was known for his frugality, meticulously counting every penny. Despite this, he was a figure of admiration for both Yi Xiaofeng and Yi Xiaoyu, whose aspirations were continually inspired by their elder brother. Hurry and wash up. Bring a portion of breakfast to Xiaoyu, Yi Xiaolei urged with a nod. Okay. I'll be right there, Yi Xiaofeng replied. Milk and bread were luxuries for them, as they usually had only soy milk and buns. Tempted by the lavish breakfast, Yi Xiaofeng moved with a swiftness that doubled his usual pace. At the dining table, he devoured the bread eagerly, his mouth full as he mumbled, "Brother, did you earn money from the game?" The game Paradise had taken the world by storm, and it was a topic of constant discussion since its launch over a month ago. Yi Xiaofeng envied his classmates from affluent families whenever he overheard them discussing the game. He perked up his ears, fully aware of their family as circumstances. He would never dare to ask his brother for a gaming helmet. His brother had once bought a worn-out helmet for 20 yuan, and at that time, he had even tried to dissuade him from using it, fearing the risk of electric shock. Yet once his brother made a decision, he would not waver. In silence, Yi Xiaofeng vowed to earn ample money in the future to buy his brother a house and new clothes. Observing his younger brother's expression, Yi Xiaolei ruffled his brother's long hair and said with a smile, "Do not indulge in unfounded fantasies. While it is true that gaming can be lucrative, only a select few manage to profit from it. You need not concern yourselves with financial matters. I will earn enough for us all. Your focus should solely be on your studies." Yi Xiaofeng glanced up at his elder brother, pursed his lips, and ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He yearned to express that what is the value of extensive education? His brother, a university graduate, currently found himself without a single formal job. This sentiment he had articulated a year prior, only to be met with a harsh slap from his brother. After the blow, Yi Xiaofeng was naturally filled with fury. Yet upon witnessing his brother's bloodshot eyes and the expression of impending despair, he chose silence and dutifully attended school instead. That night, however, at 3 a.m, a sudden urgency compelled Yi Xiaofeng to seek the restroom. The door barely ajar, he stumbled upon a scene that would forever haunt him. He beheld his brother despondently seated on the sofa, biting his arm and weeping silently in the dim moonlight, his figure appearing so frail and helpless. That night, he ultimately forewent his trip to the restroom. That night, he lay awake, grappling with his thoughts. That night, he felt as though he had matured. Upon waking in the morning, as he had anticipated, his brother had left only a note before departing. He understood that his brother wished to shield him from his own despair. "By the way, brother, this Saturday morning, our class will hold a parent-teacher meeting. Will you be able to attend?" Yi Xiaofeng remarked nonchalantly. "Yes, I understand," Yi Xiaolei replied. The parent-teacher meeting was a source of great anxiety for Yi Xiaolei. Each time he attended, he felt like a rare specimen on display. Moreover, the school his brother attended was the very institution he had once attended, and he dreaded encountering his former teachers, uncertain of what he would say. Yet, for the sake of his younger siblings, he resolved to face this discomfort. After his brother left for school, Yi Xiaolei went to work. The term work referred to his labor at a construction site, where he endured the relentless sun, his skin darkening under its rays. At this moment, it was unfathomable to others that he was also a university student. He toiled at the site until 6 p.m, before dragging his exhausted body home. However, fate was unkind. Halfway home, a torrential downpour commenced. Upon returning home, not a single inch of his clothing was dry. After drying his hair with a towel, changing into dry clothes, and hastily consuming a light meal, he eagerly dove into the world of gaming. His brother would be occupied with evening study sessions, having his lunch and dinner at the school cafeteria, only returning at 10 o'clock, leaving Yi Xiaolei with little to occupy his time. With utmost care, Yi Xiaolei retrieved a worn and slightly damaged virtual reality headset from a box beneath his bed. He connected it to a power source and linked it to an antiquated desktop computer. Finding a comfortable position, he slowly placed the headset upon his head. As soon as he donned the headset, sparks erupted, causing his entire body to convulse uncontrollably. "Damn it, this electric shock is far worse than the last time." Yi Xiaolei's face turned pale as he attempted to remove the helmet, yet his hands, after being electrocuted, slipped beyond his conscious control. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei's dark eyes sparkled with light. "Ding! System, esteemed player, welcome back to the game." The screen before him illuminated with the game interface, and the cacophony around him brought a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still operational. It seemed imperative to replace the gaming helmet promptly. "The increased current must be due to my damp hair. I must exercise greater caution next time." Little did Yi Xiaolei know that while his consciousness had entered the game, his physical body remained ensnared in the current, still instinctively trembling, as the electric meter downstairs spun rapidly. According to Yi Xiaolei's understanding, every room was naturally equipped with a leakage switch. Should the current reach a significant threshold, the power supply would automatically trip. However, he could hardly fathom that the leakage switch in the room had long been rendered ineffective due to prolonged neglect. Fortunately, he had already immersed himself in the game, and under the influence of the virtual helmet, his sensation of pain had diminished to a minimum. Chapter 4. The mutation of the package. Unfamiliar with his own physical state, Yi Xiaolei glanced at the items within his package. Presently, his possessions included the king rat's surgical knife, its fangs and hide, a junior craftsman certificate, several bullets, and more. His vocation was that of a combat medic, with a handgun serving as a secondary weapon. The acquired ammunition could be reserved for his own use. The junior craftsman certificate was currently of no use to him, as he needed to become an apprentice and accumulate sufficient crafting experience before it could be utilized. Attaining the status of a craftsman required exorbitant fees, making it a daunting task for someone as impoverished as he. Resolving to sell the mutated king rat's fangs and hide, Yi Xiaolei made his way to the trading market. The official trading market was the most populous area within the entire game. In Paradise, cross-regional trading was non-existent. Transactions were strictly one-on-one and face-to-face, thus complicating the efforts of the affluent who sought to monopolize resources. Yi Xiaolei paid the system 3-star coins to obtain a sign, which effectively displayed the attributes of the items for sale. He entered on the sign, selling mutated king rat fangs and hide, purchasing iron ore. He set the selling price for bidding, allowing interested players to compete or engage in direct negotiations with him. As for the purchase of iron ore, it was naturally intended to fulfill the apprentice craftsman's quest, with the price set at 1-star coin per piece of ore. After hanging the sign, Yi Xiaolei quietly squatted on the ground, his eyes blankly observing the throngs of passers-by. He thought of nothing, allowing himself to unwind. It was only in these moments that he felt unburdened and at ease. In contrast to the other vendors, who shouted incessantly to attract customers, Yi Xiaolei appeared somewhat unconventional. While he was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. 500-star coins for the fangs and hide. I'll take them. Looking up, he saw a bio-soldier adorned with the insignia of the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps. The bio-soldier was striking, with a light yellow gauntlet on his forearm, undoubtedly a bronze-level weapon. In the Gentle Breeze Novice Village, the most renowned mercenary groups were Azure Sky and Red Flame, both rumored to be backed by substantial financial conglomerates, as only such corporations could establish mercenary groups of that scale. Though 500-star coins was not an insignificant amount, Yi Xiaolei was uncertain of the precise value. He hesitated while scrutinizing the bio-soldier. The materials dropped by the mutated king rat were valuable, and the hide was intact. The difficulty of defeating the mutated king rat was well known among players. Although Yi Xiaolei lacked knowledge of the market price, his frugal nature instinctively led him to elevate the asking price. 600-star coins, that is my final offer. The mutated king rat is merely a level 4 boss. Given our current levels, it poses no challenge. Just as Yi Xiaolei was about to call out a price of 700-star coins, a special forces soldier clad in tight military attire appeared beside the bio-soldier. The special forces operative sported a neatly trimmed beard, a prominent nose, and a smirk that lent him an air of charm. Ah, is that not the esteemed captain of the Azure Sky, with a nosebleed? The bio-soldier is known as Crimson Blood, yet the special forces mockingly refer to him as Nosebleed, their tone elongated in jest. The mutant rat king poses no challenge for you, yet given your level, do you truly believe you can slay it? What materials could possibly drop from such a creature? TSK, the members of the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps are indeed miserly, daring to offer a mere 600-star coins for such precious resources. After the special forces made their jest, one of them turned to Yi Xiaolei, saying, "Hey, buddy, I'll bid 2,000-star coins." Upon hearing the special forces declaration, Crimson Blood's expression darkened. He addressed the special forces with a stern demeanor. "Tianlong, do not overstep your bounds." In the novice village of Qingfeng, There exist two major mercenary corps, the Azure Sky and the Red Flame, while countless smaller factions abound. In a village with two tigers, if no friction arises, then the game would hardly be a game. Although the two mercenary groups often engage in minor skirmishes, they have yet to escalate into full-scale battles, preferring instead to exchange barbs. In response to Crimson Blood's inquiry, Tianlong scratched his nose, retorting, "What's the matter? This is merely a bidding process, naturally. The highest bidder prevails. How am I being unreasonable?" With that, Tianlong called out to the gathering crowd, "Come, let us settle this." The Azure Sky Mercenary Corps offers a paltry 600 star coins for materials worth thousands. Is that not unethical? I am now bidding 2,000 star coins. Am I the one being excessive? Seizing the opportunity to tarnish Azure Sky's reputation in Qingfeng's novice village, Tianlong's shout quickly attracted a throng of onlookers, craning their necks towards Yi Xiaolei's stall. What could possibly be worth such a sum, selling for 2,000 star coins? How outrageous. It's the fangs and hide of the mutant rat king. My goodness, the hide is intact. If crafted into leather armor, its defensive capabilities would be remarkable. TSK. I've encountered the mutant rat king before, but our team nearly faced annihilation. I wonder how this fellow managed to procure such valuable materials. Are these materials truly so difficult to acquire? Inquired a giant among the crowd. Indeed, a sharpshooter explained, once one surpasses level 4. The drop rate of materials from the mutant rat king diminishes greatly. For a level 4 6-member team to defeat it is a formidable challenge, and even upon victory, there is no guarantee of material drops. Now, with the hide being intact, its value is beyond question. He then muttered under his breath, "To think anyone would offer 600 star coins for these items is truly outrageous." Crimson Blood observed the murmurs of the crowd, his expression darkening to the point of fury. He longed to confront Tianlong and deliver a sound thrashing, yet doing so would only confirm his own shortcomings. Regret gnawed at him. While these items were indeed precious, had he allowed an insider to handle the procurement, no one would have known it was the Azure Sky Mercenary Corps making the purchase, thus avoiding this predicament. He could only blame his impatience. In any transaction, if I could acquire it for 600 star coins, why would I offer 2,000? Am I a fool? Crimson Blood fumed. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd suddenly understood, not overly fixated on the matter. Indeed, it would be foolish to pay 2,000 star coins when one could acquire it for 600. If one were to pursue the reason behind this, it could only be attributed to a dispute between two large mercenary groups. Tianlong chuckled softly, shrugged his shoulders, and nonchalantly remarked, "I will now offer 2,000 star coins. If you refuse, does that mean these two items belong to me?" 2,100. Bishue gritted his teeth in response. How stingy. What does it matter if the price exceeds the value of the materials themselves? I will offer 2,500 star coins. Should your bid surpass mine, I shall willingly concede. Tianlong cast a triumphant glance at Bishue, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. 2,600. Bishue knew he was stepping into a trap, but felt compelled to leap in nonetheless. Ultimately, Yi Xiaolei's fangs and leather were sold for the astonishing price of 2,600 star coins, equivalent to approximately 3,900 renminbi. Once the crowd departed, Yi Xiaolei found himself engulfed in a swirl of conflicting thoughts. Finally, he clenched his teeth and chased after Tianlong. "Tianlong, wait!" Yi Xiaolei called out. Tianlong, having nearly driven Bishue to madness, was in high spirits when he heard someone calling him. He turned in surprise, only to find the battle medic who had sold the materials standing before him, momentarily taken aback. "This is for you." "Thank you," Yi Xiaolei said, handing Tianlong the pouch containing 600 star coins. Without Tianlong's intervention, he could never have sold it for such a high price. At most, he might have received 700 star coins. One could say that Tianlong deserved a significant share of the credit. Moreover, Tianlong had previously stated that the materials were worth 2,000 star coins, and the fact they sold for 2,600 was fundamentally due to his influence. Yi Xiaolei had his principles. Though somewhat frugal, he would claim every penny owed to him and would not accept what was not rightfully his. Tianlong stared at the 600 star coins in astonishment, then glanced at Yi Xiaolei's modest white attire and determined expression. Finally, he burst into hearty laughter. "All right, since you call me Big Brother from now on, I shall indeed be your big brother. I will graciously accept these 600 star coins as a token of our first meeting." With that, Tianlong sent Yi Xiaolei a friend request. Faced with Tianlong's reaction, Yi Xiaolei felt somewhat bewildered. It was evident that Tianlong was of noble status. He had given the 600 star coins to Tianlong without any ulterior motives, simply believing that they did not rightfully belong to him. Now, this affluent young man was earnestly treating him as a younger brother, leaving Yi Xiaolei utterly flabbergasted. Observing Yi Xiaolei's dazed expression, Tianlong smiled gently. "I say, little brother, do not underestimate yourself. I, Tianlong, have an eye for character. Although our statuses may differ, with your innate qualities, you shall undoubtedly rise to prominence in due time. Be confident." With that, Tianlong patted Yi Xiaolei on the shoulder. "In any case, I have recognized you as my little brother. You may find this a bit overwhelming now, but I will come looking for you again. For now, I shall accept these 600 star coins with a smile, and another day, I shall take you to see the world." To the dragon, 600 star coins were utterly insignificant. Indeed, only a nouveau riche would lavish such a sum on a worthless item. Genuine friends who interacted with him without ulterior motives were few and far between. Yet Yi Xiaolei's clear, sparkling eyes stirred something within him. After the dragon departed for a brief moment, Yi Xiaolei regained his senses. Have I just become chummy with a wealthy scion? What if I asked him to arrange a job for me? This thought, however, was quickly dismissed by Yi Xiaolei. Having endured so much hardship in the past, he now found himself thriving in the game paradise, gradually earning enough to support his family. What more could he possibly desire? The star coins. Two seemingly inconsequential materials had astonishingly sold for 2,600 star coins. Yi Xiaolei eagerly opened his personal inventory, only to be struck dumb. At that moment, his total of 2,356 star coins had dwindled to a mere 1,654. Moreover, this sum was rapidly diminishing at a rate of 3 coins per second, and the pace only seemed to increase. My star coins. Yi Xiaolei instantly became frantic, unable to contain his anguish as he threw his head back and shouted. His outburst immediately drew the attention of others, who stepped back in bewilderment, perceiving him as a fool. "I must lodge a complaint. Yes, I need to file a complaint." Yi Xiaolei suddenly snapped back to reality, muttering to himself. Just then, the loss of coins ceased, and his star coins stabilized at 356. With a ding, a line of yellow text appeared above his inventory. "Warning, the system has encountered an error. The inventory has undergone autonomous optimization, categorized as an anomalous enhancement. Optimization effects: 1. Weightlessness. Items within the inventory will permanently be exempt from weight restrictions. 2. Reassembly. 2 pieces of equipment of the same level can be filtered for specific attributes and recombined into new equipment, with the maximum number of added attributes being the limit. Note: reassembling weapons will require a portion of gold coins." While Yi Xiaolei was momentarily dazed, 2 options emerged on the inventory interface. 1. Delete this program and restore original inventory attributes. 2. Confirm modification and add this program to trusted programs. Chapter 5. The Birth of Ambition. Gazing at the yellow subtitles before him, Yi Xiaolei rubbed his eyes and widened them, confirming the text twice with deliberate care. Upon fully comprehending its literal meaning, he inhaled sharply. Paradise is governed by a sentient, intelligent core, devoid of cheats and bugs. In the words of the highest official of the United Nations, should one not fear the destruction of their computer, they may attempt to develop game cheats. If successful, the United Nations will bestow the highest honor upon them. Unlike ordinary three-dimensional games, which suffer a dramatic reduction in lifespan due to the presence of cheats, the confidence expressed by the United Nations leading figure regarding the cheat issue in Paradise implies that no one currently possesses the capability to breach this game. Even if a breach were to occur, the intelligent core would swiftly detect it and obliterate the experimenter's computer. Humans possess a remarkable creative talent. Yet even the most formidable creativity pales in comparison to a sentient intelligence, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. The competition is not merely about the strength of creative talent, but rather about computational power, The intelligent core can manage the vastness of paradise while monitoring the overarching network. Thus, it is evident that even the collective computational speed of humanity does not amount to a fraction of the intelligent core's prowess. With this in mind, Yusiale unhesitatingly clicked to confirm. Confirmation of modifications. Setting aside the second function of restructuring, the mere removal of weight limits on the first item left Yusiale elated. Each player's inventory is akin to an independent space of 1 cubic meter. Generally, as long as one does not insert excessively heavy items, weight limits do not apply. However, once the weight of an item exceeds the player's overall strength attribute, their mobility is significantly hampered. The heavier the item, the more severely their speed declines. Thus, players typically approach battles lightly equipped, unable to stray far from the novice village for extended periods. Should supplies dwindle, annihilation is imminent. Beep. Notification. Program loading. Loading complete. Before Yi Xiaolei could revel in this news, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. System. Dear player, due to an anomaly with your virtual helmet, the system has initiated a forced logout. In half an hour, a service representative from the virtual company will attend to you. Forced logout countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. As darkness enveloped his vision, Yi Xiaolei found himself abruptly thrust back into the realm of reality. Oh. The formidable nature of the intelligent core is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, he lamented. Why does my body feel so strange? And what is that acrid smell? Yusiale hastily removed his virtual helmet and switched on the living room lights. At that moment, the previously slightly damaged virtual helmet resembled the sleek black form it bore when he first purchased it for 20 yuan. The difference now was that the helmet was sparking, emitting a pungent odor of burning from within. What? Has it burned? Yi Xiaolei pressed his temples, attempting to calm himself amidst the turmoil. 2,000 star coins had been insidiously consumed, and even the virtual helmet had reached the end of its lifespan, resulting in a substantial loss of 5,000 yuan for Yi Xiaolei. This amount was sufficient to cover the living expenses of his family of 3 for 2 months. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Surprised by the unexpected interruption, Yi Xiaolei opened the door to find 2 young employees from a virtual company, clad in blue and white uniforms, their expressions warm and amiable. May I inquire if you are Mr. Yi? The female employee asked politely. This was a strategy employed by large corporations for on-site services. If a male answered the door, the female employee would speak, and vice versa. Yes, that's me. Yu Xiaolei nodded, recalling the system notification he had received when he was forcibly logged out. Hello, we are employees from the virtual helmet company. I am Tang Li. And this is my partner, Lu Mo. We are pleased to assist you. We received feedback indicating that your virtual helmet is malfunctioning. May we take a look at it? Given that the helmet was beyond repair, Yi Xiaolei generously handed it over to the staff. However, as Tang Li and Lu Mo examined the helmet, their expressions suddenly turned stiff. Is the helmet leaking electricity? And is there an acrid smell of burning? Lu Mo exclaimed. Oh my, if that is the case. It poses a serious risk to life. The virtual helmet was designed with seamless integration. Once the outer layer was compromised, it would immediately become inoperative for gaming. Although the exterior of the helmet appeared somewhat damaged, the real cause of the malfunction lay within. Beep. Lu Mo retrieved a scanner from his toolkit and directed it at the top of the helmet, promptly receiving feedback, which he passed on to Tang Li. Upon reviewing the information, Tang Li inexplicably sighed in relief. Composing herself, she smiled at Yi Xiaolei and said, Mr. Yi, according to the information we have received, this gaming helmet is not exclusively yours. It had already sustained significant damage before you acquired it, and should have been returned to the company for processing. Based on the terms of use for the virtual helmet, our company holds no responsibility for this incident. However, since the helmet malfunctioned during your usage without compromising your safety, we will provide you with a new gaming helmet as compensation. Do you have any objections to this? Yi Xiaolei understood that the company was undoubtedly aware of every detail regarding his acquisition of the helmet, and their polite wording was merely a formality. It remained uncertain whether they held any disdain for him. No objections, he replied. Thank you for your understanding. If you have no further comments, please sign here. Tang Li said, handing him a tablet. Ultimately, Yi Xiaolei signed his name with a flourish on the tablet. Mr. Yi, we are delighted to assist you. A new virtual helmet will be delivered to you in 10 minutes. We apologize for any inconvenience caused, Tang Li concluded. To the virtual company's unexpected decision to compensate Yi Xiaolei with a new virtual headset, he felt both astonished and perplexed. Such large corporations adhere strictly to regulations, and it was unfathomable that a colossal virtual entity would deviate from protocol. After the two staff members departed, Yi Xiaolei followed suit, as he had yet to dine and his younger brother would soon be returning home from evening classes. However, after walking only a short distance, he overheard the conversation between the two employees as they exited. Xiaoli, there are no company policies regarding giving out virtual headsets. The information from headquarters clearly indicated a D-level handling, without any form of compensation. Oh, I see. You're not trying to mislead him, are you? It's amusing, really, to think that someone like him, a mere scavenger, could find entertainment in such deception. Just imagining his forlorn expression. Waiting in vain for a virtual headset to arrive brings a smile to my face. Liang Mo, Tang Li Jiao shot a furious glare at him. What's wrong with being a laborer? My father was a laborer too. So what if I choose to buy him a headset out of my own pocket? I'm happy to do so. Don't presume to judge everyone by your own hypocritical standards. As Liang Mo's complexion flushed a deep shade of crimson, he longed to retort with a harsh insult, but the thought of Tang Li Jiao's close association with Bai Zong quelled his outrage. Instead, he forced a disingenuous smile. Xiaoli, you certainly have a kind heart. I was wrong, entirely wrong. Perhaps I could earn your forgiveness with a late-night snack? While he spoke, his mind harbored malevolent thoughts. You think your beauty gives you superiority? Just wait until I win your affection. I'll make you regret it. No thanks. I can't afford it, Tang Li Jiao replied curtly, stepping into the company vehicle, leaving Liang Mo with a sullen expression. The reason Tang Li Jiao decided to purchase a new gaming headset for Yi Xiaolei stemmed from the profound impression he left on her. Despite his impoverished circumstances, he maintained an immaculate home, evoking memories of her father and prompting a realization she had been working for so long without returning home. It was high time she visited. Wondering how her father was faring, as she watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Yi Xiaolei remained silent in the shadows of a nearby wall. After a prolonged moment, he murmured, "Virtual company, Tang Li Jiao." Upon returning home with some late-night snacks, Yi Xiaolei was greeted by the arrival of the headset from the virtual company. Gazing at the new device, he felt no thrill, only an increased sense of responsibility. After completing his tasks, he logged back into the game. Ping. System, dear player, welcome back to the game. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei found himself in the same location from which he had logged off. Observing the bustling crowd around him, he sighed. Well, I might as well proceed with my tasks. With the Mouse King scalpel in hand, my attack power has significantly increased. I should be able to venture out alone. With a sigh and a flicker of hope, he opened his inventory. To his dismay, the star coins remained fixed at 356. Just as disappointment washed over him, he noted that the weight display in his inventory showed 7.5, while the maximum weight capacity had transformed into a question mark. My weight attribute is a question mark. Yi Xiaolei was taken aback, indeed, astonished. The question mark symbolized the unknown. Yet this question mark bore the weight of burdens, suggesting that such burdens were infinitely extensive. However, the absence of limitations on weight did not imply that he could carry as much as he desired, for the capacity of the bag was fixed. Within this confined space, he could accommodate considerably heavy items without impeding his mobility. Prior to the optimization of the bag, he could only transport approximately 10 pieces of iron or before being unable to move. Now, however, his bag could be filled to the brim with iron or while he remained agile. Currently, his bag comprised a meager 1 cubic meter, typically containing only potions and lightweight materials. This revelation suggested that the recent program had indeed been integrated into his character attributes. Rather than merely residing in the storage space of the virtual helmet, the mere thought of it made Yi Xiaolei clench his fists tightly. This implied that dominating the game in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. The mutation of the bag awakened the dormant ambition within Yi Xiaolei, a transformation he was unaware of himself. If his memory served him correctly, the optimization of the bag not only eliminated weight restrictions but also introduced a reorganization feature. Although the descriptive subtitles had vanished, he recalled it vividly. Reorganization. Two pieces of equipment of the same level and quality can be selected for specific attributes and recombined into new equipment, with the number of additional attributes capped at the maximum allowable. Note: reorganizing weapons requires a certain amount of star coins. This concept was not difficult to grasp. For instance, Yi Xiaolei's level 5 Rat King scalpel possessed 3 additional attributes. 1. Constitution 3. 2. Strength 2. 3. Passive skill increase. Plague. If Yi Xiaolei were to acquire another level 5 silver weapon, he could filter out desirable additional attributes from the silver weapon, replacing either the strength or constitution attributes. Should he manage to exchange them all for additional skills, the weapon's value would rival that of a golden weapon. Contemplating the capabilities bestowed by the bag, and glancing at the 356 star coins within, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of excitement and promptly made his way to the trading market. His intent was clear: to conduct an experiment. If successful, his future living expenses would be secured, making even the purchase of a property in a prime location a feasible endeavor. Chapter 6. A startling revelation. Yi Xiaolei hurriedly made his way to the trading market. He was offering basic recovery potions at a mere 10 star coins per bottle, albeit in limited quantities. Additionally, he sought to procure cockroach claws and was selling a level 3 white-grade pistol at the astonishingly low price of 5 star coins, urging swift action for potential buyers. The trading market was bustling with activity, yet Yi Xiaolei looked around and found no calls for bronze weapons. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Even if there were bronze weapons for sale, his meager 356 star coins would not suffice to purchase 2, unless he were to part with his junior craftsman certification. With a sense of resignation, Yi Xiaolei departed the trading market and headed northeast towards Qinfeng village. Elder Lei, I aspire to become a craftsman and wish to accept an apprenticeship task, he stated as he entered a weapons shop and addressed a middle-aged man clad in a yellow short coat. Lacking the necessary weapon trial package to harness special abilities for reorganizing, and with no suitable team available, he ultimately decided to undertake the craftsman task, becoming an apprentice. He hoped to accumulate sufficient experience to eventually advance to a craftsman. Once he achieved that status, he could resign from his real-world job, become a professional player, and support his family of 3 as a craftsman, which seemed entirely feasible. Moreover, every NPC in the game existed as an independent entity, often possessing intelligence that surpassed that of players. If one were to treat NPCs merely as data and failed to show them respect, the consequences could be dire. In lesser instances, they might mislead you into dangerous areas for tasks, while in more severe cases, they could unceremoniously eject you from their domain, forever denying you access to their exclusive quests. Fortunately, NPCs were generally amiable. As long as one did not overstep, they would typically choose to overlook minor transgressions. Lei Jun was one of the few craftsmen in Qifeng village. Young one, many aspire to become craftsmen, yet look around. Among the entire population of extraordinary individuals in Qifeng village, only a scant 2 have succeeded. The status of a craftsman is indeed prestigious, but the challenge is formidable. If you lack sufficient determination, I advise against squandering your time. Just a heads up. Even after becoming a junior craftsman, the difficulty of advancing to an intermediate craftsman is considerably greater. Are you truly willing to invest your time in this task? Lei Jun inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Xiaolei. I am certain, was Yi Xiaolei's resolute reply. With that, Lei Jun shrugged and waved his arm. Ding. System notification. Lei Jun has granted you the title of Craftsman Apprentice. Successfully forge 1,000 pieces of equipment and obtain the Junior Craftsman certification to become a distinguished Junior Craftsman. Task progress. Equipment forged successfully. 1,000. Junior Craftsman certification. 1. The success rate for a junior apprentice forging equipment is alarmingly low. To achieve 1,000 successful forges, one must likely attempt at least 6,000 times. Such a task relies heavily on financial investment with no shortcuts available. As for obtaining the Junior Craftsman certification, it hinges on both skill and luck. Thus, it was evident that the path to becoming a craftsman was fraught with considerable challenges. After successfully accepting the task, Yi Xiaolei procured a mining pick and some supplies before setting off towards the mine, located 5 miles from the village entrance. My package bears no weight limit. A single trip to the mine allows me to fill it with iron and copper ores, which I can then return to the village to forge the simplest of surgical knives. Each surgical knife requires 2 pieces of iron ore and 2 pieces of copper ore. Approximately 6,000 attempts yield a mere 1,000 successful creations, thus necessitating around 12,000 pieces of iron ore and 12,000 pieces of copper ore. Should I choose to purchase these resources directly, the cost of iron ore is roughly 1 star coin, while copper ore is approximately 3 star coins, totaling around 48,000 star coins. When accounting for some loss, the minimum required amount would be about 55,000 star coins, which converts to approximately 75,000 yuan. Upon reaching this calculation, Yi Xiaolei's steps toward the mine abruptly halted. Curse it, the initial investment demands 75,000 yuan. It is one thing to be aware of the value of being a craftsman, yet quite another to realize that such value must be amassed through wealth. In this light, it is entirely reasonable for a novice village to host 2 craftsmen. With 75,000 yuan, I would need to forego food and drink for at least 2 years to accumulate enough, not to mention the cost of schooling for Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu. My life is already stretched thin, making it impossible to gather such funds. The prospect of mining and crafting on my own could take an eternity. The more Yi Xiaolei pondered this, the darker his expression became, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Must I truly consider selling my junior craftsman certificate? However, just as Yi Xiaolei found himself wavering internally, a message chimed in. Tianlong, little brother, what are you up to? Do you have a moment? Our team is in need of a combat medic. Could you join us? Upon reading the information from the dragon, Yi Xiaolei regained his focus. How could a prominent mercenary group possibly lack a combat medic? Upon observing, Yi Xiaolei quickly comprehended that Tianlong was using a more tactful expression to accommodate him. Yes, I am in the village, Yi Xiaolei replied. Although Tianlong held a distinguished status, Yi Xiaolei could distinctly sense that he did not harbor any disdain towards him and genuinely wished to forge a friendship. Very well, come to the Huadong Tavern. We shall convene there. 2 minutes later, Yi Xiaolei arrived at the Huadong Tavern. At this moment, a quintet led by Tianlong had already been waiting. 5 individuals, each representing a different profession, combined with Yi Xiaolei's identity as a combat medic, perfectly formed a complete party of 6. Come. Tianlong warmly pulled Yi Xiaolei over and introduced him to the others, saying, "This is my brother, the medic. Though he is only at level 5, his prowess is remarkable." Under the astonished gazes of the group, Yi Xiaolei felt a touch of discomfort. Before him stood 5 individuals, each wielding a weapon that glimmered with a yellow aura, indicating their bronze quality. Moreover, several among them donned armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Within the entire novice village, those who could wear such equipment were exceedingly rare. Yet the 5 before him were all suitably equipped. Noticing Yi Xiaolei's nervousness, Tianlong offered a gentle smile and proceeded to introduce each of the 4 individuals in turn. This is the towering figure of the giant Gundam. Despite its seemingly mature demeanor, deep down, it embodies the spirit of a mere child. One might question the reason for such an adult to indulge in animated series, going so far as to adopt a Gundam ID. This biochemical soldier, known as 10,000 Beasts Without Decay, is rather effeminate. His complexion is already quite pale, and now he has chosen a profession that accentuates this aspect. Before the dragon could finish his words, the somewhat delicate 10,000 Beasts Without Decay shot him a glare. "Old man, who are you calling effeminate? I am a man. A man speaks with his fists. If you have the skill, let us duel one-on-one." "All right, I concede." Dragon raised his hands in surrender. "Just wait until my level rises and my arsenal is complete. Then we shall have our duel." At the beginning of this game, no biochemical soldier stands a chance in close combat. Subsequently, Dragon provided a brief introduction to the gunner and beast tamer, revealing that the latter is female and the wife of the gunner. In the game paradise, numerous tasks are available, primarily requiring the submission of materials. As long as you possess sufficient materials, You may directly accept quests to gain experience. However, each player is limited to exchanging a certain amount of materials for experience quests each day. Dragon's team had a clear direction, sweeping southwest towards the village until they faced a shortage of supplies, at which point they would return. All right, you all have 20 minutes to organize. We will regroup at the southwest village entrance in 20 minutes, Dragon announced, clapping his hands. After everyone departed, Dragon retained Yusiale. Here. This is a welcoming gift from my older brother. Dragon retrieved a small vial from his pack and handed it to Yusiale. Vitality pill, exclusive medicine for battle doctors. Consuming it permanently increases your resurrection points by 1. This, Brother Dragon, it's too precious, I cannot accept it, Yusiale exclaimed, having seen the exorbitant price of this pill on gaming forums. If memory serves correctly, its market value was around 5,000 star coins. At the game's inception, players possess very few skills, primarily relying on instinctive combat. Take the Battle Doctor for instance. Currently, their skills include Healing Light and Resurrection. Healing Light emits a wave of light to restore health to the target, with recovery amount level 2 attack power 50. Resurrection 2 consumes 5 points of mental energy to revive a human who has died within the last half hour. The effectiveness of Healing Light improves with higher levels and attack power, while the Resurrection skill is not limitless. Each Battle Doctor has merely 2 resurrection points per day. Reviving one person consumes 1 point, allowing the Resurrection skill to be used only twice daily. Thus, if Yusiale consumes the Vitality pill, his resurrection points would increase to 3, enabling him to utilize the Resurrection skill 3 times a day, granting him a significant advantage over others. This is a token of my appreciation for our first meeting. There is no need to concern yourself with its significance. You must understand that while this item may hold great value for you, it is merely a commonplace object to me. Moreover, it is not as precious as you might imagine. It can be acquired for merely 3,000 star coins. Given your wealth, offering me 600 star coins is a modest gesture. While in my circumstances, I would only part with 3,000 star coins. Thus, it seems I am the one being parsimonious. Furthermore, this vitality pill can be concocted by an apothecary as long as the necessary materials are available, and its price will only decrease in the future, explained Tianlong. Thank you. Brother Tian, Yusiale replied, realizing that his inventory was a glitch, allowing him to repay this debt of gratitude in due time. With this thought, accepting such a valuable item felt considerably lighter on his conscience. Exactly, Tianlong chuckled heartily. Tianlong is my ID. My name is Long Dian. You may call me Brother Long, as it sounds quite formidable, reminiscent of a gang leader. And what about you? What is your name? I hope I won't have to refer to you as Dr. Bug from now on. Yusiale, he replied. Well then, I shall call you Xiaole. Xiaole, Xiaole. He repeated, the name lacking the grandeur of his own but still pleasant to the ear. With a smile, Tianlong gazed at Yusiale and inquired, do you know why I have chosen to recognize you as a brother after just one encounter? Upon hearing this question, Yusiale looked at Tianlong in confusion. I am drawn to the purity, strength, and principles reflected in your gaze. Your eyes tell a story. You are a person with a past, Tianlong remarked. Yusiale fell silent. Tianlong patted his shoulder and smiled gently. We should spend some time together. If possible, I would love to hear your story. Now, go prepare. It would be impolite to keep our teammates waiting too long. Unsure of how to respond, Yusiale simply nodded and departed. As he watched Yusiale's retreating figure, Tianlong sighed with a bittersweet smile, murmuring to himself, you have a story. I too am not without one. We are kindred spirits, sharing the same plight. Chapter 7. The Hunter during his inaugural collaboration with the Dragon team, in a bid to avoid being a hindrance and to showcase his own capabilities, Yusiale expended a considerable sum on various supplies. He procured food, ammunition, life potions, and mental energy potions, depleting all 356 star coins in his possession. Although his finances were scant, he reasoned that these items would eventually prove useful. Even if not, they could be resold without incurring waste. The chief motivation behind Yusiale's extravagant spending was the couple composed of a gunner and a beast tamer. Though their words were amicable and their demeanor friendly, Yusiale, having experienced the vicissitudes of human relations, discerned the disdain lurking in their eyes. to avoid being perceived as a favored insider. He felt compelled to perform admirably in this endeavor. Though allotted 20 minutes for preparation, the group convened in merely 10. They set forth, directing their course southwest, aspiring to traverse greater distances. As they spoke, Tianlong brandished a silver handgun, disengaging its safety lock. As a special forces operative, Tianlong's vocation endowed him with the versatility to wield any weapon without the encumbrance of diminished attributes. The six-member team ambled out of Qingfeng village at a measured pace. The speed of their advance was neither brisk nor lethargic. Outside the novice village, players were sparse, surrounded by the remnants of collapsed, low-lying structures. Numerous gunners perched atop these ruins, scanning for the silhouettes of wild beasts. This area served as a buffer zone between the novice village and the wilderness, occasionally welcoming solitary beasts, providing a suitable training ground for teams of lesser strength, with the potential for bountiful rewards should fortune favor them. Old Dragon, once this expedition concludes, we should all reach level 10. When do you plan to depart from the novice village? The towering figure of Jiren inquired, wielding a wolf's tooth club that rendered his movements somewhat clumsy. However, his stature was imposing, each stride equating to 1.5 times that of other players, rendering his pace quite comparable. Well, it depends on the situation. If we can muster 20 individuals in the brigade, we shall leave immediately, otherwise, we must wait. Without sufficient numbers, our team would be too weak to traverse from the novice village to Water Source Town, Tianlong replied with a nod. Reaching level 10 permits one to exit the novice village and venture towards higher-tier settlements. However, the journey is fraught with peril, necessitating evasion of monster attacks as well as player ambushes. In essence, the path to Water Source Town constitutes the novice village's inaugural dungeon, a communal challenge for all. Provided that deaths do not exceed 10, one shall be richly rewarded upon arrival at Water Source Town. The fewer the deaths, the greater the bounty. Should one surpass 10 deaths, no reward shall be granted. Notably, in a unique circumstance, while en route, one's level does not diminish upon death, however, upon 10 fatalities. The mission fails, resulting in an enforced teleportation to Water Source Town. Indeed, the quest to Water Source Town poses a challenge among all who have successfully arrived. The fewest deaths recorded is 4, yielding a reward of 10 free attribute points. As he spoke, Jiren's eyes gleamed with excitement, barely suppressing his anticipation. To think, 4 deaths could still earn 10 attribute points. Imagine the rewards for those who survive unscathed. Although the nature of the reward remains a mystery. If indeed there exists a way to reach Water Source Town without the risk of death, that player would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage over all others, becoming a figure of prominence. Wanshou Wujiang interjected, do not overthink it. There are countless players. If we can reach our goal after just 4 deaths, we would be immensely satisfied. Though Tianlong's words were casual, his gaze burned with intensity. At that moment, the sharpshooter by Bu Chuanchang suddenly raised his weapon and fired a shot into the dense forest with a resounding bang. -28, a vivid crimson character illuminated the woods. And at the sound of the gunfire, everyone in the team, including Yi Xiaolei, immediately entered a state of readiness. Misunderstanding, a giant, clutching a shield, stumbled forward, hastily offering an explanation. As the giant emerged, 12 players gradually revealed themselves from the thicket, 4 of whom bore faintly visible soul points atop their heads. It was evident that these individuals were hunters, a group dedicated to hunting players for profit. Despite proclaiming a misunderstanding, the giant displayed no fear. His gaze assessing the 6 members of Tianlong's team, calculating their combat capabilities. He concluded that while his 12 could overpower this formidable team, the odds of their own survival were slim, especially if another ambush team were to appear unexpectedly. Get lost, Gauda barked, showing no favor towards the hunters. If not for the strength of his own team, they might have already been defeated. Upon hearing the command to leave, the giant's expression darkened. Old man, I was giving you face by calling it a misunderstanding. Do you believe I could easily wipe you all out with a single command? You have just left the village. And your supplies must be. Before he could finish, Tianlong raised his weapon without hesitation and fired. Bang, bang, bang. -29, -31, -41. Each bullet struck the giant's head, inflicting astonishing damage. The moment Tianlong initiated the attack, the others instinctively followed suit, with Bai Bu Chuanchang being the quickest to react. With a swift motion, Wan Shou Wu Jiang lunged forward, his razor-sharp claws aimed at the giant. However, before his claws could make contact, a flash of gray light enveloped the giant, and a plethora of items erupted from the ground as he fell. The entire sequence from attack T brother, why retreat? We must avenge our leader. Even if he has fallen, we still have 11 men, while they possess only 6. Regardless of the cost, if we can eliminate them, it will all be worth it, the gunman argued, his voice laced with reluctance. Upon hearing his words, many shot him incredulous glances, for their leader had been swiftly dispatched. No matter their numbers, if a confrontation ensued, it was certain their side would suffer the heaviest losses first. Their special forces are elite members of the Red Flame, the biochemical soldier merely stated. This explanation brought clarity to the group, who then cursed under their breath. What a show-off. They are clearly from Red Flame, yet lack insignias. Red Flame and Azure Sky, the two prominent mercenary factions, though merely a temporary alliance, lacking system recognition. To provoke individuals from these two groups would render one's existence in this humble novice village exceedingly arduous. With a rustle, the 11 hunters vanished into the forest, leaving not a trace behind, as if they had forgotten their leader's corpse. Damn it, a pile of items, and only a few potions of value. The rest is merely useless junk, muttered the beast slayer. Any profit is better than none. This is worth at least 100 star coins, Tianlong remarked with a faint smile. He paused briefly before continuing. Now that we have crossed the buffer zone, our concerns extend beyond just the hunters. While they are formidable, encountering a fierce beast leader unprepared could lead to total annihilation. The beast slayer collected a few valuable potions, discarding the remainder of the materials. The more one carries, the slower one moves, for the beast slayer. If not for the light burden of the potions, he would not have picked them up at all. This action caught the eye of Yi Xiaolei, who found it hard to look away. He yearned to gather the discarded materials, but feared the gossip it might incite. These materials are worth at least 20 star coins. To cast them away so carelessly? Yi Xiaolei found himself in a quandary, a pile of wealth before him. Yet he hesitated to reach out, feeling quite vexed. As Yi Xiaolei wrestled with his thoughts, the gunman, wall-piercing shot, glanced at him and patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, our pace in battle is swift. You must adapt quickly. Wall-piercing shot's words reminded everyone of the recent encounter. During the fight against the giant, all had engaged, including Yi Xiaolei, who, as a combat medic, bore a pistol as a secondary weapon, yet had not fired a single shot. Tianlong exchanged a glance with wall-piercing shot and addressed the group. The medic is responsible for healing, and his resurrection points stand at 3, one more than other medics. Such a combat medic is rare. We have 3 chances for revival. I believe we can go further this time. Tianlong's succinct words alleviated wall-piercing shot's concerns, elevating Yi Xiaolei's standing in the eyes of the others, while also diminishing Tianlong's regard for wall-piercing shot. Brother Bu, quite impressive that you possess 3 resurrection points. I relish charging into battle, often facing the highest death toll. Heh. Brother Bu, my life depends on you. The myriad beasts made a gentle fist strike at Yi Xiaolei, an action reminiscent of a long-lost brotherly reunion. Yi Xiaolei cast a grateful glance at Tianlong, his heart resolutely affirming, Brother Long, I shall not let you down. Meanwhile, the sharpshooter, with a countenance twisted in fury, seethed. What of the 3 resurrection points? They remain nothing but trash. Were it not for this rubbish, my brother would not have been barred from this team. Filth? The epitome of filth, may fortune not grant me the chance to confront you. Chapter 8. The emergence of the spike date for Tianlong and his companions. The arrival of the hunter was merely a fleeting episode. Let us proceed. Beyond this small grove lies the territory most frequented by high-level beasts. Everyone must remain vigilant, Tianlong admonished, primarily addressing Yi Xiaolei, as he was likely the only one in the group unfamiliar with such perilous grounds. As they traversed the thicket, they were greeted by the sight of a desolate village, enveloped in silence, devoid of any human presence or monstrous creatures. Yet, the group maintained an air of caution, as if facing a formidable adversary. Yi Xiaolei had never ventured to this place nor strayed beyond the protective bounds of Qingfeng village, where his most hazardous encounters had been in the sewers beneath the village ruins, battling cockroaches and rats. However, he understood the latent dangers here. Should they encounter a horde of monsters, annihilation was highly likely. The beast master by Bu Jiao Zhao's pet wolf bared its fangs at a small wooden cabin within the village, its fur bristling and a low growl emanating from its throat, sensing the imminent threat. The wolf's alertness heightened the group's awareness, prompting them to adopt a battle-ready stance. Could it be a leader-level monster? Bai Bu and Wan Shou investigate the creature while the rest remain prepared for combat. Tianlong swiftly assumed his role as captain, orchestrating the team's movements. Mutation. Wan Shou's voice resonated with a low intensity. Creak in an instant, Wan Shou's legs began to thicken and strengthen, a green luminescence enveloping them. The bio-soldier's talents lay in toxic attacks and mutation. Toxins were infused into his claws, while mutation enhanced his legs for accelerated movement. In the face of an unknown creature, insufficient speed could easily lead to being ensnared and swiftly eliminated. Thus, employing mutation was a prudent choice. Once the transformation was complete, Wan Shou advanced effortlessly towards the wooden cabin, while the marksman Bai Bu held his rifle aloft, prepared to provide cover. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They were on the verge of reaching the cabin when suddenly, roar! A creature, covered in sharp spikes, hunched over like a porcupine, yet reminiscent of a gorilla, violently burst through the wooden door, revealing its small but menacing head as it unleashed a furious roar at Tianlong and his companions. Swish. Wan Shou promptly retreated, evading the oncoming threat. The spiked ape. The color drained from Tianlong's face. The spiked ape was among the most formidable known monsters in the novice village, wandering the nearby ravines, its dense hide bristling with spikes. Close-range fighters could not approach it, while ranged attackers found it challenging to breach its defenses unless they struck its minimally protected face. Unfortunately, encounters with the spiked ape often resulted in total annihilation for the teams involved, with only a fortunate few managing to escape. Fortunately, the spiked ape merely roared as a warning, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Its head is injured, the marksman announced, promptly relaying the creature's attributes to the team channel. Monster. Injured spiked beast level. LV8 health. 3,521 85 47 skills. Flying needle. Sphere cone. Upon observing that the spiked beast's health had fallen below half, Tianlong found himself in a quandary. After a moment of hesitation, he declared, "Let us withdraw for the time being. We must not provoke it, even in its injured state. It is beyond our capacity to defeat." The group slowly retreated, and as they did, the spiked beast's furious demeanor began to temper, although it continued to watch them intently. 2 minutes later, we are safe for now. The group took refuge in the woods, exhaling in relief. The spiked beast, having sustained injuries, presented a less than 30% chance of victory if they engaged directly. However, the materials and items it dropped were exceedingly valuable. "Let us take a vote on whether to risk this endeavor," Tianlong proposed to the others. "Kill it, we must. If we perish, so be it," was the first enthusiastic agreement from Wan Shou Wuzhang. Levels pale in comparison to opportunities. Agreed. Agreed. The consensus was unanimous, save for Yi Xiaolei, who had yet to cast his vote. Just as he was about to express his agreement, the marksman stepped forward, casting a glance at Yi Xiaolei. "For our safety, I suggest we recruit a battle medic of equal level. A higher-level medic means enhanced healing capabilities and more treatment opportunities. This chance to confront an injured spiked beast is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, we may never have another chance to successfully slay it in the novice village." Upon hearing this, Tianlong's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Although changing medics was not out of the question, the marksman had openly challenged Yi Xiaolei in front of the group. A blatant affront. Tianlong responded coldly. "While it is true our current medic is somewhat inexperienced, changing medics at this juncture is impractical. The longer we delay, the more the spiked beast's wounds will heal. Furthermore, should another team appear, our chances of safely slaying the spiked beast would be severely compromised. Fear not. A friend of mine is nearby, a level 9 medic with a bronze-grade scalpel. I can summon him without delay," Bai Bu Chuan interjected, effectively silencing Tianlong's concerns. "Tianlong, Maintaining his stern demeanor, surveyed the rest of the group. Do you all share his opinion? Silence enveloped the group, including Wanshou Wuzhang, as no one spoke. Thus far, no team in Qifeng village had succeeded in defeating the spiked beast, and the materials it dropped could be exchanged for a unique quest, one that was likely a hidden task. Faced with such enticing rewards, it was disingenuous to claim a lack of personal interest. Moreover, Yi Xiaolei was merely a novice who had only recently joined the team, lacking any substantial rapport. Very well, we shall enlist an additional medic. With 2 medics, our chances will be significantly improved, Tianlong stated decisively, leaving no room for dissent. At this moment, Tianlong's heart was ablaze with fury. Were it not for the extraordinary value of the stabbing ape beast, he would have left the group in a fit of anger. Trust is paramount within a team. Without it, there is little reason to join forces. Yet now, it was evident that the others harbored doubts about the presence of Yi Xiaolei, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaolei's expression mirrored his turmoil, his fist clenched. Upon hearing Tianlong's decision, he shook his head and stated, I shall withdraw. I wish you all the best. With that, he promptly clicked to exit the team channel. His resolve unwavering. Tianyi, you. Tianlong called out urgently. However, before he could finish, Yi Xiaolei interjected calmly, maintaining an air of dignity, Brother Long. I appreciate your concern. I assure you, I harbor no resentment. A single battle medic suffices for a team, and it is clear that I am superfluous. With a bitter smile, he continued, I bear no ill will towards anyone. If blame must be assigned, it is to my own inadequacy. Farewell. With those words, Yi Xiaolei melded into the forest, vanishing from their sight. One might expect Yi Xiaolei to be consumed by rage at this juncture, yet he remained composed. His fists tightly clenched. Strength? Perhaps I am not as formidable as you now, but like gold, I shall shine in due time. I shall see who dares to look down upon me then. Though his time in the team was brief, Yi Xiaolei discerned the exceptional strength of his companions. While Baibu Chuanqi exhibited some character flaws, his marksmanship was exceptional, with no missed shots throughout their encounters. Gazing at the slowly dwindling supplies in his backpack, Yi Xiaolei sighed as he examined the scalpel in his hand. Rodent King Scalpel. Note: this scalpel has been infused with the pestilence virus through the gestation of the Rodent King. Grade: Silver. Attack power: 12 to 18. Usage restriction: Level 5. Battle Medic. Additional attributes: Constitution 3, Strength 2. Passive skill: Pestilence. Upon hitting a target, there is a 20 chance to trigger Pestilence, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. Were I to reveal the possession of a silver weapon, perhaps they would harbor no further doubts. Yet, would that truly be necessary? Since I have made my decision, why dwell on it further? I refuse to believe that with such a powerful silver weapon, I cannot slay monsters alone. Resolute, Yi Xiaolei set forth towards the direction of the mine. Chapter 9. Returning to oneself, Yi Xiaolei understood that his greatest advantage lay in the package he possessed, one that bore no weight restrictions and could amalgamate and restructure weapons. Carrying this secret, it seemed rather inappropriate to join a team. Nonetheless, being alone was not a misfortune. Yi Xiaolei murmured to himself. Before long, he received a message from Tianlong. I apologize for the discomfort you've endured. Although I know you truly regard this matter lightly, as your elder brother, I must advise you not to suppress yourself too much. Return to being yourself. Upon encountering the phrase return to being yourself, Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, as a flood of memories surged forth from the depths of his mind. Once, he too was 18, a bright and cheerful boy, perpetually adorned with a smile, unafraid to love and to hate. However, ever since the passing of his parents, he had concealed his smile deep within, striving to embody the image of a father for his younger siblings. Now, Tianlong's words instantaneously illuminated his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Yi Xiaolei's expression shifted multiple times. Following a struggle within, he could not help but allow a smile to creep onto his lips, playfully chiding himself. How foolish I am. This is merely a game. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu are not here, so why'd I pretend to be so mature? A wave of inexplicable sentiment washed over him as he responded to Tianlong. Brother Long. Thank you. That sharpshooter named Baibu Chuanqiang clearly isn't a good person. Do take care of yourself. Of course, if possible, Do help me rid of him. Tianlong was left speechless. Haha, I was just joking. I may not know you very well, Brother Long, but I am certain you would not commit such an act. Regardless, if he were to be slain by the saber-toothed beast, do remember to inform me. It would amuse me. On the other side, Tianlong was momentarily stunned by Yi Xiaolei's response, before breaking into a smile. He mused to himself, what a surprising fellow. It seems I have indeed found a commendable younger brother. Subsequently, Tianlong replied in jest, do not hold me in such high regard, little brother. If the stakes were substantial, eliminating that sharpshooter wouldn't be out of the question, hee. My capabilities extend beyond mere appearances. Reading Tianlong's message, Yi Xiaolei smiled faintly and sent him the name and attributes of an item. Junior Craftsman Certification, an essential item for promotion to Junior Craftsman. Upon seeing this certificate, Tianlong's mouth fell slightly agape as he struggled to contain his excitement, replying, 50,000 star coins. Brother, I want it. Yi Xiaolei chuckled at the message, not for sale. Hey, Xiaolei, you mustn't forget gratitude. Just a moment ago, I gifted you a life pill, and now I am offering you 20,000 star coins above market price. You should be content with that. Brother, I initially intended to give it to you, but you advised me to return to myself. And now I am indeed doing just that. This certification is currently valued at approximately 30,000 star coins, which is accurate. But no one knows if its price will soar like real estate prices in the future. Moreover, this is a prized treasure that money cannot readily acquire. I have decided to use it myself. Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's words, Tianlong's expression darkened, realizing he had inadvertently trapped himself. Xiaolei, I retract what I just said. For the sake of our brotherhood, I'll suffer a loss. How about 100,000 star coins? The true value of the Junior Craftsman certification was uncertain to Tianlong, yet he keenly felt the acute shortage of craftsmen. There was only one in their mercenary group, and the queue for weapon crafting was exceedingly long. No matter how high the price, I shall resolutely refuse to sell. Yi Xiaolei chuckled, feeling a warm glow within. Tianlong was somewhat speechless. After all, without the funds to complete his apprentice training, this book would be of no use to Yi Xiaolei. Brother, I may be short on money, but you have some. I'm showing you this book to encourage your investment. Yi Xiaolei continued. You can see the market value of this book. Surely, you believe investing in this craftsman is worthwhile, right? Lend me 50,000 star coins, and I'll repay you within 2 months. If Yi Xiaolei were still the indecisive person he once was, he would never have had the audacity to ask for a loan. However, now, he was reclaiming his true self, pursuing his desires freely. Tianlong, resigned, acknowledged that he had no choice but to lend the money. Refusing to do so would jeopardize their relationship, and besides, he truly did not mind parting with this sum. 50,000 star coins is no problem. Once you become a craftsman, you'll receive 10 crafting points daily, and you can consider 5 of those points as interest. Crafting weapons for my Hongyan mercenary group at no cost. Deal, Yi Xiaolei replied joyfully, having secured the funds. Yi Xiaolei could not help but clench his fists and exclaim with unrestrained joy, Yi Xiaolei, your spring has arrived. His exuberant voice resonated throughout the forest. After releasing his pent-up emotions, he couldn't resist adding a remark, damn, it feels so great to be myself again. With sufficient star coins, he could become a craftsman. And once he attained that status, he would have ample opportunities to acquire weapons of the same caliber. With such weapons, utilizing the reorganization function of his backpack, exquisite arms would be born through his efforts. With exceptional weapons for sale, he believed that soon enough, he could repay Tianlong's debt. Upon reflection, he realized he would be relieved of the burden of his siblings' tuition fees and could provide them with a better living environment. Suddenly, the leaves rustled, and a large, golden snake with a triangular head and cold, piercing eyes appeared before Yi Xiaolei. The snake's body was slightly larger than his arm. The venomous creature flicked its tongue, fixing its gaze upon Yi Xiaolei, its body coiling slightly. Golden flower snake, level 9, health 8,541, 8541. Damn, I've just borrowed money and am in high spirits. There's no need for you to be so envious, Yi Xiaolei remarked upon seeing the snake's attributes, and then he turned and fled. A level 9 golden flower snake was not something a level 6 battle medic could hope to defeat. Only a fool would engage in a direct confrontation. Whoosh! The coiled golden flower snake launched itself toward Yi Xiaolei with lightning speed, its fangs releasing a spray of green venom. Ding! System, you have been attacked by the venom of the golden flower snake. Your health is continuously declining. As the system notification echoed in his ears, damage values of -15. -15 incessantly emerged above Yi Xiaolei's head. Damn it. Yi Xiaolei hastily cast a healing light upon himself. 20. His health surged momentarily, however. One must not forget that Yi Xiaolei's total health was pitifully low, merely 92 points, a figure inflated by his weapon's attributes. Without that, his life force would be even more meager. Furthermore, healing could only be administered every 30 seconds, while the venom inflicted damage almost every 3 seconds. After 9 seconds, ding. System, your health has fallen below 50. Overall attributes decreased by 20. The voice resonated, and Yi Xiaolei's already sluggish movement speed diminished further. Damn. I never anticipated that my brief arrogance would lead to such a fate. Destiny is indeed cruel, and my life draws to a close. As Yi Xiaolei continued to run desperately, on the verge of being slain by the golden flower snake, a smile remained on his face. He had lost track of how long it had been since he felt such joy. Suddenly, the golden flower snake delivered a fierce kiss to his foot. Ding. System, your health has decreased to 10. Overall attributes decreased by 90. Ding. System, you have died. Options. 1. Return to town and revive, forcibly losing 1 level. 2. Await rescue. Experience loss contingent on the resurrection level of the combat medic, with an automatic return to town if the wait exceeds half an hour. In death, Yi Xiaolei found himself standing as a soul beside his corpse, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, pure astonishment. Upon a player's death, a portion of their items would drop unless their inventory was entirely empty. He had initially been pained at the thought of losing several items worth stars, yet now, upon death, he discovered he had dropped nothing at all. Haraha. Now I fear not death. Yi Xiaolei couldn't help but chuckle. The absence of dropped items indicated a connection to his inventory. It concealed the attribute of not dropping items. Whether his equipped gear might drop was of no concern to him, as the only equipment he possessed was the silver scalpel in his hand. The probability of item drop, in the absence of soul points, was less than 1%, essentially negligible. With the inventory's hidden attribute of not dropping items, the task in Qifeng village seemed particularly suitable for him. Even if his level dropped to 1, as long as he could complete it, it would still be a gain. With this plan in mind, Yi Xiaolei decisively clicked on the first option. However, just as he was about to confirm, a sudden, delicate laughter reached his ears. Turning to look, he spotted a girl of 18 or 19 perched on a branch to his left. She possessed a round, cherubic face, and her bright, clear eyes, now imbued with mirth, resembled 2 crescent moons as she gazed at Yi Xiaolei with a playful smile. Fool. Who would foolishly run in a straight line when pursued by a snake? The serpent typically follows A's pattern. Being chased by a snake inevitably leads to demise. And yet you wear a cheerful expression. Are you truly an imbecile, or have you always been one? The young girl inquired with an air of innocence. Yi Xiaolei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. You are the fool. Your entire family must be fools. I am simply happy. And a smile can take off years. What does it concern you? Yet, Yi Xiaolei could only mutter these words internally, for even if he voiced them, his current state of death rendered him mute. He could only rely on the system to assist him in locating nearby players and send out a call for help. Miss, could you please revive me? Yi Xiaolei pleaded with the girl whose profession was that of a combat medic, her ID displaying a question mark. I can revive you, but I only have 1 revival point left today. If I save you, you must assist me with the task, she replied, clearly not a novice despite her solitary presence. Faced with the choice between death and a 50 loss of experience, Yi Xiaolei hesitated for merely a second before acquiescing. All right, no problem. Upon seeing Yi Xiaolei's acceptance, the girl's face brightened instantly. You said it. There can be no backing out. She then approached his lifeless body, extending her delicate hand, which glowed with a soft, milky light, and gently touched his shoulder. 12 seconds later, a notification chimed. Ding. System, you have been revived by Bai Qianer. Do you accept the revival? Accept. In an instant, Yi Xiaolei's spirit returned to his body, lifting him slightly above the ground before gently settling down. 3 minutes later, his health was fully restored. And as he observed Bai Qianer closely, he realized just how extraordinarily beautiful she was. It was difficult to articulate her beauty, as she was the most stunning woman he had ever encountered, exuding an aura of youth. Hello, my name is Bai Qianer, a senior in high school, she introduced herself, extending her slender, fair hand with grace. Caught off guard by such a lovely girl confidently reaching out for a handshake, Yi Xiaolei momentarily faltered. However, after a moment of reflection, he recalled, a high school student? Just the same age as my little sister Xiaoyu. She is merely a child. With this realization, he relaxed and offered a faint smile, gently shaking her hand before releasing it and introducing himself. Bai, level 6. Chapter 10. The Golden Flower Snake. Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei announce his level, Bai Qianer was momentarily taken aback. You are only level 6? She exclaimed. It made sense, for this elder man's clumsy demeanor in the game indicated that having attained level 6 after more than a month of play was quite commendable. Once she came to this realization, Bai Qianer felt a sense of helplessness, entrusting her mission to such a half-witted healer? Indeed. She was beginning to feel foolish herself for harboring any hope in him. Miss, please tell me, what task do you require? Yi Xiaolei inquired. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he adopted a serious expression and said, Are you a senior in high school? Shouldn't you be preparing for the college entrance examination? It's rather irresponsible of you to be playing games at this time. Do your family members know you are indulging in gaming? With your mind preoccupied with games, how can you possibly keep up with your studies? Bai Qianer gazed at the peculiar elder in disbelief. Excuse me, sir, what is so wrong with being a senior? Who says students can't enjoy games? I assure you, my academic performance is stellar. Previously, Yi Xiaolei regarded Bai Qianer as a beautiful girl, but now, she appeared to him as a rebellious young sister, prompting him to unconsciously adopt a parental demeanor. Before Bai Qianer could finish her rebuttal, Yi Xiaolei interjected. Regardless of your grades, I must ask, does your family know you are currently gaming? Are they truly allowing you to play at such a critical time? Well, my dad is fine with it, Bai Qianer replied, somewhat defensively. To bolster her confidence, she puffed out her chest and declared, Humph, my father supports my gaming, so what? You are quite meddlesome, even more so than my mother. I only needed your help with the task, but now, I no longer require your assistance. Farewell. With that, Bai Qianer turned on her heel and walked away, muttering in annoyance, Humph, I merely wish to avoid those flies buzzing around me. Who would ever covet the help of a level 6 healer? Ridiculous. Watching her depart, Yi Xiaolei felt a sense of exasperation. He could easily discern that she was not being entirely truthful. However, she was not his responsibility had she been his sister. He would have confiscated her virtual helmet without hesitation, allowing her to play only after the college entrance examination. Little did Yi Xiaolei anticipate that he would encounter Bai Qianer again at the parent meeting that Saturday morning, nor could he have foreseen that she and his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyu, were classmates. His irritation grew upon discovering that she had gifted his sister a virtual helmet, encouraging her to join in the gaming, which his sister could not resist. Well, a wise judge finds it difficult to intervene in family matters. With Bai Qianer gone, Yi Xiaolei found himself alone once more. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. Turning to glance back, he saw that no monsters had appeared, which brought him a sense of relief. Subsequently, he emulated Bai Qianer and climbed onto a tree branch, sitting in contemplation. My previous aspiration was to earn a living in peace while caring for my younger siblings. However, at present, having borrowed 50,000 star coins from Brother Long and possessing a junior manufacturing certificate, I find myself with numerous advantages in my inventory. This leads me to question, what should my new objective be? Before my inventory underwent any mutations, my goal was to level up swiftly and earn money thereafter. To achieve this, I became a mere passerby, readily agreeing to team up whenever a healer was needed. Yet now, with my original objective within reach, I find myself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! World announcement. Player Saint Hand has reached level 30. And the leaderboard is now open. Leaderboard. First place. LV30 Saint Hand, Class, Sniper, Guild, None, Ranking Reward, Defense, Attack Power, Health 10, Second place, None, Class, None, Guild, None, Ranking Reward, Defense, Attack Power, Health 5, Third place, None, Class, None, Guild, None, Ranking Reward, Defense, Attack Power, Health 3. Note: ranking rewards are temporary attributes. As ranks decline, so do the rewards. With the world announcement echoing throughout the game, the entire gaming community erupted in excitement. Goodness, I have worked tirelessly, dedicating all my time to this game aside from meals, and here I am at level 16, while someone has astonishingly reached the formidable level of 30. This seems like a cruel joke. I had assumed that this game lacked any meaningful leaderboard, only to discover that the level cap of 30 has now been introduced. The rewards for being first are exceedingly generous, enhancing defense, attack power, and health by such substantial amounts. How can one survive in this competitive environment? A step ahead means constant advancement. Alas, these rewards are merely the surface. One wonders what hidden benefits may lie beneath. A sniper? Good grief. Could this be the legendary hidden class? Tears of joy fill my eyes. At long last, I have glimpsed the fabled hidden class. Hidden class, oh my, I must have it. Upon seeing the world announcement, all the leaders of various guilds fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, they issued a unified command. The guilds would spare no effort in supporting several individuals to ascend the leaderboard, and they would swiftly investigate to which faction Saint Hand belonged. They needed to ascertain what rewards awaited him upon reaching level 30 and, if possible, to entice him into their fold. The guild affiliation of the leaderboard's top player is displayed as none, which does not imply that Saint Hand lacks a guild. Rather, it indicates that no faction has yet established itself with system recognition, and everything remains in a state of exploration. Yi Xiaolei gazed at the leaderboard, his heart igniting with fervor. If others can excel so remarkably, why can't I? Since I must reclaim my true self, why should I concern myself with these trivial matters? Setting aside distant aspirations, enhancing my own strength must be my foremost priority. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei felt a sudden clarity. Indeed, the most crucial task at hand is to bolster my power. Without strength, how can one discuss ambitions? With a clear objective in mind, Yi Xiaolei promptly set forth on his quest to vanquish monsters, all the while honing his combat skills, particularly his marksmanship. The pistol, serving as a supplementary weapon, held significant importance. At close range, he could reliably hit his targets, yet at greater distances, the likelihood of missing sword. Not to mention the challenge of striking weak points. Suddenly, a notification chimed. You have new messages. Upon inspection, it was a message from Tianlong bearing both good and bad news. The good news was that the formidable beast of the cursed ape had been slain. A smile crept onto Yi Xiaolei's face, but it swiftly faded as he read the subsequent message, which left him aghast. The grim tidings revealed that Tianlong had perished as well, and the entire team had been wiped out. What stung the most was that just as they were on the verge of defeating the beast of the cursed ape, the Biquang mercenary corps had appeared, leading to their demise from a two-pronged assault. Though Tianlong's message seemed bland, Yi Xiaolei could almost sense the seething anger beneath the surface. Resolutely, he replied, I am not far from your location. I will come to revive you. Tianlong's response was laced with urgency, cautioning him about the proximity of the Biquang members, including the individual who had previously purchased the materials for the mutated Rat King. If you encounter him, he will not spare you. Tread carefully. Closing the chat window, Yi Xiaolei sprinted towards Tianlong's direction. However, just a few paces into his journey, he spotted three figures emerging from the thicket ahead. They were the biochemical soldiers of the Biquang mercenary corps. Had they been the ones to slay Tianlong? Instantly, Yi Xiaolei concealed himself within the nearby dense foliage. Facing three adversaries, especially as the weakest class among all combat professions, the medic, he recognized the futility of confronting them. If discovered, escape would be nearly impossible. As the figures drew nearer, tension gripped his heart, fearing the presence of a beast master among them, whose pets would undoubtedly detect him first. Fortunately, aside from the biochemical soldier, the other two figures were a sharpshooter and another medic. Are we not rescuing him? My revival point is still full. I can resurrect too. The medic inquired desperately. Reviving two would serve little purpose, and it would arouse Tianlong's suspicion. Our aim is to make him believe we were already here hunting monsters and that encountering them was merely a coincidence. As for the loot they drop, I will compensate separately. We have an informant close to Tianlong. Their demise is not in vain. Baiki reassured the medic with a pat on the shoulder, adding with a smile, "Rest assured, I will not shortchange the three of them. The compensation I provide might even make you envious." At this moment, the gunman muttered, "Boss Bai, I must admit, that fellow named Tianlong is indeed formidable. He managed to eliminate 3 members of our team in one fell swoop. Now, it seems that Bai Kong has irreparably severed ties with Hong Yan. With that guy around, we are truly in a predicament. I propose we form a squad of 6 pure marksmen specifically to target Tianlong. If an opportunity arises, we must strike to eliminate him. We cannot allow him to grow stronger." Just moments ago, Bai Kong had a fully equipped all-class team, brimming with confidence to take down Tianlong, but to their astonishment, Tianlong had held back his strength, only to unleash it at the last moment, annihilating the giant, the beast master, and the special forces. Had Bai Kong not acted swiftly, he too might have fallen victim to Tianlong's onslaught. Reflecting on the recent battle, Bai Shui nodded, "Very well, I entrust this mission to you. For each kill, the Corps will reward you with 1,000 star coins. You may assemble your team as you see fit." After a brief pause, Bai Shui continued, "Everyone, accelerate your return to Qifeng village before Hong Yin has a chance to react." Bai Shui clutched the precious loot dropped by the ape beast, fully aware of its immense value. Yet, he could not afford to relax. If he were to perish within half an hour, the newly acquired treasures would be lost. And while levels could be regained, the loss of the ape beast bounty would be devastating. Hidden within the woods, Yi Xiaolei forced a wry smile, realizing there was indeed a traitor among them. After reading the message sent by Tianlong, Yi Xiaolei sensed an unsettling coincidence. Although he suspected a mole within Tianlong's ranks, he lacked concrete evidence. Such accusations could not be made lightly, as it is the fundamental principle of integrity. Regrettably, his strength was too feeble. Even a surprise attack would not suffice to eliminate them, he sighed. However, at that moment, "Be careful. It's a level 9 golden flower snake, a minor boss," the gunman proclaimed, swiftly firing a shot that struck the snake squarely on the head, diverting its attack and sparing the medic from imminent doom. "Medic, provide support. I will take the front line. Alon, the gunman, fall back." Bai Shui shouted, his figure flashing as he dashed forward to shield the gunman. The sudden appearance of the golden flower snake was none other than the very one that had claimed Yi Xiaolei's life. In this moment, and at this location, it was entirely plausible for Bai Shui's team to encounter the snake. Yet, this unexpected event made Yi Xiaolei feel an inexplicable fondness for the golden flower snake. It seemed almost endearing. Chapter 11 Big Brother, please don't move. The golden flower snake lunged and flicked its tail, swiftly attacking the nearby Bai Shui. With both hands emanating a bright green aura, Bai Shui thrust his clawed gauntlets fiercely towards the vulnerable spot of the golden flower snake. However, the snake deftly twisted its body, evading the strike, and unleashed another spray of venom. Bai Shui sustained minimal damage, significantly less than that inflicted upon Yi Xiaolei, primarily due to the inherent advantages of their respective classes. Bai Shui, a bio-soldier who had survived infection, possessed innate toxicity and robust resistance, resulting in reduced damage taken. The battle medic, without needing a reminder from Bai Shui, seamlessly cast healing light upon him, while the marksman retreated a short distance, continuously firing his long gun. Although the marksman's aim was commendable, the golden flower snake's small stature meant that even at close range, the hit rate was a mere 70, with 30 of the shots going astray. The two were intertwined in combat, despite the snake's formidable defenses that relentlessly drained Bai Shui's health. The presence of the medic rendered such damage negligible, much to the anxiety of Xiaolei, who observed from the sidelines. "Damn it, Xiaohua. Give it your all and defeat them." Xiaohua was the name Yi Xiaolei had bestowed upon the golden flower snake. 5 minutes later, the golden flower snake, once boasting over 8,000 health points, was reduced to less than 1,000, entering a state of frenzy. With a swift sweep of its tail, it knocked Bai Shui back, then propelled its entire body towards him, intent on ensnaring him. If the snake could wrap around Bai Shui, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise, a terrifying tactic of serpents. Swoosh. Anticipating the snake's assault, Bai Kong was prepared. Despite the close-quarters combat, he remained vigilant against the snake's attempt to ensnare him. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the attack and delivered a kick, sending the snake sprawling. The golden flower snake is in a frenzied state. We must attack with all our might, without holding back, Bai Shui declared with a serious expression. No problem. The marksman replied, swiftly retrieving 10 red bullets from his pack. Fire bullets, a consumable item that grants 5 attack power and includes the property of burning, causing sustained flame damage upon hitting the target. The marksman's actions caused Yi Xiaolei's expression to stiffen, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. Why does everyone seem like they have a military background? Their combat skills are impressive, and their shooting accuracy is remarkable. This is the only opportunity. I cannot let them kill the golden flower snake." With that thought, Yi Xiaolei's mind raced. Suddenly, he had an idea, quietly shifting his position. He made his way to the small path in the woods, composed his expression, and boldly emerged. Then, with urgency, Yi Xiaolei rushed towards the trio of Bai Shui, submitting a team request while feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Big brother, please let me join. I have a mission to slay the golden flower snake." The sudden appearance of Yi Xiaolei caused the 3 individuals to momentarily freeze. In that instant, the healing light from the battle medic veered off course, landing upon the golden flower serpent instead, while the marksman's incendiary attack also misfired, striking nothing but empty air. The golden flower serpent's health surged by 18. Faced with the unexpected pause of Bai Shui, the serpent's fangs sank fiercely into its target's leg, injecting a torrent of venom. To be bitten and to be sprayed with venom are entirely different concepts. The damage from a bite is significantly more severe than that from venom spray. Ding. System, you have suffered a substantial toxic attack from the golden flower serpent, resulting in continuous health reduction. -12 ding. System, your health has fallen below 50. And your overall attributes have decreased by 20. A series of damages darkened Bai Shui's expression, suppressing his fury. He accepted Yi Xiaolei's request to join the team and bellowed at him, "Hurry up and heal me." Confronted by the sudden appearance of this fool, Bai Shui felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he realized that offending the battle medic could lead to his own demise at the hands of the golden flower serpent. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Yes, yes, yes," Yi Xiaolei replied, bowing in acknowledgement, naturally positioning himself alongside the battle medic. Swish. A white luminescence emanated from Yi Xiaolei's palm, extending from his fingertips. 20 healing. However, the healing failed to strike Bai Shui. Instead, it landed on the golden flower serpent. "You fool, where are you casting your skills? Open your eyes and aim properly." Bai Shui roared, barely containing his anger. Meanwhile, the marksman cast a cold glance at Yi Xiaolei, recalibrating his weapon to continue firing at the golden flower serpent, threatening. "If you make another mistake, I will kill you." "Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Internally, Yi Xiaolei was elated at having achieved such recognition merely by appearing. Yet on the surface, he trembled, his fingers fidgeting as he pointed toward Bai Shui, hesitating to unleash the healing light. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up," Bai Shui roared, his veins bulging with fury, clearly on the brink of explosive rage. The marksman and the battle medic shared his ire. If circumstances allowed, they would gladly dispose of Yi Xiaolei, but the current emergency necessitated that they first eliminate the golden flower serpent. "B brother, please don't move. If you shift, I want to be able to aim, and I fear another mistake will lead to healing to strike the golden flower serpent." Yi Xiaolei lamented, his face contorted in despair. Embodying the essence of a bumbling novice. Engage in close combat with the golden flower serpent, but do not move. Such a statement reeked of immaturity. And only a fool would utter such words. Bai Shui, suppressing the urge to spit blood, glanced at the remaining 258 health of the serpent. Then at his own dwindling health. Gritting his teeth, his face twisted in a grimace, he yelled, "You heal when I say so, and if you utter another word, I will kill you." Swish. Yi Xiaolei promptly released a beam of healing light. A green subtitle floated above the head of the golden flower snake. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of joy, yet his countenance remained sorrowful. I told you not to move recklessly. The moment you stir, I lose my aim. You insisted I let go. It was not my desire. as the golden flower snake was once again healed by an imbecile. Bai Shui fought back the urge to vomit blood and, with great reluctance, shouted, "Alan, cover my retreat." He could not afford to perish should he meet his end. All his treasures would be lost. Thus, even as the golden flower snake faced imminent death, he had no choice but to relinquish it, allowing the fragile gunslinger to buy him time to escape. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice emanated from the tree trunk. "Pfft. Ha, Uncle, you are quite the performer." At that moment, Bai Chiner, who had not been gone for long, reappeared atop the trunk, breathless and clutching her stomach as she laughed heartily, devoid of any semblance of ladylike composure. Bai Chiner's mission was to eliminate the golden flower snake. Frustrated by Yi Xiaolei's incessant chatter, she had departed but soon recalled her objective and returned to see if anyone else was undertaking the same task. Upon her return, she was greeted with the spectacle before her. Despite her verbal jabs at Yi Xiaolei for his foolishness, her brief acquaintance had led her to realize he was not as dim-witted as he appeared. Moreover, someone capable of encouraging a stranger to focus on their studies could not be a villain. Thus, she had been observing, suppressing her laughter. But Yi Xiaolei's stubbornness ultimately proved too much for her, and she erupted into laughter. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Shui, the gunslinger, and the combat medic turned pale, their faces contorting with rage. They had been played. How infuriating. From beginning to end, they had been deceived. Kill. This scoundrel must die. Ah. At that moment of hesitation from Bai Shui, the golden flower snake lunged forward, coiling tightly around him, its slender body constricting him. Damn it. Ignoring the serpent entwined around him, Bai Shui bellowed, "Kill him." Yet, the instant Yi Xiaolei's identity was revealed, he swiftly lunged towards the combat medic. The mutated Rat King's scalpel glinting ominously as it plunged into the medic's lumbar spine. Pfft. -42, a horrific damage indicator emerged above the medic's head. And in that very moment, the scalpel's critical attack rendered the medic paralyzed, his head turning only partially as his face froze in disbelief. How is this possible? He is only level 6. How could his damage be so high? The medic could scarcely fathom that the seemingly inconspicuous scalpel in Yi Xiaolei's hand was, in fact, a silver weapon. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaolei evaded the gunslinger's aim by slipping behind the incapacitated medic. The blade rose and fell. Pfft. -24. Pfft. -35. Ding. System. Target eliminated. Soul points 1. In the heat of battle, with Yi Xiaolei in the wrong, the death of the medic naturally granted him soul points. Upon the medic's demise, a small pile of items dropped, but Yi Xiaolei had no time to collect them. Bang! In the fleeting moment when the medic collapsed, Yi Xiaolei's figure was laid bare before the gunman's aim. Without a trace of hesitation, the gunman pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the bullet struck, inflicting a direct blow that drained 1/3 of Yi Xiaolei's health. The assailant had utilized a flame round, causing further damage of -12, -12. With a swift dive and roll, Yi Xiaolei sought refuge behind a tree trunk, simultaneously casting a healing spell to restore 20 points of health. Alan, pick up the items. Before he could finish his sentence, the bloodied figure ensnared by the golden flower serpent met its end in a flash of gray light. With a resounding bang, the corpse erupted in a cascade of loot. A myriad of items shimmering with pale green and silver auras intermingling. The gunman, known as Alan, cast a grim glance at Yi Xiaolei hidden behind the trunk, then at the approaching golden flower serpent, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Medic, I shall remember you. You shall never escape this novice village after crossing paths with the Bikuan mercenary corps." As the golden flower serpent lunged forward, the gunman skillfully evaded its strikes, weaving left and right in a zigzag pattern, narrowly escaping its grasp while darting towards the heap of items dropped by the bloodied foe. "Come on, uncle. Don't let him snatch the loot. Those are 2 pieces of bronze equipment and a silver weapon." White Chiner, perched atop the tree trunk, couldn't he help but shout her encouragement. Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of frustration had it not been for her unexpected arrival. He could have effortlessly dispatched the trio without a scratch. Her presence had disrupted his flawlessly laid plans. Realizing the gunman was not targeting him, Yi Xiaolei peeked out, resolutely casting another healing light towards the golden flower serpent, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Hey, I need not lift a finger." Little Flower the serpent is more than capable. With a resounding thud, Alon successfully retrieved the most crucial item from the bloodied remains, only to be met with a sweeping strike from the serpent's tail, sending him hurtling backward. 5, 4, 3. Yu Xiaolei could not help but begin the countdown to the gunman's demise. However, just as he reached 3, White Qian'er's exclamation tightened his chest. "Wow, uncle," that bio soldier said, "if I revive him, he'll give me 10,000 star coins," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Chapter 12. Abundant harvest. The cries of Bai Qian'er resonated loudly in the tranquil forest, yet no one paid her any heed. Yu Xiaolei wished for her to be silent, but feared attracting the attention of the golden flower snake. Meanwhile, the gunman had just picked up his most prized possession and had yet to savor his triumph. Whoosh! The golden flower snake flashed into action, lunging at the gunman who had been thrown aside. The serpent swiftly coiled around his ankle, slithering up his thigh in rapid circles, constricting him tightly like a rice dumpling. The gunman brandished his dagger, striking at the golden flower snake several times, but soon found himself immobilized, not from lack of will, but because his arms had also been ensnared. In a flash of gray, the gunman met his demise, his recently acquired treasures cascading to the ground, along with some of his own belongings. Zzz. The hunt concluded. The golden flower snake flicked its tongue, turned its head, and cast a glance at Yu Xiaolei. Ultimately, it chose to forego attacking the human who had once healed it, vanishing into the dense underbrush. With a sigh of relief, Yu Xiaolei felt the color return to his face after the snake had bitten him moments before. Though the golden flower snake was gravely injured, it was still not a foe that a level 6 combat medic could vanquish. The combat medic was a support class, possessing only a slight advantage in close combat while being woefully inadequate in other aspects. At that moment, Bai Qian'er muttered in frustration to herself, "Oh dear, what a loss. I've exhausted my resurrection points for today." Yet Yu Xiaolei could not afford to linger on such matters. With a swift motion, he dashed forward and ruthlessly collected everything scattered on the ground. Ding. System. Obtain Fireball, 31. System. Obtain Bee Stingers, 10. System. Obtain Spiked Ape Beast Hide, 1. System. Obtained Flame Spear, Bronze. System. Obtained Mutated Rat King's Armor, Bronze. System. Obtained Katy Pistol, Bronze. System. Obtained Spiked Ape Beast Heart. System. Obtained Plague Dagger, Silver. A plethora of items left Yu Xiaolei in awe, his heart racing uncontrollably, thumping with excitement as he realized he had struck it rich. No wonder so many had turned to become hunters. Killing humans was always more lucrative than slaying monsters. The abundance of precious items did not cloud Yu Xiaolei's judgment. It was not wise to linger here. He glanced at Bai Qian'er, who approached him, hesitated briefly, and said, "We must leave quickly." With that, he sprinted westward. "Hey, wait for me, uncle. I want my share. Besides, if it weren't for me reviving you just now, you wouldn't have been able to gather so much." Bai Qian'er chuckled softly. Her interest in the items was not genuine. Rather, she was immensely curious about Yu Xiaolei. To her, he was a complex individual. The first time she encountered him, he was being pursued by the golden flower snake, sporting a silly grin that made her think he was somewhat foolish. However, upon closer interaction, he transformed into a serious, nagging figure akin to a mother. In their subsequent meeting, he delivered a performance worthy of an Oscar. As Yu Xiaolei dashed away, the pallor of Bai Shui, the sharpshooter, and the battlefield medic turned ashen in their ethereal state. In that moment, Bai Shui, with urgency, bellowed to the approaching reinforcements while rapidly sending a message, "Damn it, hurry up. That wretched medic has fled." Were it not for the inability to convey sound in a spectral form, his roar would have reverberated throughout the forest. To ensure that Tianlong faced adversity, Bai Shui had meticulously prepared, deploying numerous members of his battalion along the way. Upon encountering the golden flower snake, he immediately sent a request for assistance. Just as Bai Shui dispatched the message, 2 bio-soldiers materialized. "Pursue westward. Do not concern yourselves with us," Bai Shui exhaled in relief. The bio-soldiers, with their swiftness, should easily catch up, and given that the medic had gathered a plethora of items, his mobility would undoubtedly be hindered. If they could eliminate him, all the recently acquired possessions would be relinquished. However, after running a short distance westward, Yu Xiaolei abruptly changed direction, heading towards Tianlong's demise. After a brief sprint, he halted. There's a traitor within the Tianlong team. If I proceed now, it will be easy for the members of the Baikong mercenary corps to discover me. Perhaps it is wiser to conceal myself for a time. With this thought, Yi Xiaolei glanced back at Bai Qianer. Climbed the tree. The two ascended a high tree, concealing themselves amidst the dense foliage. At that moment, Bai Qianer felt exhilarated yet softly inquired, "Uncle, why do you wish to kill them? Did they wrong you?" Yi Xiaolei did not respond to Bai Qianer's query. Instead, he rummaged through his pack and ultimately produced the mutated Rat King's leather armor, presenting it to her. Mutated Rat King leather armor grade, bronze defense, 8 additional attribute, poison resistance 8 usage requirement, level 5 note, crafted from the leather of the mutated Rat King. It possesses poison resistance. This armor provided an impressive 8 points of defense, a considerable enhancement, especially considering that the vast majority of individuals possessed only a white-grade weapon. Few could boast of owning leather armor. If Yi Xiaolei's calculations were correct, this armor was crafted from the materials he had sold to Bai Shui. Take this. It is your reward. On the market, this leather armor could fetch several thousand star coins. Parting with such a sum stung Yi Xiaolei's heart. Yet he understood that without Bai Qianer resurrecting him, he would not have garnered such rewards. Although he had relinquished a significant amount, his pack still held treasures far surpassing the value of this armor. "Thank you, uncle," Bai Qianer exclaimed with delight, accepting the leather armor with a bright smile. "Uncle, you're not planning to pursue me, are you? I must inform you, many are already after me. If you wish to pursue." Before Bai Qianer could finish her sentence, Yi Xiaolei playfully tapped her on the head. "Hurry offline and rest. You are a senior high school student, approaching the Gaokao. How can you still be preoccupied with games? I wonder how your parents manage you." "Uncle, you." Bai Qianer glared furiously at Yi Xiaolei. Suddenly, she turned her head and, with a playful smile, said, "Uncle, if you give me another piece of bronze equipment, I shall log off and take a break from the game." Bai Qianer found herself perplexed by the peculiar uncle before her, pondering whether his concern for her, a complete stranger, was genuine or feigned. Thus, she decided to put him to the test. Yi Xiaolei sighed in resignation. Take it. Log off and rest well. Return to the game after the college entrance examination." He reluctantly offered her the newly acquired cutty pistol. Then, pausing momentarily, he issued a threat. "If I see you in the game before the exams, I will place a bounty on you, killing you once. I will pay 100 star coins to reduce your level to 1. Let's see if you dare to play again." Upon hearing this threat, Bai Qianer was momentarily speechless. "Uncle, you scoundrel. I do not covet your items." With newfound determination, she declared, "Once I return to the village, I will issue a bounty on you until the exams are over. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with a little brat like you." For reasons unbeknownst to him, whenever Yi Xiaolei looked at Bai Qianer, he was reminded of his obedient younger sister at school. In the depths of his heart, he could not help but regard her as his sister, and in order to prevent her from straying down a misguided path, he felt compelled to resort to such tactics. "Uncle, you are indeed ruthless." A bounty of 100 star coins was equivalent to 150 renminbi, roughly a day's wages, and the task merely entailed eliminating a frail medic. Such a reward would surely entice many to accept it. "Keep it safe for me. I shall return to collect it after the exams." With that, Bai Qianer vanished in a flash. As she logged off, 2 pieces of equipment lay silently on the tree branch, the leather armor gifted by Yi Xiaolei and a silver pistol. Morata pistol, silver attack power, 2935. Fire rate, 200 rounds second. Magazine, 8 rounds. Required level, LV8. Additional attributes, Constitution 5, Strength 3, Accuracy 10. Upon seeing the attributes of the silver pistol, Yi Xiaolei was rendered speechless, murmuring, "It seems she is not lacking in funds." He could hardly believe that Bai Qianer had the capability to obtain a silver pistol on her own. In a luxurious villa in the southern part of Linqi City, Bai Qianer removed her virtual helmet and gazed out at the moonlight, a faint smile gracing her lips. "What a strange uncle. I wonder if he will truly place a bounty on me. I must refrain from playing the game until after the exams." Deep down, Bai Qianer understood the urgency of the impending exams and the need to resist the allure of the game. Yet, the temptation was overwhelming. and she often found herself unable to control her impulses. Yi Xiaolei's appearance had steeled her resolve, leading her to secretly vow not to play again until the exams were concluded. To eliminate any possibility of regret, she entrusted the hard-won silver pistol to Yi Xiaolei and logged off without a second thought. In the game, the resurrected blood oath received a continuous stream of messages. Head. No one in the southwest direction. Head. None to the north. Head. Requesting support. We have not located any personnel, but we have encountered a herd of wild boars. We are trapped. A series of messages ignited a fiery rage within Blood Oath. Cross me, and I shall ensure your demise. 3 minutes later. As Yi Xiaolei was examining his loot, he was suddenly interrupted by the system's voice. Ding. Qifeng Village Bounty Announcement. Bounty. Blood Oath has issued a high-value warrant for Bai. A reward of 1,000 star coins will be granted for the elimination of Bai, until Bai's level is reduced to 1. This simple declaration instantly sent shockwaves throughout Qifeng Village. My goodness, 1,000 star coins for killing a battlefield medic? This task clearly indicates that I possess wealth and invincibility. I must accept this mission. 1,000 star coins? If I could slay Bai just once, I could take a half-month as leave, and even without that salary, I would not starve. Goodness, what a profound hatred this must be. To compel the higher-ups of Qingkong to issue such a terrifying bounty. That fellow named Bai is doomed. Chapter 13. Restructuring weapons. Regarding the frenzied bounty issued by Blood of the Blue, Yi Xiaolei found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the comparative nature of humanity can be maddening. Very well, if there is to be a bounty, so be it. The novice village is not insignificant. To kill me will not be an easy feat. Furthermore, if it comes to it, I can simply refrain from leaving the village upon my return and directly procure materials to exchange for experience. At that moment, a message from Tianlong arrived. Haha. You truly are my brother. You have managed to provoke Blood of the Blue into desperation. I was wondering why it took so long for them to resurrect me. By the way, what heinous act did you commit to drive them to such madness? Upon receiving Tianlong's message, Yi Xiaolei smacked his forehead, realizing he had yet to inform Tianlong that he would be waiting for some time. Dragon brother, I apologize. It slipped my mind. In truth, I have not committed any atrocious deeds, merely. With that, Yi Xiaolei briefly recounted the events, summarizing his charade of feigning madness to trick Blood of the Blue in one succinct phrase. As Tianlong read Yi Xiaolei's message, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he bombarded him with questions. Are you saying you killed that scoundrel from Blood of the Blue and also eliminated one of their battle medics? Moreover, you not only acquired items from the stabbing ape beast, but also looted numerous pieces of equipment from Blood of the Blue. Indeed, they were merely a few pieces of equipment. Was it necessary to create such an uproar? Dragon brother, is it a trait of the wealthy to be so miserly, resorting to hefty bounties at the drop of a hat? Tianlong stared at Yi Xiaolei's reply, his mouth moving in disbelief, a myriad of lines forming on his forehead. Miserly? Is that what you call it? The items dropped by the stabbing ape beast are unknown to me, but the fact that the only quest regarding it in Qingfeng Village remains unclaimed speaks volumes about its rarity. Not to mention, acquiring 4 pieces of bronze and 1 piece of silver equipment in one fell swoop is akin to robbery. Yet, this was not the most ironic aspect. The most absurd was that a group of formidable warriors had been bested by a medic of the weakest caliber. Xiaolei, my good brother, tell me, can you sell me the items dropped by the stabbing ape beast? You set the price, and as your elder brother, I shall not haggle. Tianlong sent the message with eager anticipation. Sure, I can let them go for 1,000,000 star coins, Yi Xiaolei replied casually. If there had been a wall nearby, Tianlong would have gladly smashed his head against it in despair. Brother, are you truly my kin? Is it possible for you to exploit me so? I may have some wealth, but it does not come from thin air. All right, enough of the act. The only thing dropped by the stabbing ape beast was a heart. I'll give it to you as a favor for the 50,000 star coins you borrowed from me. When we return to the village, I shall hand over the heart of the stabbing ape beast. By the way, Dragon brother, there is a traitor in your team. This I heard directly from Blood of the Blue himself, though he was unaware of my presence nearby. Yi Xiaolei wished to specify that the traitor was the gunner, but he knew better than to speak carelessly. Though the gunner had some character flaws, there was no direct evidence to implicate him as the traitor. Understood. I owe you one, dear brother. Upon closing the chat window, Yi Xiaolei once again examined the spoils he had just acquired. Flame Lance, Bronze Attack Power, 14 to 16. Rate of Fire, 220 rounds per second. Magazine Capacity, 5 rounds. Required Level, LV9. Additional Attribute, Flame. Using flame ammunition increases attack power by 5. KD Pistol, Bronze Attack Power, 9 to 15. Rate of Fire, 200 rounds per second. Magazine Capacity, 8 rounds. Required Level, LV6. Additional Attribute, Agility 3. In comparison to Baichiner Silver Tier Morata Pistol, these two bronze weapons were pathetically weak. Yi Xiaolei disdainfully tossed them into his inventory. Estimating that the two bronze weapons could fetch around 1,000 star coins, a modest profit nonetheless. After assessing the bronze items, Yi Xiaolei, suppressing his excitement, retrieved the newly acquired Plague Dagger. Plague Dagger, Silver Note. A silver dagger forged by merging the fangs of the mutated Rat King. Attack Power, 12 to 18. Usage Restriction, LV5. Additional Attributes, Agility 3, Strength 3, Passive Skill, Plague. True hitting the target has a 20 chance to trigger Plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. Stacking is possible. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Plague Dagger, Yi Xiaolei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The attributes were nearly identical to those of his silver scalpel, sharing the same passive skill. Yet this one bore the enhanced version, indicated by the word true, transforming the Plague skill into a stacking damage effect. Thus, wielding this dagger against a boss would undoubtedly yield the highest attack power. This is a level 5 silver weapon. And my mutated Rat King scalpel is also a level 5 silver weapon. Does this mean they can be recombined? Contemplating this, Yi Xiaolei eagerly removed the equipped mutated Rat King scalpel, placing both silver weapons into his inventory, his gaze fixed on the inventory panel with anticipation. While the inventory bore no weight limit, Yi Xiaolei was particularly keen on its secondary capability, recombination. Ding. Notification. 2 weapons of the same quality and level have been discovered. They can be recombined. Would you like to proceed with the recombination? The notification from the inventory was notably different from the system's usual prompts, sounding somewhat jarring, and the text appeared in an unusual yellow hue. Confirm. Ding. Upgrade. Insufficient star coins in inventory for recombination. It has been noted that bronze items are present, which can substitute for star coins. Would you like to proceed with the substitution? Gazing at the handful of star coins in his inventory, Yi Xiaolei found himself in a quandary, yet ultimately, curiosity triumphed over reason. Confirm. Ding. Notification. The weapon is of silver grade. You may retain 3 attributes. Please select the 3 attributes to keep and designate the primary weapon. Upon confirmation, the secondary weapon will be discarded. Both weapons possessed a passive skill, and Yi Xiaolei was determined to retain these 2 skills. Ultimately, he chose to keep the 3rd attribute, Strength 3, which belonged to the Plague Dagger. The Battle Medic is inherently fragile. Augmenting a slight amount of health yields minimal effect. With the weapon's attack power soaring to such heights, it is imperative to elevate its prowess further. The path taken is unequivocally one of aggression. Beep. Notification. Selection successful. Weapon fusion in progress. 1, 2, 3. A full minute passed before the weapon's fusion reached a staggering 99, and during that minute, Yi Xiaolei felt as if time had stretched infinitely. Beep. Enhancement. Weapon fusion successful. The Plague Dagger vanishes, the Flame Spear disappears, and the KD Pistol is lost. In an instant, 2 bronze weapons and 1 silver weapon were stripped away, sending Yi Xiaolei into a frenzy. However, glancing at the mutated Rat King scalpel that emerged post-fusion, a flicker of solace ignited within him. Mutated Rat King scalpel, silver attack power, 1821. Usage requirement, level 5, Battle Medic. Additional attributes, Strength 3. Passive skill, Plague. Upon hitting a target, there is a 20 chance to trigger Plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for a duration of 15 seconds. True Plague. Upon hitting a target, there is a 20 chance to trigger Plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. Stackable. Splendid, indeed. With 2 passive skills, the cumulative trigger rate stands at an impressive 40. Nearly ensuring a proc every 2 strikes. Although the weapon's level may be slightly lower, it remains viable even at level 20. With Baichiener's silver pistol stored here. Who would dare claim that the battle medic is weak? A smile graced Yu Xiaolei's countenance. Oh, what is this? Upon scrutinizing the weapon's attack power, he noticed that the original Plague Dagger and the mutated Scalpel both had an attack range of 12-18. Yet the fused weapon now boasted an attack power of 18-21, with the minimum damage value elevated by 6 points. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yu Xiaolei clenched his fists. The cost of fusion may be steep, but this is merely a silver weapon. If a high-tier weapon were to undergo the same process, even at a greater cost, its exquisite attributes would render it invaluable. Indeed, it is essential to swiftly become a craftsman. Once I attain that status, I will be able to ceaselessly forge weapons with exceptional attributes. Yu Xiaolei's heart ignited with fervor. P.S. Earlier in the office, whether it was a glitch with the computer or an issue with the Qidian server, I was unable to log into the Qidian website, preventing me from uploading any content. Chapter 14. Who is the fool? Yu Xiaolei glanced once more at the successfully reassembled scalpel in his hand, when suddenly, a ludicrous thought flashed through his mind. By recombining two silver weapons, not only were their attributes exchanged, but their attack power was also slightly enhanced. What if I were to gather a substantial number of level 5 silver weapons and engage in unrestricted reassembly? The weapon's attack power would increase incrementally. My heavens! If that were the case, as long as I possessed enough level 5 silver weapons, my arsenal could potentially grow without limits, rivaling even the most formidable high-level weaponry. Yu Xiaolei gazed fervently at the silver weapon in his grasp. My inventory is astonishingly powerful. However, little did he know that the more times he reassembled, the more terrifying the cost in star coins would become. No matter how many times a silver weapon was reconfigured, it could never transform into a permanent weapon, and moreover, silver weapons could only possess 3 additional attributes, which inherently restricted their growth. Suddenly, several figures emerged beneath the tree where Yu Xiaolei was concealed. A giant, wielding a spiked club, muttered angrily, "Damn it, where has that shameless battlefield medic gone? After searching for so long, I still haven't found him. This is 1,000 star coins, damn his grandmother. Big brother, do you think he might have logged off?" Inquired a small-statured beast tamer curiously. Impossible. As a hunter, once a robbery occurs, one cannot log off for half an hour. If one attempts to log off forcibly, their character remains. It's only been 15 minutes since then. If we do not locate him within this time frame, it will become increasingly difficult. The bio-soldier trailing behind the giant suddenly halted and muttered to himself. He has only half an hour left. Currently, there are at least 10,000 individuals searching for the medic, spreading across most of the novice village. During this half hour, he cannot afford to perish. For if he dies, the treasures taken from the blooded individuals will drop. If I were in his position, where would I hide? In the monster-infested Forbidden Zone? No. If he were killed by a monster, the items just looted would surely drop. As he spoke, the bio-soldier inadvertently lost focus and bumped his head against a tree trunk, causing a slight reduction in his health points. Damn, this accursed tree, it can't even let me think in peace. Tree? The bio-soldier's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, a tree. Big brother, third brother, he's definitely hiding in the trees." The bio-soldier's exclamation caused Yu Xiaolei's heart to race, fearing he had been exposed. However, upon realizing that the bio-soldier's gaze was not directed towards him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. How could this be? Haha. Second brother, your mind is truly sharp, the giant praised, then turned to the beast tamer, saying, "Third brother, it's your turn. Put away your wolf pet and release the spider. Let's start by scouting the treetops in the vicinity." All right. The beast tamer responded affirmatively, storing the wild wolf in his pet space and releasing a spider the size of a fist. Brothers, you have often claimed that spiders are weak and useless. But now they have proven their worth, haven't they? If we eliminate that battle medic, not only shall we acquire a reward of 1,000 star coins, but also the treasures he possesses. With a stroke of good fortune, we might even obtain exceptional weapons beyond the treasures. Yu Xiaolei felt a sense of helplessness. Truly, one fears what one anticipates. Currently, a select few beast tamers possess 2 pet spaces, With the wild wolf being the most common and practical companion, its keen sense of smell and formidable combat prowess made it invaluable. Those fortunate enough to acquire a second pet space typically sought to capture more powerful beasts to serve as their combatants. Even if the wild wolf perished in battle, they could instantly release a second pet. However, it was not that beast tamers could not command two pets simultaneously. Rather, at this stage, they lacked the mental fortitude to do so. With a swift motion, the fist-sized black-striped spider opened its mouth and sprayed a fine white silk toward a branch overhead. Adhering it securely, light as a feather, it climbed the silk with astonishing speed. Realizing he could not evade the spider's surveillance, Yu Xiaolei could only manage a bitter smile. His backpack possessed a hidden attribute that prevented items from being lost upon death, thus he had no fear of dying. Just before reaching the brink of death, he could stow his weapon away, losing merely a level without dropping any items. Naturally, he was not one to surrender easily. Yu Xiaolei poked his head out and called out boldly, "Hey, my three friends, stop searching. I am right here. Can we negotiate?" Upon seeing Yu Xiaolei reveal himself, the giant, the beast tamer, and the bio soldier displayed expressions of excitement. Treasures and bounties were all within their grasp. The bio soldier quietly urged, "Third brother, attack directly. Eliminate him with utmost swiftness." With agility, he leapt and darted up the tree, heading straight for Yu Xiaolei. "Kid, you might as well let us kill you. As a hunter, you must accept the possibility of being hunted. Moreover, you have offended our Azure Sky Corps. Your fate is sealed. However, if you offer your sister to me, perhaps I might spare your life." The giant laughed heartily, also making his way up, albeit clumsily, as he found it difficult to climb. Nevertheless, he positioned himself directly beneath Yu Xiaolei, ready to strike should the second brother force him down. "Brother, just look at this kid's pathetic appearance. I wager his sister is no prize either. You might as well abandon that thought." The bio soldier quipped as he nimbly navigated the tree trunk, echoing the leader's sentiments. "Oh," Yu Xiaolei narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had found his plan somewhat cruel, but now he felt no moral qualm whatsoever. A cold smile graced his lips as he coolly remarked, "I advise you to leave while you can. My bounty is not easily claimed. Fool, even on the verge of death, you still chatter excessively, with your foolish demeanor. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to ambush the vice captain of the Azure Sky Corps. It must have been sheer luck," the bio soldier retorted, closing in on Yu Xiaolei with remarkable speed. Confronted by the approaching biohazard soldiers, Yu Xiaolei did not resist. Instead, he bellowed with fervor, "No. The treasure must be divided fairly, or I, the healer, would rather perish than concede it to you." His defiant roar echoed through the treetops, carrying far and wide. The surrounding players, initially taken aback by Yu Xiaolei's outburst, were quickly roused by the mention of healer. "Over there, that fellow is over there. We must not allow their team to monopolize the treasure." In a flurry, 3 or 4 teams surged towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yu Xiaolei's words, the biohazard soldier turned pale. His intention for a swift resolution was to prevent any interference. However, Yu Xiaolei's proclamation shattered that hope. "Die!" The biohazard soldier lunged fiercely at Yu Xiaolei's head with his clawed gauntlet. -34. Yu Xiaolei lost his balance and tumbled from the tree. "Look at this." The giant swung his spiked club with remarkable precision at the falling Yu Xiaolei, akin to a baseball player preparing to hit. Thwack! -84. In a flash of gray light, Yu Xiaolei was obliterated. The giant stood in stunned silence, not in disbelief at his ability to vanquish the healer, but rather at the absence of any loot upon the healer's demise. Indeed, not even a scrap of material had dropped. The biohazard soldiers, hidden by the foliage, could not witness the lack of loot after Yu Xiaolei's death. Seeing their leader in a stupor, one urgently called out, "Boss, hurry, collect the loot and let's go. Otherwise, we are in danger. Damn it, we've been tricked," the giant exclaimed, his face ashen. With a swift motion, the biohazard soldier and the beast master dashed to the giant's side, their gazes fixated on the barren ground where Yu Xiaolei had fallen. It was evident that Yu Xiaolei had opted for resurrection in the village, and his body had naturally vanished. Nothing? Absolutely nothing. "Boss, let's go." This guy must have already transferred the items. No wonder he showed no resistance. He had nothing to fight with. The biohazard soldier's face darkened. Quickly, hand over your weapon and materials to me. With the soul points you carry, your drop rate upon death is heightened. I will take your weapon and materials. Even if I fall, the drop rate will be significantly lower for me. At that moment, the bewildered beast master interjected, Boss, second brother, if we kill the healer, even if we do not obtain the treasure, we will still earn 1,000 star coins as a bounty. What is there to fear? Though disappointed at the lack of treasure, the thought of sharing a bounty of 330 star coins overshadowed his dismay. Shut up. The biohazard soldier angrily retorted at the foolish third brother. If given the choice, he would gladly forego the bounty. If he was not mistaken, the healer was surely in the village, spewing contempt, claiming that his side had slain him and seized the treasure. The issue lies in the fact that acquiring the treasure would be advantageous. Selling it to the Azure Sky Legion would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, the predicament is that they have yet to obtain anything at all. In the end, the Celestial Legion would merely perceive them as hoarding the treasure, unwilling to return it. What a ruthless battle medic! It is akin to murder in its most insidious form. Bang! The giant's furious fist struck the tree trunk with a resounding force. In that moment, he recalled the shape of Buyi's lips just before his demise, though no sound accompanied it. Upon reflection, it was evident that he had been mouthing the words fool. Damn it, I will eventually make you pay for this. The giant seethed with a grotesque expression. He was no fool. With just a moment's contemplation, he recognized that his side had been ensnared by Buyi's treachery. Now, they awaited the relentless pursuit of the Azure Sky Legion and the players, having become mere prey. Indeed, at this juncture, Yi Xiaolei emerged from the resurrection point. His head hung low in despair. The moment he appeared, a stir erupted. Wasn't that Buyi? Ha ha. Look at him. He must have been slain. It was no surprise. Everyone knew he would meet his end, and I had been waiting here to witness what sort of individual could incite such wrath from the higher-ups of Azure Sky. Now I see. He possesses no extraordinary abilities, merely an unfortunate stroke of luck. TSK, I wish I could eliminate this brat right now. After all, he is still worth 1,000 star coins. Unfortunately, only a fool would venture out of this safe zone. In a way, this lad has gained notoriety through battle, but the cost of such fame is exorbitant. The Azure Sky Legion has already declared that anyone who associates with him will be considered an enemy. Who would dare to team up with him now? Yi Xiaolei trudged along the bustling street, his face a mask of dejection, yet inside, he was secretly anxious. Damn it. Why is no one asking how I died? If I were to disclose it myself, the impact would be severely diminished. If others were to press me for the details, the effect would be altogether different. I must not reveal it myself. Let those three fools witness the consequences of crossing me. Chapter 15. Unexpected fortune. Just as Yi Xiaolei was feeling somewhat disheartened, a biochemical soldier with a prominent nose blocked his path and asked condescendingly, Hey, kid, how did you meet your demise? And who was it that snatched away the treasure? Yi Xiaolei felt a flicker of amusement within. Yet he cast a disdainful glance at the soldier. What business is it of yours how I perished? If you possess any courage, go eliminate that giant named Lei Hu. Should you succeed, wealth will undoubtedly be yours. Now, be gone and cease your pestering. With that, Yi Xiaolei departed, leaving the soldier with a sour expression. Indeed, too much talk can lead to downfall. It is wise to maintain an air of mystery. With just an ID, the power of human search is formidable. Lei Hu, of course, was the giant who had dispatched Yi Xiaolei with ease. You, just wait. The moment you step outside the safe zone, I will be the first to take you down, the soldier spat. His words elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the surrounding crowd. If the healer truly dared to leave the safe zone, would he even need the soldier's intervention? With a bounty of 1,000 star coins on his head, many would be eager to claim the prize, leaving no room for a fool like him. Meanwhile, after slaying Yi Xiaolei, Lei Hu found himself besieged by a throng of players. Lei Hu, surrender the treasure, and we shall allow you to leave. Indeed, if you do not relinquish the treasure, none of the three of you shall escape. Seeking death, Lei Hu's eyes burned with fury. He was accustomed to being the bully, never the bullied. Yet, the tides had turned. Facing the relentless onslaught, the irate Lei Hu swung his club toward the players, hoping to take a few down with him. But the crowd was well prepared. waiting for this very moment. Very well, you initiated this conflict, so do not blame us for lacking mercy. With that, a special forces soldier drew his sidearm and began firing at Lei Hu. Bang, 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 in a swift exchange of power. The odds of 3 versus 15 left no room for doubt. Within moments, Lei Hu and his companions lay lifeless on the ground. Wait, what? No treasure? How can that be? The healer who was just slain clearly stated the treasure was to be divided evenly, and we all heard that. It must have been relocated, otherwise. How could it be that not even a spiked club remains? Indeed, it was certainly moved. The biochemical soldier, hearing this, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he might vomit blood. Damn it, that accursed healer. Now, his cleverness had backfired. Had he merely explained the absence of the spiked club, perhaps a few would have believed him. But now, with the club quietly resting in his own inventory, he had no excuse that could possibly suffice. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei was at a loss, contemplating whether to log off entirely. Ding. System. Player Tianlong has transferred 80,000 star coins to your account. Please visit the bank to claim your funds. Oh. Yi Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly sent a message to Tianlong. Ha ha ha. Brother Long, thank you. I was just lamenting my idleness, but did you perhaps make an error? I only require 50,000 star coins. The additional 30,000 is the payment for the heart of the saber-tooth beast. Hurry to the bank, for I await your saber-tooth beast heart. Upon receiving the message, Yi Xiaolei's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The heart of the saber-tooth beast is worth 30,000 star coins? In Yi Xiaolei's perspective, the saber-tooth beast appeared to be rather easy to kill, despite its slightly elevated health. As long as the numbers were sufficient, defeating it would not pose a significant challenge. However, I digress. You would not comprehend. To be frank, the saber-tooth beast we encountered was injured, its combat capabilities diminished by an entire tier. We held the advantage of timing, yet even so, our team expended various auxiliary items valued at 20,000 star coins solely to prevent the saber-tooth beast from fleeing. Of course, I would not bat an eye even if I had to invest an additional 20,000 star coins in items. By now, you should grasp the value of the saber-tooth beast heart. Yi Xiaolei was momentarily rendered speechless. The difficulty of hunting the saber-tooth beast had surpassed his imagination. 20,000 star coins worth of auxiliary items? It was an unfathomable thought. 2 minutes later, Yi Xiaolei arrived at the Qingfeng village bank, depositing 80,000 star coins into his satchel. Just as he withdrew the funds, Tianlong appeared beside him. A broad smile adorning his face, extending his hand. Xiaolei, the saber-tooth beast heart. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei felt a pang of regret. Yet he forced a smile and said, Brother Long, do you think the price could be negotiated? You are willing to invest 40,000 star coins for the hunt. Thus the heart's price must surely rise. Brother Long, you are quite the catch, adorned in gold. A little slip through your fingers won't be missed, will it? Nonsense. You've gone too far. The saber-tooth beast heart is a gift to me. My offer of 30,000 star coins is already generous enough for you, my friend. With that, Tianlong chuckled, shaking his hand in front of Yi Xiaolei in a manner reminiscent of a debt collector. With reluctant hands, Yi Xiaolei produced the saber-tooth beast heart, meekly stating, Brother Long, may I retract my previous statement? It's too late. With that, Tianlong snatched the saber-tooth beast heart, laughing heartily as he placed it in his satchel. What a miser, Yi Xiaolei scoffed. All right, let us not label the elder brother as stingy. I just not. The 80,000 star coins were merely the cost for the saber-tooth beast heart. Naturally, once you ascend to the rank of craftsman, 5 of those crafting points shall belong to my Hongyan Legion. Tianlong cheerfully patted Yi Xiaolei on the shoulder. He realized that this little brother of his was indeed commendable. Though somewhat thrifty, he always fulfilled his promises. For instance, despite the heart's value being disclosed, Yi Xiaolei still presented it, demonstrating that although he felt the pinch, he was a man of his word. Really? That is your assertion? Yi Xiaolei's eyes squinted into slits from his beaming smile, radiating joy. Go on. My brother is not so petty. Besides, if you were to sell the heart of the two, and set the price at 100,000 star coins, given his miserly nature, he would purchase it without even furrowing his brow. In this sense, my brother is indeed taking advantage of you. Oh, Yu Xiaolei's eyes widened again. Is the heart of the truly that valuable? Heh, this heart represents an 80 chance of unlocking a hidden profession. What do you think its true worth is? An 80 chance of becoming a hidden profession? Yu Xiaolei pondered. In that case, for the wealthy, 100,000 star coins does not seem excessive. No wonder is so furious and has gone to great lengths to hunt me down. Of course, this value only applies to the affluent. Although Yi Xiaolei had entered the game a month late, he understood its worth. A hidden profession signifies immense power, and possessing one is a dream for every player. Unfortunately, hidden professions are exceedingly rare. What's this? You desire this hidden profession? How about I give you the task card in exchange for 80,000 star coins? Tianlong jested. No. No, no. Yu Xiaolei hastily shook his head. That's absurd. I can barely afford to eat. How could I spend 80,000 star coins on a hidden profession with only an 80 chance? Absolutely not. I knew you'd say that. Well, I am now eager to complete this task. Let us part ways for now. Message me if anything comes up. With that, Tianlong waved his hand and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and curiously fixed his gaze on Yi Xiaolei. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Tianlong's scrutiny, Yi Xiaolei thought, Brother, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. You are being so nice to me. It can't possibly be. Thud. Tianlong playfully tapped Yi Xiaolei on the head. Don't gross me out. I'm not that heavy-handed. I just received a message stating that you were killed in the wild. What piques my curiosity is that you were killed less than half an hour ago, yet the heart of the in your bag did not drop. How did you manage that? It's really nothing remarkable. Yu Xiaolei chuckled, quickly concocting a benevolent lie. There are all sorts of items. I happen to possess one that prevents my bag's items from dropping. That's not so strange, is it? Unfortunately, it's only a one-time use item. Yu Xiaolei decided to keep the special ability of his bag a secret from anyone, including his younger siblings. This ability was too unique. If the artificial intelligence caught wind of it, he might find himself back to square one. You little rascal. That team is currently being hunted by a multitude of players. And you are the mastermind behind it, aren't you? TSK, you truly have a knack for this. After Tianlong departed, Yi Xiaolei sold 20,000 star coins for cash. By the time he finished, dawn was approaching, and with no other options, he had no choice but to log off. As he opened his computer and entered his online banking credentials, Yi Xiaolei was met with the astonishing sight of 30,000 RMB in his account. In one fleeting moment, he had been preoccupied with worries about his younger siblings' tuition fees. In the next, he found himself in a position where all his concerns seemed resolved. With a considerable surplus to spare, the sudden influx of wealth left him momentarily speechless. It was still dark outside, and he sat quietly on the makeshift wooden bed. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, he envisioned purchasing laptops for his siblings, acquiring virtual reality headsets, and buying them an array of clothing. The three of them had endured a life of modest means, and it seemed they hadn't bought new clothes in nearly 2 years. How long exactly? He could no longer recall. He also contemplated acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment, a space where they could all reside together. Yet, even with his total assets amounting to 120,000 RMB, it would only suffice for a down payment on a property in the outskirts of Linqi City. Ultimately, he decided to maintain the status quo, dismissing his newfound wealth as if it had never materialized. He resolved to celebrate with his siblings after the college entrance examination. It was not that Yi Xiaolei wished to conceal his financial windfall from his younger siblings. Rather, he was acutely aware that such an abrupt change could disrupt their focus during this crucial period. Indeed, he had done so much for them, sacrificing greatly in silence. Chapter 16. An unconventional outlet. As dawn broke, Yi Xiaolei followed his usual routine, washing up, jogging, preparing breakfast, and tidying the house. His life remained steadfastly unchanged despite the recent windfall of 120,000. If there was any transformation, it was merely in his mindset, imbued with a newfound confidence. Seated at the breakfast table, Yi Xiaolei and his brother, Yi Xiaofeng, engaged in a sparse conversation. Brother, the day after tomorrow is Saturday, Yi Xiaofeng remarked hesitantly. Yes, I am aware, Yi Xiaolei replied, casting a surprised glance at his younger brother, immediately sensing the weight of unspoken concerns. If you have something to say, just speak up. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiaofeng finally mustered the courage to voice his thoughts. Brother, I know our family is not particularly well off, but could you perhaps buy yourself a nicer set of clothes? I can forego the supplements for myself and Xiaoyu. We are not lacking in nutrition. Upon uttering those words, Yi Xiaofeng lowered his gaze, chewing on his bread with great fervor, avoiding his brother's eyes for fear of inciting his wrath. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened, his knuckles whitening as they gripped the plate. The implications of the conversation, the parent-teacher meeting, and the suggestion of new clothes were painfully clear. His brother was ashamed of his humble appearance, feeling that his presence at school was a source of embarrassment. Yi Xiaolei hadn't anticipated that despite his relentless efforts to support their education, he would be met with disdain for his modest means. He understood that today's youth place great importance on face. Yet experiencing such indignation and helplessness firsthand was a novel and bitter sensation for him. With a deep, measured breath to quell his rising ire, he asked, devoid of emotion, "Is this your sentiment, or Xiaoyu's?" Faced with his brother's penetrating gaze, Yi Xiaofeng, who had initially intended to share that it was a mutual sentiment, faltered and replied, It is me." With that confession, he averted his eyes. When his elder brother appeared calm, it was when Yi Xiaofeng felt the most pressure. He found it impossible to lie in the face of his brother's scrutiny. "Let this be the last time," Yi Xiaolei declared. A sigh of relief escaped Yi Xiaofeng as the anticipated storm did not materialize. However, after the college entrance examination, you must join me at the construction site, Yi Xiaolei added. Yi Xiaofeng was taken aback. "But, brother, I had planned to distribute flyers with Xiaoyu after the exams." With a resounding thud, Yi Xiaolei slammed his hand on the table, his voice a stern command. "When I say the construction site, I mean it. There are no buts. Xiaoyu may choose not to go, but you are obliged to." Witnessing his brother's fury, Yi Xiaofeng's complexion drained of color. In that moment, he realized that his brother was not devoid of anger. He was merely suppressing it. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, returning to his breakfast in silence. As he watched his brother depart for school, weighed down by his thoughts, Yi Xiaolei felt an inexplicable wave of sadness wash over him, bitterly reflecting, "A child does not scorn their mother's appearance, yet here I stand, despised." In truth, Yi Xiaolei had intended to resign from his job at the construction site today to pursue a career as a full-time gamer. However, the words of his brother extinguished that ambition. Throughout the years, he had devoted himself tirelessly, although their family faced hardships. His younger siblings had been shielded from the harsh realities of earning a living. Thus, he made a sudden decision to take his younger brother to the construction site after the college entrance examination, allowing him to experience the life of a laborer. Only by understanding the hardships of these workers could he rid himself of his pretentious mindset. If he did not seize this opportunity now, as life improved in the future, he might never have the chance again. Under the scorching July sun, in order to set an example for his brother, Yi Xiaolei continued his laborer life at the construction site. Work, rest, work, and then off duty. Day after day, the sun rose and set. After a day's toil, Yi Xiaolei would hastily grab a simple meal at a roadside stall before dragging his weary body home. The thought of earning substantial money in the gaming world instantly dispelled his fatigue. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he suddenly remembered the promise he made to his brother earlier that morning. Glancing at the virtual headset, he reluctantly placed it back into its box. At 7:20 p.m., as the sun dipped low in the sky, Yi Xiaolei, clad in a faded blue shirt, paused outside a specialty store, known as Sky Home. It was a popular shop boasting affordable prices. Yi Xiaolei had heard that the quality of the clothes was excellent and reasonably priced. Summoning his courage, he stepped into the store. "Welcome." Two sales assistants at the entrance greeted him with bright smiles. Having not entered a high-end clothing store in 5 years, Yi Xiaolei felt somewhat awkward in response to their cordial welcome. "May I assist you with anything?" A sales assistant in her 30s politely inquired. "I'm just browsing." Yi Xiaolei nodded. Although the assistant was courteous, her gaze made him uncomfortable. He had encountered that look too many times before, recognizing the underlying disdain. Another sales assistant in her early 20s was about to approach Yi Xiaolei, but was halted by her older colleague after taking only a few steps. Xiao Liang, you haven't been here long enough to develop an eye for these things. Let me explain. That young man who just walked in, look at his attire and his sun-kissed rough skin. I can assure you, he is a laborer, and a broke one at that. Do you really think someone like him can afford our clothes? Although our slogan is affordable prices, it's still beyond what ordinary people can pay. I bet he'll leave within 3 minutes. Well, I have nothing else to do, so I'll go check on him. Company policy dictates we can't ignore anyone, Liang Xiaoqi replied somewhat helplessly. To be honest, she didn't have high hopes for Yi Xiaolei, but if she didn't offer him assistance, it would look awkward for him to be the only customer without a guide among the other shoppers. As Yi Xiaolei gazed at the price tags on the rows of stylish clothing, his mind struggled to comprehend. The cheapest shirt was priced at 288 yuan, while the most expensive was 999 yuan. In Yi Xiaolei's eyes, that amount could buy him a dozen items from a street vendor, allowing him to wear something new every day. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of betrayal. Everyone claimed that Sky Home offered affordable clothing. Yet these prices hardly seemed accessible, more like daylight robbery. Good day, sir. May I inquire what style of clothing you require? Liang Xiaoqi smiled at Yi Xiaolei and continued. Of course, even if you do not make a purchase, you are welcome to try on our garments free of charge. Could you possibly recommend an outfit that appears more understated? The clothing here is rather flamboyant and does not suit me, Yi Xiaolei replied. Right this way, sir. Liang Xiaoqi responded. Under the guidance of the sales assistant, Yi Xiaolei tried on an outfit consisting of a light blue t-shirt paired with pale khaki trousers and complemented by a pair of dark khaki casual shoes. Upon glancing in the mirror, Yi Xiaolei noted that his darker complexion harmonized pleasantly with the lighter attire, giving him a softer appearance. Wearing this ensemble, one would hardly suspect his identity as a laborer. I will take this set, Yi Xiaolei nodded, satisfied. Liang Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback, as she had presumed Yi Xiaolei was merely browsing and would not actually purchase anything. The only suitable options for someone with his complexion were indeed these two pieces. However, the total price for this outfit amounted to 888 yuan, with no discounts, categorizing it as one of the more expensive offerings in the store. Sir, this outfit is rather pricey. Perhaps you might consider the garments over there, which are currently on promotion at a 20% discount, Liang Xiaoqi suggested, flustered, as she had not anticipated that Yi Xiaolei was genuinely looking to buy clothes and had tried on items without even glancing at the prices. Upon hearing Liang Xiaoqi's words, Yi Xiaolei checked the price tags. T-shirt, 999 yuan. Trousers, 888 yuan. Shoes, 999 yuan. Seeing these figures, Yi Xiaolei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly dropping the clothes. The cost of this outfit would consume at least half of his monthly salary, assuming he subsisted without food or drink to afford it. The sales assistant's bewilderment warmed Yi Xiaolei's heart, prompting him to curiously ask, given my appearance, you must think I cannot afford this outfit. Why then did you recommend these two items? Liang Xiaoqi, feeling somewhat helpless, could not confess. I know you wouldn't buy clothes here, and besides, your skin tone limits you to these two options. True, it is expensive, but I will take this set, Yi Xiaolei declared after surveying the other garments, realizing that very few were suitable for him. While indeed costly, at least he would possess an outfit appropriate for going out. Yi Xiaolei's determination to purchase this outfit stemmed from his intention to seek reimbursement for the clothing from his brother, Yi Xiaofeng. Since his brother was particularly concerned with appearances, he decided to indulge this desire, hoping to illustrate that the 3,000 yuan earned from a month of labor on the construction site had been invested in his brother's sense of pride. This experience would serve as a profound lesson for his brother, clarifying which held more significance, appearances or money. It was, in essence, a valuable lesson for his brother, as well as a means for Yi Xiaolei to vent his frustrations. You want this set? Liang Xiaoqi stared at Yi Xiaolei, astonished and uncertain. Could it be that he is from a wealthy family? It's not like that. Yi Xiaolei seemed to see through Liang Xiaoqi's thoughts and said with a smile, Child, stop overthinking. I'm just a laborer. Is it impossible for a laborer to buy expensive clothes? No, I didn't mean it like that ultimately. Amidst the astonished gaze of the seasoned saleswoman, Yi Xiaolei calmly produced his bank card and completed the transaction. The total for the 2 garments and a pair of shoes amounted to a mere 886 yuan. However, after receiving a belt valued at 2 yuan, he paid a total of 888 yuan. After Yi Xiaolei departed, the woman in her 30s hurriedly turned to Liang Xiaoqi and asked, "Wow, Xiaoqi, is this fellow pursuing you? Did he just buy the few expensive items from our store all at once?" "Not at all. Don't say such things, sister." Liang Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed, a small thrill coursing through her, for she would earn a commission of nearly 200 yuan from the sale, surpassing her daily wage. "Listen, Xiaoqi, here's a suggestion. Although he isn't handsome, his attitude while paying doesn't suggest he is short on cash. If he is indeed pursuing you, you should consider it. I've seen many, but this is the first time I've misjudged someone. To put it simply, wealthy individuals seldom shop here, while those without much money typically opt for items around the 400 yuan mark. Yet this rustic fellow spent 3,000 yuan without a hint of regret, indicating a stable income and likely increasing wealth. If I were 10 years younger, I would certainly try to win him over." Spending 3,000 yuan did sting Yi Xiaolei's heart. However, he was simply more adept at concealing his emotions than others. More importantly, in the depths of his heart, he had come to regard this outfit as a gift from his brother. Only by thinking this way could he find some solace. Upon returning home, Yi Xiaolei donned the new clothes once more and admired himself in the mirror for quite some time, growing increasingly satisfied with his appearance. To put it plainly, he was merely a 23-year-old youth, albeit one who appeared somewhat mature under the harsh sun. After washing the new clothes with clean water, he found a corner indoors to hang them out to dry, avoiding the outside out of fear that they might be stolen. If they were indeed taken, he would likely live in regret for weeks to come. Having completed his tasks, Yi Xiaolei eagerly re-entered the game. However, upon entering, he was immediately taken aback. At that moment, what was once a bustling Qingfeng village now lay eerily silent. Players were hastily fleeing from the village, while at the resurrection point, groups of players surged forth, rushing towards the exit without a moment's hesitation. What on earth is happening? The village is far quieter than before. And why are there so many players dying all at once? P.S. Yesterday, a typhoon passed through, and today there are widespread power repairs, resulting in outages during the day. Therefore, I will provide a temporary update today and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 17. Who is the Master? As Yi Xiaolei stood in a daze, perplexed by the eerie stillness of the village, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. System. The frontline defense of Qingfeng Village has collapsed due to insufficient supply of resources, resulting in a massive breach by numerous corrupted creatures that are now assaulting human cities. In response to the invasion of these malevolent beings, the village chief of Qingfeng Village has issued an urgent call to arms. Task: defend against the invasion of corrupted creatures in Qingfeng Village. Note: mandatory task rewards, calculated based on total damage inflicted. First place, reward of a hidden profession. 20 free attribute points. Second place, reward of a rare skill. 10 free attribute points. Top 3, reward of a growing golden weapon. 5 free attribute points. Top 10, reward of a silver weapon, level 5, for free attribute points. Top 100, reward of a bronze weapon, level 4, 3 free attribute points. Top 1000, level 3. Top 10,000, level 1. Above 10,000, mandatory reduction of 2 levels. Upon reading this mandatory task, Yi Xiaolei's mouth fell agape. No wonder all the players were rushing out to slay monsters. The entire novice village boasted nearly 100,000 inhabitants. Those who did not participate in the battle were certain to lose 2 levels. It was a gamble worth taking. Positioning oneself favorably could yield a substantial increase in attribute points. Each level only granted 5 attribute points, and securing first place would effectively elevate one's standing by 4 levels. Even those in the weaker ranks within the top 100 would gain a half-level's worth of attributes. With this realization, Yi Xiaolei joined the throng and dashed toward the village exit. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was once again taken aback. Outside the rudimentary protective wall lay a chaotic mass of creatures, dark and ominous, their crimson eyes glowing with malevolence. LV5 Corrupted Wolf Spider, non-poisonous. with razor-sharp legs that induce a slight paralysis effect, reducing speed by 10 upon being struck. LV6 Iron Treant, slow-moving yet remarkably defensive. LV7 Small Stone Golem, a sentient being born from eons of time, possessing extraordinary vitality. LV10 Corrupted Wolf, an agile and cunning corrupted creature with devastating power. What a spectacular sight! Yu Xiaolei murmured to himself, reflecting on how this scene dwarfed those depicted in films he had previously watched. The battlefield was ablaze with action. Players charging into the throngs of monsters, wreaking havoc with valiant fervor, though the atmosphere was tinged with tragedy as countless players fell every second. Once defeated, players had no choice but to return to the village to respawn, as the feeble medics could not revive them amidst the chaos of battle without protection. Among the combatants, the marksmen and beast tamers held the most advantageous positions, standing at a safe distance and firing from afar, entirely untroubled by the threat of the corrupted creatures, while those at the front formed an insurmountable wall of humanity. The battlefield was indeed a scene of fervor, yet the rear lines were equally bustling. Healing services were available at 2 star coins per person. Those in need of treatment were urged to come forth. However, due to limited mental energy, only 10 individuals could be treated at a time. A battlefield medic bellowed at the top of his lungs. No sooner had his words fallen than a throng of weakened players surged forward. "I've got the money. Treat me now." "Me too. Brother, I'll pay 3 star coins." "Treat me first." Time is of the essence. Wasting even a moment could result in a significant decline in one's total damage output. Thus, players vying for rank were in a race against time. Similarly, numerous medics were calling out for paid treatment, with prices ranging from 2 to 5 star coins, merely for restoring health, not resurrection. Revival would demand a far steeper price. However, many injured players chose to rest in place, awaiting the natural recovery of their health, albeit at the cost of time. Recruiting mercenaries, 2 giants and a bio-soldier, 300 star coins each, 2 medics, 1,000 star coins each. Their task is to safeguard my safety and enable me to slay more monsters. A flamboyantly dressed Special Forces soldier shouted to the crowd, evidently intent on climbing the ranks. High prices were being offered for life potions, 50 star coins per bottle, and 300 for mental potions. Some merchants, unwilling to be overlooked, joined the fray with their own shouts. Not long into the battle, all potions in Qifeng village were sold out, as the daily sales were limited. Those wishing to purchase would have to wait for the next day's restock. Typically, the basic life and mental potions were sold for around 20 star coins each. But in the blink of an eye, prices surged dramatically, with the mental potions required for medic treatment skyrocketing to 300 star coins. Given this trend, prices were bound to escalate even further. Observing the bustling scene before him, Yu Xiaolei couldn't help but drool at the prospect. Goodness, I had no idea medics were in such high demand. On average, they earn 3 star coins for each treatment if this battle persists for 5 hours. A single medic could amass over 1,000 star coins, equivalent to 1,500 yuan, half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Yu Xiaolei glanced down at his supplies. Basic life potions, 4. Basic mental potions, 18. Food, 5. These potions had been procured from players at a mere 15 star coins each, a price he had paid while teaming up with the Heavenly Dragon to hunt monsters, spending nearly all of his 300 star coins. Ultimately, however, they had been forced to leave the team due to the sharpshooter's overwhelming prowess, leaving these potions unused. He chuckled, realizing that the potions he had purchased for over 300 star coins were now worth more than 5,000. Yet, that calculation seemed off. If I utilize these mental potions for myself while charging players for treatment, and given that my weapon is a silver-grade weapon with significantly higher attack power than an ordinary medic, my healing output would be greater. Where others require 3 uses of the healing skill, I would accomplish it in 2. By that reckoning, the value of my potions exceeds 8,000 star coins. 8,000 star coins? Yu Xiaolei's eyes were fixed, devoid of hesitation, as he eagerly dashed into the crowd, joining the ranks of the fee-charging medical warriors. As for being demoted 2 levels for exceeding a rank of 10,000, his level was merely 4, even if it plummeted to 1. The substantial income rendered such concerns trivial. Moreover, he was currently being hunted by the blood of the brave, should he stray from the safe zone. The likelihood of being ambushed was alarmingly high, with a bounty of 1,000 star coins enough to drive anyone to madness. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaolei bellowed. Safe and painless treatment. Giants are charged 6 star coins, special forces and bio-soldiers 4 star coins, while all other professions are charged 3 star coins each. Supplies are limited. So those in need of treatment, come forth. No sooner had he finished shouting than 5 or 6 beast tamers and gunmen approached. Payment was made in one hand while treatment was administered with the other, with a twist of his arm and a flick of his finger. Beams of healing light emanated from Yi Xiaolei's fingertips. Healing light, and more healing light. The restorative capacity of the healing light was calculated as level 2 attack power 50, with Yu Xiaolei's scalpel boasting an attack power of 18 to 21. He could restore 18 points of health to players in a single instance, significantly surpassing other medical warriors. His commanding shout jolted the surrounding healers into realization. Indeed, the vitality of giants was so formidable, why charge the same as other professions? Giants should incur the highest fees, with Yu Xiaolei leading the charge. The medical warriors quickly adopted this newfound pricing structure according to their professions. This shift incited deep resentment among the nearby giants. Had gazes been lethal, Yu Xiaolei would have perished countless times. One giant, observing the elevated fees in the absence of queues, approached Yu Xiaolei, seething with indignation. Kid, here's 5 star coins. Hurry up and treat me. Yu Xiaolei's lips twitched as he shook his head. I'm afraid I'm merely a humble medical warrior, incapable of treating one as esteemed as yourself. How absurd it was that medical warriors had become the grandmasters, and here was a worthless giant attempting to assert dominance. There were plenty of others seeking treatment. He had no time for this. Yet, this thought remained unspoken, merely echoing in his mind. Confronted with the giant's furious countenance, Yi Xiaolei chose to disregard him, calling out to the front. Next, who requires treatment? Chapter 18. A-class mission. As Yi Xiaolei finished speaking, the giant before him immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, You little brat, if you don't treat me, I will remember you. Just wait and see. With that, the giant turned to the players behind him and threatened, Anyone who dares to treat him will have to contend with my Azure Sky Legion. Yu Xiaolei rolled his eyes, bemused. So, you're just a lackey of the Azure Sky Legion. If I were to slay you, your precious legion would be drenched in blood, and you would lose your treasures. What are you going to do about it? Come at me. Unbeknownst to him, he resembled a patient suffering from dissociative identity disorder. In the game, he exuded flamboyance and audacity, yet in reality, he was a stern parent who spoke with authority. Humph, we shall see. The giant shot Yu Xiaolei a glare before storming off in anger. Meanwhile, the surrounding players gazed at Yu Xiaolei with fervent interest, discussing amongst themselves. Well, is this guy really a healer? If only I could defeat him once. The bounty is 1,000 star coins, enough to cover half a month's salary. Heh. He treated my injuries earlier, and the healing amount was substantial. No wonder he can tangle with those big shots. He truly possesses skills. Never mind. I'll seek out another healer elsewhere. The prices here are too steep, and I can't afford to offend the Azure Sky Legion for the sake of convenience. The giant's outburst caused Yu Xiaolei's business to plummet, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, his mental energy was limited, and its recovery was slow. He was unwilling to waste the precious mental potions worth hundreds of star coins just yet. For him, and indeed for all healers. The longer the monster siege on the village lasted, the better. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slipped by. Yu Xiaolei's pouch accumulated an additional 50 star coins. However, this sum was trivial compared to the more than 60,000 star coins still remaining. His previously fervent spirit fell into a lull. This pace of earning is far too sluggish. Surely, there must be more lucrative ventures. As Yu Xiaolei continued to charge players for treatments, Tianlong sent a message. Xiaolei, what are you busy with? What else could I be doing? I'm only at level 4, and my combat prowess as a healer is weak. So I'm seizing the opportunity to charge players for treatments, Yi Xiaolei replied. Upon reading Yi Xiaolei's message, Tianlong, amidst a horde of monsters, turned pale with anger, nearly being overwhelmed by the creatures. I don't know what to say to you. You have around 80,000 star coins on you. Do you really care about that small change? If you're free, hurry to the South Village entrance. My team is here hunting monsters, gaining substantial experience. We are short on healers and need more hands. I'd love to join in the fun, but I have a 1,000 star coin bounty from the Azure Sky Legion on my head. The moment I step out of the safe zone, I will likely be instantaneously slain by players. There are many eyes watching me, Yu Xiaolei replied helplessly. The celestial dragon, unable to offer further assistance, hesitated momentarily before suggesting, in that case, I recommend you try your luck with transport missions. These tasks are protected by NPCs, and should any player attempt to attack you, they would likely be swiftly eliminated by the NPCs. Transport missions? Yu Xiaolei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Fool, go to the village square and take a look. There are numerous tasks available, most of which pertain to repelling monster invasions. Damn it, I nearly met my end at the hands of those beasts. Upon reading the celestial dragon's message, Yu Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with realization. These tasks were tailor-made for someone of his caliber, especially since he possessed an unlimited weight capacity for his inventory. With this thought in mind, he could hardly contain his eagerness and hastened towards the square. The square of Qingfeng village was neither particularly large nor small, roughly equivalent to the area of 3 basketball courts. At its center stood a prominent board displaying an array of tasks and bounties. Among them, the 1,000 star coin bounty issued by Shui shone brightly in a prime location, the lettering significantly larger than that of other notices. After navigating through a throng of players, Yu Xiaolei finally reached the task board. His gaze was immediately drawn to an urgent task marked in bold red lettering. Task: Transport Supplies. Due to a critical shortage of supplies at the front line, the protective barrier has been breached by corrupted creatures. To safeguard our shared home, the village chief of Qifeng has issued a mission to escort essential supplies to the front line. Task levels: A. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 1 million star coins. B. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 500,000 star coins. C. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 100,000 star coins. D. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 10,000 star coins. E. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 5,000 star coins. F. Requires transportation of goods valued at over 1,000 star coins. Rewards: calculated based on the total value of the escorted supplies, which can accumulate until the corrupted monsters are repelled. Note: acquiring supplies necessitates a deposit of 1/10 of the total value in star coins from the player, should the supplies be lost. This deposit will be forfeited. Task rewards: available only to the player accepting the task. Those assisting in the escort will receive no rewards. F. Level 10 silver weapon. Attribute points 2. E. Level 10 gold weapon. Attribute points 8. D. Unknown. Attribute points 20. C. Unknown. Attribute points 50. B. Unknown. Attribute points 100. A. Unknown. Attribute points 300. Yu Xiaolei felt a rush of exhilaration, his mind swirling with visions of the unknown rewards and the inherent 300 attribute points he would acquire upon completing the A-level task. 300 attribute points would suffice to transform him from a frail medic into a formidable powerhouse. All of this is mine. Yu Xiaolei was on the verge of drooling. This task was indeed a timely blessing. Was it not merely the transportation of goods worth 1 million star coins? An A-level task was surely within his grasp. However, the stipulation that the package must not exceed 1 cubic meter was a consideration, for otherwise, he would have to make multiple trips, while others required horse-drawn carts for transportation, with players tasked to guard against monster attacks that could lead to loss or damage of the goods. He possessed a unique package that allowed him to carry anything with ease, darting towards the front line like a swallow. Compared to other players, this was not merely a task for him, it was akin to a heist. It was too easy, incredibly easy. Yu Xiaolei felt an urge to shout in exhilaration but ultimately restrained himself, constantly reminding his inner self, stay low-key, one must remain humble. At that moment, he slowly withdrew from the throng, yet the lamentations of other players compelled him to regain his composure. Those damned fools thought they could effortlessly complete the lowest level F task. Yet here we are, 20 strong, and we haven't even covered a third of the distance before we were utterly annihilated. complained a giant wielding a massive axe. Buddy, it was merely an F-level task. A failure incurs a loss of only 100 star coins. You should consider our Azure Sky Legion. We just undertook a D-level task with 100 escorts, and yet, we too faced total obliteration, losing the goods and incurring a direct loss of 1,000 star coins. A biochem soldier remarked with a mix of disdain and pride. Oh, 100 escorts failed to succeed? Just how many have completed this transport task? I'm uncertain about those above E-level, but in our Legion, 3 have managed to complete the F-level task. The biochem soldier raised his chin proudly. We, the Azure Sky Legion, will unite all players engaged in transport tasks. If you're interested, you may await us at Named. Strength lies in numbers. If even a small fraction can breach the monster territory, it would be a gain. Most importantly, having tested the waters. Our Azure Sky Legion has now resolved to undertake a C-level task, with a target escort number reaching 1,000. In pursuit of better task completion, Yi Xiaolei diligently gathered a wealth of useful information, leading him to a singular conclusion, even without the burden of his package. The prospect of completing an A-level task seemed utterly ludicrous. The difficulty was insurmountable. The allure of the A-level task's rewards was undeniably enticing. Yet the unfortunate reality was that outside the novice village, monsters lurked everywhere. As the most vulnerable combat medic, with low health, no defense, and sluggish speed, he possessed nothing but the ability to heal and revive. An utter lack of offensive capabilities made reaching the front line feel akin to winning the lottery. For the first time, he wavered in his choice of profession. Being a combat medic felt woefully inadequate, far too weak. Yi Xiaolei found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Alas, undertaking an A-level task bestows a remarkable enhancement of 300 attribute points, an augmentation equivalent to an astounding 60 levels. Completing this endeavor would propel a player far ahead. Yet should this opportunity be squandered, the prospect of encountering such a chance again remains uncertain. I find myself hesitant to gamble even with the possession of a special package. Perhaps it would be wiser to abandon the game altogether. No, I shall take the plunge. Chapter 19. The Meat Bun meets the Wolf, determined to take a risk and accept an A-level quest. Yi Xiaolei promptly sent a message to Tai Longdo. Could you do me a favor and come to the West Village entrance? What is the matter? Is it urgent? I'm currently striving for a high ranking on the total kill value leaderboard. If it's not important, I want to be able to make it. Yi Xiaolei felt somewhat at a loss. In this game, Tianlong was the only person he knew. Who else could he reach out to? In his helplessness, he gritted his teeth and replied, "It's very important, extremely important. Please hurry, it won't take much of your time." 3 minutes later, Tianlong appeared before Yi Xiaolei in a flurry. What is going on? Why the rush? Well, I'm currently at level 4. If I die 3 times, I'll drop to level 1. I'd like to propose a deal. After you kill me, please share the 3,000 bounty with me. 1,500, no. Make it 2,000 star coins as my reward. Yi Xiaolei said, his expression one of embarrassment. Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's explanation, Tianlong's face darkened considerably. You actually made me rush over here for a measly 2,000 star coins? Tianlong incredulously pointed at himself, exasperated. Xiaolei, I'm racing against time, aiming for a top 3 spot. How can you drag me down at such a critical moment? If you're truly concerned about those 2,000 star coins, I can just give them to you directly. Yi Xiaolei chuckled awkwardly. Brother, I have no other choice. In this novice village, you're the only person I know. Who told you to take me as your little brother? Besides, if Bai Shui discovers I'm exploiting the rules to profit from him, he'll surely lower the bounty in a heartbeat, leaving me with no gains. I was actually hoping to provoke him into raising the bounty significantly before he leaves the novice village, so I could reap the rewards. Yi Xiaolei's plan was straightforward. Since Bai Shui had placed a high bounty on him, he figured he could sell his life too. For a mere 900 star coins, he would allow himself to be killed. If one wished to take him down, they'd have to pay 900 star coins. Otherwise, they might as well forget it and stay within the safe zone. This way, any player who killed him would have to surrender 900 of the 1,000 bounty back to Yi Xiaolei. Naturally, Yi Xiaolei had one additional stipulation. They must assist him in leveling up. He would die once for each level gained until he secured Bai Shui's full bounty. As the experience from low levels was minimal and negligible, 900 star coins? Not interested? Fine, I'll find someone else. You see, this is a surefire scheme. After hearing Yi Xiaolei's proposal, Tianlong was left speechless for a long moment before finally uttering 3 words. You're ruthless. Tianlong could vividly imagine Bai Shui's fury upon realizing that the majority of his bounty had ended up in Yi Xiaolei's pockets. The thought of Bai Shui seething with rage was enough to compel Tianlong to agree without hesitation. With the assistance of Tianlong, Yi Xiaolei swiftly and quietly met his demise 3 times, resulting in an unexpected addition of 2,000 star coins to his inventory. Gazing at the coins, Yi Xiaolei chuckled, Goodness, this money is incredibly easy to earn. It takes me a month of arduous labor at the construction site to make just a tad more. Well, your level is now 1. The tasks on the bounty board have temporarily vanished. They will only reappear once you reach level 2. For now, you are free. If there are no other matters, I shall continue my pursuit of the rankings. Suddenly, Tianlong snapped back to attention. Why would you choose to drop to level 1 at this moment? A downgrade at this time is only sensible if there's a significant reason. Otherwise, I find it hard to believe you would opt for such a choice. Hiki, it's a secret, Yi Xiaolei replied with a smile. Facing the impending A-grade transport mission, Yi Xiaolei was fully prepared for a prolonged cycle of death. After all, 3 levels equated to 3,000 star coins. He could never afford to squander such an opportunity. To complete the A-grade task, he was willing to face numerous deaths. As long as the inventory possessed the attribute of retaining unlost items, there would be no real loss. As for his level, he was already at level 1. There was no further descent to contemplate. Enough of this, Tianlong exclaimed, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Yi Xiaolei hastily grasped his leather armor, awkwardly stating, Brother, don't rush off. With a sharp thud, Tianlong delivered a playful yet firm tap to Yi Xiaolei's head. Can I not be anxious? Time is slipping away, and if I fail to break into the top 3, I will hold you accountable. Speak quickly. What is it? Say it all at once, or I swear I'll knock some sense into you. Yi Xiaolei hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to voice his request. Just as he paused, Tianlong feigned readiness to depart, leaving Yi Xiaolei no choice but to say, Could you lend me 40,000 star coins? I have an urgent need. The A-grade mission required the transport of goods valued at over 1 million star coins, with a deposit of 10, that is, 100,000 star coins. He currently had over 60,000 in his inventory, leaving him short by 40,000. For the sake of the A-grade task, he had to swallow his pride. Upon hearing the request for a loan, Tianlong's demeanor shifted, and he scrutinized Yi Xiaolei closely. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a faint smile. All right, as brothers, we shall settle this fairly. How do you intend to repay the interest? Is it not acceptable to have no interest? Yi Xiaolei timidly inquired. Remove the knot and be quick about it. I never engage in transactions without interest, Tianlong retorted. After much deliberation, Yi Xiaolei retrieved the mutated Rat King's scalpel from his inventory and handed it to Tianlong, stating, You can borrow this for 2 days as interest. What? A silver weapon as interest for just 2 days? I mean, before Tianlong could finish his sentence, he was utterly stunned, his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. The Mutant Mouse King's scalpel, silver attack power, 1821, usage restriction, level 5, combat doctor, additional attribute, strength 3, passive skill, plague. Upon hitting a target, there is a 20 chance to trigger plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. Plague, true upon hitting a target, there is a 20 chance to trigger plague, causing the target to lose 5 health points per second for 15 seconds. Stackable. Damn, how outrageous. Not only is its attack power superior to the typical level 5 silver weapon, but it also boasts 2 passive skills. In a game where skills are scarce and mental potions are costly, this is simply extraordinary. A single thrust, if the skill is triggered, elevates the attack power to nearly 100 points. Tianlong was left in awe by the weapon's attributes, unable to regain his composure for a long while. The Special Forces possess a talent for weapon mastery, rendering all weapon usage restrictions ineffective for them. Naturally, Tianlong had no trouble equipping the scalpel. Well, if you don't want it, I suppose I will calculate based on the bank's highest interest rate. Yi Xiaolei chuckled, preparing to reclaim the scalpel. Whoosh! Tianlong swiftly reached out, snatching the scalpel with lightning speed, and couldn't he help but brandish it a few times, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. With this weapon, I have a 90 chance to ascend to the top of the total damage rankings. After his laughter subsided, Tianlong realized he had acted a bit out of line. Chuckling, it's a deal. It must be a deal. Considering your thoughtful gesture towards your elder brother, I'll lend you 50,000, allowing you to have an extra 10,000 as a reserve. Of course, you need not return this 10,000. The words filial piety, 10,000 reserve, and no need to return combined made Yu Xiaolei understand that Tianlong was acquiring his scalpel for 10,000 star coins. The scalpel itself was not worth that much. But the two accompanying passive skills, Plague, were indeed formidable. Yu Xiaolei was uncertain if he would have another chance to collect a weapon with such skills. You. Brother, you cannot be so shameless. This weapon is mine. When did I ever say I would show you filial piety? This is interest, 40,000 star coins worth of interest, and it's only for 2 days. Yu Xiaolei was immediately flustered. With the scalpel in hand, Tianlong was no longer anxious, smiling amicably. Xiaolei, how do you think your elder brother treats you? You summoned me here, and without a word, I came. You should know that wasting this time could very well lead to my failure in the rankings. Yu Xiaolei shot Tianlong a glance. Don't think I'm a novice. I know you need to rest and recuperate after fighting for so long. If you remain tense, it's easy to make mistakes and be killed by monsters. Even if you can endure, your teammates cannot sustain such prolonged combat. Exposed by Yu Xiaolei's words, Tianlong felt no embarrassment. All right, let us not discuss this. Does your elder brother treat you poorly? After all, I once gifted you a life pill. Before Tianlong could finish, Yu Xiaolei scoffed. Interrupting, life pill can be crafted by alchemists as long as the materials are sufficient. It's not worth much. The elder brother trusted you immensely, lending you 50,000 star coins, which is an undeniable fact. Well, you did provide 80,000. Yet that was merely the cost for acquiring the heart of the primal beast, which is unrelated to our current predicament. The heart of the primal beast ultimately failed to assist me in attaining a hidden class, rendering it not worth such a sum. TCH, that is your concern. If I were to sell it to Blood of the Abyss, I could easily earn 100,000 star coins. Other novice villages can complete this task to become hidden classes, while you cannot, indicating a matter of character. Tianlong's string of emotional appeals fell flat, and his expression darkened. To be fair, one could argue that Yu Xiaolei had never truly taken advantage of him. Rather, it was he who owed Yu Xiaolei. This weapon serves a greater purpose in my hands. As a combat medic, you would easily succumb in close quarters. Furthermore, your profession is one that is inherently protected, requiring no personal engagement in battle. Keeping it in your possession would merely be a waste. Only I can truly harness its potential. Do you wish for those 2 passive skills to languish in your hands? With his emotional gambit failing, Tianlong pivoted to logic and reason. Brother, this weapon is inherently mine. You should wield a dagger instead, which is more suited to your style and boasts greater lethality among weapons of the same tier. Suddenly, Tianlong exclaimed Chapter 20. This game is truly insane. The scalpel was borrowed by Tianlong, leaving Yu Xiaolei in a state of frustration. Meanwhile, Tianlong, with remarkable efficiency, proceeded to appropriate Yu Xiaolei's scalpel. Barely a moment had passed before Yu Xiaolei received a notification indicating that his account was credited with an additional 50,000 star coins. With a smile gracing his face, Yu Xiaolei retrieved the 50,000 star coins and placed them in his inventory, reflecting on the potential of his inventory's reconfiguration ability. As long as he could elevate his level, he was determined to carve out a niche for himself in this world. Experience had shown that the reconfiguration ability of his inventory was indeed profitable, provided that the weapons possessed formidable additional attributes, particularly passive skills. If Yu Xiaolei could discover weapons with rare supplementary skills, he could profit by reconfiguring them. However, should the weapons be of low grade and the additional attributes impractical, he would undoubtedly incur losses. It was worth noting that in the reconfiguration of the mutated Rat King scalpel, Yu Xiaolei had expended a silver weapon and 3 bronze items, all of which represented a significant financial investment. Yu Xiaolei approached the quest hall, observing the players bustling about as they queued for tasks. After a moment's hesitation, he opted not to join the line, but rather headed towards the village chief's wooden hut. The village chief, an elder well past 60, named Lav, sported a tuft of goat-like beard and donned a Zhongshan suit. His kindly visage exuded an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. At the game's inception, players, much like in previous 3D games, mistakenly believed they could procure quests from the village chief, flocking to his hut in droves. Initially, the village chief patiently explained that quests could be obtained from the bounty hall, and that he had none to offer. Regardless of his clarifications, inquiries continued unabated, prompting the chief to establish a rule. Those who disturbed him without just cause would be imprisoned for 3 days. At first, some undeterred players persisted in their harassment. But after a significant number were incarcerated, the disturbances gradually ceased, transforming the village chief's hut into a forbidden zone for players. As Yu Xiaolei drew near, the chief's gaze fell upon him, instilling in Yi Xiaolei the unsettling sensation of vulnerability, as if he were exposed before the chief. Chief Yi Xiaolei awkwardly addressed, apprehensive that his request for an A-level task might be deemed insignificant and provoke the chief's ire, resulting in a 3-day imprisonment. "Young man, what brings you to me?" the chief inquired, seated cross-legged on a cushion, his demeanor calm. "Chief, I wish to undertake an A-level transport task." "Oh." A flicker of interest ignited in the chief's eyes, yet he shook his head, stating, "The difficulty of an A-level transport task is exceedingly high. It is beyond your capabilities." Yu Xiaolei gritted his teeth. "Chief, as long as the materials to be transported fit within 1 cubic meter, I am confident in my ability to complete the task. The method of completion, however, remains my personal secret." Yi Xiaolei dared not reveal his inventory capabilities before such an astute NPC. Should he do so, the game's AI might swiftly detect and obliterate these abilities, leaving him in despair. "Are you certain?" The chief scrutinized Yi Xiaolei's confident expression, now visibly intrigued. "Absolutely." Yi Xiaolei nodded in assurance. "Provided that the volume of goods worth 1 million star coins did not exceed 1 cubic meter. It is not impossible to find goods valued at 1 million star coins within that volume. I must reiterate, the deposit of 100,000 star coins is non-negotiable. Furthermore, should the goods be destroyed or lost to the magical beasts, the 100,000 star coins will be forfeited to Qifeng Village. Moreover, the greater the quantity and value of the goods you carry, the more they will attract magical beasts. Do you comprehend all this?" "I understand." After hearing Yi Xiaolei's words, the village chief regarded him seriously for a moment, then produced a gray token crafted from bamboo. "This is my personal order. Take it to the warehouse, and the guards there will fulfill your request. If you truly manage to complete an A-level task, you may return to me, and I shall not treat you poorly." Ding. System. Hidden task triggered. The village chief's worries. Task. Complete an A-level delivery mission to alleviate the village chief's concerns. Task reward. Unknown. Upon receiving this system notification, Yu Xiaolei's lips twitched. Is this task also considered hidden? The A-level delivery mission shines prominently on the bounty board, yet it can still be labeled as a hidden task? The world of the game is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Nevertheless, receiving a hidden task is undeniably thrilling. With the village chief's token in hand, Yu Xiaolei hurried to the Qifeng Village supply distribution warehouse. At that moment, a considerable number of players were already queuing outside the warehouse to collect their goods. However, among these players, 90 were giants. The giants, apart from their berserk ability, possessed a unique skill, the ability to carry heavy loads. Their colossal frames allowed them to bear large packs on their backs without significantly affecting their speed. In every long-distance adventure, giants were responsible for transporting supplies, making them an indispensable profession for extended journeys. Armed with the village chief's order, Yu Xiaolei enjoyed the status of a supreme VIP customer. With such credentials, he had no intention of waiting in line, and thus he boldly stepped forward. His actions immediately provoked the ire of those around him. "Hey, go to the back of the line," a furious giant shouted. Yu Xiaolei chose to ignore him. How rude. If it weren't for the guards over there, I'd have kicked him away. However, he decided against it. The guards were astute, and even if he cut in line, the supply officer would not grant him any goods. The crowd merely voiced their displeasure, yet one giant, identified as Nyo recognized Yi Xiaolei as the healer who had caused significant losses to the blood of the crystal. His eyes gleamed, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Bang! As Yi Xiaolei passed by Nyo, the giant's massive leg swept clumsily, followed by a powerful slap aimed at Yi Xiaolei's head. Yi Xiaolei was struck, losing his balance, and with another blow to the back of his head, he ended up falling unceremoniously to the ground. This is a safe zone, where attacks do not inflict damage. Yet, it is a naked humiliation. Being so thoroughly shamed left Yi Xiaolei's face darkened as if blood were about to drip from it. He had yet to rise, when the cries of giants echoed in his ears. Guards! Guards! Someone is trying to cut in line. I am merely alleviating a minor inconvenience for you esteemed guards. I am a law-abiding citizen, the giant explained to the approaching guards. Upon hearing the giant's explanation, laughter erupted around, filled with schadenfreude. Indeed, he is cutting in line. This brother is just helping the esteemed guards share the burden. A special forces soldier chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. The guards, uninterested in such matters, chose to ignore the giant's blatant line cutting. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei heard the giant's smug voice yet again. Kid, offending our Azure Sky Brigade is just the beginning of your lessons. Is that so? Yi Xiaolei rose, his face shadowed, casting a cold glance at the giant beside him, and then at the crowd adorned with the Azure Sky Brigade's insignia, a smirk creeping onto his lips. There was no need to elaborate. These giants were certainly part of the Azure Sky Brigade's transport team. After one person received a transport mission, they would have the giants assist in delivering supplies, which, upon reaching the front lines, would be consolidated and handed over by the mission receiver. This method was both straightforward and effective. Fool, only an idiot like you would dare oppose our Azure Sky Brigade. Heh. If you are willing to kneel and bow a few times, perhaps I might plead with our leader to spare you, the giants jeered. In response to the derision from the Azure Sky Brigade's giants, Yi Xiaolei turned and strode towards the guards. Observing his actions, the crowd gaped in disbelief. No way. Is this kid really trying to get the guards to punish us? Heh. I guess the slap from Brother Nyo earlier must have knocked some sense out of him. Only a fool would reason with NPCs in such a situation. TSK, that guy is truly foolish. We hold the righteous card, and NPCs won't trouble us, regardless of his lamentations. Yi Xiaolei approached a guard clad in leather armor, brandishing a spear, and presented the token given to him by village chief Loth. I request that you apprehend those individuals from earlier and imprison them for as long as possible. As for the charges, I'll leave that to your discretion. With the village chief's token in hand, Yi Xiaolei was confident in its efficacy, seeing the token equated to seeing the man himself, a principle that remained timeless. Moreover, in this game, as long as one did not overstep, the minor privilege of utilizing the token would likely not provoke the village chief to quarrel with a mere subordinate. Upon seeing the village chief's token, the previously lax guards straightened their postures. After listening to Yi Xiaolei's request, the captain of the guards relaxed his tense expression. With the village chief's token in play, he feared retaliation from the combat medic for not intervening earlier. Now that the opponent was not pursuing the matter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At present, the captain of the guards, with an ingratiating demeanor, spoke. Brother Bu, rest assured, none shall escape. I am Qing Yun, and I sincerely hope for your kind assistance. If possible, please speak a few good words for me in front of the village chief. It was evident that anyone capable of obtaining the village chief's token was no ordinary individual. For this was the first time he had encountered someone of remarkable stature bearing such an emblem. Of course, let us all look out for one another. Moreover, I have numerous matters that require Captain Qingyun's assistance. However, at this moment, I hope Captain Qingyun might help me settle a score, as those individuals are my long-standing adversaries. I would greatly appreciate your convenience. Yi Xiaolei expressed this verbally, yet internally he was astounded. He had not anticipated that NPCs would seek to curry favor with players merely to gain a few favorable remarks before the village chief. Even more astonishing was the fact that, considering Captain Qingyun's age, which must be around 30, he referred to himself as little brother. This indicates the extent of his sycophancy, which was utterly remarkable. Indeed, this game is utterly insane. NPCs engage in political maneuvering. it is imperative that upon leaving the novice village, one must seek to ingratiate oneself with a powerful NPC. With a formidable ally, one could traverse the city with unparalleled confidence. Chapter 21, Concealed Mission. The conversation between Yi Xiaolei and the captain of the guards, Qing Yun, appeared to the distant players as mere murmurs of Yi Xiaolei before the NPC. They were completely oblivious to the token in his hand. However, the moment the NPC straightened his posture, a wave of astonishment swept across the crowd. Suddenly, with a flourish of his hand, the captain of the guards commanded over 20 soldiers to encircle the giant bull team, who had just humiliated Yi Xiaolei, trapping even the players who had derided him. Niu Er, Bai Kai, Dashiuniu. Brave men, I hereby detain you on the grounds of obstructing official business. Reflect well during your 10 days in prison. As soon as the captain's words fell, the players named felt their faces drain of color. 10 days. For a trivial dispute. They faced imprisonment for a whole 10 days. Chaos ensued among the players. I object. You are abusing your power for personal gain. I will report you to the village chief, roared the enraged giant, fully aware that he had merely uttered a single word. I too object. We shall petition the village chief against you. I refuse to believe that a mere guard captain can act with impunity. Bai Kai echoed, his fury palpable. Bang! Before Bai Kai could finish, he was struck down by a soldier's spear, collapsing to the ground. The captain's voice rang in his ears. Refusal to surrender adds another charge, extending your imprisonment by 5 days. The giants, who had initially intended to resist together, instantly fell silent, fearing that a single additional word could worsen their predicament. Though internally they were seething. How absurd. To rebut a statement and become guilty of resisting arrest. If they were to truly fight back, would it not escalate to murder? In that moment, those players who had not faced imprisonment regarded Yi Xiaolei with newfound respect. How formidable! How did he manage to command the captain of the guards? Thank heavens there were too many people earlier. Otherwise, I might have found myself in a similar plight. With the village chief's token in hand and the captain Qing Yun's assistance, the supply manager readily acquiesced to all of Yi Xiaolei's requests. After depositing a sum of 100,000 star coins as a security, Yi Xiaolei requested the guards to deliver the supplies to a secluded corner of the village ruins. Once the NPC departed and the area was deserted, he discreetly added a square wooden box worth 100 star coins to his inventory. Phew, it fits perfectly in my pack. Yi Xiaolei clenched his fists. Having successfully taken the first step, now the crucial second step awaited him. If he could complete this mission, he would earn 300 attribute points and an unknown item as a reward. Those 300 attribute points were a prize he was determined to claim. It is noteworthy that upon declaring his intent to undertake an A-level mission along with its specifications, the supply officer, after a brief consultation, finally handed Yi Xiaolei a sealed wooden box. What lay within remained a mystery to him. Upon inspecting the box, the attributes revealed: supplies, unknown; quantity, unknown; value, over 1,000,000 star coins. Regardless of the resources at hand, the completion of the task remains paramount. The rest is of no concern to me. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei felt as though 300 attribute points were descending upon him, and the mere thought of his impending acquisition set his heart racing uncontrollably. Come on. I can do this. With a self-encouraging mantra, Yi Xiaolei calmed himself and approached the edge of the village. The chaos of battle raged on. A multitude of corrupted creatures surged towards Qingfeng village, while countless players relentlessly engaged in combat to slay the monsters. Occasionally, formidable bosses emerged. However, these leaders, faced with the onslaught from numerous players, fell swiftly, their demise resulting in a frenzy of loot for the players. Of course, several corrupted beings managed to breach the defensive line and infiltrate the village. Yet, upon their entry, they were immediately dispatched by the vigilant guards, each falling to a single blow. Yi Xiaolei circumnavigated the periphery of the safe zone, carefully observing the sparsely populated areas before dashing forward without a backward glance. The further he distanced himself, the less concentrated the monsters became, for they converged upon Qifeng village from all directions. Thus, the greater the distance, the sparser the creatures. After only a few strides, Yi Xiaolei felt a sharp sting at the back of his head. Bang, bang, bang. -21, -24, -21 ding. System, You have been slain by the four-eyed bear. You are now deceased. 1. Return to town for resurrection. 2. Wait for revival. Seeing his demise, Yi Xiaolei could only manage a wry smile. Damn it. I'm already a level 1 player. There's no point in repeatedly killing me. No bounty for my death. And now I have an additional soul point, with monster experience reduced by 20. Meanwhile, a gunman known as the Four-Eyed Bear, witnessing the fall of the healer, could not contain his excitement. Yes, haha, 1,000 star coins are mine. However, his jubilant expression quickly froze. This is impossible. How could there be no system notification after such a long wait? Frustrated, he lamented the time wasted tracking the healer, only to discover he had been reduced to a mere level 1. At that moment, the bounty hunter understood that the bounty on the healer had either been revoked or rendered ineffective due to the level change. Resigned, the Four-Eyed Bear sent an unfamiliar message to Yi Xiaolei. Buddy, I was only in it for the money. My apologies. After dispatching the message, he vanished into the crowd. Whoosh. In a flash of light, Yi Xiaolei reappeared at the resurrection point in Qifeng village. Observing the bewildering message in the chat window, he could only smile ruefully in exasperation. Having learned from his previous experience, Yi Xiaolei decided to make his ID and level visible to all, unwilling to suffer another inexplicable death. Before long, Yi Xiaolei returned to the village entrance, scanning the crowd to ensure no rogue was fixated on him. With a renewed sense of determination, he charged forward once more. 1 meter, 10 meters, 20 meters. Crash. Yi Xiaolei was swiftly slain by a swipe from a level 10 demonized wolf's claws. Even had he not been killed instantly, he would have been unable to evade the remaining 3 demonized wolves. Ding. System, you have died. Options. 1. Return to town to resurrect. 2. Wait for resurrection. On his second attempt, Yi Xiaolei managed to escape a distance of 30 meters, only to be struck down by a clumsy treant. On his third try, armed with experience, he once again broke through in the direction of the treant. Alas, just as he was on the verge of successfully evading the monstrous horde, a stone golem suddenly appeared at the last moment. The fourth attempt, the fifth. After half an hour, Yi Xiaolei found himself once more at the edge of safety. By this time, he had lost count of how many times he had perished, his expression grim as he gazed upon the throng of monsters. There have been several instances where escape seemed imminent, yet each time, unforeseen circumstances thwarted him. Once could be deemed an accident, twice a coincidence, thrice a remarkable happenstance. But the fourth time encountering misfortune had stripped Yi Xiaolei of any illusions regarding mere chance. Curse it, it seems that the supplies I carry, valued at 100 star coins, are immensely alluring to the monsters. This is merely the initial stage. And once I break free from their encirclement, I will face even greater challenges ahead. Yi Xiaolei's repeated suicides naturally drew the attention of onlookers. Look. That fellow is running back from the resurrection point again. Indeed, I see it too. Do you think he has a penchant for self-harm? He keeps running out to be killed by the monsters. Even with pain settings at their lowest, it must be unbearable. Who knows what he is up to? This reckless individual has passed by me more than 15 times already. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaolei gritted his teeth, steadily increasing the distance he ran. At this rate, with a few more attempts, he would surely burst through the monster encirclement. Only by breaking free could he advance further. However, just then, ding. Announcement from Qifeng village. Due to severe shortages in frontline supply provisions, it is anticipated that within 5 hours, the defense line will collapse, and at that time, Qifeng village will face a crisis of annihilation. All players are urged to transport supplies to support the frontline battle. Alert! If Qifeng village is destroyed, all players will experience a decrease in level by 5, permanent loss of 5 attribute points, and rewards for defense battle rankings will be rendered null and void. Upon the release of this news, all players erupted in an uproar. What the hell? I have worked so hard and invested so many star coins, only to be told that my ranking will become invalid at this moment. My goodness, a reduction of 5 levels? A permanent loss of 5 attribute points? This is tantamount to a death sentence. Some were enraged, while others reveled in the misfortune. I'll show you who is truly formidable, letting you kill so effortlessly. Regardless, I could never hope to be within the top 10,000 rankings. Losing 3 levels or 5 is of no concern to me. Indeed, while defense is crucial, there are far too few individuals transporting supplies to the front line. No matter how strong the defense, without NPCs to block the gaps at the front line, success in defense is merely a pipe dream. P.S. Continue to seek recommendations. Chapter 22. Utterly devious upon discerning the system's notification. Yi Xiaolei felt a tumult of emotions, elation intertwined with trepidation. The delight stemmed from the increasing number of participants in the transportation task, which would afford him greater opportunities to navigate the murky waters. Conversely, his anxiety arose from the realization that there were only two formidable factions in Qingfeng Village, the Red Flame and the Azure Sky. He had deeply offended the Azure Sky. Even if they were to kill him without a bounty, their members would be indifferent and could easily eliminate him without hesitation. Ultimately, his weakness and strength was the crux of the matter. Yi Xiaolei furrowed his brow, acutely aware that only 5 hours remained to complete the task. Failure would result in the forfeiture of his supplies and a penalty of 1/10 of his deposit. A penalty of 1/10 amounted to 10,000 star coins, a sum that would spell disaster for Yi Xiaolei if deducted. Meanwhile, upon hearing the system announcement, the Dragon of the South Village and the Crimson Blood of the North Village abruptly ceased their monster slaying and retreated to safety, brows furrowed. They understood that among the remaining strong individuals in the Novice Village, only each other represented a true rival. The esteemed families had long since vacated the Novice Village, seeking broader horizons in more prosperous towns. If neither faction dispatched personnel to undertake the transportation task, it was likely that they would all emerge empty-handed. After all, the majority of the villagers comprised members of their two large factions: 100,000 star coins, 150,000 star coins. The former was a message from the dragon to the Crimson Blood, while the latter was a response from Crimson Blood to the dragon. Despite their enmity, they remained in each other's friend lists. Although they were adversaries, they were not the primary competitors. That distinction belonged to those affluent conglomerates that had already departed the Novice Village. Thus, regardless of how tense their standoff became, a large-scale conflict was unlikely to erupt. Crimson Blood glanced at the dragon's message and scoffed derisively. The esteemed Red Flame faction dares to invest only 100,000 star coins in the transportation task? How miserly. If you are short on funds, do feel free to borrow from me. The dragon chuckled in reply. If you possess wealth, you should invest more. I, however, am devoid of funds. Perhaps I should withdraw altogether. After all, I am merely a pauper. Moreover, if the transportation task is genuinely completed, the rewards may not surpass those earned from monster-slaying rankings. Such rewards I shall forego. Indeed, the dragon had little money, having previously transferred 130,000 star coins into Yi Xiaolei's possession. You lack funds? I can lend you some. But as for convincing me to invest more, that is a futile endeavor. Everyone knows that the higher the investment in a transportation task, the greater the difficulty. Spare me the pleasantries. Are you certain you will invest only 100,000 star coins? Think carefully. I refuse to invest a single coin more than you. In the wake of the monster assault on the village, the two factions meticulously investigated the relevant tasks, aiming to excel in cumulative damage rankings, a surefire profit. However, the transportation task posed a perilous trap. Failure would result in total loss. Consequently, both factions chose to disregard the transportation task. Yet now, a dilemma had arisen. Faced with this peril, neither side was willing to concede. You invest this much. I shall invest the same. At worst, we shall all forfeit the rewards. Upon reading the reply from Bishue, Tianlong fell into deep contemplation. The arduous nature of the transport mission, coupled with an investment of merely 100,000 star coins, seemed rather insufficient. With a total investment of 200,000 star coins, achieving even 1/20th of the goal would be a cause for gratitude. Should failure occur, his first-place reward would vanish like a fleeting mirage. With Yi Xiaolei's surgical knife wielded by the mutated Rat King, Tianlong held no doubts regarding his capacity to attain the highest kill count. Contemplating the reward for first place, Tianlong hesitated momentarily, gritted his teeth, and messaged Yi Xiaolei. Xiaolei, how many star coins do you have left? I am in urgent need. Time is of the essence for gathering coins. Yi Xiaolei, poised to make another charge, sighed in resignation upon reading Tianlong's message. I have none left. I only possess a little over 10,000 star coins. Tianlong was taken aback. You haven't sold all your star coins, have you? That was for the mission. Yi Xiaolei had not intended to divulge this information, but after some reflection, he deemed it better to be forthright. I accepted an A-class mission. Tianlong's mouth fell agape as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Yi Xiaolei's message to ensure he wasn't mistaken. He hastily replied, You have lost your mind. An A-class mission is not something to be taken lightly. If you perish, the materials will be lost, and that 100,000 star coins will be a total loss. Xiaolei, heed my advice and return the materials immediately. No need, Brother Long. I have my own methods. You need not worry. No matter how many times I die, the materials will remain safe, as I have delivered them to the front lines through a special means. As long as I can successfully reach the battlefield, I will complete the A-class mission. Apologies, but this method only works for me, and it's a secret I cannot share. Yi Xiaolei's message took Tianlong some time to digest, after which he could not help but burst into laughter. Very well, your confidence reassures me. Shortly, the Hongyan Legion and the Beacon Legion will collaborate on a large-scale logistics operation. You must first join my Hongyan Guild. Do not refuse. This is merely a temporary arrangement. I understand you have your own plans. By joining my Hongyan Guild temporarily, the Beacon Legion will not trouble you, thereby facilitating your completion of the A-class mission. Having spoken, Tianlong sent Yi Xiaolei an invitation. Ding. System. Tianlong has sent you an invitation to join the Hongyan Mercenary Corps. Accept decline. All right. Yi Xiaolei did not hesitate long and accepted the invitation. Ding. System. You have successfully joined the Hongyan Mercenary Corps and received the Hongyan Mercenary Corps emblem. Yi Xiaolei's inventory now contained an emblem marked with 3 flames, signifying his affiliation with the Hongyan. Although the Corps had not received official recognition from the system, it possessed its own dedicated chat channel. Upon Yi Xiaolei's entry into the Hongyan Corps, the members were immediately informed, and the chat channel erupted with excitement. Well, is that not the renowned Bui? Ha, he ultimately chose to join our Hongyan Corps. Welcome, esteemed individual. The esteemed healer, you are indeed my idol. As a fellow warrior medic, why is it that I cannot replicate your remarkable feats? The exploits of Yi Xiaolei, of course, involve some rather dubious dealings. Welcome aboard. Ha, healer, do you remember me? The voice of one Shou Wujiang echoed in the channel. Healer, our team is in dire need of a warrior medic. Would you consider joining us? Oh, come now, which team does not lack a warrior medic? You should really join ours. All our players are at level 10. Faced with the adoration and invitations from the crowd, Yi Xiaolei felt somewhat embarrassed, as his so-called accomplishments were merely a stroke of luck. And he was currently only at level 1, the weakest of all. Fortunately, he chose to feign ignorance and did not respond to the messages in the group, pretending not to notice the existence of the Legion channel's chat function. Meanwhile, upon learning of Yi Xiaolei's joining the Red Flame Legion, Tianlong could not suppress a wicked grin. He immediately sent a message to Bai Shui. How about this? Everyone invests 200,000 star coins each. Or I'll only invest 100,000 star coins. It's your choice. After all, I'm just a special forces soldier. My lethality is not as formidable as yours. If I fail, I simply forfeit the second place. With his own investment of 100,000 star coins, combined with Yi Xiaolei's 100,000, they would certainly reach the total of 200,000 star coins. Considering Xiaolei is now part of my Red Flame Legion, his contribution naturally counts as part of ours. Upon seeing Tianlong's message, Bai Shui's expression stiffened. His profession was that of a biochemical soldier, endowed with toxic capabilities, making him one of the most lethal classes available. He was determined to secure the top position in overall lethality. Very well, 200,000 it is. Let us proceed to notarize. Bai Shui gritted his teeth and declared. The so-called notarization merely involved paying a fee to an NPC who would act as a notary, ensuring that no one could cheat in the presence of the NPC's oversight. All right, let us go right now. Tianlong's smile broadened, radiating unrestrained joy. Ah, Chalet is truly my lucky star. He consistently manages to thwart Bai Shui. Chapter 23. Hello, Uncle. You were quite excessive soon. Tianlong and Bi Shui reached an agreement at the NPC notary office, with the Hongyan Legion and the Biquang Legion each dispatching 6,000 players for the transportation task, culminating in a total of 12,000 participants. The news of the collaboration between Hongyan and Biquang was just communicated to their internal members, but within mere minutes. The news swelled, transforming the entire Qingfeng village into a bustling hub. Breaking news. The partnership between Hongyan and Biquang for a large-scale transportation effort has amassed over 10,000 participants. A player, burdened with a large backpack, chuckled and remarked, "Hey, now you know. My advice is to seize the opportunity and take on a transportation task. With such a massive event, surely some will succeed in reaching their destination." Upon hearing the giant's suggestion, the eyes of nearby players lit up, and many immediately rushed toward the warehouse to claim their transport tasks. Damn it. I just came from the warehouse, and everyone has gone mad. The square is packed with players. I estimate the supplies will be exhausted in no time. Meanwhile, the Hongyan and Biquang legions, under the careful coordination of their captains, were efficiently gathering supplies, each member beaming with delight. Being part of a large legion is indeed exhilarating. Each participant received between 100 to 1,000 star coins. Even if the transport fails, the only loss incurred would be in experience points. Unfortunately, I am only at level 7 and received a mere 500 star coins, lamented one giant, though his grin remained intact. 500 star coins allow for the undertaking of E-level tasks, and successful completion promises a golden weapon and an increase of 8 attribute points. This is undoubtedly the greatest benefit the Legion has ever seen. Buddy, you should be satisfied. As a level 9 beast tamer, I only received a pitiful 100 star coins. Come on, don't be too smug. You too. The task difficulty is immense. The rewards of an E-level task include both a golden weapon and attribute points. Do you truly believe it will be so easy to accomplish? With over 10,000 participants, if even 200 succeed, that would be impressive, scoffed a bioengineer. Well, you talk a lot. If you're so capable, why not refrain from taking on the task? Retorted another. The bioengineer awkwardly smiled. With my swift mobility, I believe I am among those 200. His declaration drew a chorus of scoffs from the surrounding players. While the success rate might be low, there remains a chance. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity. Outside the village, Yu Xiaolei abandoned his attempt to break free from the monster encirclement, choosing instead to sit quietly on the village's protective wall. Observing the players engaged in battle with the monsters, absorbing valuable techniques. Amidst the chaos, while the stone man and wooden man could still evade pursuit, the swift movements of the magic wolf left me no chance of escape. Now, I found myself unable to breach even the most rudimentary monster barrier, let alone traverse the arduous hour-long journey beyond the monster encirclement. The challenges I would face in that hour would undoubtedly surpass those I currently endured. This large-scale, organized transport presented me with a unique opportunity. By blending into the throng, I could venture further. I must succeed. Lost in contemplation, a sudden notification broke the silence. Ding. System. Baichiner has requested to add you as a friend. Accept, decline, ignore. Upon seeing the name Baichiner, my expression darkened, yet I chose to accept the request. Where are you, uncle? Return my silver pistol to me. No sooner had I accepted than a message from Baichiner arrived. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't play games until after the college entrance examination? It's only 2 weeks until the exam, and yet here you are playing. Humph. Until your exams conclude, don't expect to reclaim your weapon. Did I? When did I say that I'd only play after the exams? Baichiner feigned ignorance, replying, Uncle, stop with the nonsense. Where are you? Hurry, and give me back my weapon. I need the Morata pistol to climb the damage ranking. Although Baichiner intended to refrain from gaming until her exams were over, a call from her best friend had just informed her that Qingfeng village was under monster siege, creating a lively scene. The rewards were so enticing that they could make anyone envious, and the once undervalued battle medic had become a coveted role, capable of earning at least 1,000 star coins in a single evening. This news stirred Baichiner's heart, leading to an internal struggle between logging in or staying offline. Ultimately, she persuaded herself, just one night of play, and I'll stop tomorrow. Thus, the current situation unfolded. I glanced at the gathering transport convoy and thought, there is still a little time. I might as well post the bounty first. Faced with the spirited 18-year-old by Chiener, I resolved to take drastic measures, the bounty hunt. Only by restricting her gaming would I be able to manage her desire to play. Uncle, you're not planning to hoard my weapon, are you? Why won't you return it to me? Uncle, you're so annoying. You're ignoring me. Hurry and give me back my weapon. Just tonight, I promise, after tonight. I won't touch any games until my exams are over. Please, just this once, really only this once. Ignoring by Chiener's barrage of messages. I prepared to enter the bounty hall when suddenly, a white figure dashed out in front of me. It was, of course, by Chiener, glaring at me with indignation. Uncle, how could you be so unreasonable? I never thought you would actually put a bounty on me. What have I done to offend you? She extended her delicate hand towards me, demanding, hurry and return my weapon. By Chiener was perplexed. She sensed that upon logging back into the game, the elder gentleman would undoubtedly seek to apprehend her. With an inexplicable turmoil swirling within her, she lingered at the entrance of the bounty hall, only to find her intuition validated. Yi Xiaolei furrowed his brow and remarked, I have already sold the weapon for 2,000 star coins. As he spoke, he initiated a trade with Bai Chiener. Wow, what? You actually sold my weapon? That silver weapon cost me 4,800 star coins. Just you wait. With that, Bai Chiener tossed her head and stormed off. She refused to believe that the elder had truly sold her weapon, and her anger was merely a ploy to make Yi Xiaolei cease his concern for her. However, after taking just a few steps, she noticed that Yi Xiaolei was still making his way directly toward the bounty hall. In a panic, she seized his sleeve, her face a mask of sorrowful pleading, and implored, Uncle, let me play just this once. Please don't put a bounty on me. Bai Chiener, already quite beautiful and vivacious, appeared even more endearing in her pitiful state, prompting a gallant figure to step forward to rescue her. Fear not, lass. If he dares to pursue you, I shall ensure he is pursued in turn. I shall accompany you daily, protect you, and help you level up, declared a dashing Special Forces soldier, his gaze fervently fixed upon Bai Chiener. Indeed, we shall safeguard you and guarantee that no one can harm you, echoed a Beastmaster, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaolei. Listen here, lad. Regardless of your connection to her, I advise you not to provoke our Wolf Brigade. This lady is under our protection. Should you dare to pursue her, we will issue a bounty on you as well, and see who is more ruthless. The Special Forces soldier retorted defiantly. Yi Xiaolei cast a cold glance at the Special Forces and Beastmaster, his voice icy as he warned, Step away from my sister, or you shall not find me merciful. With that, he donned the insignia of the Red Flame Brigade, displaying it prominently. The Special Forces soldier and Beastmaster were about to retaliate, but upon noticing the emblem on Yi Xiaolei's chest, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Xiaolei's insignia was distinct from that of ordinary members, bearing a deeper hue. It was the mark of a captain. In the Red Flame Brigade, a captain commanded at least 1,000 subordinates, a force formidable enough to overwhelm their modest Wolf Brigade multiple times over. Of course, Yi Xiaolei was entirely unaware of the significance of the insignia, and even if he did, the Dragon Clan did not possess 1,000 members to manage. Your affairs are of no concern to us, the Special Forces soldier and Beastmaster grumbled, retreating in embarrassment. This turn of events left Bai Chiener, who had hoped for a spectacle, utterly disappointed. Calling after the retreating Special Forces soldier and Beastmaster, she exclaimed, Wait, he is not my brother. Yet, her words only hastened their departure, transforming a brisk walk into a full sprint, their speed remarkable. Left without assistance, Bai Chiener shot Yi Xiaolei an incredulous look. When did I become your sister? You are far from worthy of being my brother. Uncle, have you attained a position of power? You are the captain of the Red Flame Brigade? TSK, who would have thought? Faced with Bai Chiener diverting the topic, Yi Xiaolei was not easily deceived. Enough of the chatter. I shall place a bounty on you until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. If you are unafraid of losing your rank and wasting time, then by all means, continue your frivolity. With that, Yi Xiaolei strode back inside. This time, Bai Chiener became increasingly anxious, clutching tightly to Yi Xiaolei's sleeve. "Uncle, please have mercy. Just let me play once, truly just once. Once the monster siege concludes, I will log off immediately and promise not to return until the exams are over." Yi Xiaolei continued to disregard her, his pace unwavering. "Oh, uncle, are you not an official of the Red Flame Legion now? Surely you will soon embark on a delivery mission. Uncle, I possess a skill that can assist you." In her urgency to convince him, Bai Qian'er hastily sent her skill information to Yi Xiaolei. Feigned death technique, stealth, support skill consumes 10 points of mental energy. A single strike severs the life force, rendering the target in a state of feigned death for a duration of 600 seconds. Requirements: Scalpel, level 5. Upon reviewing this skill, Yi Xiaolei could not help but pause, his heart stirred. Effective? Bai Qian'er's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly responded, "Uncle, with my support skill, the monsters will believe you to be dead and will not pursue you." "Humph. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to venture alone into the territory of high-level monsters? It is precisely because of this skill, which I obtained by completing a hidden quest. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Chapter 24. Inciting hatred by Qian'er's feigned death technique stirred a tremor within Yi Xiaolei's heart. The efficacy of this illusion, undoubtedly tailored for his mission, could enhance the success rate of an A-level task by at least 50%, if not more. Yi Xiaolei gazed at Bai Qian'er for a moment, then sighed. "Only for tonight. After tonight, I shall place a bounty on you in the reward hall. A sum of 500 star coins should attract quite a number of individuals eager to hunt you down for profit." With Yi Xiaolei's consent, Bai Qian'er leaped up in exhilaration. "Yea, uncle, you're truly kind." However, as soon as she uttered this, she froze, exclaiming, Wait. What do you mean, kind? You're not even my real brother. Why should you concern yourself with me? And now you're making me work like a laborer. Uncle, how hypocritical of you." Bai Qian'er's last remark caused Yi Xiaolei's face to flush red. He recognized the selfish motives behind his actions and felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he was reluctant to concede easily and, maintaining a stern expression, declared, "Shall I place a bounty on you right now, or will you behave yourself?" "Cut it out," Bai Qian'er hissed, refraining from further retorts. Half an hour later, over 10,000 players gathered at the southern gate of the village, comprising the transport teams of Hongyan and Bicombe, alongside a cadre of idle mercenaries, totaling more than 15,000 individuals. "Let us set off," boomed a towering giant. As his voice resonated, the procession surged forth with vigor. "Kill." The clash of battle erupted. The giants at the forefront wielded their shields, relentlessly crashing against the surging horde of corrupted monsters, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh to safeguard the players behind them. From behind the giants, gunners, beast tamers, and several battle medics unleashed ranged attacks, while most of the medics continuously cast healing light upon the giants. The brilliance flickered. Gunfire erupted, and the glint of blades danced in a scene of explosive fervor. The colossal convoy advanced like a high-powered bulldozer, effortlessly breaching the encirclement of monsters that had thwarted Yi Xiaolei's attempts countless times. In just 10 minutes, they emerged unscathed, with only a handful of attention-seeking gunners falling victim to the chaos. This effortless breakthrough left Yi Xiaolei concealed within the team, in awe. Indeed, in this game, individual prowess was not the foremost priority. The strength of the collective was paramount. 15 minutes later, the formidable assembly encountered a throng of densely packed corrupted wolves, numbering at least 3,000, more than double the monsters at the village entrance, all of which were level 10. After a fierce skirmish, the number of fallen players surpassed 2,000. Slay the monsters, regroup, and press onward. 22 minutes later, the next wave comprised hundreds of Treant leaders, followed closely by rows of elite Treants. The Treant leaders moved with a speed rivaling that of wild wolves. Following a brutal battle, the ranks of the team were halved, leaving only a little over 7,000 players standing. After enduring 2 waves of monstrous assaults, the group began to comprehend the grim reality. Among all the casualties, those burdened with greater supplies faced a higher mortality rate. At present, only 2 or 3 players who had accepted the D-rank mission remained alive within the entire team. While the others perished in the relentless onslaught of creatures, their lives extinguished until the medical support's revival points were depleted. As for Yi Xiaolei, who had undertaken an A-rank mission, From the moment of departure, he had been ceaselessly aided by Qian'er's death-feigning technique, rendering him invisible in the eyes of the monsters. Although he carried a significant amount of supplies, the dead players were overlooked by the creatures. "Stop. Everyone take a moment to regroup," declared Gauda, one of the temporary leaders. "What lies ahead is the final wave of demonized monsters. This time, our objective is not to eliminate all the creatures, but to break through their encirclement and reach the frontline battlefield." As soon as Gauda's voice fell, dissent erupted among the group. "If we do not eliminate the monsters with our current burden pace, we will surely be slaughtered," retorted a surviving marksman. The marksman, who was originally quite agile, had seen his speed severely diminished due to the weight he carried, as the ammunition he bore constituted a significant portion of his load. Consequently, his mobility was reduced to a slow walk, and while he could still run, it would only be for a brief distance before exhaustion set in. "Indeed, many have perished, but we still have half our numbers. If we can withstand the final wave of monsters, we can complete our mission," another voice chimed in. "Yes, we must stick together and press forward without separating." In response to the collective objections, Gauda surveyed the group and said, "Humph. Do you truly believe that completing this mission will be so simple? Let me inform you, the final batch of defensive monsters consists entirely of boss-level creatures, numbering over 1,000. While we may have the numbers, our burdened supplies inhibit our agility. What do you propose we use to fight? If we engage them head-on, it will be us who are obliterated, not the monsters." Gauda's explanation caused the faces of the group to tighten in apprehension. Over 1,000 boss monsters? How could they possibly contend with that? No, it's impossible for the third wave of defensive bosses to be so numerous. Otherwise, how did the players who completed the F-rank mission manage? An orc from the Azure Sky Legion interjected. Gauda snorted dismissively. "Humph. Do not forget, this is a game, not reality. The quantity of defensive monsters fluctuates with the amount of supplies. With so many of us, it is entirely feasible to amass 1,000 creatures. What is so strange about that?" Following this explanation, the group regained their composure. Once matters were settled, Gauda approached Yi Xiaolei and stated, "Brother Bu, our next task is to protect you specifically. With us by your side, you need not worry. Furthermore, in a dire situation, if you can escape alone, do not hesitate for a moment." "Ah." Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying that everyone from the Red Flame is here solely to protect me?" "Indeed, I shall protect only you, for this is a decree from the Celestial Dragon. Although the reasons remain unclear, we shall comply without reservation. Rest assured, we will make the necessary sacrifices. Death is merely a loss of a level." Regarding this command from the Celestial Dragon, Gauda felt considerable bewilderment, yet he refrained from questioning further in the absence of an explanation. From the moment of transport until now, Gauda had been observing Bu Yi, and no matter how he scrutinized, Bu Yi did not appear to be someone undertaking high-level tasks. It is well known that the more resources one possesses, the greater the allure for monsters. However, amidst the throng, Bu Yi seemed utterly ordinary, seemingly untouched by any monstrous assault. "Thank you, everyone," Yi Xiaolei responded without pretense, silently acknowledging the significant favor owed to Hong Yin. The exchange between Gauda and Yi Xiaolei left by Qian'er, who stood to the side, wide-eyed. "Well, big guy, your commander has arranged this quite explicitly for this fellow. In the end, only he benefits. Are you all truly comfortable with this?" Gauda awkwardly glanced up by Qian'er. "This is my sister," by Qian'er. After the introduction, Yi Xiaolei shot by Qian'er a glare. "Be quiet." "Humph," by Qian'er huffed, turning her back to Yi Xiaolei. Their antics momentarily left Gauda in a daze. "A sister?" Indeed, in this age, such terms are frequently used, and having several high-quality sisters is a source of pride. Gauda then gave a thumbs up, his expression revealing a mischievous glint. As he mouthed, "Brother, you are impressive." Yi Xiaolei felt a wave of embarrassment. Such matters only exacerbated the situation. He opted not to explain further. As for any romantic involvement with Bai Qian'er, that was utterly impossible. Setting aside their identities and the age gap, Bai Qian'er merely gave Yi Xiaolei the impression of a rebellious young sister. Beyond that, there were no hidden sentiments. After a 15-minute regroup, the over 7,000 individuals continued their march. After 20 minutes and the slaying of numerous stray monsters, the group encountered the final wave of defensive creatures. Upon the sight of these monsters, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Before them lay an expansive canyon, approximately 80 meters wide and seemingly endless, teeming with monsters. Towering tree ants, imposing wolves, and colossal stone giants made up the horde, each creature considerably larger than any they had previously encountered. Players could see the monsters, and naturally, the monsters could see the players. In an instant, the foremost group of monsters erupted into chaos, roaring as they charged towards the players. Curse it, how is this possible? The number of elite monsters exceeds at least 3,000. Panic ensued. This is the end. With so many bosses, we cannot possibly push through. Suddenly, a furious shout arose from the crowd. Which scoundrel accepted a task of B rank or higher? The only explanation for this surge in monstrous numbers can be attributed to someone taking on a high-level mission. A disgruntled player bellowed. As the delivery task was nearing completion, the present circumstances plunged him into despair, igniting a fierce anger within him. His roar startled everyone awake, casting a pall over their faces as they exchanged wary glances within the crowd. Damn it! Which fool has taken on a task of B rank or higher and still lives? If I find out, I shall not hesitate to deal with him. Who has the audacity to accept such a burden? A B rank task? Presently, there are no transport vehicles in the group. It is solely the players who must carry the load. Which formidable individual could possibly bear such a heavy load? Not even a giant, let alone 10, could shoulder that much weight. The collective fury of the crowd tightened Yi Xiaolei's heart. He had not anticipated such a reaction and could not help but think to himself, this enmity is utterly excessive. It's merely an A-rank task. It's not as if you all abstain from undertaking missions. Meanwhile, the giant, Gauda, cast a surprised glance at Yi Xiaolei and messaged him, rest assured. No one knows it was you. Only a few core members are aware of the need to protect you, so there will be no mishaps. If he could not deduce that Yi Xiaolei had accepted an A-rank task at this juncture, then his role as temporary team leader was indeed in vain. Gauda. Our members from the Azure Sky Legion will proceed to the left, while you all head to the right. If you choose to follow us, do not blame us for being unyielding, said the temporary leader of Azure Sky, Dizai, with a grim expression directed at Gauda. This arrangement was clearly intended to avoid being implicated. Dizai was well aware of the logistics of the Azure Sky Legion, knowing that thus far, only one individual had taken on a D-rank task, while the rest were either E or F rank. It was impossible for a B rank player to exist among them. Thus deduced, only one possibility remained. That individual must either be a member of the Scarlet Flame Legion or an idle player. Dizai's warning elicited a shrug from Gauda, who neither dismissed nor confirmed it. Let us go to the left. Dizai promptly commanded the Azure Sky Legion members to charge leftward. There was no time to deliberate further, as the monster leader was rapidly approaching. After Dizai led the Azure Sky Legion into the fray, the members of the Scarlet Flame Legion turned their gazes toward Gauda. With a calm smile, Gauda stated, let us follow behind the Azure Sky Legion. Since they wish to take the lead, we shall graciously yield and remain at the rear. His words sparked laughter among the crowd. What had begun as a cooperative effort had now transformed into a pivotal moment where collaboration was a thing of the past. Chapter 25. A powerful beginning. The pursuit of the Scarlet Flame Legion immediately caused a drastic change in Dizizi's expression. Despicable. Dizizi's eyes burned with rage. A visceral urge to spit blood overwhelming him. He realized he had made a foolish and absurd decision, charging ahead and naively believing that his threats could compel Gauda to retreat. Now, this ludicrous choice had plunged over 3,000 souls into a perilous crisis. Countless monstrous leaders loomed ahead, while the Scarlet Flame Legion eyed them menacingly from behind. Gauda, if your team continues to follow us, I will fight you to the death. At the very least, we shall gain nothing, and you shall not profit from us. Dizizi furiously messaged Gauda. If you are frightened, you may withdraw your legion or directly attack us instead. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that the leaderboard for lethality is essentially claimed by the blood of the fallen. If the front line fails due to our mission, resulting in monsters ravaging villages, and he discovers that your decision caused him to lose his rewards, well, do you think you might find yourself in a rather unfortunate predicament then? Gauda's tone remained calm, yet his threat was unmistakable. Dizizi's face darkened further, becoming ominously grim. Roar! The demonized wolf leader was the first to charge into the crowd. Even without Dizizi's command, members of the team instinctively engaged with the monstrous leaders. Hundreds of demonized wolf leaders descended upon them like tigers among sheep, pouncing and biting, swiftly annihilating many fragile classes. Even the robust orcs found themselves in dire straits. Kill! Dizizi bellowed in rage. Now, to consider retreating and deliberating further? It was too late. Meanwhile, Gouda, following closely behind, could not stand idly by as the azure sky faced obliteration. He addressed his team. This is a moment of mutual vulnerability. Everyone charge forward. There is no need to slay the boss. Avoid confrontation where possible and push forward with all your strength. Understood. While we wish to eliminate them. Now is not the time, came the reply. We need not engage in battle. Let us focus on protecting our own lives. Crash. Crash. The giant's shields clashed against the boss, momentarily staggering it and creating a pathway for the team to advance. The group pressed on, aligning themselves against the canyon walls. Rage. As they felt their strength waning, the giants immediately activated their rage skills, significantly boosting their power and enhancing their formidable presence. Before long, the members of the Scarlet Flame Legion merged with the Azure Sky Legion, but at this point, the vast group had diminished by another fifth, leaving fewer than 6,000 souls. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Dizizi understood that the tide had turned against them, and he could only begrudgingly collaborate with the Scarlet Flame Legion. Facing the grinning Gouda, who exuded an air of provocation, Dizizi coldly remarked, I am curious. Who among your team has accepted a transport mission of B grade or above? B grade missions? How is that even possible? With a startled exclamation, Gouda feigned ignorance, asserting that he merely made the most prudent choice. Faced with such a formidable horde of bosses, it was only by banding together that they stood a chance of survival. Alas, you hold the Crimson Flame Legion in far too high regard. Humph. Dizizi let out a cold snort, turning away to organize his team in order to confront the boss, no longer paying heed to Gouda. If circumstances allowed, he yearned for an outright civil conflict within the Crimson Flame, yet the thought of failing this mission, resulting in by Shui losing the top-ranking reward for total damage, filled him with self-loathing. Kill. Kill. Precise attack. Rapid fire. Healing light. Resurrection spell. The battle raged on, yet it was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the boss mercilessly claiming the lives of players, while the transport team merely focused on progressing a little further, entirely avoiding entanglement with the boss monster. Fortunately, although the number of boss monsters was substantial, the players were backed against the canyon's edge, limiting their direct encounters with the bosses. Otherwise, a single charge from the bosses would have left the players decimated. 20 minutes later, the team's numbers dwindled once more, falling below 1,000. While not a single boss had been vanquished, the team continued to advance slowly under the relentless blockade of the monsters. Suddenly, the marksman standing beside Gouda's eyes lit up. They spotted the exit, approximately 800 meters away. Oh! Gouda's eyes gleamed with determination, and without a hint of hesitation, he shouted to the hundreds of struggling teammates nearby. Everyone, discard your supplies and lighten your load. Charge with me. No questions asked. Execute the command. If we manage to break through, the Legion will provide everyone with a satisfactory reward. As soon as Gouda's words fell, the core members, recognizing the gravity of the moment, were the first to discard their supplies, with some taking the lead. Although many were curious about the reasoning behind it, they followed suit and jettisoned their belongings. Let us go. Gouda surged ahead, simultaneously messaging Yi Xiaolei. This is the crucial moment. You must be cautious. Pay us no mind. As long as you complete your task, our mission will be deemed successful. With supplies discarded, they regained their normal speed, weaving through the throngs of monsters, significantly widening the distance between the Baikong Legion and the encroaching threats. Dizizi, witnessing the Crimson Flame Legion abandon their supplies, was left dumbfounded, his expression darkening. Damn it. How is this possible? What are they attempting? If they could just hold on. At least a dozen could accomplish the transport mission, so why command the team to discard their supplies? Those damn bastards, next time I encounter you, I shall show no mercy. Dizizi roared in fury. As the Crimson Flame team broke free, their numbers dwindled yet again, and upon discarding their supplies, the attention of the boss monster shifted entirely to the Baikong Legion members. Thus, the Baikong Legion found themselves unable to complete their mission unless they too relinquished their supplies. Without supplies to discard, how could they hope to fulfill their task? As they watched the Red Flame Legion gallop away, leaving a trail of dust behind, the expressions of all the members of the Azure Sky Legion and the surviving idle players turned grim. At the pace of the Red Flame's dash, unless they also discarded their supplies, there was no hope of keeping up with such speed. Damn it, they have lost their minds. Abandoning the team at this moment and discarding supplies, what on earth are they trying to accomplish? How despicable, how utterly vile the Red Flame Legion is, treating us as mere pawns to divert the attention of the monster leader. Alas, it seems we have been thoroughly deceived. With a lightened load, the few hundred led by Gao De moved swiftly, dodging the boss monster while charging forward, covering a distance of over 600 meters in one breath. The exit of the canyon loomed ahead. If they could just burst through, they would reach the front lines. 600 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. Just as they were about to break through, suddenly, roar! A fiery red giant, resembling a small mountain, appeared, blocking 1/3 of the cave's entrance with its colossal form. The faces of Gao De and his companions instantly changed. Damn it, there was still a hidden boss. One that was not recorded in the data. Quickly, Gao De reacted. Everyone, protect the healer. We cannot allow the healer to die. As long as the healer survives, each of you will be rewarded with 500 star coins upon return for your special contribution in safeguarding the healer. The Legion will provide additional rewards, which will surely satisfy everyone. As Gao De spoke, all eyes, filled with surprise, turned towards Yi Xiaolei. Even Bai Qianair, who had been by his side, widened her eyes in astonishment. Is it him? Yes, it must be the B-level quest he accepted. Only such a task would prompt the commander to protect him at all costs. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, but there was no time for words. This was a critical moment that demanded their full focus. Charge! Gao De roared, brandishing his massive shield without a hint of hesitation as he charged at the gigantic fiery stone giant. Boom! The gargantuan fist of the fiery stone giant, ablaze with searing flames, struck Gao Da's shield with tremendous force, producing a deafening roar. Gao De was sent flying, landing several dozen meters away. Ding! System, your teammate Gao De has died. All stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them. It was known that Gao De had reached level 10, wielding a bronze shield and adorned with bronze armor. In terms of defense, very few in the entire novice village could surpass him. Yet, just like that, he was annihilated. Damn it, is there no respite for us? With such a boss in the novice village, what are we even fighting for? One of the giants couldn't help but curse in frustration. Everyone, cover the healer. Continue charging. As long as we can get past, we will be fine. There is no need to defeat it. After Gao Da's demise, the leader of the Beast Legion promptly stepped forward to organize the defense. Before them loomed a formidable superboss, while behind them swarmed a multitude of monstrous leaders. There was scarcely a moment to hesitate. They could only charge forward with grim determination. Above all, their paramount task was to safeguard Yi Xiaolei. Thus they clustered closely around him. Yi Xiaolei sprinted along the canyon's edge with utmost haste. The Firestone giant emitted a grotesque howl, clumsily lurching toward Yi Xiaolei. Its movements were indeed awkward, yet each step it took was equivalent to 3 of a player's. This was intolerable. Wanshou Wujian gritted his teeth and boldly surged forth. I shall divert its attention. You all continue onward. If necessary, I will make the ultimate sacrifice. With that, Wanshou Wujian's phantom flickered, appearing at the left flank of the Firestone giant, its sharp claws gleaming with a greenish hue as it struck fiercely. Clang! A pitiful -2 damage materialized above the Firestone giant's head. The damage was minimal, yet it successfully captured the creature's attention. Bang! The Firestone giant lifted its thigh slightly, and its knee collided with Wanshou Wujian, who was sent soaring from the mere impact. With Wanshou Wujian's demise, a nearby gunman quickly exclaimed, "We shall take turns drawing the Firestone giant's ire. I shall go first." He then turned to Yi Xiaolei and urged, "Bu Yi, you must complete the mission. If you fail in your task, our losses will be insurmountable." Yi Xiaolei nodded calmly, though tumultuous waves surged within him. Despite this being merely a game, the willingness to face sacrifice without a hint of complaint profoundly moved him. It was a stark revelation of human warmth and coldness. When the opportunity arises, I shall repay today's kindness, Yi Xiaolei vowed resolutely in his heart. One sacrifice, two sacrifices, until the 13th sacrifice was made. Yi Xiaolei finally escaped the canyon. Upon exiting, he did not pause but continued to run for a considerable distance before finally coming to a stop, surveying his surroundings. There was no one in sight. Yi Xiaolei fell into a profound silence, facing the canyon as he silently expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for granting me a powerful beginning. Now, upon completing his task, Yi Xiaolei would receive 300 attribute points and an unknown mysterious reward. This marked the first step towards his strength, a powerful beginning founded upon the demise of over 10,000 individuals and the sacrifices of his comrades in their final moments. P.S. To expedite the progress of this task, this chapter may not be as polished as desired. It serves as a transitional segment and marks the conclusion of the first volume. There will be another update tonight, but it is best to read it tomorrow, as I aim to refine the writing further. Chapter 26, Advanced Gene Elixirs. Yi Xiaolei did not possess a profound sense of belonging to the Red Flame Brigade. Yet this experience deeply resonated with him. Perhaps remaining with the Red Flame Brigade was not such a poor choice after all, he murmured to himself, then turned his gaze once more toward the canyon's exit. At that moment, a series of strange roars echoed from the canyon. Undoubtedly, the members of the Azure Sky Brigade were charging forth, entangled with the Firestone Giants. If it weren't for my special package, liberating me from the burdens of weight, I could never have accomplished this task. It is exceedingly challenging. I truly cannot fathom who else, besides myself, could complete it. As for the Azure Sky Brigade, Yi Xiaolei shook his head. Such speculations were futile. The outcome was already glaringly apparent. After a few breaths, tranquility returned to the canyon, confirming Yi Xiaolei's suspicions. It was time to submit the task. With that, he directed his gaze ahead. A long protective wall towered majestically, estimated to be at least 10 meters high. In the middle of the wall, a fissure gaped, its width nearly equivalent to the massive form of the Firestone Giants. Faint wisps of smoke from the fires of battle could be seen rising from the wall's rear, yet the entire battlefield appeared eerily silent. Yi Xiaolei's complexion paled abruptly. What the hell? Am I supposed to traverse a horde of monsters? Or has the NPC for submitting the task perished? Why can I not see a single NPC? Just as his expression darkened, a figure emerged atop the protective wall, and then, astonishingly, the figure leapt down from the 10-meter-high structure, swiftly appearing beside Yi Xiaolei. Goodness! Such speed is utterly incredible. Moreover, to leap down from such a height unscathed, what level must one attain to possess such capability? Before Yi Xiaolei stood a man in his 30s, his complexion somewhat ashen, adorned in tattered green leather armor, marred by numerous claw marks. From his appearance, Yi Xiaolei discerned that he was a bioweapon soldier. Outsider? Were you not entrusted by the village chief to deliver supplies? Where are the supplies? Hurry. If we do not receive them soon, our entire team will collapse. The bioweapon soldier spoke in a tone rife with urgency, his eyes reflecting a desperate yearning that Yi Xiaolei could feel intensely. Considering whether to evade the bioweapon soldier and retrieve the supplies, Yi Xiaolei quickly realized that the soldier had already appeared, and with such formidable strength, he could not escape his gaze. Resolved, he gritted his teeth and directly produced the supplies from his package. The supplies are right here. A square wooden crate materialized before the bioweapon soldier. Upon seeing the crate, the bioweapon soldier was momentarily stunned, his astonishment swiftly morphing into unbridled joy. He hardly noticed Yi Xiaolei's slight frame could bear such a heavy item, instead erupting into laughter. Ha ha, I never expected it to be this. The village chief truly managed to develop it. With this, the battle shall come to an end. As he spoke, the bioweapon soldier struck the box, and with a resounding crack, the wooden crate splintered apart, revealing a large iron case adorned with a numerical keypad. Upon confirming the item, the soldier did not enter the password. Instead, he smashed the keypad with a single punch, chuckling as he explained. Old Man Luo, the village chief, loves this kind of trick. If you were to input the password, the box would definitely explode. The true method of opening it is as I have demonstrated. After the keypad was destroyed, the iron box indeed opened automatically, unveiling a magnificent set of blood-red armor, complete with arm guards, chest plate, greaves, and helmet. Beside the armor lay an unassuming black bottle. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei's gaze was entirely fixed on the exquisite armor, oblivious to the black bottle. Luo's arm guards, dark gold set usage restriction, level 38, bioweapon soldier, defense, 512, additional attributes, strength 38, agility 38, constitution 38, spirit 38. Additional skill, enhancement, consumes 38 spirit points to double one's strength, effective for 600 seconds. Luo's chest plate, dark gold set usage restriction, level 38, bioweapon soldier, defense 885. Additional attributes, strength 38, agility 38, constitution 38, spirit 38. Additional skill, phantom shadow, consumes 38 spirit points to enter an illusory state, becoming immune to physical attacks. Effective for 300 seconds, limited to 2 uses per day. Luo's greaves, dark gold set usage restriction, level 38, bioweapon soldier, defense 512, additional attributes, strength 38, agility 38, constitution 38, spirit 38. Additional skill, healing light, consumes 38 spirit points to restore 1020 of attack power as health, with a cooldown time of 15 seconds. Luo's helmet, dark gold set usage restriction, level 38, bioweapon soldier, defense 512, additional attributes, strength 38, agility 38, constitution 38, spirit 38. Passive skill, mental immunity, immunizes against 40 of mental damage from enemies. Note, equipping the complete set grants 20 damage immunity. Upon discerning the attributes of the set, Yi Xiaolei was astounded. Goodness, this is incredible. The total defense reached an astonishing 2,400, and each piece of equipment boasted a unique skill, undeniably rare in nature. Even more terrifying was the set bonus that provided 20 damage immunity, coupled with the series of 38 attribute points on each piece. His strength would undoubtedly elevate by several tiers. What does a defense of 2,400 signify? Even if Yi Xiaolei were to reach level 10 and wield a silver weapon, his attack power would barely exceed 50 points, incapable of breaching such formidable defense. Of course, this defense was limited to the protected areas of the equipment. The exposed face offered no protection whatsoever. Confronted with Yi Xiaolei's astonishment, the biochemical soldier offered a faint smile. Do not be dazed. This dark gold set was assembled by the old man Luo after decades of seeking materials. He is the sole advanced craftsman in our Qifeng village, and it is only natural that he can forge such a set. By the way, I am called Poison Fang. Here, take this. It should be the reward prepared for you by old man Luo. As he spoke, Poison Fang handed a small black vial to Yi Xiaolei. This item is quite rare. Had I not already consumed one, I might have kept it for myself. Recovering from his shock, Yi Xiaolei instinctively accepted the black vial. Ding. System, congratulations on completing the A-level delivery mission. You have received an advanced gene potion. 1. Advanced gene potion, a rare elixir that, upon consumption, will evolve your body, granting 300 attribute points, 300 health, and 100 mental strength. Upon seeing the advanced gene potion, Yi Xiaolei could not help but tremble. This was astonishingly more than the mission description indicated, with an additional 300 health points and 100 mental strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the potion. Ding. System, you have consumed the advanced gene potion. Free attribute points 300, health 300, mental strength 100. Afterward, Yi Xiaolei eagerly opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Bui, occupation, combat doctor, level, LV1, health, 328, mental strength, second stage 118, experience, 4850, strength, 1. Agility, 1, stamina, 1, mental strength, 2, free attribute points, 300, skills, healing light, resurrection. His health surged dramatically from 28 to 328, and his mental strength increased to 118 points. Furthermore, His previously first-stage mental strength had escalated to second stage. Though uncertain of the implications, an increase in level was undoubtedly advantageous. Gazing at these attributes, Yu Xiaolei could not help but clench his fists. I am now far superior to the giants. With health points that are immeasurably greater, I need no longer fear being eliminated in close combat. I, too, can fight. The Iron Team? It is time to settle the score. The Iron Team consisted of the 5 ruffians who had brazenly humiliated Yu Xiaolei in the sewers beneath the village. Their taunts remained etched in his memory, and while he could easily enlist the help of the Heavenly Dragon to exact vengeance, he refused to do so. To avenge himself, he must take action. Only in this way could he vent his pent-up frustration and redeem his honor. Chapter 27. The world of the affluent. You do not comprehend. Yu Xiaolei, having ingested a potent genetic serum, was in a state of exhilaration when Poison Tooth abruptly patted him on the shoulder. Brother Bui, calm yourself. It is time for you to depart. A massive battle is imminent, and this is no place for you to linger. At that moment, Poison Tooth had donned a lave suit, his face the sole visible feature, while the rest of his form was enveloped in a striking crimson glass armor, which gleamed resplendently amidst the drab battlefield, exuding formidable grandeur. Yu Xiaolei regained his composure, yet his curiosity persisted. Brother Poison Tooth, are you alone here? His inquisitiveness was palpable. Impossible, Poison Tooth replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the ground. My comrades are recuperating in the underground caverns. Few remain able to move, and I am among them. The demonic creatures are gathering to mount a concerted assault on the city walls. Hence the current calm is but a prelude. Come, I shall escort you away from this place. Just as Yu Xiaolei pondered how Poison Tooth would facilitate his departure, a piercing cry erupted from him, and a magnificent snow-white warhorse emerged from a fissure in the city wall, adorned in armor and exuding an aura of majesty. The steed's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, it was at Yu Xiaolei's side. With a firm grip on Yu Xiaolei's shoulder, Poison Tooth hoisted him onto the horse's back. The steed neighed loudly and took off towards the canyon. Brother Poison Tooth, there is a firestone giant ahead, Yu Xiaolei cautioned. However, scarcely had he spoken when the horse charged into the canyon, revealing the enormous, fiery form of the firestone giant. The giant emitted a guttural roar, its massive frame blocking the passage and halting the horse's advance. Poison Tooth, with a nimble push, flipped gracefully to stand before the firestone giant. Without this armor, I would fear it threefold, but now, it shall require but a modicum of effort. Poison Dragon Break. Poison Tooth conjured a spiked gauntlet, thrusting his fists towards the giant. A green dragon surged forth from his palms, roaring fiercely as it collided with the firestone giant. Boom. -3,804. The firestone giant staggered backward from the impact, creating a significant gap in its defense. Now, you may depart. The horse will guide you out of this canyon. Brother Poison Tooth. Yu Xiaolei began, but before he could finish, the intelligent steed surged forward once more. Yu Xiaolei was left in tears. Curse it. Let me stay behind and seize some spoils. Must I perish for this? Surely, my valor deserves recognition. Yu Xiaolei lamented the missed opportunity for such a formidable firestone giant. If slain, would undoubtedly yield covetable treasures, yet he was not destined to claim them. The horse galloped swiftly, adeptly maneuvering through a throng of monstrous leaders, evading their attacks with agility, and when evasion proved impossible, it would charge through, using the sharp spikes atop its head to forge a path forward. Yu Xiaolei traversed nearly an hour's journey, while the warhorse required only a breath to complete the entirety of the exposed path, halting at the entrance of the canyon, refusing to proceed further. O noble steed, a good deed deserves completion. Why not escort me back to Qingfeng village? Yu Xiaolei urged, squeezing his legs against the warhorse in an attempt to spur it onward. Alas, the warhorse remained immovable, merely exhaling a dismissive snort in response. With a resigned pout, Yu Xiaolei glanced at the attributes of the warhorse. Nightmare warhorse. Level? Health? Defense? Skills? Note: Mount of the venomous Fong, possessing extraordinary sentience. How absurd! Its level far surpasses mine, rendering its attributes inscrutable. However, given it is a mount of a formidable individual, it must possess remarkable capabilities. At that moment, Yu Xiaolei rolled his eyes and, reclining on the saddle, cheerfully proposed, "Dear Nightmare, why not accompany me? Though I may seem somewhat feeble now, my potential is boundless." Before he could complete his thought, the Nightmare warhorse sprang violently, unceremoniously throwing Yi Xiaolei to the ground, its sentient gaze glaring at him before galloping into the canyon, leaving Yi Xiaolei in a state of stunned disbelief. By heavens! Its sentience is indeed formidable. It comprehends my words. Upon sensing the warhorse's intelligence, Yi Xiaolei's eyes gleamed with determination. Humph! What is so impressive? Just wait. I shall inevitably find a mount even more magnificent than you. 15 minutes later, Yi Xiaolei stealthily returned to Qifeng village, unnoticed by any. Upon his arrival, he promptly sought out the village chief, Love, to claim his reward for completing the hidden quest, most importantly to retrieve the deposit of 100,000 star coins, an amount that was of utmost significance to him. He envied Bai Qianer, who had acquired the art of feigned death from the hidden quest. Possessing such a skill would allow one to cautiously venture into high-level monster zones, evading pursuit with great efficacy. Just as he approached the chief's humble abode, a chime echoed. "System, you have new messages." Upon opening it, he found a message from Bai Qianer. "Uncle, do tell, have you completed the task? Did you receive the B-level quest? Everyone says the one who took the B-level quest is you." "Indeed, it is completed. Thank you," Yi Xiaolei replied. "Wow, that's a B-level quest." The reward for a B-level quest includes 100 attribute points and an unknown reward. What could that reward be? As others mistakenly assumed he had undertaken a B-level quest, Yi Xiaolei had no intention of revealing that he had actually accepted an A-level one. With a faint smile, he responded, "I'm not sure yet. I'll find out once I turn in the quest." At that moment, the system announcement chimed once more. Qifeng Village, announcement. The frontline soldiers valiantly counterattacked and successfully repelled the corrupted monsters. The corrupted monsters have retreated. Qifeng Village, announcement. Qifeng Village successfully defended against the monster assault. The task is complete. The total damage ranking will be announced on the square bulletin board. Please collect your specific rewards at the task hall. These succinct statements ignited a fervor throughout the novice village, eliciting excitement, disappointment, and regret among the villagers. With a hearty chuckle, the warrior lamented his prolonged efforts. Believing he ought to have secured a position within the top 1,000, he expressed his frustration over the arbitrary penalties imposed by the system, which not only deprived him of experience but also unexpectedly elevated his level by 3. The audacity of the system to unleash monsters upon villages without prior warning left him seething, as he had barely engaged in the game before it concluded, leaving him empty-handed and with diminished levels. "Ah, the waste," he exclaimed, lamenting the excess of spiritual energy he had yet to expend. A healer, his visage etched with regret, contemplated the lucrative nature of his healing light, which had been a profitable endeavor, now abruptly halted, with his spiritual energy still nearly untouched. "Quick, let us check the overall damage rankings in the square," he urged, aware that the top contender would be rewarded with a hidden class and 20 attribute points. "I wonder who possesses such fortune? What is there to see? It's either the Blood Legion of the Azure Sky or the Heavenly Dragon of the Red Flame Core. Who knows how many attack items they've consumed? Their total damage is merely a product of wealth," scoffed another, a giant among them. "Still, I have faith in the Blood Legion. They are bio-soldiers, with strength surpassing that of special forces, and their relentless use of items must have cost a fortune." "Indeed," chimed in another. "Earlier, while battling monsters, I noticed that the Blood Legion was indeed ruthless, their expenditure evidently greater. I can't help but wonder how much they've truly invested. Hidden classes are exceedingly rare. There was once a bounty of 1 million RMB posted on the forums for anyone who could provide a lead on a hidden class quest. As for the current competition, I surmise that the attack items from Qifeng Village have been thoroughly siphoned. Each participant likely invested over 200,000, and if they had ample supplies, I wouldn't be astonished by 1 million. "Surely not," gasped a marksman, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You cannot fathom the world of the affluent. Besides, paradise is a global game. The value of a hidden class, if auctioned worldwide, could easily reach 10 million. My friend, strive for it. Securing a hidden class could ensure your livelihood for a lifetime." Passing by, Yi Xiaolei overheard their conversation, his ears perked with intrigue. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through him, leaving him restless. Before delving into the game, he had never imagined he could earn 100,000 star coins, yet here he was, having achieved that. However, the deeper he ventured, the more he recognized the underestimated worth of in-game items. Is a hidden class truly valued at 10 million? Such worth rivals that of a prime real estate property. He mused. If I had 10 million, I would undoubtedly purchase several floors to rent out, eagerly awaiting the monthly income. He grimaced at the thought of paying rent, as each month, a quarter of his hard-earned salary was forcibly extracted. The mere notion that the heavenly dragon had acquired a hidden class through his assistance made him chuckle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Tianlong has gained 10 million thanks to my help. Surely, I shall not be neglected. A mere 100,000 would suffice for my share. However, as soon as Xiaolei smiled, his expression abruptly stiffened. He realized that this 1 million was not rightfully his. Tianlong had employed his scalpel, yet had also dispatched 6,000 individuals to accomplish the A-level task on his behalf. In this manner, Tianlong owed him a favor, and it was settled, mutually beneficial, with neither party indebted to the other. Damn it, Brother Tianlong had meticulously calculated everything. What a cunning old fox he was, Yu Xiaolei couldn't help but mutter to himself. If he had known that Tianlong had exploited his 10,000 star coin deposit to deceive Bai Shui of another 10,000 star coins, he wondered if he would still have the audacity to seek benefits. Chapter 28. Cannon shooting birds. As Yi Xiaolei vented his frustrations, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. System. Due to your exceptional completion of the A-level delivery task and your significant contributions to Qingfeng Village, you are awarded 100,000 experience points. System. Your level has risen to level 2. System. Your level has risen to level 3. System. Your level has risen to level 12. System. Regrettably, you do not qualify for the top 10,000 in the total damage rankings. Your level has been forcibly reduced by 3 levels, bringing you to level 9. Yu Xiaolei stared in disbelief at the series of notifications. What should have been a moment of joy turned into sheer astonishment with the last message. How could this be happening? He had received experience points for the delivery, and had he known earlier, he would have reached level 12 without hesitation. Instead, they reduced him by 3 levels after his ascent. The experience from progressing from level 9 to level 12 certainly accounted for several thousand points. Had the reduction occurred first, he would have sustained no loss. Now, he was left with a bitter sting from this unwarranted setback. The delight of unexpectedly gaining experience vanished in an instant. Among the players, numerous individuals sparkled with light, a sign of leveling up. Yu Xiaolei, however, was the center of attention, gleaming 12 times, dazzling everyone around him. Damn it. I lost count just now. How many times did that guy shine? At least 10 times, I presume. Surely more. What on earth did he accomplish to level up so significantly? Is there no justice left? Here I am, laboriously battling monsters, dying twice. And yet I haven't even cracked the top 10,000. Cursed be that monster attack on the village that caused my level to plummet by 5. Had I known, I would have left the novice village yesterday. Jealousy, stark and raw. If looks could kill, Yi Xiaolei would have perished 100 times over. Faced with the fiery glares of the crowd, he fled in haste. At that moment, Bai Qianer sent another message. Ha ha, uncle. Although I didn't make it onto the rankings, I received a reward of 10,000 experience for my significant contributions during the delivery task. After the level drop, I've leveled up again. I'm now at level 10. Hee hee. Uncle, no need to nag. I'm logging off now. However, since I've helped you so greatly, you owe me a high-level weapon. Just a golden one will do. No need for anything dark gold. Logging off now. Bye-bye. See you after the college entrance examination. Remember to prepare that golden weapon for me. After reading Bai Qianer's message, her ID turned gray in his friend's list. A golden weapon? I'll do my best. Yu Xiaolei was aware of his debt to Bai Qianer. He would consider even a dark gold weapon worth it. Through word of mouth among the players, it became evident that throughout the entire novice village, every player who had undertaken the delivery task, even if uncompleted, had received corresponding experience rewards. This experience served to completely offset any losses incurred from level drops. Indeed, if everyone were aware of the abundant experience rewards associated with transport missions, they would flock to undertake such tasks, leaving few to fend off the monstrous onslaught. In summary, among the players engaged in defending the novice village, a staggering 80% had their levels reduced by the system by 3. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. One cannot place complete trust in the system. Should you do so and take it at face value, it is you who will ultimately suffer. Thus, the system should not be regarded as a mere automaton, but rather as a strategic advisor orchestrating the battle. Before long, the total damage leaderboard emerged from the square. Qifeng Village, Monster Defense Damage Rankings. First place, Tianlong. Class, Special Forces, Total Damage, 175, 874. Second place, Depao. Class, Gunner, Total Damage, 111, 548. Third place, Baishui. Class, Biochemical Soldier, Total Damage, 111, 547. Fourth place, Wu Yao. Class, Beast Tamer, Total Damage, 65, 470. Fifth place, Ahong. Class, Biochemical Soldier, Total Damage, 65, 400. From the fourth position onward, the damage differences were minimal, with only Tianlong firmly establishing an overwhelming lead in first place. Upon seeing the rankings, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a player from the Hongyan Legion couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Per Baishui, to be edged out by a mere point. Landing in third place, barely missing out on a rare skill. I truly wish to see his expression right now. TSK, our leader indeed possesses remarkable prowess, securing an undeniable first place. Now our leader could potentially qualify for a hidden class. What an extraordinary honor. Come on, stop the noise. Baishui's expression right now is probably akin to having swallowed a fly. If we mock him now, he might lash out. Let us be magnanimous when we encounter him. Remember to offer some consolation, said a cheerful biochemical soldier. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted among the crowd. Lumatzi. To comfort Baishui at this moment is more painful than a slap in the face. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. See if he won't pursue you, they chuckled. The Hongyan Legion reveled in their perfect victory, and naturally, the rewards distributed by the Legion were plentiful, which was the source of everyone's greatest joy. Meanwhile, within the Baishui Legion, faces were overshadowed with gloom. They could not fathom why Tianlong's damage output surpassed Baishui's by such a vast margin. As if that were not enough, an unexpected dark horse emerged, one with no affiliations to any faction, claiming a position above Baishui by a single point of damage. This was nothing short of an indignity, as even a slightly higher damage output would have been preferable to this humiliating 1-point disadvantage. Observing Baishui's frighteningly dark expression, the others were at a loss for words of consolation, left only to stand in silence. Trash, you the ranking of lethality is dominated by the Celestial Dragon. Yet unexpectedly, a character known as Cannon Bird stands above me. Incompetent fools, what are you all dawdling for? Investigate immediately why the Celestial Dragon possesses such formidable lethality and what weapon he wields. Moreover, ascertain who completed the B-class mission. The furious roar of Blood Tide silenced any objections, prompting everyone to withdraw hastily. However, the great freedom remained. His expression somber as he addressed Blood Tide. The individual responsible for the B-class mission has been identified. It is the medical practitioner. The mention of medical practitioner struck a nerve with Blood Tide, his eyes turning crimson, veins bulging from his clenched fists, and his face contorting in rage as he spat. Once again, it is him. Mark him as my sworn enemy. Everyone in the Legion is to slay him on sight. The atmosphere between the two great legions was starkly contrasting, yet among the idle players, the most fervent discussions revolved around the enigmatic Cannon Bird. Before long, the details of Cannon Bird had been unearthed through relentless investigation. Cannon Bird, profession, gunslinger, level, LV7, or perhaps now LV10, weapon, Red Phoenix, bronze attack power, 2126. Additional attributes, strength 3, agility 3, defense equipment, none, skills, unknown. From the perspective of equipment and level, nothing particularly remarkable stood out, save for the mystery surrounding his skill. Yet, no matter how potent the skill, it could hardly compare to Blood Tide, the affluent heir, who bombarded monsters with a barrage of expensive items. Damn it. As a fellow gunslinger, my attack power surpasses his, my level exceeds his, and I even possess leather armor for defense. Why am I not as impressive as he? One gunslinger lamented. I heard that guy is merely a lowly newcomer, yet he now ranks second. Envy and jealousy consume me, especially with that rare skill and 10 additional attribute points. Enough. Jealousy is futile. Instead of sulking, we ought to expedite our leveling up. Beyond the novice village lies a vast expanse. Should fortune favor you, you too could find success. Meanwhile, a 5-member team was astounded to see Cannon Bird's total lethality ranking second. How can that worthless individual rank second? What a joke. The Special Forces member cursed. Humph. When we teamed up with him, he was hardly exceptional. Who would have thought that mere days after we expelled him from our group, he would become so formidable? Be quiet. If it weren't for your actions, would we have missed out on such a remarkable ally? The giant bellowed. Brother, let us seek him out and offer him some incentives. Given his timid nature, along with a slight threat, he would likely return to our team. A biochemical soldier remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Fourth speaks wisely. We must not let such an exceptional fighter slip through our fingers. However, the number of individuals wishing to recruit Cannon Bird was plentiful, yet none could locate him, as if he had vanished entirely. Chapter 29. The Hero's Medal. It comes as no surprise to Yi Xiaolei that Tianlong occupies the top position in terms of total destructive power. However, it astonishes him that the second place is not held by the blood of the Sky Legion. This revelation brings him both surprise and joy. The misfortune of the enemy only serves to elevate his spirits. Just as Yi Xiaolei intends to send a message inquiring about Tianlong's current situation, he receives a message from Tianlong instead. Hey brother, I just completed my job change to a psychic warrior with a 5 increase in attack power, plus a unique skill. Overall, it's nothing remarkable. It's even inferior to your A-level mission. Just so you know, you now have 300 attribute points. If we're talking about levels, you're effectively a 60-level powerhouse. I'm quite envious. As Yi Xiaolei reads Tianlong's reply, he can almost envision his friend's smug expression, grinning from ear to ear. He can't help but curl his lip in response. A psychic warrior? Just the name suggests that this class is formidable. Yi Xiaolei would never believe it to be as simple as it sounds. In response, Yi Xiaolei writes, I just heard that a hidden class is worth at least 10 million yuan. You've suddenly struck it rich. Don't let your newfound success go to your head. Now that you are so powerful, you surely don't need my scalpel anymore. Please return it. That scalpel is the only weapon I can truly call my own. What scalpel? Oh, I remember now. That scalpel from your book. I accidentally misplaced it. Alas, I'll get you a new one, big brother. Such a magnificent scalpel. Tianlong wields it effortlessly. How could he possibly return it so easily? Xiaolei, after all, I helped you complete that A-level mission. You can't expect me to replace it with an identical one. That would be quite disheartening. Upon reading Tianlong's message, Yi Xiaolei grits his teeth in frustration, yet feels utterly powerless. TSK Xiaolei. I don't even need to stand before you to know you must be fuming right now. Well, keep that scalpel. It would be a shame to waste it. I've prepared a weapon for you, one that surely suits you and will make you fall in love with it. If you have the time, come to the tavern. I'll be waiting for you. Tomorrow, I plan to leave the novice village, so let us make the most of our time together. Yi Xiaolei feels helpless. If he were to reveal that his health points surpassed that of a giant, Tianlong would undoubtedly return the weapon. However, he believes it wise to keep some secrets to himself. Moreover, since Tianlong cherishes that scalpel so much, he doesn't wish to press the matter further. I'll go turn in my quest. See you in 20 minutes. Closing the chat window, Yi Xiaolei makes his way to the village chief, Lav's, small cabin. At this moment, upon seeing Yi Xiaolei, Chief Lav's expression transforms from indifference to warm hospitality as he waves him over, saying, Come, try the tea I brewed. Ever since the demonic creatures invaded humanity, food has become scarce, and few are willing to cultivate tea leaves anymore. Even ordinary tea has turned into a luxury. If you miss this opportunity today, you might not have the chance to taste it again for some time. Upon hearing Lav's explanation, Yi Xiaolei did not hold back. Settling beside the tea table and taking a sip of the tea that Lav had brewed for him, he swallowed with a gulp, only to exclaim, Yuck! It's so bitter. Unable to restrain himself, he stuck out his tongue. The realm of Luke too possessed an additional attribute compared to the real world. Yet everything else remained unchanged, including the bitterness of the tea, which Yi Xiaolei could distinctly taste. However, just as he spat out a few more exclamations, he was taken aback. A new line appeared in the system information. System, congratulations, you have consumed bitter tea, spirit 20. Your original 118 points of spirit have now risen to 138 points. An increase of 20 points in spirit? Incredible! Yu Xiaolei chuckled, turning to the village chief Lav, and proclaimed, excellent tea, truly excellent. With that, he eagerly took the teapot into his own hands and poured the tea down his throat. This action startled Lav, who, with a look of dismay, snatched the teapot away, exclaiming, You are wasting it. This tea can enhance your spirit, but only with the first sip. Yu Xiaolei glanced at the system panel, finding no further notifications, and awkwardly smiled. Such delightful tea, I simply couldn't help myself. Drinking tea? In his youth, when his father was alive, he had tasted it a few times, but it had always been bitter. After his parents passed, he struggled to care for his younger siblings, and luxury items like tea were far beyond his means. Lav glared at Yu Xiaolei, having witnessed his shamelessness. Is this what you call drinking tea? You look as though you've been parched for days and are now guzzling muddy water. If you wish to drink, then do so. But do not frown as though I am forcing you to consume something vile. He tossed a medal to Yu Xiaolei. Ding. System, you have completed the hidden task, the village chief's woes, and received the Hero Medal. Hero Medal, Health 1000, non-droppable, non-tradable, effective upon storage in your inventory. Note, this medal is unique to Qifeng Village, crafted by Lav himself, awarded to those who have made significant contributions to Qifeng Village. At Lav's discretion, gulping, Yu Xiaolei felt as though someone had grasped his throat. His face flushed crimson. 1,000 health. At this moment, his health was 328 points, surpassing that of a giant. Now, with an additional 1,000 points, Yu Xiaolei's mind struggled to comprehend the sudden surge. Lav, observing Yu Xiaolei's expression, nodded in satisfaction, yet disdainfully remarked, if it weren't for your profession as a battle medic, and the fact that your life is so fragile that it would bring shame to our Qifeng Village if you were to venture out, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Certainly, do not regard this medal too highly, for the world beyond is teeming with formidable individuals, even with a medal. Should your combat prowess be lacking, you will still be unable to withstand the trials. To be frank, every village possesses a medal. Yet the attributes of these medals vary immensely. It is rare, if not entirely non-existent, to find one that rivals the craftsmanship of this particular medal I have personally forged. Thank you, village chief. Yu Xiaolei expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The annotations accompanying the medal reveal that it is not a fixed quest item. Its distribution is dictated by the village chief's whims. The fact that the village chief has chosen to bestow this medal upon me as a reward speaks volumes of his regard. Enough, enough, do not feign humility. Depart swiftly, and once you leave the village, remember to bring honor to it. I have high hopes for you, old man. Lav waved his hand dismissively. Yu Xiaolei smiled slyly. Village chief, I have heard from Brother Poisonfang that you are a master craftsman. Might I inquire if I could become your disciple in pursuit of advancing to a craftsman? The village chief's ability to forge a level 38 dark gold set indicates his remarkable skill, and as Poisonfang has mentioned, he is the only master craftsman in the village. It would be an egregious oversight not to seize this opportunity to foster a connection. Lav scrutinized Yu Xiaolei for a considerable duration before nodding seriously. Very well, but only on the condition that you complete the craftsman's task within 10 days. Should you exceed this time frame, do not return. You may perceive this as a challenge, yet my true desire is for you to concentrate on combat rather than auxiliary roles. Individuals of your kind possess an innate inclination for battle, rendering you ill-suited to be a craftsman or alchemist. Agreed. With that, Yu Xiaolei bowed deeply to Lav. Master, I shall return in 10 days. Do not call me that indiscriminately. We shall see after you have accomplished the task. Lav promptly interjected. After Yu Xiaolei's departure, Lav shook his head. To complete the novice craftsman task in 10 days? Utterly impossible. There are only 3 copies of the novice craftsman certificate in Qifeng Village, and 2 have already surfaced. The likelihood of acquiring the 3rd is exceedingly slim. My intent in this is solely to prevent you from squandering time within the village. Following this, Lav smiled faintly. This lad is indeed exceptional. A level 1 battle doctor capable of completing an A-level delivery task is a rarity. I wonder how far he can go. Lav did not wish to take Yu Xiaolei as a disciple, believing that pursuing craftsmanship would only squander more time. In this world, where the strong abound, one must focus on combat to advance further. Little did he know that Yu Xiaolei had already obtained the third copy of the Novice Craftsman Certificate. Once Yu Xiaolei had left, he murmured, "It seems I must seek assistance from Brother Tianlong once again. With nearly 10 days at my disposal, if I continuously forge, I should be able to elevate my apprentice experience level. However, this would deplete over 70,000 star coins from my 110,000 in my inventory, a significant investment for my first endeavor. I hope it does not go awry." As a craftsman, Yu Xiaolei is resolutely determined, for it is only through this vocation that he can establish himself securely in the land of joy. Otherwise, relying solely on the uncertainties of adventuring for treasures leaves him feeling unsettled. Numerous teams embark on treasure hunts, yet it is no guarantee that each will reap profits. Many suffer losses instead. While his current vitality is exceedingly robust, allowing him to join a formidable team for adventurous pursuits, he harbors a lingering fear. What if, for several consecutive months, fortune does not smile upon him? Would his family of 3 not face hunger? Thus, becoming a craftsman with a steady income is his most fervent aspiration. Chapter 30. The function of second-order mental power. After leaving the village chief's humble abode, Yu Xiaolei hastened towards the tavern, filled with curiosity about the weapon that Tianlong had prepared for him. It is worth noting that he currently possessed no arms, having returned by Chiener's Morata pistol. At this moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, yet Yu Xiaolei's entrance went unnoticed. He swiftly located the private room where Tianlong awaited him. Come. I've ordered a plethora of dishes. Let us indulge, for the flavors here far surpass those of the mundane world." Tianlong greeted him with warmth upon his arrival. "Is it just you?" Yu Xiaolei inquired, puzzled. "Do you truly believe I have an abundance of friends?" Tianlong replied with a wry smile. "You are not on good terms with Wan Shouwu and Gauda? Why did you not invite them?" Yu Xiaolei, initially hesitant to ask, now voiced his thoughts candidly. To be friends, one must share heartfelt truths rather than skirting around and only offering pleasantries, Tianlong responded. "As for those two, they are indeed somewhat close. But their intentions are driven by ulterior motives, and they harbor a certain trepidation towards me. If I were to be alone with them, they would likely feel uneasy." With a bittersweet smile, Tianlong remarked, "Having shared all this, you must realize my identity is rather complex." Yu Xiaolei shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Tianlong, and nodded. "Indeed, it is complex. If I were to curry your favor in hopes of acquiring immense wealth, I might consider it. Alas, you have proven to be a miser from the outset." "Haha. Well said, my brother. I take pride in being a miser. It is music to my ears," Tianlong responded, laughing heartily at Yu Xiaolei's disdain. "By the way, Xiaolei, after completing the A-level task, your rewards included not only 300 attribute points but also an unknown reward, correct? What might that be? I am quite curious." At Tianlong's inquiry, Yu Xiaolei finally recalled, "Upon completing the A-level task, I received a vial of advanced genetic serum. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The hero medal was merely a reward for completing a hidden task, and I have yet to encounter the unknown reward. Damn it. Has it been exaggerated? Could it be that the village chief withheld my reward? Might that unknown reward be a mere 20 to mental power? That seems unlikely, as a reward of such triviality would be beneath consideration. Mental power increases with level advancement. Oh, perhaps it is because I consumed half a pot of bitter tea from old Luo, and thus he withheld it from me. Yes, that must be it." With no other plausible explanation, Yu Xiaolei found himself unable to seek his reward, feeling a sense of embarrassment. After all, he had likely garnered the highest rewards in the entire novice village from this A-level task. What more could he possibly desire? That reward was merely 100 to mental power, a rather insignificant boon. Yu Xiaolei chuckled awkwardly, certainly unwilling to disclose his embarrassing predicament. 100 to mental power. Tianlong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Isn't it just an increase of 100 in mental strength? What is so remarkable about that? Anyway, as levels rise, mental strength will also increase. It's merely a redundant reward, Yu Xiaolei inquired with a hint of confusion. You You, taking advantage and still acting coy. Let me ask you, has your mental strength not already ascended to the second tier? Tianlong responded, exasperated. Yes, but what use is second-tier mental strength? I truly do not understand this, Yi Xiaolei admitted. It seems I must enlighten you. While it is true that players can enhance their mental strength as they level up, no matter how much they improve, mental strength will not automatically elevate to the second tier. The advancement of mental strength requires the consumption of specific elixirs. Only with an increase of 100 points under the influence of these potions can one progress. Have you not noticed that after your mental strength reached the second tier, the amount of health restored by your healing light has increased? I haven't used the skill since the upgrade, he confessed. You truly baffle me. The benefit of second-tier mental strength is that it doubles the efficacy of your skills. For instance, if your healing light originally restored 20 points of health after advancing, it will restore 40 points, and the resurrection time will be halved. If you still do not grasp this, I can only conclude that you are rather foolish. Is what you say true? Yi Xiaolei's eyes widened in astonishment. Enough with that shocked expression. The one who should be astonished is me, not you. In truth, you are the one who has benefited the most from this monster siege. The highest-ranked player currently is the Saint Hand, who may be level 31. But his mental strength remains at the first tier. Elixirs that permanently enhance mental strength are incredibly rare and hard to obtain. Among a Red Flame Legion of tens of thousands, only one has achieved this, and now, counting you, that makes 2. Rare? Precious? Damn it. Had I known it was so valuable, I should have simply taken the village chief's bitter tea with me, even if I couldn't carry it all. I should have at least filled a small vial with a portion. A bottle that increases mental points by 20, how much would that sell for? At that moment, Yi Xiaolei grasped that his unknown reward was not withheld, but indeed the increase of 20 points in mental strength. It seems luck is on my side. By the way, Dragon Brother, what weapon did you prepare for me? I am currently unarmed. Only then did Tianlong recall and pulled out a dark spear from his pack, which featured a scope. Here, take it and see if it meets your satisfaction. If not, I am at a loss. Golden Sniper Rifle, Cursed Primate Attack Power, 61 to 68. Rate of fire, 2,000 rounds per second, with a firing interval of 15 seconds, magazine capacity, 18 rounds, usage restrictions, universal, strength, 50, agility, 30, additional attributes, strength 10. Agility 8. Active skill, energy accumulation. Infuse between 1 to 20 points of mental energy into the rifle's chamber, gathering power to deliver a lethal strike to the target. Inflicting 100 to 200 damage. Note, the higher the mental energy, the greater the damage. Passive skill, penetration. The fired bullets possess penetrating power, ignoring 20 of the enemy's defense. Upon witnessing the sniper rifle, Yi Xiaolei nearly drooled. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he was about to doze off. Weapons were what he lacked the most, and this one seemed tailor-made for him. While an ordinary individual might find the energy accumulation skill usable only a few times, he was different. His mental energy had reached an impressive 138 points. Furthermore, this weapon was universal, imposing no class restrictions, only requiring strength and agility to meet the criteria. With an additional 300 task rewards, 45 level-up points, attribute points yet to be allocated, wielding this weapon posed no challenge for him. Moreover, his mental energy was at the second tier, and with energy accumulation, the damage would double. It could be said that the weapon's damage was truly terrifying. Even a level 10 giant would likely succumb to a single shot, unable to escape the fate of being annihilated. Observing Yi Xiaolei's expression, Tianlong smiled slyly, producing the scalpel of the mutated Rat King and offering it to Yi Xiaolei, saying, "It seems you are not entirely satisfied. Very well. I shall exchange the scalpel for you. Return the sniper rifle to me, as it is also quite commendable." Yi Xiaolei, with a swift motion, unhesitatingly stowed the sniper rifle in his inventory, giving an awkward smile. "Brother, what are you saying? We are brothers, since you favor that scalpel. I can only be magnanimous and acquiesce to the exchange. However, I am not inclined to part with it now. After all, the scalpel is your class weapon. Without it, your healing light skill would suffer greatly. Though you may be a bit stingy, you still wouldn't snatch away your brother's good fortune. All right, Dragon Brother, I concede. I should not have suggested you return the scalpel. Besides, the sniper rifle has a firing interval of a full 15 seconds, which is rather cumbersome for your melee class. Only a fragile battle medic like me could truly harness its potential. Yu Xiaolei promptly yielded, finally understanding Tianlong's sentiments upon acquiring the scalpel of the mutated Rat King. Haha. Seeing your expression, I trust you now comprehend my feelings, Tianlong chuckled. This golden sniper rifle was the reward for exchanging the heart of the cursed primate. And of course, the rewards did not end there. I also received 20 attribute points. Well, purchasing a cursed primate heart for 80,000 star coins is neither a loss nor a gain. The real profit lies with you, my friend. By the way, Xiaolei, have you realized that in Elysium, level is not the sole determinant? Gaining attribute points through completing tasks is the key. Naturally, most weapons and equipment do have level restrictions, so it cannot be said that level is unimportant. At present, Tianlong recounted the game information he had acquired to Yu Xiaolei, leaving him momentarily stunned. Among the topics discussed, the most emphasized were the precautions necessary for the journey to Water Source Town. This journey itself is akin to a dungeon, a large-scale instance shared by all players, where many inhabitants from various villages converge. Only those with formidable strength and exceptional survival skills in the wilderness can successfully navigate through. Otherwise, they would face death repeatedly, up to 10 times, before being forcibly teleported to Water Source Town or another settlement. Well, this is all I know. For further foundational knowledge, you will need to consult online forums. Tianlong took a sip of wine to moisten his throat. Chapter 31. This garment truly resembles Yu Xiaolei, and Tianlong engaged in lengthy conversations within the private room, with Tianlong predominantly speaking while Yu Xiaolei listened attentively. After 3 hours, Tianlong glanced at the time and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "All right, Xiaolei, I must take my leave now. We shall reconvene once you arrive in Shuiyuan Town." Tianlong's departure did not signify a logout, but rather an embarkation on the journey towards Shuiyuan Town. In essence, they were entering a quest instance, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Players departing from the novice village would find it impossible to return. The inability of advanced players to return to the novice village rendered it one of the few sanctuaries within the realm of Lu Tuesday. Accompanying Tianlong were hundreds from the Hongyan Legion, all of whom had surpassed level 10, primarily comprising the management echelon stationed at Qifeng Village. Their departure indicated that the Hongyan Legion was relinquishing Qifeng Village in pursuit of loftier ambitions. With Tianlong gone, Bai Qian'er prepared for her college entrance examinations. Yu Xiaolei sighed softly, muttering to himself, "I truly have few friends." Amidst the bustling crowd, he felt an inexplicable sense of solitude. To alleviate this solitude, he sought distraction. Consequently, Yu Xiaolei redirected his energy towards the tasks of a craftsman. Craftsman task: Successful equipment forging count, 0-1000. Novice craftsman certification, 1-1. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaolei appeared in the forge, wielding a hammer and fervently striking the glowing iron block to forge equipment. As for the sources of iron and copper ores, he had no cause for concern, as Tianlong had arranged for several Hongyan members to deliver the ores upon his departure. Ding ding, ding ding. Yu Xiaolei swung the hammer relentlessly, adhering to the NPC's guidance as he hammered the smelted iron block. Melting, quenching, forging, and molding, Yu Xiaolei clumsily followed each step in succession, hoping for success this time. Watching the dagger cool, he could not suppress his excitement. Ding. System: dagger forging failed. Materials discarded. Cursed be it. This marked the 5th failure. Little did he anticipate that becoming a craftsman would prove more arduous than he had imagined. No wonder the NPCs had advised against wasting time. Gritting his teeth, Yu Xiaolei, somewhat defiant, tossed the iron and copper ores back into the furnace to melt once more. Indeed, the craft of a craftsman was more formidable than he had envisioned. However, the greater the challenge, the more determined he became to forge ahead. The more difficult the path, the more valuable and lucrative it promised to be, affirming that he was on the right track. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaolei remained in the forge for 2 days, completing a total of 258 forging attempts, yet only achieving success 26 times, resulting in a mere 10 success rate. Ding. System: dagger forging successful. Apprentice experience 1. Please name the dagger. Qingfeng. Ding. System, naming successful. The Breezy Dagger, white equipment attack power, 2-5, required level, LV2. The same weapon has already been amassed by Yi Xiaolei, totaling 27, and selling them yields meager returns. Upon successfully forging another dagger, Yi Xiaolei exhaled deeply. Surveying the piles of iron and copper or before him, glancing at the scrap materials nearby, which induced a wave of frustration. Had he known, he would not have repaid Brother Long. At this rate, his total assets of 64,000 star coins would scarcely suffice, even if he were to liquidate his savings from the real world to purchase star coins. However, the household savings were sacrosanct, reserved for his younger siblings' tuition after their summer break. After completing an A-level task, Yi Xiaolei reclaimed his deposit, totaling 114,000 star coins. He had initially intended to return the borrowed 50,000 star coins to Tianlong, but Tianlong insisted on accepting only 40,000, claiming the additional 10,000 was for the purchase of a scalpel for the mutated Rat King, while the sniper rifle was a gift, thus not to be counted. Consequently, Yi Xiaolei was left with 64,000 star coins. In his understanding, upon the successful forging of weapons, he could sell them to recuperate some star coins, and 64,000 seemed just adequate. Regrettably, he underestimated the intricacies of crafting, and the market for low-level weapons had become saturated, diminishing their value. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei slapped his forehead in realization. How could I forget? My bag possesses the ability to reorganize. The low-level weapons were merely lacking in attack power. If he could enhance their potency through reorganization, they would surely sell. Without delay, he opened his bag. Inside, the 27 daggers lay quietly. Yet a yellow prompt materialized in the bag's window. Detected same level, same type equipment, can reorganize. Yes, no. Confirmed. Beep. Prompt. Reorganization requires the consumption of a certain amount of star coins or some equipment. Both conditions must be met. Please select. Yi Xiaolei tested the star coin option. Beep. Prompt. Reorganization successful. Consumed 30 star coins. Two identical low-level weapons devoid of additional attributes underwent automatic reorganization after consuming one, leaving only the newly forged weapon, while his star coin count diminished by 30. The Breezy Dagger, white equipment attack power, for 10, required level, LV2. The immediate loss of 30 star coins drove Yi Xiaolei to exasperation, yet the sight of the reorganized dagger soothed his spirits. He discerned that this time, the weapon's attack power had not merely increased marginally, but had doubled, neither more nor less. Such a weapon should command a selling price of 30 star coins, rendering the loss negligible. After the first reorganization, Yi Xiaolei promptly proceeded to his second. For the second reorganization, he opted to use weapons instead of star coins, resulting in the consumption of merely 2 breezy daggers. This indicated that 4 daggers could synthesize a dagger valued at 30 star coins, significantly surpassing the combined selling price of 4 ordinary daggers. In pursuit of studying the reassembly capabilities of packages, Yi Xiaolei undertook a secondary reassembly of the weapons, ultimately arriving at the following conclusions. 1. For low-level weapon reassembly, the attack power can be directly compounded. 2. Upon conducting a secondary reassembly of the restructured weapons, the consumption of star coins or additional equipment escalates, and the attack power no longer compounds as it did in the initial reassembly, but rather increases by a mere fraction, fluctuating around 50. 3. In the case of a third reassembly, the required weapons and star coins multiply eightfold, thus deducing that the consumption for weapon reassembly is based on the number 2, with each subsequent reassembly doubling the required amount, while the attribute increase diminishes by half once more. Although the consumption is somewhat elevated, should I choose to reassemble high-level golden or dark golden weapons, ordinary weapons would transform into the finest of their kind, their value comparable to weapons of a superior tier or even more precious. Consequently, the price of the weapons would not merely double or triple. Yi Xiaolei clenched his fists in exhilaration, vowing silently to keep this secret from all. After a rough calculation, Yi Xiaolei realized that selling the restructured weapons would yield sufficient funds, and with that, his worries vanished without a trace. He immersed himself in the crafting of weapons once more. Suddenly, a notification chimed. System, dear player, there is a call for you in the real world. What could Xiao Feng want at this moment? Yu Xiaolei pondered as he exited the game. Upon logging out, he found Yu Xiaofeng standing at his bedside, gazing enviously at his virtual helmet. He was aware that his brother's old helmet was no longer functional. This new one was a compensation from the virtual company. Seeing his brother emerge from the game, Yu Xiaofeng spoke earnestly. Brother, today is Saturday, the day of our class's parent-teacher meeting. Did you not say you would attend? Yi Xiaolei's expression faltered. He nearly forgot. In that moment, he discreetly pinched his thigh, the sharp sting serving as a reminder to imprint this memory deeply, ensuring he would not repeat the oversight. For Yi Xiaolei, his siblings were his everything, and the parent-teacher meeting was of paramount importance. Even though he loathed confronting those middle-aged parents, he felt compelled to attend in order to comprehend his siblings' academic and social experiences at school. Today was Saturday, a day of rest from the construction site. His commitment to fulfilling the duties of a craftsman had disrupted his usual routine for the first time. Additionally, he intended to request a day off on Monday solely to complete the craftsman's quest, a task he was determined to accomplish. If completed within 10 days, he would have the opportunity to apprentice under the village chief, Lo Fu. For this chance, the time invested was undoubtedly worthwhile. After attending to his personal grooming and shaving, Yi Xiaolei retrieved the outfit he had purchased for 2,888 yuan from beneath his bed. Once dressed, he turned to find his brother Yi Xiaofeng staring at him in awe. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong? Is this outfit truly embarrassing in front of your classmates?" "Brother, you look incredibly handsome in that outfit." Yi Xiaofeng marveled and, unable to resist, reached out to touch the fabric of the garment. "Brother, where did you purchase this attire? It resembles the garments from Sky Home remarkably, and the material is exquisite. Hardly anyone could discern it as a replica." Given Yu Xiaofeng's understanding of his brother, he knew that his sibling would never spend thousands on clothing at Sky Home. It was likely a set of replicas procured from there, costing no more than 400 yuan. Yi Xiaolei smiled faintly. "Well, as long as the clothing looks good, that's what matters. I must clarify, though, this outfit was purchased at your suggestion, so the expense should fall upon you. Of course, I am aware that you are currently short on funds. Once you complete your college entrance examination and take up a summer job, you can reimburse me." "Brother, it's merely an outfit. Once summer ends and I receive my wages, I shall repay you and, while at it, buy you another set. This attire truly suits you." Yu Xiaofeng could not help but sigh. Chapter 32. Facing death with courage, brother. It's merely a set of clothes. Once the summer vacation concludes and I receive my wages, I shall give you the money, and I'll also procure another set for you. This garment truly suits you, Yi Xiaofeng said with a generous spirit. Yu Xiaolei smiled, choosing not to elaborate on the price of the clothes. With the impending college entrance examination, it was best to maintain his usual demeanor. At 8 in the morning, the July sun was already quite harsh. His younger brother, Yi Xiaofeng, had left for school at 7 o'clock. Despite it being the weekend, many students were studying in the classrooms, and Yu Xiaofeng was among them. As for the parents' meeting scheduled for 9, having had a few prior experiences, Yu Xiaolei timed his arrival, entering the school at 8:50, deliberately avoiding the curious stares of the older folks, fearful that they might pose questions he would struggle to answer. Having once been a student at Linxi High School, Yu Xiaolei was well acquainted with the location of the meeting room. To evade encounters with acquaintances, he walked briskly. At class reunions, the most frequent topics of conversation revolved around work and family. In the presence of his younger siblings, he could feign indifference, but amongst his peers dressed in suits, he felt out of place and somewhat inferior. After all, he was human, not a deity. He too possessed his vulnerabilities. Under the curious gazes of the older attendees, Yu Xiaolei awkwardly settled into the last row. Before long, Xiaofeng's homeroom teacher commenced her address. Ms. Huang Lingshan, a seasoned educator in her 50s with graying hair, was known for her kindness. Yi Xiaolei held her in high regard, for many of her students had gained admission to prestigious universities. Upon learning that Yi Xiaofeng and Yi Xiaoyu were orphans, she extended them special care, for which Yi Xiaolei was deeply grateful. He would occasionally bring fruits as a token of appreciation, seeking to understand the academic progress of his younger siblings. The meeting lasted approximately 40 minutes. primarily discussing the issue of parents excessively pampering their children as the college entrance examinations approached. Additionally, she highlighted behaviors that could inadvertently place undue pressure on the students. After delivering her speech, Director Huang engaged in individual discussions with the parents of students exhibiting unusual behavior, with the issue of virtual gaming being a predominant concern. Many students had succumbed to the allure of gaming, and Huang Lingshan pointed out these cases one by one. That concludes our discussion for today. If any parents have further queries, feel free to approach me privately, she stated. Once the parental inquiries were concluded and the attendees began to disperse, Yu Xiaolei approached Huang Lingshan with a smile. Teacher Huang, it's been a while. You still appear so vigorous. It seems reaching the age of 150 is well within your grasp. Director Huang chuckled warmly. Ah, you always have the sweetest tongue. If only you could charm your way through interviews as effortlessly, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament. Huang Lingshan was well aware of Yu Xiaolei's circumstances, feeling a mix of disappointment and sympathy. It was disheartening to see a promising university student reduced to laboring on a construction site, a situation that cast a serious shadow on the educational system. Yi Xiaolei offered an awkward smile, fully aware of his own circumstances. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take action. Rather, those so-called white-collar workers often earned no more than migrant laborers. Moreover, should he venture out for work, there would be no one to look after his younger siblings, and he feared they might stray onto a misguided path. He had witnessed far too many orphans whose characters had warped due to a lack of guidance. For the sake of his brother and sister, enduring hardship and fatigue was a small price to pay. Teacher Huang, where have I sweetened my words? I speak from the heart. Given your health, you likely won't live to 150, but reaching 149 is certainly within reach. Enough. I know you well enough. If you didn't come to find me, I would have been preparing to seek you out, Huang Lingshan replied earnestly. Seeing the expression on Director Huang's face, Yi Xiaolei felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What had happened to Xiao Feng? He had been quite strict with him recently, so surely nothing untoward had occurred. His sister, Yi Xiaoyu, was a well-behaved and understanding child. Since Yu Xiaolei had taken on the responsibility of the family, Xiaoyu had never given him cause for concern. Thus, his immediate fear was that something had gone awry with Xiao Feng. Huang Lingshan shook her head. Xiao Feng is doing well. Everything is normal. However, Xiaoyu's recent performance in mock exams has declined significantly, and she often appears dazed during self-study sessions. I've spoken with her, but it seems to have had no effect. This issue only arose after she returned home for her stay. What could have transpired at home? If there are difficulties, you can come to me. Although Aunt Huang may not have much money, supporting Xiaoyu's college education shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei's face went pale, and he nearly lost his footing. From the moment he heard the phrase returned home for her stay, the rest of her words faded into a blur, and his mind felt as though it had exploded, leaving an empty void. Returned home for her stay? She had actually returned home. During the school year, there was no bed available for Xiaoyu at home. Only during the summer and winter breaks would his brother vacate his room for his sister, and the two siblings would squeeze together in the living room. Now, Xiaoyu was not returning home at all, which signified that she, a young girl, was spending nights away from home. And it had been not just a day or two but for an extended period. Anything could happen during such overnight stays, especially considering Xiaoyu's striking beauty. Huang Lingshan then noticed the pallor on Yi Xiaolei's face as he gasped for breath, appearing disoriented and as if he might collapse at any moment. Xiaolei, wake up. Wake up. Don't scare me. I still intend to live to 149. Director Huang exclaimed in a panic. Upon hearing her call, Yu Xiaolei regained his composure, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse and bitter tone. Xiaoyu has not returned home during this period. With that, he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing red as he strode toward the classroom. Seeing Yi Xiaolei's distress, Director Huang quickly rushed over, grabbing his arm. Xiaolei, there's no need to panic. Xiaoyu is so well-behaved and sensible, she would never do anything reckless. After expressing his thoughts, Director Huang felt a lack of persuasiveness and immediately added, it must be the game. Undoubtedly, the game is to blame. Xiaoyu is currently in her adolescence, and a momentary rebellion is entirely normal. Please do not act impulsively. She is not the only one who has spent the night away playing games. Games? Yu Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it must be the games. They are certainly the cause. His conviction grew stronger, for he feared the consequences of uncertainty. Thus, he resolved to hold steadfastly to this belief, as it provided him with some solace. Meanwhile, in another study room, Yi Xiaoyu was in a state of turmoil, her fingers awkwardly twisting the pages of her book, which had curled and torn in several places, a detail she had failed to notice. What should I do? What am I to do? My brother is coming to the parent-teacher meeting today. He is bound to discover that I spent the night away. Beside her, Bai Qian observed Xiao Yu's distress and inquired with concern, Xiao Yu, what is troubling you? If Yi Xiaolei were present, he would surely recognize that his sister's deskmate was Bai Qianer from the game, who, at that moment, appeared even more youthful and charming in her blue and white checkered dress. Upon hearing Bai Qian's question, Yi Xiaoyu snapped back to reality. Unable to restrain her tears as she whispered, Wuwa, there is a parent-teacher meeting today. My brother might already know that I spent the night away. He will definitely come looking for me. Wuwa, what should I do? Spending the night away was the only transgression Yi Xiaoyu had committed in many years. And since that incident, she had not experienced a moment's peace, haunted by the image of her brother's anger. What? Is that what you're worried about? Bai Qian was momentarily speechless. What is there to fear? You merely spent some time playing games at my house. Besides, if your brother gets upset, you can absolutely shift all the blame onto me. I promise to handle this matter beautifully for you. After all, it was I who encouraged you. You are not at fault. Bai Qian was aware that Xiao Yu had an older brother, but was taken aback by how frightened the usually cheerful Xiao Yu seemed at the mere mention of him. Just hearing the name made her visibly uneasy, conjuring an image in Bai Qian's mind of a monstrous figure, akin to a wrathful deity. Realizing this, Bai Qian couldn't help but feel concerned and quietly asked, Xiao Yu, is your brother very unreasonable? After a moment of reflection, Yi Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Her brother was indeed somewhat unreasonable. He dictated every matter. Despite her disinterest in nutritional supplements, he insisted on purchasing in abundance. And even though she did not require boarding at school, he was adamant that she stay. Bai Qian's heart sank at her nod. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and beckoned to Yi Xiaoyu. Xiao Yu, come out for a moment. Your brother has arrived. Instantly, Yi Xiaoyu's expression tightened, her pallor deepening. After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled Bai Qian's promise and tugged at her sleeve. Bai, you said you would help me. She chuckled awkwardly, her expression slightly unnatural. Yet out of loyalty, she resolved to face the situation with unwavering courage and slowly rose to her feet. Chapter 33. A change in tenderness. Well, I will accompany you. Bai Qian forced a smile that appeared somewhat unnatural, yet, driven by loyalty, she resolved to face the impending challenge bravely. Slowly rising to her feet, Yi Xiaoyu, her heart in turmoil, inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Although she feared her elder brother would be furious upon discovering her absence from home the previous night, she concluded that it was preferable to face his wrath directly rather than live in constant anxiety over his potential knowledge of her escapades. As she stepped out of the classroom, Yi Xiaoyu was met with the sight of her brother's gaunt face, which bore a dark expression, causing a sharp pang of guilt to stab at her heart. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyu felt deeply remorseful. Her brother toiled relentlessly to support her and their older brother's educational expenses, while she squandered her time instead of diligently studying at school. Succumbing to Bai Qian's coaxing, she had indulged in gaming for a while, unable to control her impulses. Brother, Yi Xiaoyu murmured, lowering her head as she stood before Yi Xiaolei, resigned to whatever punishment he deemed appropriate. In a fit of anger, Yi Xiaolei, upon seeing his sister's pitiful demeanor, felt his ire dissipate. Speak. Recently, you have been absent from home. Where have you been? For Yi Xiaolei, his sister's nocturnal escapades were akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. He could only hope that her absence was merely due to gaming, rather than some more troubling situation. Yi Xiaoyu anxiously clutched the hem of her blue and white school uniform. Before she could complete her sentence, Bai Qian, who had been timidly hiding behind Yi Xiaoyu, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Yi Xiaolei, Uncle, wow, it really is you, Uncle. With that, Bai Qian dashed to Yi Xiaolei's side, gesturing to her own face, exclaiming, Uncle, it's me, Bai Qian. Upon recognizing Bai Qian, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened. The moment he heard her call him uncle, he realized that the girl before him was the same Bai Qian from the game. Under normal circumstances, he might have engaged with her, but with his sister's predicament still unresolved, he had no time for pleasantries. He merely nodded indifferently and stated, "Yes, I know it's you. I have matters to attend to. You may leave now." To Bai Qian, this statement felt like an affront. Encountering a familiar face from the game should have been a joyous occasion, yet his dismissal felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her enthusiasm. You are truly insufferable," Bai Qian retorted angrily. "Humph, don't think your little you is so extraordinary. She merely stayed at my house for a while. Is there any need for you to wear such a sour expression? Besides, Xiao Yu is already 18. She is an adult and should have her own freedom. Who are you to control her so strictly? Moreover, why should you be allowed to play games while she cannot? That is selfish and dictatorial." Bai Qian vented her frustrations, a torrent of words spilling forth. Had it been anyone else, she would not have dared to speak so boldly, but in front of this uncle, she felt a strange familiarity, akin to addressing a father. The words she now uttered were those she would typically refrain from expressing in her father's presence. It was evident that Yi Xiaolei had unwittingly walked into a verbal ambush. After enduring an extensive tirade of insults from Bai Qianer, Yi Xiaolei inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The tension in his body began to dissipate, leaving him somewhat weak. Ignoring Bai Qianer's incessant nagging, Yi Xiaolei offered a faint smile and gently addressed his sister. "Do you recognize your mistakes now? Will you lie again in the future? Will you stay out all night?" "Brother, I'm so sorry," Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed, her nose twitching as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She would rather have her brother reprimand her harshly than to experience his continued gentleness, which left her feeling quite distressed. "All right, little one, what is there to cry about?" With that, Yi Xiaolei retrieved 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xiaoyu. "Take this money and buy yourself something to eat. What girl doesn't indulge in snacks? Although I may not have much money at the moment, everything will improve." Yi Xiaoyu, in her attempt to save money, had been avoiding snacks, much to Yi Xiaolei's dismay. "Okay." Yi Xiaoyu wiped her nose and clutched the 1,000 yuan tightly. "You've cried enough. Go wash your face and return to class. I must head back now. If you need anything, just let your second brother know." Yi Xiaolei departed with an air of ease. As long as his sister was safe, all was well. After he left, Bai Qianer stood there, flabbergasted, unable to resist. She pinched her own cheek. Ouch, that hurt. Once she confirmed she was not dreaming, Bai Qianer seized Yi Xiaoyu and asked uncertainly, "Xiaoyu, is that it?" Yi Xiaoyu looked at her, puzzled. "Didn't you say your brother was unreasonable? And weren't you terrified of him? He didn't even scold you just now, surely. He won't resort to domestic violence at home, right?" Oh no, I knew that uncle was not simple." Yi Xiaoyu shot her desk, made a disapproving glance. "My brother can be a bit unreasonable, but he is the best brother in the world. If he were to give me a good beating, that would be a different story." With that, Yi Xiaoyu walked away. Bai Qianer stared at her retreating figure in astonishment. My goodness, Xiaoyu has a tendency towards masochism? How infuriating. What a peculiar family. The uncle is two-faced, sometimes foolish and sometimes overly serious, and now Xiaoyu seems a bit off as well. Yi Xiaolei wished to express his anger, yet he understood that such outbursts would only exacerbate the situation. He feared that his sister might regret her actions, feel disheartened, or even suffer a decline in her mental state and academic performance. Thus, he was compelled to behave unusually gently. Sometimes, gentleness proves more effective than anger. For his sister, this incident would serve as a learning opportunity. Of course, had it been his brother who erred, Yi Xiaolei would not have been so accommodating. The wildness of boys cannot be resolved simply through gentleness. Time passed unnoticed. 11 days swiftly slipped by. During this interval, Yi Xiaolei immersed himself in the game, focusing solely on crafting weapons. Ding. System, dagger successfully crafted. Apprentice Experience 1, please name the weapon. The sound of success echoed as the 1,000th refinement was completed, signifying that Yi Xiaolei had finally amassed the experience of an apprentice. The task for the craftsman, successful equipment refinement count, 1,000. Beginner craftsman certification, 1-1. Unfortunately, it was already the 11th day, exceeding the 10-day time frame stipulated by Old Man Luo. and Yu Xiaolei pondered whether he would still be willing to take him on as a disciple. During these 11 days, all the acquaintances Yi Xiaolei had made had departed from the novice village, leaving behind only unfamiliar faces. He lamented that before Bai Shuo left, he had rescinded the bounty of 1,000 star coins on Yi Xiaolei, reducing it to merely 200 star coins, thus extinguishing Yi Xiaolei's hopes of exploiting the situation. A bounty of 200 star coins? While not excessively high, it was not insignificant either. If he could secretly trade with someone, allowing that person to eliminate him for the bounty and then take a share, it could be advantageous. Yet, what if he were to die a few times and the bounty vanished? In such a case, it would be Yu Xiaolei who would suffer the loss. Had he still been a level 2 or level 4 player, he would not have minded clandestine dealings for extra profit. However, he was now at level 9. With the experience required for each level doubling, the 200 star coins paled in comparison to the experience gained at level 9. Resolving to visit the village chief in search of luck, he hoped to be accepted as a disciple. If that proved unfeasible, he would have to approach Lei Zhen. After upgrading to craftsman status, it was high time he left the novice village. Lei Zhen, of course, was the NPC from whom Yi Xiaolei had accepted the craftsman task. A craftsman of the village, Yi Xiaolei eagerly anticipated his departure from the novice village, for his health points were significantly higher than others, rendering him a seemingly indestructible cockroach. Moreover, his inventory contained the sniper rifle gifted to him by Tianlong, boasting formidable attack power capable of dispatching enemies with a single shot. The mere thought of it filled Yu Xiaolei with excitement. P.S. The transitional chapter has concluded. Chapter 34. The Azure Dragon Ring in the quaint wooden cottage of the village chief. Lav sat languidly beside a tea table shaded by trees, savoring a long-cherished cup of tea. As Yu Xiaolei approached within 30 meters, Lav immediately noticed and swiftly stowed away the teapot. This action evoked a quiet lament within Yi Xiaolei. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to indulge in a sip or two, but it seemed that was not to be. Such a miser. Is a mere sip of tea worth guarding against me like a thief? He mused inwardly. Despite his disappointment, he approached Lav with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Chief, I..." Before he could finish, Lav waved his hand dismissively. "Be gone. Why do you bother me? The 10-day agreement has lapsed. What business do you have here? A true man should venture into the world, forge great achievements. If you continue to languish in Qifeng village, devoid of ambition, you shall inevitably be cast aside by the world." Lav's impatience was palpable, yet Yu Xiaolei felt a warmth in his heart. The chief's lengthy remarks indicated a concern for him. "Master, you see, I have completed the task, although I was a day late. I hope you will take into account my diligence and accept me as your disciple." Yu Xiaolei shamelessly positioned himself as a disciple. "Oh, you've completed the task now?" Lav inquired, astonished. There were only 3 copies of the junior craftsman certification in all of Qingfeng village, and he had never anticipated it would fall into the hands of the herbalist. Seeing Lav's expression, Yu Xiaolei's heart leapt with hope. "Indeed. I exhausted all my savings to fulfill the task and spent this time studying at the forge. Look at my efforts, master. Please agree." Well, Lav said, satisfaction apparent in his gaze. Just as a smile began to bloom on Yi Xiaolei's face, Lav's expression shifted. He shook his head and lamented, "I am a man of principles. A 10-day limit is a 10-day limit. No amount of pleading will alter that." Yi Xiaolei nearly succumbed to the impulse to strike him. "You are satisfied, yet you cling to your so-called principles. Did you not set these rules yourself? Is this how you treat people?" 2 tales of exquisite tea leaves, master. If you accept me as your disciple, I will do everything in my power to procure your favorite tea and send it to you once I reach the town," Yu Xiaolei declared, gritting his teeth. While he could become a craftsman under Lei Zhen as well, he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. The old man before him was a senior craftsman, a figure of elevated status. Having such a mentor would undoubtedly ease his endeavors. Lav paused, a smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. "I am a man of principles. How could I be easily swayed?" 3 tales of exquisite tea leaves. Yi Xiaolei realized that Lav still harbored grievances over the herbal tea he had previously squandered. He was clearly attempting to extort him, and Yi Xiaolei found himself compelled to comply. Lav narrowed his eyes, adopting a meditative demeanor, completely disregarding Yi Xiaolei. "Master, for tales is the limit. You know how precious tea leaves are. If it were possible, I would gladly offer you 10 or 8 pounds. But to say such a thing would be blatantly deceiving you. Master you. Before Yi Xiaolei could finish his sentence, Luo Fu opened his eyes and, with a clap of his thigh, exclaimed excitedly, 10 pounds, 10 pounds of tea leaves. This is what you said, and it must be of the finest quality. Master, I was merely speaking figuratively. Yi Xiaolei replied with a bitter smile. A true man should be able to honor his master with 10 pounds of tea leaves. Otherwise, what use is there in having you as my disciple? Luo Fu responded with a grin. Ding. System, congratulations. You have gained Luo Fu's recognition. He agrees to accept you as his disciple. Do you accept? 1. Yes. 2. No. Upon seeing the system prompt, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened, yet he chose to accept. Ding. System, Luo Fu, and you have officially become master and disciple. Feeling a surge of excitement at this notification, Yi Xiaolei hesitated for a moment before respectfully bending his knee and earnestly saying to Luo Fu, Master, please allow your disciple to bow 3 times. With that, Yi Xiaolei truly knelt down and bowed 3 times to Luo Fu. As the ancients said, once a teacher, forever a father. Although this was a game, the NPCs within it possessed their own thoughts and were entirely independent beings, essentially humans living in a different world. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, kneeling before heaven and earth, kneeling before one's parents. Without genuine sincerity, how can one expect to receive anything in return? In that moment, Yi Xiaolei unknowingly regarded Luo Fu as his master in reality. Luo Fu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Xiaolei's gesture. However, upon seeing the solemn and unpretentious expression on Yi Xiaolei's face, he broke into a hearty laugh. Very well, you have indeed shown your understanding. Saying this, Luo Fu retrieved a pitch-black ring from his pocket. I had no intention of giving you this, but since you have sincerely pledged yourself to me, I shall gift you this Azure Dragon Ring as a token of our meeting. Take it. Azure Dragon Ring's silver attack power, 11 to 21. Additional attribute, Agility 5. Attached skill, Gale Step, consumes 20 points of mental energy to envelop oneself in a gust of wind, increasing mobility speed by 10 for 15 minutes. With a cooldown of 30 minutes. Usage restriction, level LV 5. Note, growth type equipment, growth grade, 5 stars. Upon receiving the ring from his master, Yi Xiaolei was initially stunned, but as he examined the ring's attributes, he couldn't help but burst with excitement. Thank you, master. Thank you. Among all equipment, rings are the rarest and most precious. Even figures like Tianlong and Bixue, who are wealthy and hold exalted status, cannot equip rings despite their riches, underscoring the unparalleled rarity of rings. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Ring possesses exceptional attributes, including a speed-enhancing skill. However, what Yi Xiaolei valued most was the ring's noted potential for growth, particularly as a 5-star fully upgraded item. The equipment that can grow is exceedingly rare. Even if 1 or 2 pieces occasionally appear, their growth levels are merely at 1 star. The growth levels of weapons range from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. The higher the star rating, the more exceptional the attributes of the equipment become upon advancement. It can be said that the Azure Dragon Ring in Yi Xiaolei's possession, given sufficient materials, can evolve continuously, enhancing its attributes to formidable levels. Should there be divine artifacts within the game, this ring would certainly rival a powerful artifact in value. Is it merely a ring? What is there to be so excited about? Love smiled lightly, shaking his head. He then proceeded to explain his identity and some significant matters to Yi Xiaolei. Through their conversation, Yi Xiaolei learned that the biochemical soldier known as Venom on the front lines is his senior brother, and their master has been relegated to Qifeng village due to certain circumstances. 20 minutes later, Love concluded, that is all I have to say. The future depends on you. However, I must remind you that while equipment can enhance your strength, agile combat skills are equally vital. At present, your health is robust, but I assure you, a skilled martial artist, even at level 1, can defeat you if he chooses. Your senior brother is one such example. Yi Xiaolei resonated with this insight. In the game, regardless of how superior your equipment may be, there remain vulnerable points that cannot be shielded, such as the eyes, face, or the joints of knees and wrists. A successful hit to these weak spots renders one nearly defenseless. In other words, those with formidable real-world combat skills will hold a significant advantage throughout the game. However, this advantage may diminish as players refine their own combat techniques. Then, Lav pointed his finger at Yisiale, and a beam of purple light enveloped him. Ding. System, congratulations on completing the Novice Craftsman task. You have become a Novice Craftsman. Experience 10,000. System, your level has risen to level 10. System, you have received Lav's blessing. Crafting success rate 5. Novice Craftsman, capable of creating various bronze-grade equipment. Upon advancing to Intermediate Craftsman, silver-grade equipment can be forged. A craftsman? Have I truly become a craftsman? The series of surprises was unparalleled, for becoming a craftsman was a title he had diligently pursued, investing 64,000 star coins to achieve this secondary profession. With this identity, he could now be considered a standard professional player, earning a monthly income comparable to that of a true white-collar worker. As Yisiale stood in a daze, Lav's voice echoed in his ear. Well, I have said all I needed to say. You may leave now. Qingfeng Village is no longer suitable for you. Also, do not forget your promise to me. 10 pounds of exquisite tea leaves. Yisiale snapped back to reality and nodded. Master, rest assured. 10 pounds of tea leaves may seem excessive, but I will do my utmost. Nonsense. You must find them. If you fail to procure 10 pounds of tea leaves, I shall make you regret it. Now, off you go. Lav's excitement flared at the mention of tea leaves. Yes, I will definitely acquire them. Yisiale nodded slightly, took a couple of steps, then awkwardly turned back with a smile and said, Master, since I already owe you 10 jin of tea leaves, might I request a small advance from you? After all, I already owe you quite a bit. A little more wouldn't make much difference, would it? Just a tiny amount. As he spoke, Yisiale made a gesture with his pinky finger, indicating that he truly required very little. Upon hearing Yisiale's words and observing his expression, Luo Fu's eyes widened in indignation, and with a swift motion, a resplendent golden longsword materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Yisiale. Realizing the anger of his master, Yisiale dared not linger and swiftly turned to flee. Behind him, he could hear his master's furious roar. You insolent brat. If you dare to mention tea leaves to me again, I shall surely strike you down for your ingratitude. Chapter 35. The Novice Trial. In a state of rapid escape, Yisiale felt a lingering trepidation. The old man was truly unreasonable. Was it necessary to explode in such fury over a mere request for a small amount of tea leaves? The prospect of enhancing his mental fortitude by 20 points with those leaves tantalized him. If he could acquire even a tiny portion, even if it were of no use to him, selling it could yield hundreds of thousands of star coins, a golden opportunity for overnight wealth. Unfortunately, from his master's demeanor, it was evident that those tea leaves were akin to his lifeblood. The last time he was granted a sip was an extraordinary privilege. Had he not recklessly squandered half a pot of tea in a moment of impulsiveness, there might have been a glimmer of hope remaining. Alas, that fleeting possibility was extinguished. As he departed from his master's humble abode, Yisiale felt a profound sense of detachment, as if he had transcended time and space. In that moment, a wave of lightness enveloped him, and the burdens he carried vanished without a trace. Becoming a craftsman signified his entry into the ranks of white-collar workers, bringing with it a stable income. No longer would he need to fret over the tuition fees for his younger siblings. This was the fundamental reason for his relief. Moreover, he bore the coveted Stingray sniper rifle, the heroic medal, and the Azure Dragon Ring. These artifacts transformed him from a mere healer into an indomitable force, instilling within him an unwavering confidence. Now, when confronted by formidable foes, he felt no trace of trepidation. Furthermore, the secret of his inventory served as his greatest assurance of strength. As long as the capacity of his inventory remained intact, even if he lost everything, he could gradually rebuild and grow stronger. With a sigh of relief, Yisiale clenched his fists and resolutely contemplated. It was time to depart from the novice village. He pondered whether Tianlong and the others had successfully passed the novice trial. The novice trial was the inaugural colossal dungeon of the novice village, designed for every player seeking to leave its confines. Success was achieved simply by walking from the starting point to the destination. Of course, death resulted in no experience loss, and players would be teleported to a nearby, relatively safe area upon demise. Only after dying 10 times would they be forcibly removed from the trial and transported to the settlement at the destination. Naturally, failure to complete the task yielded no rewards. Conversely, the fewer deaths incurred during the trial, the more generous the rewards. However, although the format of the novice trial appeared deceptively simple, it was fraught with peril. Each player could carry a maximum of 5 days' worth of food, and only 5 vials each of life and mental potions. Completing the journey at the fastest pace would still require at least 7 days. If one were slower, it could take 10 days, half a month, or even 1 to 2 months. Nothing was impossible. With insufficient food and potions, players would not only have to contend with various monsters along the way, but also with the robbery and slaughter perpetrated by other players. Murder was the predominant theme of the novice trial. Yi Xiaolei eagerly anticipated the challenge ahead. As a craftsman, while he could earn money in the novice village, entering a more advanced settlement promised even greater financial rewards. He should broaden his horizons. With this resolution, Yi Xiaolei immersed himself in the bustling marketplace. Now, having reached level 10, he was about to depart from the novice village. To commemorate his time there, he strolled through the bustling marketplace, both to reminisce about the atmosphere and to procure a suitable scalpel. As a battle medic, the execution of healing light and resurrection spells was contingent upon possessing a scalpel. Without it, those skills would remain dormant. After a thorough search, Yi Xiaolei found no bronze-grade scalpels for sale, ultimately spending 30 star coins on a standard white-grade scalpel. Scalpel, white-grade attack power, 1216, required level, LV10. In comparison to the mutated Rat King's scalpel, this one was utterly inferior. Nevertheless, such rubbish constituted the mainstream weaponry for battle medics. It was undeniable that weapons imbued with attributes were scarce in this game. With everything prepared, Yi Xiaolei hesitated momentarily, then resolutely spent his last 32 star coins on a bottle of subpar white wine at the tavern before arriving at his master's modest cabin. "Master, I am about to leave Qifeng village and wanted to bid you farewell," he said, presenting the bottle of wine to Love. Love's expression soured. "If you intend to leave, then do so without such lingering." He accepted the wine with a scowl, adding, "TSK, TSK, how dare you present such inferior wine as a token of respect?" Despite his words, he cautiously placed the bottle on the tea table beside him. Love's blunt remarks rendered Yi Xiaolei somewhat embarrassed. Once I earn some money, I shall bring you a finer bottle. Please, make do with this for now." After that, silence enveloped them, the two staring at each other without a word. After a moment, Love, still displeased, said, "You've said your goodbyes and presented your gift. Now be off." "Take care, master." Yi Xiaolei bowed deeply. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiaolei found himself in the expansive basement at the center of Qifeng village. The room was spacious, with a circular platform at its center, surrounded by iron pillars that occasionally emitted arcs of electricity, crackling with sound. Beside the pillars stood a sophisticated piece of machinery, undoubtedly the teleportation device. Next to this device stood an NPC cloaked in black, obscuring their features, who served as the teleportation administrator. Only players above level 10 were permitted entry here. Once inside, they could neither leave nor retreat, only advance or remain. Upon entering, the teleportation administrator's low voice echoed, "The rules are inscribed on the stone wall beside you. If you are already familiar with them, step onto the central platform, and I shall transport you to the newbie trial battlefield." Yi Xiaolei took his time, carefully reviewing the rules, which aligned closely with what Tianlong had described. The trial imposed restrictions on potions and food, but many requirements were relaxed within the novice trial grounds. There would be no repercussions for slaying as many foes as one wished. As Yi Xiaolei was perusing the rules, a group of approximately 20 individuals appeared, undoubtedly players from Qifeng village. This assembly was one of the most effective strategies for tackling the beginner's trial. "Hey, which legion are you from? Don't you have any teammates? If not, why not join us? This trial is ill-suited for lone wolves. They are the easiest targets for ambush," bellowed a giant with a resounding voice. Though the healer's capabilities were modest, their presence was always valued, which was precisely why Yi Xiaolei received an invitation. Had it been another profession, The offer might not have been so readily extended. Yi Xiaolei glanced at the giant and then at the crowd behind him, just as he was about to acquiesce. He inquired, "Which legion do you belong to?" "He, we are the Azure Sky Legion, the most formidable group in Qingfeng Village. With us, you need not worry. Perhaps you will pass this trial with only a few deaths," a bio-soldier eagerly interjected. "Kid, you've certainly heard our legion's name in Qingfeng Village. Let me tell you, our strength extends far beyond this village. We have members in other villages, and once we enter the battlefield, we will coalesce into a vast team. You can decide for yourself," a confident gunner proclaimed. Upon hearing the term Azure Sky Legion, Yi Xiaolei's lips twitched. He was acutely aware that he had been designated a mortal enemy by the Azure Sky Legion. His name was prominently displayed on the bounty board of Qingfeng Village, with an external reward of 200 star coins for his capture. However, if an internal member were to eliminate him, the reward would be significantly greater, effectively providing a perk for the Legion members while incentivizing them to eliminate their enemies. How could he possibly join such a group? Once he affiliated himself, his identity would be compromised, and it was conceivable that the individuals before him would pounce without hesitation. Contemplating this, Yi Xiaolei forced a smile and said, "Well, I prefer to go solo. Thank you for your kind offer." He would not be foolish enough to reveal his identity at this juncture. Yi Xiaolei's refusal instantly darkened the giant's expression, and the countenances of the others were similarly grim. The Azure Sky Legion was immensely powerful, and attempting to recruit a mere healer was tantamount to granting him undue respect. Being rebuffed in such a manner was a blatant affront to their pride. "Arrogant," the bio-soldier muttered discontentedly. Anan, he is courting his own demise. Let us not waste our breath on him. Once we enter the trial arena, our team will surely attract more members. At that time, when we merge with other teams from the Azure Sky Legion, we will become overwhelmingly powerful. Why bother with a trivial healer? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 20-member squad of the Azure Sky Legion stepped into the central teleportation array, vanishing from Yi Xiaolei's sight. Once they had departed, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened, yet a faint smile graced his lips. So I've been marked as a mortal enemy? I hope I do not encounter them within. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind collecting a bit of interest first. Chapter 36. O good man. After the members of the Azure Sky Legion departed, Yi Xiaolei promptly stepped into the teleportation array. With a whoosh, darkness enveloped him, and he vanished from the basement. When Yi Xiaolei regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself in a vastly different setting, a bedroom adorned with a bed, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and an antique 21-inch color television that was still operational. The scene before him unmistakably indicated that he was indeed in a bedroom. Peering out of the window, Yi Xiaolei observed that the objects below appeared considerably diminished in size. The height of the bedroom was at least 15 stories above ground. Surrounding him, high-rise residential buildings loomed. Yet on the streets below, a multitude of grotesque creatures roamed aimlessly. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, making Yi Xiaolei feel as though he had been transported to a post-apocalyptic world, where he alone represented the last vestige of humanity. At that moment, the antique television flickered, revealing an image of a soldier clad in military attire, approximately 30 years of age, with a square face that exuded a sense of weariness intertwined with an ironclad resolve. Novice, welcome to the novice trial. Your task is simple. You have 10 opportunities. As long as your number of deaths does not exceed 10 and you successfully reach the water source town base, you shall be deemed a qualified novice, at which point the base will bestow upon you suitable rewards. A word of caution. Within this room, you will find 5 bottles of basic life potions, 5 bottles of mental potions, and 5 portions of food. These provisions will sustain you for a mere 5 days. Should you fail to procure additional sustenance by the end of this period, you will succumb to starvation. As for the supplies you brought from the novice village, with the exception of ammunition, all else will be rendered ineffective. Communication devices are also temporarily inoperative. Of course, as long as you remain within this room, you are completely safe. However, the moment you step outside, the uncertainties of the next second become a perilous enigma. Well then, novice, I wish you the best of luck. With that, the television screen flickered once more, returning to a static-filled mode devoid of signal. Upon receiving the notification, Yi Xiaolei easily located the supplies. Ding. System, Acquired 5 bottles of basic life potions trial system. Acquired 5 bottles of basic mental potions trial system. Acquired 5 portions of food trial. Yi Xiaolei stowed the potions in his pack and took a seat by the window, quietly observing the creatures moving below. Due to the considerable distance, the view was somewhat blurred. Thus, he retrieved a sleek, black, meticulously crafted sniper rifle, approximately 1.6 meters in length, from his pack and positioned it on the windowsill. Primal sniper rifle, golden attack power, 61-68. Rate of fire, 2,000 rounds per minute. Firing interval of 15 seconds. Magazine capacity, 18 rounds. Usage restrictions. Universal, strength, 50. Agility, 30. Additional attributes, strength 10, agility 8. Active skill, charge. Infuse the chamber with 1 to 20 points of mental energy, accumulating power to deliver a fatal strike to the target. Inflicting 100 to 200 damage. Note, the higher the mental energy, the greater the damage. Passive skill, piercing. The fired bullets possess penetrating power, ignoring 20 of the enemy's defense. The sniper rifle boasts a level of lethality that surpasses that of ordinary weapons, rendering it a rare armament. Moreover, the scope affixed to the rifle allows players to observe distant targets with extraordinary clarity, functioning akin to a miniature telescope. Upon revisiting the attributes of the sniper rifle, Yi Xiaolei could not suppress his admiration, while simultaneously gaining insight. His surgical knife, wielded by the mutated Rat King, possesses formidable attack power, its value difficult to quantify. However, in truth, the worth of this sniper rifle far exceeds that of the surgical knife. It appears that I owe a debt to Brother Long, rather than the other way around, Yi Xiaolei mused, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. He resolved to someday craft a powerful dagger to gift him. As a dagger would be far more suitable for his use, the surgical knife is too small and light for a special forces operative. Once his mind was settled, Yi Xiaolei crouched down and peered through the scope, directing his gaze towards the street below. Within the lens, 5 striped spiders ambled slowly towards the lobby of a building. Their pace languid. As he panned the camera, he discerned several wolves and numerous stone beings. LV-11 magic pattern spider, an infected, mutated spider of considerable size and formidable attack power. LV-12 magic pattern wolf, an infected, mutated wolf, known for its swiftness and pack behavior. Yi Xiaolei surveyed the area, noting that the number of monsters exceeded 100, yet he saw not a single player. On a whim, he aimed at one notably large magic pattern spider, charging his shot with 20 points of mental energy, the maximum attack power of the sniper rifle, eager to test the extent of his destructive capability. Aiming, locking on, and firing. Bang! The sound resonated sharply in the tranquil city, echoing with remarkable clarity. Yi Xiaolei stared in disbelief at the lively magic pattern spider in the scope, upon the gun's report. It leapt 3 meters into the air, its 8 legs propelling it with startling agility. In the wake of the gunfire, all creatures within earshot surged towards Yi Xiaolei's position. Damn it! Despite having aimed carefully, I missed my target. Is this game truly so demanding? Must one be a marksman of exceptional skill to wield a sniper rifle? Yet, the situation was far from over. As the monsters converged, a multitude of players began to emerge from the surrounding buildings, flooding the area. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiaolei discerned that the throng was divided into 3 distinct groups, numbering at least 70 or 80 individuals in total. The players raced at astonishing speed towards the southeast. At that moment, a faint smile graced the faces of all members of the Arc Electric Corps as they glanced towards Yi Xiaolei's direction, their expressions laden with unspoken understanding. Just moments ago, based on the trajectory of the magic pattern spider, it was highly likely to enter the very building where they were concealed. Faced with these relentless monsters that slaughter on sight, discovery would almost certainly lead to death. We thought we were doomed. Yet it seems a foolish marksman has unwittingly saved our lives. What a good Samaritan, though alas, it appears that good deeds do not go unpunished. That marksman is in for trouble. A gunman named Pai Pai chuckled as he spoke, whilst the giant, referred to as the boss, offered a faint smile. This is merely the rookie trial, where every participant is a novice. The more novices there are, the more we can mix together. Now, let us escape this city. There are far too many monsters within its confines. Each time we manage to evade death, it is a victory. Three teams gradually slipped from Yi Xiaolei's line of sight. Through the scope of his rifle, Yi Xiaolei noticed that the individuals were staring at him with expressions of bewilderment, which incensed him to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration, wishing he could take them down with a single shot. Unfortunately, sniper rifles are rare, and the ammunition is not easily obtained. With only 108 rounds in his possession, each shot must be conserved until a new source of bullets is secured. Indeed, the distance was too great. Missing is only natural. I am merely contributing to the greater good, Yi Xiaolei muttered to himself in self-consolation. While the three teams had successfully departed, the Phoenix Brigade found themselves in dire straits. They had taken refuge in the same building as Yi Xiaolei, and the sound of his gunfire had drawn all the monsters toward them, a stroke of misfortune. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from his room. "Open the door, you bastard!" A furious voice belonging to a woman resounded from outside. "Xia, do calm down. Let us remain composed." Although he attracted the monsters, he likely did not know we were hiding on this floor. "It cannot be intentional," a gentle voice replied. The woman named Xia, after being calmed by her teammates, settled her fury. "Friends inside, could you please open the door and allow us to take refuge? Your gunfire has inadvertently drawn the monsters here, putting us in jeopardy. We understand it was not your intention, and we cannot blame you for it. But please, let us in to hide, if you would be so kind." As her words fell, the sounds of gunfire and monstrous roars erupted from below, indicating a fierce battle was underway. If Yi Xiaolei did not open the door to let them in, it was likely they would not survive for long. The entire building contained many rooms, yet only the players' spawning area was a safe stronghold. All other locations were vulnerable to monster incursions. Yi Xiaolei, feeling helpless, sheathed his sniper rifle and opened the door. "Alei?" A surprised voice belonging to a female beastmaster exclaimed. She was clad in a blue tracksuit, wielding a crossbow, standing about 168 meters tall. With delicate skin and a face that was neither too plump nor too thin, highlighted by vibrant, expressive eyes and willow-like brows. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, giving her an air of grace and agility. "Is that Xiaoyu?" Yi Xiaolei responded, equally astonished. Memories flooded back from the depths of his mind. Xiaoyu, originally named Yuxilan, had been a classmate of his in high school. Back then, she was the belle of the class. While Yi Xiaolei had not yet adopted his current lean and dark appearance, but had been quite handsome in his own right, often regarded as the heartthrob of the class. The blossoming romance between the class beauty and the class heartthrob was anticipated by all. Their relationship flourished, and had it not been for the school's prohibition against dating, they might have officially become a couple. However, after the college entrance examination, just as Yi Xiaolei was preparing to confess his feelings, tragedy struck when his parents were involved in a fatal car accident, plunging him from a state of bliss into despair. For a time, Yi Xiaolei languished in sorrow, but eventually redirected all his energy towards caring for his younger siblings, focusing on studies and earning a living. As they attended different universities, his desire for romance dissipated, and their relationship faded into obscurity. "All right, enough of your affectionate displays." The female medic standing beside Yuxilan shot Yi Xiaolei a stern glance. She turned to the team members in the stairwell, who were valiantly holding back the advancing monsters, and urged, "Ladies, hurry up. There's a stronghold here. We'll be safe." With a rush, 6 women burst into Yi Xiaolei's room. They took refuge inside as the creatures outside relentlessly battered the door, producing ominous thuds. "We're safe now," they sighed in relief. However, aside from Yuxilan, the other 5 women glared at Yi Xiaolei with anger. "Tell us, did you deliberately lure the monsters here, forcing us to rush up and plead for you to open the door?" Chapter 37, Excessive Defense? Are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately luring the monster here so that we have to beg you to let us in? The question came from a robust woman. However, before she could finish her sentence, a mature and composed female Special Forces soldier swiftly intervened, offering an apologetic smile to Yi Xiaolei. "I apologize. Xia has a fiery temper, but she means well. Although it was you who attracted the monster, we understand it was unintentional. Thank you for allowing us to enter. By the way, we are a small squad from the Fire Phoenix Brigade. I'm the captain, Meng Xianqiu." With poise, Meng Xianqiu introduced herself succinctly. followed by the introductions of the other 5 members: Zilon, level 11 Beast Tamer; Dacia, level 10 Medic; Little Grape, level 12 Medic; Littlefoot, level 10 Medic; Huan, level 12 Special Forces. After Meng Qianqiu's introduction, Yi Xiaolei realized that this 6-member team consisted not of giants or bio-soldiers, but rather of 3 medics, 2 special forces, and 1 beast tamer. It was indeed a miracle that such a team had survived until now. Having introduced everyone, Yi Xiaolei reciprocated with his own introduction: I am a medic, a casual player. Although he was now part of the Red Flame Brigade, he had decided to carve out his own achievements in the future, lest he squander the unique abilities granted by his package. Alei, why are you alone? Where are your teammates? Zilon inquired, her curiosity piqued by the recent happenings in Yi Xiaolei's life that she had heard about. While she asked about his teammates, her true interest lay in the current state of Yi Xiaolei's existence. First loves often harbor lingering emotions. Yi Xiaolei smiled faintly, about to respond, when suddenly a notification from the system interrupted him. Ding dong. System, you have an incoming call in real life. Would you like to answer? The virtual helmet had a feature that allowed users to receive phone calls while gaming, which was quite convenient. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Yi Xiaolei initially suspected it to be a telemarketing call, but hesitated before choosing to answer. Hello, this is the South Police Station of Linqi City. May I speak with Mr. Yi Xiaolei? A man's voice came through the line. Upon realizing it was a call from the police station, Yi Xiaolei furrowed his brow. Yes. What is the matter? Well, it seems that your younger brother, Yi Xiaofeng, had a conflict with a classmate, Zhu Jialin. During the altercation, Yi Xiaofeng acted with excessive defense, resulting in serious injuries to Zhu Jialin. We received a report and are currently detaining Yi Xiaofeng according to the law. It's difficult to explain the specifics over the phone, so we kindly request that you come to the South Police Station of Linqi City. We also need to take some statements from you. Understood. I will be there shortly. Yi Xiaolei ended the call, his expression darkening. He glanced at his former first love, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Xiaoyu, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Yi Xiaolei abruptly disconnected. His younger brother, Yi Xiaofeng, had gotten into a fight. Yi Xiaolei had 100 reasons to absolve his younger brother of blame. Yet with the imminent college entrance examination just days away, the turmoil stirred within him was palpable. His ire stemmed not only from his brother's inability to manage his emotions, but also from the provocation of that scoundrel, Zhu Jialin. Due to Yi Xiaolei's abrupt disconnection, his game character lingered for a while in the virtual realm. Meng Qianqiu cast a glance at the offline Yi Xiaolei and curiously inquired of Xylin, Do you know him? Yes, we were classmates in high school. He served as class monitor, while I was the academic representative, Xylin replied, her expression somewhat conflicted. Hee, Sister Lon. Judging by your demeanor, it's evident you two share something more than mere acquaintance. Ah, but never mind, since you know him, I shall refrain from robbing him. Otherwise, given his current character in the game, I could dispatch him with just a few strikes and perhaps acquire some valuable loot. Daxia chimed in with a playful laugh. Xylin shot Daxia a reproachful glare. Axia, you are aware that I have a boyfriend, so please refrain from making such assumptions. TCH, Daxia cast a disdainful glance, asserting boldly. Men can have their cake and eat it too. Why shouldn't you? Besides, having an additional boyfriend is merely acquiring a backup, a win-win situation. The choice of the name Daxia, which phonetically resembles hero, vividly encapsulated her spirited personality. As Yi Xiaolei stepped out, the clock had already passed 11 at night. The night market, influenced by the virtual escapade, had lost its former vibrancy, yet throngs of people still meandered about. In a bid to save time, Yi Xiaolei indulged in luxury and took a taxi straight to the police station. Upon arrival, he noted several luxury vehicles parked outside, where a portly, ostentatiously adorned matron was vociferously berating the officers. Clear the way. I intend to make that bastard pay, that wretched spawn of a mother who didn't raise him properly, for assaulting my son in such a brutal manner. Why aren't you moving? You inept buffoons, is our tax money merely to allow you to protect the real culprit? Believe me, one phone call from me, and you'll find yourselves out of a job. Faced with the relentless tirade of the affluent lady, the officers wore expressions of resignation. They recognized her high status and knew that they could neither retaliate nor escalate the situation, opting instead for a conciliatory approach. Madam, this is merely a childish dispute, and both parties bear some responsibility. It is not that he is unwilling to help, but rather that the global network has entrusted its oversight to intelligence systems. While these systems only manage issues that intertwine with reality, it is wise to exercise caution. Childish? That filthy scoundrel is already 18. Are you mocking my understanding of the law? I'll have you know that this gentleman beside me, Mr. Long, is a prestigious lawyer from Linchi City. With that, the matron pulled Mr. Long forward, demanding, "Tell me, how many years can that little wretch expect to serve in prison?" Lawyer Long adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and stated in a businesslike manner, "According to our criminal law, Mr. Yi Xiaofeng is suspected of the crime of intentional assault, resulting in severe bodily harm to Zhu Jialin, with the circumstances being particularly grave. Furthermore, this matter does not exclude the suspicion of intentional homicide, for which the maximum penalty could be life imprisonment." Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaolei had already appeared beside the lawyer, his expression dark and menacing. After hearing the lawyer's words, Yu Xiaolei exhaled slowly, "Step aside." The police officers at the station immediately recognized Yu Xiaolei. An officer, who appeared to be over 50, inquired, "Are you Mr. Yu?" Yu Xiaolei nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, come with me," the elderly officer gestured. However, on the other side, upon realizing Yi Xiaolei's identity, a wealthy woman lunged forward, seizing a handful of his hair with her meaty hand, and bellowed, "Damn you! If it weren't for your brother, my son wouldn't have ended up like that. I'll make you pay." Though she grasped at his hair, Yi Xiaolei's locks were too short for a firm hold, and her grip slipped. In a swift motion, her other hand came crashing down toward Yi Xiaolei's face. The sound of a sharp slap echoed through the night, leaving a vivid imprint on the woman's cheek, stark against the darkness. Just as her palm was about to connect, Yi Xiaolei blocked with his left hand and retaliated with a forceful slap of his own. The blow left the wealthy woman momentarily stunned, as were the surrounding police officers and the lawyer. "You have a lawyer present. Let us see if he can defend you in court for excessive self-defense," Yi Xiaolei uttered coldly before turning and entering the police station without a backward glance. "You dare strike me? I will make your life a living hell," the woman roared, resembling a frenzied lion, as she directed her fury at her bodyguards. "Useless fools! You let that scoundrel hit me. What are you waiting for? Bring him to me." Hearing her cries, a bodyguard replied softly, "Madam, this is a police station. Although the master holds a prominent position, times have changed. Surveillance cameras are everywhere, and the system is controlled by advanced technology. The master cannot operate with the same impunity as before. Perhaps we should visit the young master in the hospital instead. Our commotion here may only work against us." Turning to Lawyer Long, the bodyguard stated, "Am I wrong, Lawyer Long?" Awkwardly, Lawyer Long nodded, but added earnestly, "Madam, I believe it would be prudent for us to leave. As a victim in this situation, any inappropriate remarks could lead to the judge leniently sentencing the true culprit." The wealthy woman glared at those around her, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I want that bastard's entire family to live in torment." Chapter 38. 2 million at the outset. Yi Xiaolei maintained a semblance of composure. However, upon hearing the lawyer's assertion that his brother could potentially face life imprisonment, an unrelenting anguish pierced his heart. Although the lawyer's comments were somewhat exaggerated, the thought of his brother enduring even a mere year or two in prison was enough to shatter a lifetime of dreams. Seated before the police officer, Yi Xiaolei's voice emerged hoarse as he inquired, "Officer, what is my brother's current condition? With surveillance cameras everywhere, I request to review the footage." The seasoned officer sighed and replied, "Mr. Yi, I am Zhong Guocheng, and I am temporarily in charge of this case. Before I address your inquiries, we must first take a statement. Do you have any questions?" Yu Xiaolei shook his head in response. "Very well, let us proceed with the statement. Could you tell me if there have been any unusual behaviors exhibited by your brother, Yi Xiaofeng, at home recently?" Zhong Guocheng asked in a formal manner. "None whatsoever. My brother has been perfectly fine lately, running in the mornings before heading to school," Yi Xiaolei responded. "Are you aware that your brother has developed a close relationship with a classmate named Ling Lily?" Zhong Guocheng continued. Our preliminary investigation indicates that a rivalry between Yi Xiaofeng and Zhu Jialan escalated due to jealousy, culminating in a physical altercation. Bang! Yi Xiaolei slammed his hand onto the table, his emotions spiraling out of control as he shouted, "My brother would never resort to violence over jealousy. He could never be in a romantic relationship with that girl, Ling Lily. I assure you of this." Yi Xiaolei's conviction stemmed from a conversation he had with his brother 2 days prior during their morning run. Yi Xiaofeng had mentioned that Ling Lily had been frequently seeking his assistance with schoolwork. At that time, Yi Xiaofeng had joked, "If I were a rich second-generation heir or a bureaucrat's son, perhaps I could have dated her for a spell, just to boost my image. Alas, we are but poor." Yi Xiaolei had chastised his brother, urging him to focus on his studies and to eschew the notion of a first love, remarking that such pursuits were trivial given their current financial struggles. "If you fail to secure a good job, it would not surprise me in the least if you end up single," he had warned. In response, Yi Xiaofeng had rolled his eyes at his brother. "Come on. I was just joking. My standards aren't that low. Ling Lily may be attractive, but she's too high maintenance. I plan to marry a rich girl in the future. So I want to have to work so hard." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaolei had playfully knocked his brother on the head, delivering a stern lecture. Yet Yi Xiaofeng merely grinned foolishly. Zhong Guochang, observing Yi Xiaolei's distressed expression, promptly urged him to remain calm. "This is merely a statement." Following the completion of the statement, Yi Xiaolei was granted access to a video of the brawl, revealing the true catalyst behind the altercation, one that was intricately linked to himself. Prior to the last parent-teacher meeting, Zhu Jialan, who had long harbored envy towards Yi Xiaofeng for his academic prowess, good looks, and popularity, had taken to disparaging Yi Xiaolei's identity as a migrant worker, belittling him in the eyes of others, which had inevitably led to widespread skepticism. In a bid to bolster his credibility, Zhu Jialan wagered with several affluent young heirs, betting on the attire of Yi Xiaofeng's elder brother. However, the outcome was disastrous for Zhu Jialan. Yi Xiaolei donned an outfit reminiscent of the Sky House, leading Zhu to a humiliating defeat, one that cost him not only a substantial sum of money, but also earned him the absurd nickname Cannon. Consequently, Zhu's resentment towards Yi Xiaofeng grew exponentially, prompting him to frequently mock Yi and pride it. As Yi Xiaofeng exhibited remarkable forbearance, Zhu Jialan became increasingly brazen, escalating from verbal jibes to physical confrontations. Ultimately, Yi Xiaofeng, pushed to his limits, retaliated with force. Zhu Jialan, infuriated by the audacity of someone he routinely bullied, unleashed a heavy-handed attack. Unfortunately for him, as a pampered heir, he was no match for the physically robust Yi Xiaofeng, who swiftly subdued him. Preferring not to escalate the situation, Yi Xiaofeng cast a cold glance back at Zhu before turning to leave. Yet, as he did, Zhu Jialan unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. In a reflexive response, Yi Xiaofeng delivered a swift kick that struck Zhu in the groin, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the staircase, rendering him unconscious. Following a medical examination, it was revealed that Yi Xiaofeng's kick had severely injured Zhu Jialan's reproductive organ and resulted in multiple fractures, leaving him in a state of coma in the hospital. After listening to Officer Zheng's explanation, Yi Xiaolei felt a sense of relief, comprehending why his brother insisted he wear a decent outfit for the parent-teacher meeting. "Officer Zheng, under these circumstances, my brother was merely acting in self-defense, and the evidence is clear. What would be the potential outcome if this escalated to court?" Yi Xiaolei inquired, his concern palpable. Zhong Guocheng, having concluded his notes, switched off the recorder and sighed. "I have looked into your family situation before. The crux of the matter now lies in the fact that the Zhu family firmly asserts that your brother acted with intent. Should this be classified as malicious injury? A sentence of 8 to 10 years is not out of the question. Furthermore, pursuing legal action would be financially burdensome for your family. The costs of litigation, especially against wealthy adversaries, can easily reach hundreds of thousands. Even if you were to win, you would still be liable for Zhu Jialan's medical expenses, which you cannot evade. His medical bills are likely to amount to 200,000 to 300,000, but if the Zhu family employs any tactics, the cost could easily exceed $1 million. As Zhong spoke, he regarded Yi Xiaolei with sympathy, yet he was astonished to find no trace of fear in Ye's demeanor. Instead, he bore an air of calmness. "So, Officer Zhong, Your implication is that if we can secure 2 million, this matter could be resolved more easily. Am I correct? Yu Xiaolei replied, his expression remaining serene. As long as money can resolve the issue, Yu Xiaolei feels less anxious. In the past, even a sum as modest as 10 or 20,000 would have been beyond his reach, however. Now the equipment in his game alone is worth at least several hundred thousand. Furthermore, his secondary profession as a craftsman and the title of heroic metal represent intangible assets of immeasurable value. Should circumstances become truly desperate, he would consider borrowing from Tianlong. Yet he wishes to avoid that situation for now. He has already borrowed money twice. The first occasion was 5,000 star coins to advance his craftsman profession. But fortune smiled upon him when he sold the heart of the primal beast for 80,000 star coins, allowing him to repay the debt. The second time, he borrowed 40,000 star coins for the deposit on an A-level task, which he also repaid. However, the thought of asking for 2 million now is beyond his capacity. Moreover, one must rely on oneself. Excessive dependence on others breeds inertia. While money may provide a relatively straightforward solution, it does not guarantee resolution. As a police officer, one must speak with discretion, and it is even more so for a seasoned officer like Zhong Guoqing. Thank you, Officer Zhong. May I visit my brother now? Furthermore, as my brother is approaching his college entrance examination, could he be released on bail? Through their conversation, Yi Xiaolei perceives Zhong Guoqing's genuine concern for the common people, and he holds great admiration for such a devoted public servant. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Guoqing gritted his teeth and replied, "Bail is possible. I will set the bail amount at 10,000. Although there are no specific regulations regarding bail amounts, given the other party's connection to the Zhu family, a lower sum might provoke discontent. Rest assured, the bail will be refunded as long as your brother refrains from causing any further trouble during the bail period." "Thank you," Yi Xiaolei responded, then hurried to the nearest ATM to withdraw his remaining 30,000 cash, paying the 10,000 bail and keeping the remaining 20,000 for contingencies. As he anticipated various expenses, notably, it is now the year 2022, and the daily withdrawal limit is precisely 30,000. After handing the cash to Zhong Guoqing and receiving the receipt, Yi Xiaolei proceeded to see his brother. At that moment, his brother was confined behind a small iron gate, and through the bars, Yi Xiaolei could clearly see tears streaming from his brother's eyes, as he occasionally wiped them with the sleeve of his school uniform. In the dim light, the fear etched on his brother's face was unmistakable. Witnessing this, Yi Xiaolei's fists clenched involuntarily. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from a lack of money and the disdain that comes with a lowly status. If only he could earn more and no longer be a migrant worker. Such a situation would not have arisen tonight. With a click, Zhong Guoqing opened the iron gate and addressed Yi Xiaolei's brother, Xiaofeng. "Your brother has come to take you home. You have a wonderful brother. There is nothing to fear." As the iron gate swung open, Yi Xiaofeng lifted his head. Upon seeing his elder brother, he could no longer contain himself and rushed into Yi Xiaolei's embrace, tears streaming down his face. "Brother," sob. "What should I do?" Although the younger brother was unharmed, the sight of his sibling's sorrow tugged at Yi Xiaolei's heartstrings. A man should not cry over such misfortunes. "Fear not, for I shall shield you from the tempest." There, cease your tears. You and your sister share the same disposition, both so prone to weeping." Upon hearing his brother's words, Yi Xiaofeng reluctantly withdrew from the comforting embrace. Lowering his head as he choked out, "Brother, what am I to do? It was not my intention." Yi Xiaolei shook his head in resignation. "Come, let us return home. Do not fret over this matter. I shall resolve it myself. Have I ever let you down?" Chapter 39. Narrow paths of enmity. After escorting his younger brother out of the police station, Yi Xiaolei did not head straight home. Instead, he opted for a late-night snack stall, ordering several skewers of barbecued meat and a few bottles of beer. He poured a generous glass for his brother, saying, "Drink up. I haven't indulged much in alcohol myself, but I understand that your heart must be heavy right now." In one swift motion, Yi Xiaolei downed a glass of beer, setting the cup down resolutely. Truth be told, while you may seem blameless in this situation, you do bear some responsibility. Your fault lies in your forbearance. Had it been me, I would have slapped him down long before now, rather than waiting until tonight to give him a kick. With the alcohol flowing, Yu Xiaolei's words became more plentiful. If you had incapacitated him with one swift kick, I would have supported you wholeheartedly. You know, just a moment ago, Zhu Jialan's mother attempted to strike me, yet I countered with a slap of my own, leaving her to merely hurl a few curses before retreating. I share this with you to convey that, despite our poverty, we must retain our dignity. The barefoot need not fear the shod, as long as we stand upright. We shall not cower in any place. Our parents departed early, and I have raised you and your sister. You both have been incredibly understanding. And it brings me immense joy, truly. As he continued, Yu Xiaolei consumed a few more glasses of beer. In light of this incident, I had initially planned to transfer you and Sanmei to a different school, but upon reflection, that would merely be evasion. We have done nothing wrong. Therefore, when we return, you must sleep soundly and refrain from overthinking. I will handle this matter. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaolei added, there is something I intended to withhold until after your college entrance exams, but given the current circumstances, I feel compelled to share it now, lest you remain uneasy. Well, I have recently experienced a financial windfall through gaming. It's not a mere 1,000 or 2, but rather tens of thousands. Do you recall the outfit I wore during the last parent-teacher meeting? That was no imitation. It was genuine branded apparel, costing me a total of 2,888 yuan. I was unaware that you had urged me to dress well for school due to Zhu Jialan, which incensed me at the time. I mistakenly thought you were merely concerned about appearances. I regret my misjudgment. Yu Xiaofeng listened in silence, increasingly astonished. The idea of profiting from the game seemed a rarity, as most merely invested money without returns. Yet, how could his brother have earned such a significant amount in such little time? His surprise was palpable. He pondered whether his brother's claim was a comforting fabrication, but recalling his brother's steadfast nature, he found it hard to dismiss. The knowledge of his brother's success filled Yu Xiaofeng with joy, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Brother, I am fine, truly happy. Rest assured, this incident will not affect my studies. Yu Xiaofeng had often envisioned alleviating the familial burden on his brother, yet regardless of his thoughts, he understood that he could only begin to seek out means of earning money after entering university. Even if he couldn't contribute financially to his brother, he was determined to cover his own tuition and living expenses, no matter how arduous the journey. He was unwilling to see his brother, now 23, continue to sacrifice his youth for him and Sanmei. However, upon hearing that his brother could earn money, Yu Xiaolei felt an overwhelming joy. Seeing his brother's happiness brought a smile to his own face as he remarked, though the Zhu family possesses a unique status, they cannot intimidate us. My brother has encountered a benefactor in the game, and should the Zhu family resort to unscrupulous means, he will surely seek assistance from this ally. Therefore, rest assured, this matter will undoubtedly be resolved. Meeting Tianlong was, for Yu Xiaolei, akin to encountering a benefactor. The two brothers engaged in conversation for quite some time, until Yu Xiaolei glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 1 in the morning, prompting him to return home. Once home, after confirming his brother was asleep, Yu Xiaolei opened his antiquated desktop computer and began searching for information regarding the Zhu family. To his dismay, the revelations were quite unsettling. Zhu Bei, the father of Zhu Jialan, was 43 years old, a resident of Tianan City, and the chairman of both the New Energy Technology Group and Qingtian Chemical, with the combined market value of these two conglomerates nearing 50 billion. On June 2nd, Zhu Bei invested 10 billion into the two, forming the Qingtian Core, which currently ranks 18th in overall strength. Zhu Bei's father-in-law, Hua Yanchao, age 56, was recognized as one of the top 10 figures in China in April 2021. Yu Xiaolei had been aware of the Zhu family's affluence, but he was taken aback by the staggering figure of 50 billion, not to mention their illustrious connections. It was evident that the Zhu family represented a blend of commerce and politics, a lineage deeply entrenched and challenging to displace. Damn it, Yu Xiaolei gritted his teeth. Those with nothing to lose fear not those with something to protect. Now, with the intelligence network monitoring the situation, I refuse to believe they can harm me. Yet, as he considered the intelligence network's jurisdiction over matters intertwining with reality, anxiety gripped his heart. No, if there are no issues, I shall create one, he resolutely decided. To safeguard himself, he resolved to stir up trouble within the game alongside the Qingtian Core, ensuring that the intelligence network would pay slight attention to him and his family. As for his brother's legal troubles, he would take it one step at a time. He could address the court summons when it arrived. The most pressing concern remained financial. 2 million was a significant burden for him, and time was of the essence. With this thought in mind, Yu Xiaolei hastily logged into the game. Upon entering, he found the members of the Fire Phoenix team had already departed. Just as he logged in, a notification chimed. Ding. Global announcement. The overall player level has met the requisite conditions, and the system has activated the currency function. In-game currency will now be interchangeable with real-world currency, leading to an upgrade across major global banks to include a star coin deposit option, making star coins a formal circulating currency. 1 star coin, €1 1. 5 renminbi 1. $2. Ding. System. Dear Mr. Yi Xiaolei, would you like to link your game account with your bank card? Note. Once linked, the currencies will be interchangeable. Star coins can be converted into RMB, and RMB can also be converted into star coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaolei opted for the binding. The activation of the currency function within the game was, for him, a boon with no drawbacks. The universal currency, while advantageous for Yi Xiaolei, poses a calamity for those lacking self-restraint, igniting a fervor throughout the game. To his astonishment, it is universal, not merely a means of exchange. Given his volatile temperament, should he succumb to impulse and squander his in-game wealth, he would find himself facing dire straits in reality. A towering giant bellowed in frustration, emphasizing that the concepts of universality and exchange are fundamentally distinct. In this gaming realm, devoid of cumbersome exchange protocols, countless players might rashly purchase items they scarcely need. If there were exchange procedures, however, a buffer period would allow consumers to discern their true needs and whether their acquisitions are worthwhile. Brother, you could easily refrain from binding your bank card, thus avoiding universality altogether. Yet, misfortune befell me. My wife is relentless in her pursuit of exquisite gear. Should I fail to procure what she desires, she is likely to become unhinged. Can you fathom my plight? The diverse array of items in paradise is overwhelming each day. I find myself enamored by something new, and the purchasing process is extraordinarily simplistic. Such effortless shopping is a veritable amalgamation of paradise and hell for shopaholics. I surmise that it won't be long before a significant number of superfluous spenders emerge throughout the land. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaolei, the tumult within the game was of little concern to him. His immediate objective was to accumulate wealth, and the most expedient avenue for doing so was through killing, transforming into a frenzied slayer. Tianlong had once conveyed to him that in the novice trial, potions and food are essential commodities, perpetually high in price. Thus, even in the absence of enmity, if one has the opportunity to eliminate another, hesitation is unwarranted. After all, it is merely a game, and one need not fear offending others. With the omnipresence of the surveillance network, even if adversaries were incensed, they could do little more than glower. Consequently, Yi Xiaolei promptly set his sights on acquiring resources. Murdering and pillaging supplies emerged as the swiftest route to wealth. Had it not been for the incident involving his brother, he might have hesitated. But now, earning money takes precedence over all else. Other matters have become secondary. Peering through the window, Yi Xiaolei's gaze fell upon the street below. To his surprise, an abundance of players congregated. A rough estimation revealed that over 500 players were huddled in a corner, fending off an onslaught of monsters. Orcs led the charge, followed closely by bio-soldiers. While medics tirelessly administered healing from the rear, the remaining members provided distant fire support, achieving an unparalleled efficiency in their slaughter. Witnessing this, Yi Xiaolei hastily retrieved his sniper rifle, positioning it at the window. Through the scope, he observed the team below. In the crosshairs, the players exhibited expressions of pride, confidence, and dominance, their collective demeanor filling him with envy. The sheer number of participants rendered sniping impractical, even if he were to eliminate an adversary. He would be unable to claim their loot upon death. Suddenly, as he crouched before the sniper rifle, a flicker of recognition crossed Yi Xiaolei's face. Why did their emblems seem so familiar? The emblem of a legion featuring a bow and arrow, which evokes a sense of familiarity, undoubtedly does not belong to Qingfeng village. Why does it feel so recognizably intimate? It is them, the Qingtian Legion. Yi Xiaolei instinctively tightened his grip on the sniper rifle. The Qingtian Legion ranks 18th among all legions in Huaxia, and it is only natural that they could muster such a substantial number of members. How ironic, indeed. Were it any other legion, I might have hesitated. But since it is the Zhu family's legion, there is no room for contemplation. At that moment, Yu Xiaolei held his breath, adjusting the rifle's muzzle in search of a target. To eliminate 2 and earn 1, or to slay 3 and gain a double reward. However, this location is his entry point, and no one else can intrude. As long as he refrains from opening the door, he remains utterly secure. As for the concern of wasting ammunition from the sniper rifle, that thought hardly crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiabua, the elder brother of Zhu Jiawan, observed the caliber of his legion's members, which rivaled that of real soldiers, and felt immense satisfaction. If he could expand the Qingtian Legion's strength, those antiquated family elders would have little to say. In his pursuit to enhance the Qingtian Legion's prowess, Zhu Jiabua resolutely approached his grandfather for a contingent of soldiers, distributing them among the legion as squad leaders. With the military's organization and guidance, the team's capabilities ascended several tiers. Of course, his request for military personnel met with considerable opposition from the family elders, yet he ultimately succeeded in persuading them. Witnessing the quality of his current team made it all worthwhile. To foster camaraderie, he consistently led the charge in battles, setting an example, and of course, he was supported by a team of 6 medics. As long as he wasn't eliminated in an instant, survival was assured. Just then, puffed. -138A Terrify Chapter 40. A one-sided massacre. The sudden and inexplicable demise of the battlefield medic left the members of the Qingtian Legion in a state of shock. Instant kill. How could this be possible? As the initial surprise faded, chaos erupted among them. Damn it, who was that? Which scoundrel dares to oppose the Qingtian Legion? With a roar from one of the giants, the others quickly regained their composure, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings, ears perked up. A cacophony of monstrous shrieks filled the air. The sound of blades striking the stone giants resounded ominously. The heavy thud of a creature crashing against the giant's shield echoed through the eerie silence that enveloped the area, creating a chilling atmosphere. Zhu Jiabua, entangled with a creature, immediately sensed the sudden turn of events. His expression darkened as he cast a swift glance around and commanded, "Gunners, cease fire momentarily and remain alert. The rest, continue to fend off the monster's attacks." This was undoubtedly the work of a master. Only a true expert could silently eliminate their own without detection. The dozen or so gunners diverted their gazes to the surroundings, but no matter how they looked, they only saw monsters. Could it be an exceptionally intelligent boss launching a covert attack? One of the gunners speculated. In paradise, the highly intelligent boss was both a source of great frustration and affection for the players. Frustrating, because their cunning made them exceedingly difficult to defeat. Beloved, because each kill not only yielded attribute point rewards, but also left behind loot that could drive one to madness with excitement. However, as soon as he finished speaking, thud, -159. The talking gunner, taking a step forward to join Zhu Jiabua, felt an immediate sharp pain coursing through his body, and soon, he stared in disbelief at the death notification displayed by the system. The gunner had perished, his belongings scattered across the ground, and his body was teleported to a relatively safe location. On another front, damn it, I was so close to eliminating their higher-ups, Yi Xiaolei cursed internally. Through the scope, he observed that the members of the Qingtian Legion were fixated on a bio-soldier. Without a doubt, that bio-soldier was a significant figure within the Legion. As the saying goes, to kill a thief, one must first slay the king. Yu Xiaolei would not let such an opportunity slip by. Unfortunately, just as he had his sights set, one of the gunners stepped in front of the bio-soldier, allowing him to escape unscathed. The interval for firing his sniper rifle was 15 seconds. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Yi Xiaolei refocused on the crowd below. A bio-soldier? Humph. I have memorized your appearance. Let us see how you evade this time. It seemed that handling the sniper rifle was not overly challenging. Or perhaps he possessed a natural talent for marksmanship. The more he shot, the more confident he became. However, after several attempts to locate the slender bio-soldier with single eyelids, he found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, after firing his second shot, The gunners observing the surroundings immediately identified the direction of the enemy's attack. Over there stands a formidable marksman, undoubtedly wielding a sniper rifle. Otherwise, such an impressive offensive capability would be inconceivable. Moreover, this sniper rifle must be of at least golden caliber. The marksman pointed decisively in the direction of Yi Xiaolei, immediately revealing his weapon. A sudden realization struck him, and he warned, "Heads up. His target is you. He has already discerned your identity." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiabao cast a quick glance towards Yi Xiaolei's location, his expression contorting into a grimace. However, with the monsters still not fully vanquished, he could not rush in recklessly. Instead, he opted to evade the sniper's line of sight, retreating to the side of a building to shield himself from exposure. "Battle medics, come to my position. The rest of you, cease holding back. Unleash your full might and expedite the extermination of these creatures." With limited options for concealment, only a portion of their ranks could be sheltered, and the battle medics took precedence. Their role on the battlefield was irreplaceably vital. Suddenly, a medic attempting to retreat was swiftly eliminated by Yi Xiaolei. With the medics in peril, Yi Xiaolei redirected his fire towards the bio-soldiers. Given their formidable attack power, it was imperative to prioritize their elimination, as doing so would impede the efficiency of the Qingtian Legion in dispatching the monsters. As long as the creatures persisted, he would remain at risk. One shot after another, Yi Xiaolei unleashed devastating firepower, effortlessly dispatching his foes. The 10th level bio-soldiers typically oscillated between 70 to 90 health points, and without even employing his skills, Yi Xiaolei could dispatch them with ease. He silently counted the fallen bio-soldiers in his mind. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei paused, peering through his scope to spot an exceptionally skilled giant, whose agility was astonishing. Typically, giants are characterized by their sluggishness, yet this one brandished a bronze shield with remarkable finesse. Each strike and block was executed with precision, rendering the damage from the monster's assaults nearly negligible. This giant was known as Absolute Guardian, and at this moment, he was filled with indignation towards the enemy sniper while feeling utterly powerless. Until the monstrous threat was quelled, their team stood no chance of retaliating against the foe. Despite his fury, he remained unafraid. With over 200 health points, he knew the enemy's maximum damage was but 168. As long as he avoided being instantaneously eliminated, the medics behind him would promptly attend to his wounds. Absolute Guardian exuded confidence, a belief rooted in his strength and formidable health pool. Witnessing his comrades perish one by one, he could not restrain himself from bellowing in Yi Xiaolei's direction, "You coward! What skill is there in merely targeting bio-soldiers? Come at me if you dare." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when, thwack, a bullet pierced through his armor, and a shocking damage figure appeared above his head. -349. Damn it. This is cheating. It's utterly impossible for the damage to be so high. In the fleeting moment before his fall, Absolute Guardian could not help but unleash a torrent of curses, lamenting inwardly his own foolishness. Had he maintained a more discreet demeanor, he might have evaded becoming a target. Alas, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was precisely his exceptional performance that had drawn Yi Xiaolei's attention, rather than his loquacious provocations that attracted calamity. With a swift motion, Absolute Guardian's body vanished, forcibly transported by the system to a relatively safe location for resurrection. His demise cast a pall over the faces of those present, who subsequently erupted in outrage. Damn it! Who dares to oppose our heavenly legion, and to inflict such terrifying damage? The absurdity of sustaining 349 points of damage left the so-called experts, who typically dealt only 20 or 30 points, in utter dismay. Such damage seemed impossible unless the assailant had utilized an extraordinary and rare disposable item. Damn it! Once we capture him, he shall pay dearly. There cannot be many on his side, and with our numbers, we shall surely vanquish those scoundrels. Amidst the legion's curses, Zhu Jiabao's heart bled. Absolute Guardian was his most prized giant. With him, a single individual could match the strength of 3 or 5. Cursed be the one responsible. Zhu Jiabao clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. The novice trial represented a pivotal juncture for players, a crucial first step. Successful completion promised substantial rewards, with greater completion yielding even richer benefits. He had meticulously prepared for this task, yet he found himself suffering enormous losses at this initial outpost, still unaware of the identity of his adversary. As for the enemy's fury, Yi Xiaolei remained indifferent. He did not seek to comprehend it. However, he reveled in his current elation, albeit with a tinge of regret for the countless lives taken and the multitude of items lost, none of which could be claimed, merely left to stare in dismay. Bang! Without hesitation, Yi Xiaolei squeezed the trigger once more. Damn it, a miss. His expression darkened, realizing the peril of overconfidence. To date, he had fired 89 bullets, with 75 resulting in instant kills, 8 shots straying off target, and the remaining 6, though hitting the enemy, only striking limbs and thighs, failing to secure immediate kills. Only shots to the torso or head could achieve that. Bang! The Zhu family possesses ample wealth. Yet Yi Xiaolei finds himself bereft of time. The recent assassination was merely an outlet for his frustrations. He remains acutely aware that his primary objective is to amass fortune. 2 million yuan, approximately 140 star coins, is the goal he pursues. Meanwhile, within the Qingtian Legion, a realization dawns upon Zhu Jiabua as 2 minutes pass without any casualties. Has the enemy retreated? Or have they run out of ammunition? Regardless of the possibilities, Zhu Jiabua would never let go of the enemy who had bestowed upon him a great gift. With this thought, he roared with a twisted expression, Mengo. You must pursue them and uncover the mastermind behind this. We shall follow closely behind. Once we identify the culprit and snare them, I wish to personally exact my vengeance. Ming, one of the few surviving biochemical soldiers, simply nodded in response to Zhu Jiabua's command. As a soldier, tracking was his forte. Yet the manner in which Zhu Jiabua issued his orders left him feeling discontent. Had it not been for the directives from above, he would have been indifferent to such matters. Deep within Ming's heart, however, he harbored a certain admiration for the unseen sniper, someone capable of inflicting such significant losses upon the Skyward Legion, a rare occurrence indeed. Whoosh! The phantom of Ming glided effortlessly through the sparse throng of monsters, pursuing the direction of Yi Xiaolei. Chapter 41. The unfortunate band of robbers. Yi Xiaolei dashed out of the residential building, traversing the narrow path along its rear before heading eastward for a distance. Once assured that he had evaded detection by his adversaries, he confidently emerged onto the main road, making his way towards Water Source Town. The first station of the novice trial required him to escape the city besieged by monsters. Yet the creatures within had nearly been obliterated by the Qingtian Legion, rendering the streets remarkably devoid of threats. In this manner, Yi Xiaolei inadvertently benefited from the efforts of the Qingtian Legion. However, he had not ventured far when he sensed a figure swiftly approaching from behind. A wave of tension gripped him, yet as he turned his head slightly, he relaxed once more. After all, he was a combat medic, not a marksman. There was little to fear. The only individuals capable of wielding a sniper rifle were sharpshooters or special forces. The average person would scarcely entertain the notion of a universal sniper rifle. Such weapons were inherently rare, and the likelihood that most players were unaware of the existence of such a rifle was quite high. Before long, the shadow loomed ever closer. If Yi Xiaolei failed to turn around now, it would surely seem a bit too contrived. Thus, he feigned alarm and turned to face the approaching bio-soldier. Brother, you aren't here to steal my supplies, are you? From a distance, Ming spotted Yi Xiaolei and initially mistook him for the culprit. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Yi Xiaolei was merely a combat medic. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you seen any sharpshooters nearby?" "Brother, why are you looking for a sharpshooter? Are you working with him?" Yi Xiaolei asked cautiously. "Enough with the nonsense. Quickly tell me where you saw the sharpshooter. The longer we delay, the easier it is for him to escape," Ming replied brusquely. "Ah," Yi Xiaolei exclaimed in surprise. "Brother, you are with the Qingtian Legion. I've seen your insignia. May I join your legion? I've heard that your forces are exceptionally strong, and having such a powerful ally would make gaming so much simpler." With a scowl, Ming drew his pistol and aimed it at Yi Xiaolei. "Speak. In which direction did the sharpshooter go? If you utter another word of nonsense, I will end you." That way, Yi Xiaolei's expression froze momentarily as he pointed ahead. Naturally, it was in that direction. The quest required him to head towards Water Source Town in the east. Who would be hiding here? Just moments ago, a sharpshooter had fired at him, nearly eliminating him in an instant. He continued, "I was just," before he could finish. A Meng hastened towards the direction Yi Xiaolei indicated. "Brother, don't go. I want to join the Qingtian Legion," Yi Xiaolei shouted as he pursued. But he halted only when the bio soldier's figure vanished from sight, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems my acting skills are rather commendable. Regrettably, now is not the time to reveal his true identity. Otherwise, he could have shot a Meng from behind and collected the dropped items, earning himself a bounty of dozens or even hundreds of star coins. Murder, when conducted in the shadows, was the most terrifying, and Yi Xiaolei was determined to maximize that terror to its fullest extent. In truth, Yi Xiaolei is quite fortunate. Although Meng charges forward, he remains vigilant of his surroundings and does not wholly trust Yi Xiaolei's words. Should Yi Xiaolei truly brandish a sniper rifle, Meng would undoubtedly be the first to notice. As a soldier, Meng possesses formidable combat capabilities in a genuine fight, even with his impressive attributes. Yi Xiaolei may not necessarily prevail. Rather, it is more likely that Meng would restrain Yi Xiaolei, allowing the reinforcements arriving from behind to easily eliminate him, consequently adding yet another bounty to Yi Xiaolei's head. Soon, Yi Xiaolei exited the city and arrived at the base of the outer city wall. Ding. System, congratulations on completing the novice task of escaping the city. Experience 3,000. Please continue your efforts. Ding. System, your level has increased to level 11, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Upon seeing his upgrade, Yi Xiaolei opened his personal attributes panel. Medic. Level. LV11 Profession. Combat Medic Health Points. 1690 Mental Strength. Second Tier 296 318 Experience. 201 120,000. Attack Power. 4248 at this moment. Yi Xiaolei wields a basic handgun, naturally less powerful than a sniper rifle. Strength, 40. Agility, 18. Constitution, 128. Mental Strength, 174. Total Attribute Points, 360. Equipment, Heroic Metal. Azure Dragon Ring, Homemade Handgun, Homemade Surgical Knife. Skills, Healing Light, Revive, 3. Gentle Breeze Step, Azure Dragon Ring's additional skill. Every time Yi Xiaolei glimpsed his health points, he could not help but smile. Though he too is a level 10 player, the majority of others possess health points that barely reach his base figure. Presently, he feels invincible, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Furthermore, his mental strength has reached a staggering 318 points. This is not even the crux of the matter. The significant point is that his mental strength is classified as second tier, allowing him to unleash skills with double the potency of his peers. As for Yi Xiaolei's sniper rifle, it remains tucked away in his inventory, not currently visible. Upon observing his attributes, Yi Xiaolei could not resist murmuring to himself, with such formidable stats, defeating a single boss should pose no challenge. The novice trial is inherently a dungeon, and the equipment dropped by monsters should not be lacking. Creatures in the city tend to congregate, yet here in the outskirts, they are scattered, making it ideal for solo play. If only he could encounter a boss. However, as he contemplated this, Yi Xiaolei found himself momentarily stunned upon stepping beyond the city gates. At this moment, 2 or 3 dozen individuals had gathered on either side of the gate, with the total number exceeding 50. The majority were gunners, and upon Yi Xiaolei's appearance, they immediately turned their attention towards him, their numerous long guns ominously aimed in his direction. Seeing only one person emerge, the 50 players could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Damn it! How unfortunate to encounter merely one individual. We thought another 10-man squad had arrived. Though small, a mosquito is still meat. Every little bit counts. Who cares? There are plenty of players guarding this gate. If we can rob just 5 of them, we can elevate ourselves to white-collar status. Hey, kid, come over here. A hawk-nosed youth, leading the group, waved his hand impatiently at Yi Xiaolei. Even someone as naive as Yi Xiaolei understood that he had encountered a band of robbers. Although he was confident in his ability to escape and could potentially eliminate several of them, it was prudent to remain low-key until he grasped the full truth of the situation. Brother, are you recruiting for your team? That's splendid, Yi Xiaolei exclaimed with an expression of feigned excitement. Shut up, the hawk-nosed man snapped, his voice laced with anger. You have two options. 1. Surrender 2/5 of your supplies, and we will let you go. Or 2. We kill you and take everything you have. The choice is yours. Yu Xiaolei was at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Brother, what about the biochemical soldier who walked in front of me? Did he pay his supplies, or did you?" He was genuinely curious about this matter. With a derisive snicker, the hawk-nosed man produced 3 vials of basic life potions, waving them in front of Yi Xiaolei. "See this? This was what that fellow dropped. Though we may be somewhat tyrannical, we do operate on principles." Before he could finish, a gunman smirked and arrogantly declared, "That guy thought he was safe because he belonged to the Sky Pillar Legion. He believed we would fear him, and even dared to threaten us. Such individuals are, of course, met with a hail of bullets." Hearing this, Yi Xiaolei felt a wave of relief wash over him. An idea struck him, and he asked innocently, "Brother, I know they have several hundred people. They'll be out shortly. Aren't you worried about retaliation?" Yi Xiaolei's question was merely a cautionary nudge, urging them to prepare, lest they be easily overwhelmed by the Sky Pillar Legion. Ideally, he envisioned a fierce confrontation leading to mutual destruction. "Oh," the hawk-nosed man paused, his eyes lighting up as he mused aloud. "A few hundred people, each surrendering a potion would net us over 100 vials. Even if we accept star coins instead, we could easily collect several thousand. Yes, we need to prepare for this lucrative opportunity." Upon hearing the hawk-nosed man's words, Yi Xiaolei felt somewhat speechless. Robbing them? It would be a stroke of luck if the Sky Pillar Legion did not rob them first. As if reading Yi Xiaolei's thoughts, the hawk-nosed man chuckled, "Kid, I find you somewhat likable, so I'll give you a discount. Just surrender 1/5 of your supplies, and you can pass. As for the Sky Pillar Legion, it's not that I look down on them. It's just that they are inherently cowardly, each one ambitious to achieve a zero-death clearance. To fulfill their mission, they would certainly prefer to part with a small amount rather than engage in conflict with us. In the event of a clash, I have over 50 skilled men. Taking down a dozen or 2 of them would pose no challenge." Yu Xiaolei found this reasoning enlightening. Indeed, if a conflict were to arise, both sides would surely suffer losses. On one side were the fearless robbers, and on the other, the well-funded, ambitious legion. If he were the captain of the Sky Pillar Legion, for the sake of the mission, he would undoubtedly swallow his pride and part with some trivial resources to avoid confrontation. Furthermore, it was clear from the hawk-nosed man's words that their fees would decrease when dealing with larger legions or more numerous adversaries. The group purchase offers discounts. And now even when the team is being robbed, there are still benefits. The elder brother is truly wise. This is 2 vials of life elixirs and 1 portion of sustenance. Yi Xiaolei discreetly flattered him and cheerfully paid the toll. The life elixirs held little value for him, naturally serving as a substitute for the mental potions. After settling the toll, Yi Xiaolei proceeded along the main road until he was out of sight of the bandits. It was only then that he slipped into the woods, finding a suitable spot to climb onto the trunk of a large tree, setting up his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he aimed at the hooked nose at the city gate. Since they could not engage in a confrontation, Yi Xiaolei certainly intended to stoke the flames. After Yi Xiaolei departed, the hooked nose immediately ordered his subordinates to gather some discarded wooden crates, while the gunmen took cover behind the boxes, peering out with their weapons trained on the city gate. Soon, members of the Qingtian Brigade emerged in pursuit. As soon as they appeared, Yi Xiaolei offered a moment of silence for the hooked nose. "My friend, my apologies. Of all the people to rob, it had to be me." At that moment, Yi Xiaolei pulled the trigger. Bang! On the other side, upon seeing the Qingtian Brigade's arrival, the hooked nose moved forward to demand his share. But as he took a step, a sharp pain coursed through his body, and he collapsed to the ground. With the hooked noses, Chapter 42, the great explosion upon the demise of the hooked nose, realization dawned upon him that the attack had originated from behind. Damn! He had been ambushed. Which scoundrel dared to betray him? He hoped fervently that he would not discover their identity. Observing his subordinates avenging his death in the immediate aftermath stirred a blend of emotions within the hooked nose, while he found solace in their loyalty. He was enraged that his team had been ensnared without anyone noticing, leading to a chaotic skirmish. "Do not shoot, you fools, do not shoot," he bellowed, but alas, in his spectral state, his voice could not carry. Just as his words faded, A swift motion ensued, and his body was forcibly transported away from the battlefield, revived in a secure location. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiabua and his team had just arrived on the scene, bewildered by the circumstances. When they were immediately besieged by a volley of gunfire from snipers positioned dozens of meters away, his expression darkened ominously, as if he were about to bleed from sheer fury. Without needing his command, over 400 players, seething with rage due to Yi Xiaolei's previous actions, charged forward in a frenzy. Frenzy, precision, venom. The Qitian Legion unleashed a ferocious barrage, with giants wielding massive shields braving the gunfire, while special forces and bio-soldiers swiftly took cover behind them, propelled by wrath as they surged forth. The sound of gunfire echoed. The bandits realized escape was futile. Thus, they resolved to face their pursuers head-on, targeting the vulnerable, believing that killing one would yield profit, and two would be a windfall. Soon, the giants of the Qitian Legion reached the wooden crates where the bandit forces had taken refuge. With a powerful sweep of their spiked clubs, they toppled the snipers, while the special forces and bio-soldiers surged out from behind the giants, blades flashing in the chaos. The battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre. However, although many snipers fell, they managed to eliminate around 20 medics from the Qingtian Legion in their final moments. On the other side, Yi Xiaolei, peering through his scope, took in the carnage with clarity, unable to suppress his disdain. Damn, they only managed to kill 20 medics. What a bunch of amateurs. With such incompetence, how dare they attempt robbery? Before long, the Qitian Legion, having sustained considerable losses, eliminated the members of the Hook-Nose faction. The lone silver lining was that this inexplicable force had yielded a substantial cache of supplies, including 2 bronze pieces of equipment. Zhu Jiabua, his face inscrutable, addressed one of the giants, Akai, "Gather the supplies. They will temporarily be under your care for distribution." This arrangement was born out of necessity. Dispersing the supplies among the members would complicate the accounting. Moreover, he held unwavering trust in Akai, confident that he would not misappropriate any of the goods. The giant acknowledged and began collecting the supplies gathered by the others. A notable aspect of the novice trial is that items brought from the novice village do not drop upon death. Only those obtained within the trial are subject to loss, with the drop rate increasing with each subsequent death. Upon the 10th death, all items acquired during the trial would be forfeited. Thus, it was evident that surviving the novice trial would yield a bounty of items worthy of envy. Yi Xiaolei gazed at the bulging pack behind the giant, his mouth watering. What am I searching for a boss for? Before me stands a true boss. If I slay this giant, the spoils, even if only a fraction, would surely be worth thousands of star coins. Contemplating this, Yi Xiaolei's expression shifted multiple times as he stifled the impulse to charge forward and retreated instead. This was not the opportune moment. To act now would only draw the ire of the Qitian Brigade, and it was likely that he would be deemed a bandit and eliminated before he could utter a word. With this thought, Yi Xiaolei sprinted away, covering a considerable distance along the main thoroughfare. Once he confirmed that this was indeed a path the Qingtian Brigade would traverse, he set up a stall, erecting a sign that read, "Potions for food." Note: due to a shortage of provisions, I kindly ask all esteemed seniors to sell me some food. Additionally, I seek to form a team. I am a combat medic, capable of fulfilling the role of a healer, and my prowess can withstand scrutiny. Yi Xiaolei's stall appeared quite peculiar on the main task route, resembling a clumsy attempt to conceal something. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his actions. To mask his appearance, he smeared dark earth across his face in crude lines and tore and soiled his garments, resembling an ancient tribesman, albeit clad in a white medical robe that rendered the ensemble rather incongruous. 15 minutes passed, and as Yi Xiaolei had anticipated, the Qingtian Brigade gradually made their entrance. Having learned from previous misfortunes, Zhu Jiabua's demeanor darkened upon spotting Yi Xiaolei's bizarre stall. He promptly arranged for reconnaissance to ascertain the surroundings, confirming the absence of traps and deeming Yi Xiaolei merely a fool before allowing the group to proceed. Upon seeing newcomers, Yi Xiaolei's face immediately lit up with excitement, and he approached a striking marksman, exclaiming, "Brother, your elegant demeanor suggests you are a dragon among men, undoubtedly the leader of your team. Are you recruiting? I am a formidable combat medic. The handsome marksman felt a twinge of embarrassment, although he relished Yu Xiaolei's flattery. He cast a glance at the dark expression of their commander and awkwardly introduced, "This is our commander, Qing Batian. I am merely a regular member." Yi Xiaolei regarded Qing Batian with a look of incredulity but maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "A pleasure to meet you. By the way, what is the name of your brigade? Is it formidable?" "Ah, never mind. Even if it is not, I still wish to join. Commander, I am quite impressive. In our previous 20-member team, faced with a horde of monsters, only I survived while 19 perished. Impressive, right? Moreover, many have attempted to recruit me, but their teams were too weak for my liking." At that moment, Yi Xiaolei epitomized the archetype of an overly ambitious youth, one prone to exaggeration. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Qingtian brigade exchanged glances of incredulity. They scoffed at what he deemed impressive, likely reasoning that his swift escape from the monstrous onslaught was merely a sign of cowardice, suggesting that his previous team had met their demise due to the presence of such a bumbling companion. Before the rather immature youth before him, Qi Tian was tempted to put an end to him with a single gunshot. However, indiscriminately killing an unarmed and idle player would undoubtedly bring considerable negative repercussions to the Qi Tian Legion, adversely affecting its future development. Thus, he had to suppress his urge to kill. Qing Tian cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiaolei and chose to disregard him, continuing his journey with an air of indifference. Yet, this demeanor was interpreted by Yi Xiaolei as tacit approval, prompting him to leap with joy. "Ha ha ha." The captain's silence signifies consent. "Thank you, Captain. I assure you, I will become the most formidable healer in the team." With that, Yi Xiaolei boldly embraced the gunman he referred to as his leader, declaring, "From now on, we are part of the same legion. I look forward to your guidance." The expressions of those present darkened. How could one be so brazen as to interpret being ignored as tacit approval, and even have the audacity to claim he would be the best healer in the team? Were the medics in their group merely ornamental? Observing the impending fury in Qi Tian's eyes, Yu Xiaolei had a sudden epiphany and exclaimed, Captain, we cannot proceed any further. Ahead lies a band of robbers numbering in the hundreds. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be lacking in food." After speaking, Yi Xiaolei spat dismissively and added, "Bah, with so many of us, why should we fear them? Let's take them down and reclaim our supplies." Upon hearing this, Qi Tian restrained his murderous impulse and signaled to a nearby bio-soldier, who promptly detached from the group to investigate. As the bio-soldier departed, Yi Xiaolei's thoughts began to race, secretly chastising himself. "How foolish of me. I could have simply claimed I retreated from the front. Surely they would have kept me around to gather intel. Instead, I had to mention the bandits. What a blunder." At this moment, Yi Xiaolei realized his time was limited. Before the bio-soldier returned, he was safe and could blend in with the group. However, once the bio-soldier returned, it would signify his doom. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I must act." With a face full of ingratiation, he approached the giant burden with supplies. "Brother, you must be weary carrying all that weight. Your speed must have diminished considerably. Would you be so kind as to spare me some food? If I don't eat within half an hour, I fear I might perish." Akai glanced at Yi Xiaolei and then at Qi Tian. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Qi Tian, he retrieved a portion of food from his pack and tossed it to Yi Xiaolei with an air of charity. "Here, for the members of the Qingtian Legion." This bumbling medic still held some utility. Moreover, a weak medic posed little threat. If they encountered monsters, they could simply use him as fodder, a clean and effective solution. Yu Xiaolei did not immediately accept the food. Instead, he suddenly shouted, pointing towards the woods ahead, "Look, there are people over there." Instantly, the attention of the crowd was drawn in the direction Yi Xiaolei indicated, while two bio-soldiers dashed forward at remarkable speed. A cold smirk crept onto Yu Xiaolei's lips as he swiftly retrieved a sniper rifle from his pack and aimed it at the giant's head. Bang! In a fleeting moment, Yi Xiaolei managed to channel merely 2 points of spiritual energy into the sniper rifle. Though this modest infusion diminished the damage due to the proximity of the target, the critical hit to the head afforded a significant damage bonus, sufficient to obliterate the towering giant before him. With a resounding crash, the giant fell, its spoils scattering across the ground. Yu Xiaolei immediately plunged into a frenzy of collection. Ding! System, You have acquired 20 bottles of basic life potions. System, you have acquired 98 bottles of basic life potions. System, you have acquired 42 bottles of basic spiritual potions. System, you have acquired 100 provisions. System, you have obtained a magic wolf pistol, bronze. System, you have acquired 45 provisions. System, you have received the skill book Stone Roar. System, you have obtained 24 bottles of basic spiritual potions. A cascade of system notifications enveloped Yusiale in euphoric delight. Meanwhile, the thunderous report of his sniper rifle drew the attention of the onlookers, who beheld Yusiale's frenzied gathering of treasures with eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 43. Striking it rich, the thunderous report of the sniper rifle drew everyone's attention back, revealing Yusiale frantically scavenging for items. All eyes widened in disbelief. You bastard! Seeking death! Fool! Do you think you can just take the spoils after killing someone? The gunmen aimed their weapons menacingly at Yusiale, while the giant brandished his spiked club high above. The remaining onlookers regarded Yusiale with a mixture of disdain and incredulity. Bang! -21 bang! -23 bang! -24. Gunshots rang out in succession, and a series of damage notifications appeared above Yusiale's head. In the face of such onslaught, he seemed to dive into a treasure trove, his arms sweeping once more as numerous items vanished into thin air. With a resounding thud, a giant spiked club struck Yusiale, sending him sprawling several meters away, motionless on the ground. Damn, this kid's health is astonishing. We've hit him so many times, and he is still standing. Heh, no matter how high his health. Against so many of us, he is doomed. Wait, he is dead, yet why haven't the items dropped? His recent actions constituted theft, and the items he seized should have exploded upon his demise, but now, at this revelation, the crowd's expressions shifted, just as most were still processing this information. Yusiale flipped over, raised a middle finger at them, and derisively exclaimed, "A bunch of idiots." With that, he turned and fled, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. If not now, then when? Windstep. Whoosh activating the skill, Yusiale's speed surged by 10, allowing him to dart several meters away. In this brief span, he was struck multiple times by the now-reacting gunman, his health teetering perilously close to the 50 threshold. Should his health fall below that mark, his attributes would diminish, placing him in grave danger. Healing light. Yusiale flicked his palm, and a milky glow enveloped him. With a base attack power of 42 points and a second-tier mental fortitude amplifying his skills, one healing spell restored 75 points of health. Impossible. One gunman exclaimed as realization dawned. Our total damage has surpassed 800 points. Even 10 medics would have succumbed. A few alert bio-soldiers activated their acceleration skills, their faces grim as they pursued him. There was no time for contemplation. They had to eliminate the enemy first. Meanwhile, Qing Batian stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. A single shot had felled a giant, enduring the assault of dozens of gunmen without perishing. This was beyond his comprehension. He could not fathom why the weakest medic exhibited such prowess. Wait, gunman. Instant kill. With this thought, Qing Batian's expression darkened further. It was him. Without a doubt. He was the one who attacked our people in the city. Such formidable power could belong to no one else. Realizing this, Qing Batian bellowed. What are you all waiting for? After him. Upon receiving their leader's command, the crowd surged forward in a frenzy. On the other side, Yusiale had scarcely covered a short distance when he sensed pursuers behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his pistol, continuing to run while indiscriminately firing behind him. Bang! Bang! The bio-soldiers trailing Yusiale were astounded by his speed, which matched their own. Damn that combat medic, his attack power is extraordinarily high. His vitality is astonishing. Even his speed is unparalleled. Good grief, is there no respite for us? Just as the bio-soldier finished his lamentation, a bullet fortuitously struck his body. 45. Ding. System, your health is below 50, overall attributes decreased by 10. Hearing this announcement, the bio-soldier felt utterly despondent. A reduction in attributes meant his mobility was compromised. With a dark expression, he halted and sighed weakly. At this health, I could be taken down in 2 shots. What is the point of fighting? Although many of his comrades had perished, as long as he remained alive, he felt little anger. After all, It was the battalion that suffered losses, not him. As for the other two bio-soldiers, witnessing their allies' sudden decrease in speed and observing the relentless blind fire from the combat medic ahead, they felt a twinge of retreat. Whoosh! Yu Xiaolei vanished into the woods. Glancing back, he was relieved to see no pursuers, and thus, for safety's sake, he promptly consumed a bottle of primary health potion. System, you have consumed a primary health potion. Health recovers 20 points every 3 seconds for a duration of 6 seconds. A single bottle of primary potion could nearly restore the entire health of an ordinary player, making it exceedingly precious. Outside, a bottle fetched a price of 20 star coins. In other words, Yi Xiaolei had just swallowed the equivalent of 30 yuan, a rather extravagant act. Oh, they dare to pursue? Just as Yi Xiaolei paused, he noticed a large group of individuals chasing after him. A cold smile crept across his lips. My health is in an invincible state compared to current players, with attribute points exceeding 300, equivalent to an additional 60 levels. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Ring augments my attack power. What could they possibly counter with? If I were to confront everyone head-on, perhaps I would be cautious, but now, hey. Yu Xiaolei reloaded his pistol and unleashed a barrage upon the advancing bio-soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Click, reloading. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xiaolei's marksmanship was not exceptionally skilled, but the proximity made it nearly impossible to miss. In mere moments, he eliminated several bio-soldiers, while the remaining ones sought refuge. Kid, have the courage to reveal your name. Daring to oppose the Qingtian battalion, you are doomed. Shouted a bio-soldier hiding behind a tree trunk, seething with anger. TCH, is that all the Qingtian battalion is? What is so impressive about it? I won't change my name or my surname. As he began to divulge the enemy's ID, Yi Xiaolei chuckled and retorted, why would I tell you anything? Do you take me for a fool? With that, Yi Xiaolei swaggered over to collect the items dropped by the slain bio-soldiers, blissfully unaware that the one hiding behind the trunk was nearly driven to madness by his audacity. Ding. System, you have received 2 bottles of basic life potions. System, you have received 1 bottle of basic spirit potions. Upon seeing the system notification, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of joy, having unexpectedly acquired 60 star coins. He was concealed behind a tree trunk, and as he noticed that everyone had arrived, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Observing the entire Qingtian Legion pursuing him, Yu Xiaolei cast a disdainful glance before vanishing into the depths of the forest, within the woods shielded by tree trunks. As long as he was not struck simultaneously by dozens of sharpshooters, he would remain the reigning champion. Bang, bang, bang. After ruthlessly dispatching several reckless foes who charged at him, the members of the Qingtian Legion learned their lesson, employing a giant to lead the charge with a shield. Unfortunately, the giant's movement was painfully slow, incapable of keeping pace with Yi Xiaolei, who possessed the skill Gentle Breeze Step. Gentle Breeze Step consumes 20 spirit points. Enveloping oneself in a gentle breeze, increasing movement speed by 10 for 15 minutes, with a cooldown time of 30 minutes. For Yi Xiaolei, 15 minutes was ample time. Even if the skill fell into cooldown, he was confident in evading his enemies. Thus, the giant charged forward while Yu Xiaolei retreated, the two sides engaging in a protracted stalemate. After several rounds, the death toll of the Qingtian Legion mounted significantly. Qingtian Battalion had considered a full frontal assault. Yet upon witnessing the astonishing vitality of the healer, Yi Xiaolei, he abandoned the notion. The question of whether they could kill the healer remained uncertain, even if they succeeded. The cost to their side would undoubtedly be devastating. 5 minutes later, Qingtian Battalion, maintaining a composed demeanor, addressed Yi Xiaolei with a grave tone. I do not care who sent you, as long as you are willing to join my Qingtian Legion. I shall overlook this matter and grant you the position of vice commander. You may propose any conditions you desire. Hearing Qingtian Battalion concede, Yi Xiaolei frowned instead of rejoicing. The fact that this individual could articulate such words at this juncture indicated his formidable nature. It seemed that future confrontations with the Qingtian Legion would prove quite challenging. Yi Xiaolei fell into contemplative silence, causing Qingtian Battalion's expression to turn sinister. After a brief hesitation, he addressed the remaining 300 members beside him, reluctantly uttering, "Retreat." Everything was understood without further words. Any additional threats would merely be a waste of breath, as both sides were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. As the Chetion Legion withdrew, Yi Xiaolei did not linger excessively but eagerly opened his pack to inspect his spoils. Primary Life Potion, 358. Primary Mental Potion, 292. Food, 210 servings. Magic Wolf Pistol, Bronze Attack Power, 21 to 24. Rate of Fire, 200 rounds per second. Magazine, 8 rounds. Additional Attribute, Strength 2. Usage Restriction, Level 8. Skill Book, Stone Roar, consumes 30 points of mental power, unleashing a roar within a 10-10 radius, stunning all targets for 3 seconds. Usage Restriction, Second Tier Mental Power, Giant. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaolei's eyes widened, and he became exhilarated. I've struck it rich, truly struck gold. A total of 650 potions, calculating at 20 star coins each, amounts to 13,000 star coins solely from the potions. Given that this is the novice trial, the price could easily triple or more. The exact multiplier remains uncertain. In any case, just from the potions, I stand to gain over 40,000 star coins. Adding the value of the food and skill book, the total far exceeds 50,000 star coins. 50,000 star coins equate to approximately 75,000 RMB. Earning such a sum from a single battle is almost beyond Yi Xiaolei's imagination. Chapter 44. Who will be the captain? Upon receiving a sudden influx of 75,000, Yi Xiaolei felt a swell of joy mingled with regret and pain. Alas, the spoils that had been revealed, he had only managed to collect half. Had he been able to gather them all, he could have easily earned over 100,000. If Tianlong were to discover this, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of invective, decrying the dishonor of gaining an advantage while feigning innocence. In truth, Yi Xiaolei was fortunate. The items dropped by the giant A Kai were predominantly acquired 70 through the defeat of the bandit group, a means that, while unorthodox, ensured that upon dying within half an hour, the items would inevitably drop. The remaining 30 stemmed from Yi Xiaolei's slaughter of 91 members of the Chetion Legion, which accounted for the abundance of supplies he had amassed. 10 minutes later, with his status fully restored, he exchanged his pistol for the newly acquired Magic Wolf pistol, resulting in a significant boost to his attack power. Following this battle, Yi Xiaolei brimmed with confidence regarding his ability to amass 2 million. Once he reached the heart of the rookie trial, he could offload his goods for star coins, with a stroke of luck. If he could eliminate a few more bandit groups, his income would surely soar. The center of the rookie trial represented the sole safe haven within the entire trial instance, where players could engage in trade and procure necessary supplies without the fear of being robbed. Naturally, supplies could only be purchased at a premium from other players, as there was no system shop available. As Yi Xiaolei contemplated whether to tread the main thoroughfare to attract hostility and engage in combat, or to take a side path to hone his marksmanship by slaying some monsters, a figure suddenly burst forth from the thicket, pursued by 2 formidable magic wolves, their fangs glistening with drool. These wolves were not mere enchanted canines. They were of a higher level, towering at least 1 meters, inducing a sense of dread that stifled any inclination to resist. The one being hunted was a striking marksman, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a prominent nose and eyes that seemed to dance between mirth and seriousness, eyes that possessed an undeniable allure for the fairer sex. His upper body was adorned with rows of ammunition, and although his tattered military attire rendered him somewhat disheveled, it did little to obscure his undeniable handsomeness. As the marksman emerged, his gaze immediately fell upon Yi Xiaolei, and he urgently called out, "Buddy, run." With that, he swiftly veered off in a southwestern direction to avoid dragging Yi Xiaolei into his predicament. Witnessing the marksman's selfless act warmed Yi Xiaolei's heart. In this virtual realm, devoid of any legal constraints, the darker aspects of human nature were unleashed, selfishness and violence ran rampant, making it a rarity to encounter a stranger acting in consideration of another. Light of healing. Yi Xiaolei traced a semicircle with his palm, summoning a milky orb of light that he propelled towards the marksman. Whoosh! The orb embedded itself within the marksman's body, and a glowing 78 appeared above his head. Stunned by the unexpected healing, the The marksman gaped in astonishment at his restored vitality, incredulous at the miraculous act. What the hell? This healer is absolutely insane. Among the medics he had encountered, the one with the highest healing capacity only reached a mere 35 points. Such medics were treasured assets of their respective battalions, rarely deployed elsewhere. However, when compared to the medic before him, they appeared utterly insignificant. As Yi Xiaolei commenced treatment for the gunslinger, the two magical wolves that had been pursuing him abruptly redirected their charge towards Yi Xiaolei. This indicated a transfer of aggro, suggesting that the gunslinger had merely inadvertently brushed against the wolves without engaging them in combat. Elite Magical Wolf, level 15 health, 1980 attack power? Skills. As the magical wolves broke away, the gunslinger's expression shifted. Gripping a massive handgun in each hand, he aimed and fired at the two wolves. Bang! Bang! -15, -16. Though the gunslinger possessed considerable attack power, the damage inflicted upon the elite magical wolves was minimal, underscoring their formidable defenses. Provoked by the assault, the elite magical wolves let out a fierce howl and once again charged at the gunslinger. With a powerful medic at his side, the gunslinger brimmed with newfound confidence, proclaiming, "My friend, assist me in healing, and I shall vanquish these two elite foes. All their spoils will belong to you." Initially, Yi Xiaolei contemplated extending his aid, but upon hearing the gunslinger's words, he merely smiled and holstered his weapon, choosing instead to embrace the role of a diligent combat medic. He was eager to observe how this audacious gunslinger would contend with the imposing and vicious elite magical wolves. Bang! 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 The gunslinger pressed forward, his dual firearms unleashing a relentless barrage. Upon depleting one magazine, he seamlessly transitioned to the next. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two wolves lunged sequentially, executing swift strikes. A single hit from either could spell instant demise. Yet, the gunslinger displayed no trace of fear. With a slight twist of his body, he executed a nimble retreat, delivering a forceful knee strike to the abdomen of the charging elite magical wolf. Boom! -14. The massive wolf was sent reeling from the impact, and the gunslinger swiftly followed up with a series of shots aimed at the downed creature. As for the other elite magical wolf, the gunslinger chose to disregard it, deftly evading its advances while concentrating his efforts on the first. With a powerful elbow strike, he collided with the head of the advancing elite magical wolf, causing it to collapse onto the ground. The elegance and fluidity of the gunslinger's combat techniques left Yi Xiaolei utterly mesmerized. What a spectacle! Facing two elite magical wolves with such ease was nothing short of spectacular. Just as Yi Xiaolei marveled at the display, the gunslinger, in a moment of carelessness, was struck hard by the tail of an elite magical wolf, sending him flying and rolling several times upon the ground. Spitting out the dust from his mouth, he anxiously called out to Yi Xiaolei, "My friend, I need your healing." Oh. It was then that Yi Xiaolei snapped back to reality. The gunslinger felt a sense of satisfaction with Yi Xiaolei's reaction, convinced that the medic was awestruck by his dazzling combat prowess. With such a high healing capacity and commendable character, he was determined to recruit Yi Xiaolei as his devoted support. The gunslinger held a favorable opinion of Yi Xiaolei's integrity. It is a rarity to find a battlefield medic capable of treating strangers, especially when pursued by elite monsters. With the formidable support of Yi Xiaolei, the marksman commenced a dazzling display of skill, executing a series of intricate maneuvers. Although the marksman was occasionally struck by the magical wolf, his health was swiftly restored. Before long, the health of an elite magical wolf was nearly depleted. How as the impending demise of the elite magical wolf drew near, it suddenly threw back its head and howled. In response to its cry, two elite magical wolves were enveloped in a thick, swirling black mist, obscuring them completely. In a swift motion, the two clouds of darkness merged into one. When the mist dissipated, only one elite magical wolf remained, but it now possessed two heads. Furthermore, the combined elite magical wolf had grown larger, its gray fur transformed into a glossy black. Damn it, my attack power is still somewhat lacking, allowing it to merge. The marksman muttered in frustration. As a marksman, his visual acuity surpassed that of other classes, enabling him to discern the elite magical wolf's abilities. In a desperate attempt to prevent the fusion, he aimed to eliminate one swiftly, yet his plans had failed. Two-headed elite magical wolf. Level 15. Health. 980. 1980. Attack power? Skills? Note: the two-headed magical wolf is a fusion of two elite magical wolves, exhibiting greater speed and enhanced attack power. Yi Xiaolei observed that, despite the fusion, the health remained unchanged. However, the aura of the two-headed wolf was significantly more formidable than that of the two individual wolves. This was not merely a case of 1 + 1 equating to 2. With a swift motion, the fused magical wolf disregarded the marksman's curses, darting forward with alarming speed. Its razor-sharp claws aimed at the marksman. Swoosh! -64. A terrifying damage notification erupted above the marksman's head, reducing his health and plunging him into a weakened state. But Yi Xiaolei's healing arrived just in time. Indeed, you possess skills, but so do I. The marksman shouted in anger. Executing a backward roll to evade the two-headed wolf's onslaught, he swiftly split into two. Two identical marksmen appeared before Yi Xiaolei, each wielding dual pistols, rapidly separating and encircling the two-headed magical wolf while unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The marksman's duplication skill left Yi Xiaolei astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Goodness, this is outrageous. This game even has a duplication skill. Amidst Yi Xiaolei's amazement, the two marksmen, armed with 4 pistols, unleashed a relentless assault on the two-headed magical wolf. Bang, 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 bang. -16, -18, -16. As the marksman fired, he skillfully maneuvered to evade the two-headed wolf's attacks. Unfortunately, one of his forms was unable to dodge in time and sustained damage, yet was saved by Yi Xiaolei's healing light. With precision, the two marksmen seized a fleeting opportunity and immediately activated their signature skill, Precision. Precision, a unique skill of the marksman that can enhance accuracy by 200, with a usage limit of 2 times per day. To clarify, the calculation of hit rate does not rely solely on successful hits. A 100 accuracy rate is akin to doubling the size of the target. The key to hitting lies with the individual. The marksman's 200 accuracy effectively enlarges the shooting target, making it significantly easier to strike. For guns emitted a simultaneous green glow. Bang! The 4 shots merged into a single sound, and Yi Xiaolei witnessed 4 phantoms swiftly penetrate the enormous eyes of the two-headed wolf. -32, -31, -31, -32. How the two-headed wolf let out a reluctant, mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, leaving behind a substantial bounty. Phew. Finally, I've eliminated this beast. It nearly exhausted me. The marksman sighed in relief, and in a fleeting moment of distraction from Yi Xiaolei, one of his forms vanished, leaving only the original behind, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yet, despite his weariness, the marksman felt invigorated upon noticing Yi Xiaolei's dazed expression. With a grin, he remarked, "Hey buddy, what do you think? Am I impressive, or what? Since we're both solo players, how about we form a team? We can share the spoils from monster hunts." Having such a formidable combat medic as an ally, coupled with his own formidable prowess, would undoubtedly ensure he could conquer any foe without fear for his own safety. The mere thought of his future, resplendent and commanding, filled the marksman with exhilaration. As Yi Xiaolei snapped back to reality in response to the marksman's inquiry, clarity washed over him. Indeed, this marksman is remarkably skilled and trustworthy. Was he intending to assemble his own team? This charismatic figure was the perfect fit. With this in mind, Yi Xiaolei chuckled. Sounds good, but who will be the captain? The marksman, slightly exasperated, replied, "Isn't it obvious? The strongest should take the lead. By the way, I'm called Cannon to Shoot Birds." Cannon to Shoot Birds? Yi Xiaolei was taken aback once more. He had heard of this moniker, famed during the monster siege on Qingfeng village. Yet the striking marksman before him seemed ill-matched with such a mundane ID. P.S. I kindly request your support with recommendation votes. They are quite scarce. To ensure a modest promise, for every additional 500 votes, I will provide an extra update. If you enjoy this story, please cast a vote. I would greatly appreciate it. Chapter 45. Hidden Profession? Observing the bewildered Yi Xiaolei, De Pao de Niao inquired, "What do you think of my proposal? You have witnessed my prowess. Although I am merely at level 12, individuals of my formidable talent are indeed a rarity." Yi Xiaolei chuckled, introducing himself. "I am Bu Yi, level 10. Your reasoning is sound. I wholeheartedly agree. With that, He approached the corpse of the two-headed magic wolf to collect the loot. The items lay before him, and he thought it unwise not to seize them, especially since Dapao and Yao had declared them as his. Ding. System, you have acquired 2 portions of food. System, you have obtained 2 magic wolf cores. System, you have received the skill book Rapid Fire. System, you have acquired a violence pill. As he beheld the items in his grasp, Yu Xiaolei's eyes widened once more. The magic wolf core, a material for equipment, it could be combined with gear to yield a chance for a 5 agility bonus. The skill book Rapid Fire, consuming 20 points of mental energy, it enables continuous firing of bullets while enhancing damage output by 5, restricted to gunslingers of level 5. The violence pill, a rare elixir, upon consumption, increases critical hit rate by 1. Each of these 3 items was increasingly rare. Yu Xiaolei had always believed that critical hits were a mere myth within the game, yet the appearance of the violence pill ignited a fervor within him. His attack power was already formidable. Should he engage in combat or confront foes, the prospect of landing a critical hit, even without a sniper rifle, was tantalizingly high. At that moment, Dapao and Yao, shaking off his reverie, curiously asked, "Brother Bu, what treasures have you acquired?" As a ranged attacker, he had grown fatigued after dispatching the two-headed magic wolf, particularly due to the mental toll of utilizing his doppelganger skill. In his eagerness to recruit Yu Xiaolei, he had momentarily overlooked the spoils of the defeated monster. While the doppelganger skill might seem of little value to others, merely a burden unless one could multitask effectively, it proved advantageous for Dapao and Yao, who executed it splendidly. His combat prowess surged, yet the cost was a rapid depletion of mental energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaolei shared the attributes of the items with Dapao and Yao. Gulp. As Dapao and Yao gazed upon the loot dropped by the two-headed magic wolf, he could not suppress a swallow. Recalling his earlier declaration that all items belonged to the opponent, he felt an urge to slap himself for his indiscretion. Chuckling nervously, he remarked, "Congratulations, congratulations." Though his words conveyed congratulations, his tone was stiff and awkward, reminiscent of a duck caught by the neck. Seeing the expression on Dapao and Yao's face, Yu Xiaolei couldn't help but chuckle, waving the rapid-fire skill book before him. "Brother Dapao, this skill book seems rather suitable for you. I would not be opposed to giving it to you, under one condition. I become the team leader. What do you think? That seems quite simple, does it not? In team-based monster hunting, dungeon crawling, and questing, the leader possesses the authority to expel members from the group and has the power to distribute items. Within the team, the leader's word holds the utmost authority." Yu Xiaolei aspired to establish his own team and garner respect. Becoming the leader was paramount. Simple? Not in the least. As the cannon fired at the birds, he gazed at the skill book in Yu Xiaolei's hands, swallowing hard. It was clear that the captain ought to be someone of formidable strength. Then, shifting his tone, he flashed a sycophantic smile and said, "Brother Bu, seeing as I am the captain now, what kind of relationship do we share? I want to take advantage of you. Would you consider selling it to me? I can offer you 2,000 star coins." Thus far, skill books had been exceedingly rare, with 98 of players possessing merely 2 basic skills, resulting in a singular combat approach reliant solely on instinct. For the cannon-firing bird, possessing a plethora of skills was paramount. The disparity between having skills and lacking them was monumental in terms of combat prowess. With a resigned sigh, Yu Xiaolei tossed the rapid-fire skill book to the cannon-firing bird. They had all contributed to slaying the two-headed wolf, so this book would belong to him, while Violent Pill would be his. Since you insist that the captain should be the strongest, let us test our strengths. Seeing Yu Xiaolei hand over the skill, the cannon-firing bird beamed with delight, oblivious to the latter part of Yu Xiaolei's statement, mistaking it for an illusion. Whoosh with the skill book in hand, the cannon-firing bird eagerly slapped it, learning the skill immediately. Yu Xiaolei, gripping his gun with his right hand and a surgical knife with his left, inquired, "Cannon, shall we settle this here or elsewhere? The choice is yours, but take note. If your health drops below 50, you shall be considered defeated." In a fit of excitement, the cannon-firing bird hesitantly pointed at Yu Xiaolei, then at himself. You mean, you want me to duel you for the captaincy?" Yu Xiaolei nodded, reminding him that it was he who proclaimed that the strongest should lead. Was he jesting? The cannon-firing bird's mouth hung open in disbelief. The term battle meta connoted fragility, a role often associated with care and nurturing within the game. Yet, after demonstrating exceptional combat prowess, he knew his opponent was aware of the impending defeat and still chose to challenge him. Alas, this chap was indeed a good person, but his stubbornness bordered on foolishness. Did he possess an innate obsession with being a captain? No, he thought, if this individual, with such formidable healing abilities, were to refuse to team up simply because he could not be captain, it would be a significant loss. He could not allow that to happen. With this in mind, the cannon-firing bird patted Yi Xiaolei on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Brother Boo, fret not. As our team grows, I will surely look after you. How about this? When the numbers increase, I will appoint you as vice-captain. A vice-captain is still a captain, and with my strength leading the team and your robust support, our team's success will be inevitable. He chuckled to himself, thinking that by granting him the role of vice-captain, he would effectively quash any aspirations of being captain. Truly, he was a genius. Upon hearing the cannon-firing bird's lengthy and tedious monologue, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened. He aimed his pistol at the cannon-firing bird and fired. Bang! -42. A staggering amount of damage erupted above the cannon-firing bird's head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Brother Cannon, wouldn't you say my attack power is rather commendable? As he spoke, Yi Xiaolei unleashed a healing light, restoring the life force of Cannon Bird to its optimal state. Shall we spar here or somewhere else? The choice is yours. Certainly. That would be splendid. The attack power of a battle medic surpasses mine as a gunslinger and that of anyone else. It's simply extraordinary. Cannon Bird was both astonished and delighted, marveling at Yi Xiaolei's formidable destructive capabilities while also feeling fortunate to have a powerful ally like him. The overall strength of their team would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the realm of paradise. With newfound seriousness, Cannon Bird declared, "Let's settle on this spot. Brother Boo, I won't take advantage of you. You may strike first." Yi Xiaolei nodded, raising his left hand in a symbolic gesture and fired a shot at Cannon Bird. Bang! The shot was fired, yet Cannon Bird adeptly evaded the attack. After Yi Xiaolei made his move, Cannon Bird, armed with dual pistols, retaliated with 2 precise shots aimed at Yi Xiaolei. Bang! Bang! 2 damage values of -24 and -28 appeared above Yi Xiaolei's head. Brother Boo, you have lost, Cannon Bird stated with confidence. Had I employed my newly acquired rapid-fire skill, you would have been eliminated in an instant. The battle medic possessed a low health pool, and without equipment, a level 10's health would not exceed 100 points. His 2 accurate shots were sufficient to deplete half of his opponent's life. I'm not as weak as you think. In a bid to demonstrate his resilience, Yi Xiaolei activated his wind step skill and charged toward Cannon Bird, simultaneously firing 2 shots. Yi Xiaolei held deep admiration for Cannon Bird's marksmanship. In a long-range duel, even if his health were formidable, he would be gradually worn down, an example being the dual-headed demon wolf. Level and equipment do not dictate everything. Oh, Cannon Bird's expression stiffened. With such overwhelming attack power and decent health, he now found himself outpaced in movement speed as well. A hidden class? Facing the charge of the battle medic, Cannon Bird had no opportunity to retreat. Exposing his back to an enemy would be tantamount to courting death. If struck by even 2 shots, given the opponent's extraordinary attack power, defeat was inevitable. With this thought, he twisted his body, anticipating Yi Xiaolei's arm movements to evade the incoming bullets. With a powerful leap, he surged forward instead. P.S. This is the first update of the day. Typically, I post 2 updates daily. If the recommendation votes reach 1,000 today, there will be an additional update. I continue to seek your recommendation votes, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers for their generous rewards. Thank you, my beloved book, for the support from the likes of Kurumi and others. Chapter 46, Instant Kill. Before comprehending Yi Xiaolei's formidable strength, Big Cannon Shooting Birds approached the encounter with a playful demeanor, treating it merely as a game. However, the situation had transformed, and he now regarded Yi Xiaolei as an equal adversary. Forming a team embodies 2 meanings. One is a casual alliance, a temporary arrangement to accomplish a task before parting ways. The other signifies a united front to face the world together. Although it was their first meeting, a gesture of goodwill had fostered a mutual appreciation, leading them to naturally interpret their alliance as a shared journey through life's challenges. As big cannon shooting birds charged towards him, a subtle smile graced Yi Xiaolei's lips. Alas, this fellow harbored ulterior motives. With a fleeting moment of regret, big cannon shooting birds realized retreat was no longer an option. He could only summon the strength to defeat his opponent. Bang! Big cannon shooting birds swiftly deflected Yi Xiaolei's gun, causing his shot to miss. He then crouched slightly to evade a stab from a surgical blade, executing a lateral kick with confidence. Thwack! His powerful kick struck Yi Xiaolei's left ribcage, registering a damage of -18. Big cannon shooting birds was momentarily stunned. Contrary to his expectations, Yi Xiaolei did not fly away but instead seized his ankle, aiming his gun at his head. The only explanation for this unexpected turn of events was that Yi Xiaolei possessed strength far superior to his own, a notion that was almost unfathomable for a battlefield medic. Reacting swiftly, big cannon shooting birds unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Yi Xiaolei. Bang, 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 -24, -26, -24, -24 yet. Yi Xiaolei wore a smile, holstering his weapon and allowing the onslaught to continue. After several shots, big cannon shooting birds, bewildered, could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is your health point total? And how much strength do you possess?" The outcome had become evident, having been captured by his foe and unable to inflict harm. He realized he had suffered a crushing defeat in mere moments, a frustration that was all too palpable. In the face of absolute power, even the most elaborate techniques proved futile. "Not too much," Yi Xiaolei replied, releasing his grip and shrugging with a nonchalant smile. "In any case, you cannot defeat me. Now, as I am the captain, why not call me that?" Seeing the mischievous grin on Yi Xiaolei's face, big cannon shooting birds felt an overwhelming urge to kick him away, muttering, "Damn it, you're a battlefield medic, and yet you possess all attributes in abundance." At that moment, he recalled his earlier display of bravado while vanquishing the two-headed demon wolf, his face flushing with embarrassment. It was not his own prowess that shone, but rather he had been reduced to a circus performer, laboriously entertaining a solitary spectator. With this thought, big cannon shooting birds indignantly remarked, "If you're so powerful, why didn't you assist me in defeating the elite demon wolf earlier, leaving me to fend for myself against the two-headed beast?" Yi Xiaolei cast a disdainful glance at the other party. "I yearn to take action, yet you request my assistance. Moreover, how can you shamelessly suggest that a combat medic confronts such a formidable beast?" The artillery enthusiast exclaimed in exasperation, "Others may be combat medics, but you are a titan among giants. How can you still claim to be a medic?" His relentless tirade towards Yi Xiaolei evoked a sense of nostalgia, akin to reuniting with an old friend from years past, a feeling that enveloped Yi Xiaolei with comfort and ease. Suddenly, the artillery enthusiast slapped his forehead. "Ah, I remember now. You and I hail from the same novice village. You are the one who angered by Shui and ended up on their wanted list. No wonder your name sounded so familiar." With the recollection of Yi Xiaolei's identity, all mysteries unraveled before him. A medic is one who accomplishes the nearly impossible B-class task, gaining 100 attribute points. No, wait, that seems too formidable. Old Boo, did you complete an A-class task instead of a B-class task? The artillery enthusiast inquired with renewed astonishment. The moniker Old Boo left Yi Xiaolei somewhat speechless. He shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. "What do you think?" The artillery enthusiast's lips twitched in displeasure. Comparing oneself to another can be a bitter pill to swallow. Believing oneself to be impressive, yet in the shadow of a medic, one is but insignificant. Let us not digress. We should head to the center point. If we can recruit a few competent teammates there, navigating this dungeon will pose little challenge. No sooner had Yi Xiaolei's words faded than a full 6-member team emerged from the woods, led by a special forces soldier wielding a long spear. Upon spotting Yi Xiaolei and his companion, the soldier's eyes lit up at the sight of the slain two-headed wolf beside them. Before he could utter a word, one of his comrades, armed and brash, interjected, "Hey kid, hand over whatever loot the two-headed wolf dropped. We lured that beast out of its den. Otherwise, how would you have encountered such an isolated mini-boss?" The gunner's assertion was met with nods of agreement from his teammates, who looked on expectantly. The artillery enthusiast stared at the brazen group in disbelief. Two-headed wolf? Clearly, it was merely an elite magic wolf that he had inadvertently encountered. The elite magic wolf only transformed into a two-headed variant upon merging. However, the artillery enthusiast pointed at Yi Xiaolei with a pained expression, saying, "Gentlemen, he is the captain, and all the loot is in his possession. If you desire it, you may ask him directly. If that is all, I shall take my leave." A blatant act of revenge, stark and unmasked. Regrettably, the artillery enthusiast's performance left much to be desired. Upon hearing his words, the six players' expression shifted slightly, realizing they were being treated as fools. Eliminate them. They possess merely a worthless medic and one gunman. We are six strong. We need no justification. The Special Forces soldier stated coolly from his elevated position. At the captain's words, realization dawned upon the group. Indeed, they could simply kill them. This was a dungeon, after all, and it would not incur any soul points. As this thought crossed their minds, the five individuals surged forward, while the Special Forces soldier, akin to a strategist, maintained a commanding presence behind them. He observed with a detached demeanor, his hands discreetly extending behind his back, gradually coalescing a flickering orb of flame that intensified in size and hue as time progressed. Proudly invincible, as a member of a concealed profession, exhibited an outward arrogance, yet possessed a meticulous inner nature, consistently exercising caution in his actions. Even against seemingly feeble opponents, he always maintained a reserve of strength. The capability of the two to vanquish the two-headed wolf attested to their formidable prowess. At this moment, the flames he conjured behind his back were indicative of his exclusive skill. The flame burst, reserved for his hidden vocation. Should his subordinates succeed in eliminating the two adversaries before them, it would be ideal. However, should they falter, he would not hesitate to expend the flame burst, a skill he could utilize only once daily. Bang! Bang! Yi Xiaolei and Dapao fired their weapons simultaneously, targeting the most vulnerable medic. The gunfire ceased, and the medic, concealed behind the giant, collapsed to the ground, his potions and provisions scattering about. The medic's swift demise caught the Special Forces soldier off guard, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Yet, upon noticing Yi Xiaolei and Dapao's composed visages, devoid of fear, he urgently called out, "Quickly, retreat. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this." Dapao, confronted by the marksman and the Beastmaster's fire, swiftly evaded, seeking refuge in a thicket for concealment. Alone, he could anticipate the trajectory of his opponent's attacks, but facing two foes simultaneously rendered complete prediction impossible. The giant and biochem soldier, advancing towards Yi Xiaolei, exchanged glances, their expressions altered by the captain's command. While the captain's arrogance was evident, his strength was undeniable, his assertion that they were no match for the medic carried weight. The giant and biochem soldier, astonished, regarded Yi Xiaolei before ultimately deciding to withdraw. Proudly invincible cast a glance at Yi Xiaolei, then flicked his eyes towards Dapao, hidden within the thicket. He felt an absurdity in his intuition. The medic posed a far greater threat than the marksman. Although this sentiment seemed ludicrous, he chose to heed his instincts. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing the long concentrated flame burst towards Yi Xiaolei. With a whoosh, a fireball, the size of a fist and radiating intense heat, sped towards Yi Xiaolei, leaving a trail of crimson light in its wake. Faced with the impending fireball, Yi Xiaolei, though surprised, felt no fear. With 1690 points of health, his demise seemed nearly impossible. Though dismissive, he sidestepped slightly to evade direct contact with the fireball. The fireball, despite its rapidity, paled in comparison to the speed of a bullet, rendering it avoidable. As the fireball approached, narrowly grazing past him, proudly invincible uttered, "Explode." Boom. The fireball detonated upon impact with Yi Xiaolei's shoulder, creating a diminutive mushroom cloud, while an astonishing damage number emerged above Yi Xiaolei's head, -2010. Ding. System. You have died. The system will randomly resurrect you. Resurrection countdown. 3, 2. How could this be? In a state of disembodied existence, Yi Xiaolei stood beside his own lifeless body, his face etched with astonishment as he cast a glance at the formidable Ao Wudi. Suddenly, with a swift rush, Yi Xiaolei's corpse vanished, and his spirit was forcibly transported away. Witnessing Yi Xiaolei's demise, Dapao Danio could not help but curse. What a bunch of TMD perverts. Despite the expletives, he hastily gulped down a vial of life potion. The explosion unleashed a vast inferno. even at a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Yi Xiaolei. He felt its devastating effects, leaving his life hanging by a thread and plunging him into a state of severe injury and weakness. Without a replenishment of vitality, death was imminent. He then cast a glance at the sight of Yi Xiaolei's death and his utter shock. He beheld merely a shimmering bronze pistol and an ordinary surgical knife, with nothing else in sight. Chapter 47. The contract of sale after Yi Xiaolei's untimely demise. He was forcibly resurrected, and the surrounding landscape underwent an immediate transformation. Upon discerning his environment, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he found himself in a vast circular plaza, encircled by 4 imposing mountains. Each mountain left a passageway, resembling a celestial pit. But that was not the crux of the matter. The most significant detail was that the plaza was teeming with players, many of whom were hawking their wares. And the air was filled with the cacophony of various vendors calling out their offers. Food on sale, each portion for just 80 star coins. Come quickly. Bronze scalpel for 4 vials of life potion. Don't bother approaching if you're not trading. Wolf fur, a material for crafting leather armor. 10 portions of food for 1 batch. Hurry up. Additionally, there are materials for various equipment crafting available for all to peruse. High salary offered for skilled players to lead through the novice trial, dungeon, price negotiable. Upon witnessing this scene, even Yi Xiaolei, in his bewilderment, realized he had arrived at the epicenter of the novice trial, a place that could only be deemed the sole safe zone within the dungeon. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Ding. System, congratulations on surpassing the 2nd level. The slaughter in the outskirts. Experience 4,000. System, congratulations on successfully completing the 3rd level. Entering the epicenter. Experience 5,000. Hearing this announcement, Yi Xiaolei forced a bitter smile. Is it not said that upon death, one revives in a relatively safe vicinity? Yet this place is anything but nearby. As for safety, it is absolutely secure. But what good is that? His intention was to arrive here. That much was clear, yet he had not desired to do so by means of a leap. Moreover, having perished once already, even if he were to clear the dungeon now, his rewards would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. That aside, he had originally planned to slaughter his way here alongside his artillery, cleansing the bandit groups encountered along the way, which would have yielded a substantial bounty of tens of thousands of star coins. Tianlong had once informed him that the novice trial marked the epicenter as a watershed. In the initial stretch, players who entered first would slay newcomers to amass supplies, while in the latter half, the resources players carried became limited, yet the strength of the monsters escalated, thereby reducing the likelihood of mutual slaughter. Now, he found himself unable to retrace his steps. After conquering each minor level, retreat was no longer an option, and he could only forge ahead. Damn it! I thought I had become powerful enough that no player in this dungeon could vanquish me single-handedly. Yet, I was unexpectedly obliterated by a special forces operative in one strike. I cannot ascertain if it was an attack item or a hidden class. If it were indeed a hidden class, that would be utterly terrifying. Well, since I am here, I might as well sell some of my surplus supplies. With that thought, Yi Xiaolei began to rummage through his inventory. Basic life potion, 371. Basic mental potion, 299. Food, 235 portions. Skill book, stone roar, pills, berserker pills. These potions represented the cumulative total Yi Xiaolei had acquired, and upon viewing these items, he felt a modicum of solace. After taking a stroll around the players' stalls, Yi Xiaolei gained insight into the pricing of various supplies. The cost of health potions exceeded his expectations, with each bottle fetching over 65 star coins, a surge of more than threefold. Conversely, the price of food astonished him, reaching 80 star coins per serving. Consuming a single bite equated to dining out in the real world. As for the mental potions, their price was rather disappointing. A mere 40 star coins, only double the original cost. In that moment, Yi Xiaolei found a small patch of ground to set down a portion of his supplies, displaying the remainder at his stall. Basic health potion, price 65 star coins. Food, price 81 star coins. Basic mental potion, price 39 star coins. Given the high price of food, he modestly raised it by 1 star coin, while the mental potions appeared to be in lesser demand, prompting him to lower the price by 1 star coin. With his stall arranged, Yi Xiaolei settled onto the concrete ground, quietly observing the bustling crowd around him. Players were entering the central area, some just arriving, others gathering in preparation for their journey. Newcomers trickled in, while those departing numbered in the hundreds or even thousands. Such a grand scale often necessitated the organization of large military groups for safety. Ding. System, you have successfully sold 2 bottles of basic health potions, earning 130 star coins. Ding. System, you have successfully sold 1 bottle of health potion, earning 65 star coins. Ding. System, you have successfully sold 3 bottles of basic mental potions, earning 117 star coins. Before long, Yi Xiaolei was inundated with system notifications, albeit from scattered sales, with health potions being the most popular. Just as he thought he could quietly sell off his supplies, a sudden surge of people approached. Right here, miss. This medic has a plethora of supplies for sale. See for yourself, I'm not deceiving you, exclaimed a female beast tamer who had previously purchased health potions from Yi Xiaolei, addressing a companion. Her shout instantly piqued the curiosity of the crowd, prompting many to lean in closer to Yi Xiaolei's stall. Upon seeing the assortment, their composure quickly unraveled. Wow, so many potions. Over 300 health potions. My goodness. How many must he have robbed to amass such a quantity? A seemingly demure sharpshooter rapidly calculated the number of individuals Yi Xiaolei must have slain, estimating at least 150. I suspect he is merely a lackey for some notorious bandit group, raking in profit from their plunder. The bandits have robbed so many that their reputation is beyond tarnished. Their leader must be too ashamed to sell openly, likely fearing public scorn, a male medic spat indignantly. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, Xueqiu cast a glance at the somewhat gaunt and shadowy Yi Xiaolei, her expression tinged with disdain. Her small rose brigade had been severely deprived of supplies due to the bandit group's plundering. Yet now she found herself compelled to purchase supplies from the detestable representative of that very group. Greetings. I am the vice captain of the Little Rose Legion. Might we temporarily cease the sale of goods? Autumn Snow inquired with an indifferent expression. Is there an issue? Yi Xiaolei glanced up at the fairly attractive female special forces soldier. While Yi Xiaolei was responding, several potions were sold. Noticing the dwindling supply, Xueqiu became anxious and insisted. Please cease selling the supplies. We, the Little Rose Legion, will take all your items. Yi Xiaolei looked at the female medic with confusion but ultimately decided to dismantle his stall. Though I possess a considerable stock of medicines, you could procure sufficient quantities from other stalls as well. My supplies are but a drop in the ocean for the market. Yi Xiaolei's calm demeanor only served to infuriate Xueqiu, who hesitated for a moment before reluctantly handing him a piece of paper. I will exchange this for all the potions at your stall, and additionally, you owe me 20,000 star coins. Yi Xiaolei glanced down at the paper. The contract of servitude, Little One's servitude contract, bearing the official seal and recognized by the authorities. Presenting this contract at the town's government center will certify that Little One becomes the property of the certifier, serving them henceforth. Little One, Level 2, Profession, Slave. Note, rendered an orphan after his family was destroyed by monsters. He was ultimately captured and sold by human traffickers. Health points, 201 201. Attack power, 2 to 3. Mental strength, Tier 1, 2. Strength, 15. Agility, 3. Constitution, 15. Mental power, 1. Skill, Desperation. Desperation consumes 2 mental points, increasing attack power by 50. While inflicting a bleeding condition that drains 10 health points per second for 30 seconds. Note, NPCs and players share similar properties. They can be revived and leveled up. This was the first time Yi Xiaolei had encountered a contract of servitude, and he felt a flicker of curiosity. If he were to exchange this contract, it would be akin to acquiring an assistant. However, his curiosity was fleeting. I refuse, Yi Xiaolei stated firmly. Not only was he currently in need of funds, but even if he were not, he would not spend 100,000 star coins on such a slave, particularly one whose mental strength was a mere 1 point, indicating a natural deficiency in intellect. With a strength of 15 but a lamentably low attack power of 2 to 3. Xueqiu's expression darkened. Her requested price was already quite modest. Although Little One had mental deficiencies, a slave contract was exceedingly rare at present. Shueqio's predicament stemmed from the Little Rose Legion's dire financial crisis. Struggling to procure funds for food. Without sustenance, many players within the Legion would face starvation. She had attempted to present the contract to members of larger legions in hopes of exchanging it for substantial star coins, yet each offer was more dismal than the last, nearly inciting her to violence. "Summon your leader. You are not authorized to make decisions," Shueqio retorted angrily. The vast quantity of potions available for sale indicated that the other party was undoubtedly affiliated with a band of robbers. After being subjected to repeated disdain, Yi Xiaolei was instantly displeased. "These potions belong to me. There is no leader involved. If I say I will not exchange them, then I shall not. Believe it or not, do not interfere with my sale of potions. P.S. This is the third update. Although it is a bit late, I have fulfilled my promise." Chapter 48. A wealthy one. Shall we be friends? As Yi Xiaolei's words reverberated through the air, they incited a wave of indignation among the crowd, particularly amongst the women, who reacted as though invigorated by a potent elixir. How absurd. This mere battlefield medic claims to possess such an abundance of potions? Does he take us for fools? Scum. A disgrace to humanity. A towering figure could not contain his outrage, his voice echoing with disdain. What audacity! If he managed to amass such a quantity of potions single-handedly, I shall write my name backward. The audacity of these people knows no bounds, daring to utter such words. With such shamelessness displayed, who would dare purchase from his stall? To do so would be tantamount to opposing our Crimson Squad. Once we depart from this central hub, they should not blame us for our lack of civility. Indeed, let us boycott the goods of these brigands. We resolutely refuse to make any purchases. With the support of the crowd, Shueqio gleefully observed Yi Xiaolei. "Do not tell me your potions were obtained from raiding a band of thieves." Yi Xiaolei cast a glance at the female soldier, noticing that no one approached to buy his potions. Resigned, he began to dismantle his stall, unwilling to entangle himself with women, especially under such circumstances. It made sense. The prices of potions were not vastly different, and others had no reason to risk offending the crowd by making a purchase here. Contemplating this, Yi Xiaolei glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the morning. Nonetheless, he opted to log off. The demand for supplies was insatiable, and he had no worries about selling out. After logging off, Yi Xiaolei freshened up and approached his brother's door. After listening for a moment and confirming his brother was soundly asleep, he opened his computer and entered the Elysium game forum to pass the time. He realized that his understanding of the game was still rather limited and required further knowledge. As he delved deeper, he became utterly engrossed. He clicked on a pinned essential thread titled "On the Development Paths of Combat Power in Elysium," authored by Xiao Xiao. Common knowledge dictates that Elysium has emerged as a revolutionary virtual MMORPG, transcending our previous perceptions of gaming. I humbly present a compilation of data I have thus far gathered. 1. In traditional games, higher levels equate to greater power. However, this principle does not apply in Elysium. To attain formidable strength within Elysium, 5 critical factors come into play. First, personal combat skills. Second, attribute points. Third, equipment and skills. Fourth, level. Fifth, other factors. 1. Combat skills. There are no shortcuts here. Players must rely on their own exploration and practical experience. Initially, military personnel hold a significant advantage, but as the game progresses, every player has the potential to become a master of combat. This is irrefutable. 2. Attribute points. It is evident that many rare quest rewards include attribute points, with the A-class quest reward in Monster Attack on the Village being the most notable, offering a staggering 300 attribute points. As for this seemingly impossible task, I shall refrain from further explanation. However, I have learned that many have successfully completed B-class tasks, gaining an additional 100 points. In effect, this grants them an invisible advantage of 20 attribute levels over their peers of the same level. Under equivalent conditions, the hierarchy of strength is clear, and no further elucidation is necessary. Moreover, upon reaching the 30th level, players face a grim reality. Death does not merely result in the loss of 3 levels. There exists a significant probability of losing between 1 to 5 attribute points, thereby amplifying the repercussions of demise. From the current circumstances, it can be deduced that attribute points are among the paramount factors contributing to a player's strength. Thirdly, regarding equipment and skills, in the realm of Paradise, the availability of equipment is scarce. Presently, the number of players possessing a complete set of gear does not exceed the fingers on one hand. Equipment enables players to establish comprehensive defenses, allowing them to withstand greater damage. The distinction between being equipped and unequipped is akin to two disparate realms. It is noteworthy that for masters of combat techniques, the defensive capabilities of equipment may be negligible, unless one can entirely seal their eyes and mouth. Even the most divine armor would prove futile against a bullet aimed at the eye. As for skills, their significance requires no elaboration. Fourthly, level. Gauging a person's combat prowess by level is not without merit. The higher the level, the more attribute points one possesses, which concurrently permits the donning of superior equipment, thus inherently enhancing one's strength. Fifthly, other factors, hidden professions, rare skills, various auxiliary items, and so forth, are all crucial components. Upon reading this article, Yusiale felt deeply moved. Just as he contemplated giving a like, he realized that this post had garnered an astonishing 92 for 154 for 50 likes. At this moment, he casually clicked, exclaiming, "Nearly 100 million likes, and this is only within the Chinese region. How many players must there be across the entirety of Paradise?" The scope of Qingfeng Village is ultimately too limited. Subsequently, Yi Xiaolei browsed the forum's Category 4 Novice Trials. 1 million star coins sought for hiring a battle medic. Upon seeing the prominently pinned crimson title, Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. Unable to quell his curiosity, he clicked enter. "I, from the Flying Bird Legion, am invincible. Our team has successfully reached the final stage of Novice Trials, comprising 5 members, 2 of whom possess hidden professions and exhibit formidable combat power. We are in urgent need of a powerful battle medic to assist us. Requirements for the battle medic: health not less than 300, healing capability not below 50, and strong combat awareness. Team's location: Water Source Town, at the last level of the Novice Trials dungeon. Reward: if we can clear the stage in 1 attempt, we shall grant 1 million star coins. For a second attempt, 300,000 star coins, if a third attempt is necessary. And the team faces annihilation due to circumstances beyond the medic's control, a compensation of 200,000 star coins will still be provided. Otherwise, no compensation will be given. Contact QQ number 8866, serious inquiries only. Harassment will bear consequences." Upon reading this post, Yi Xiaolei found it hard to believe. The Novice Trials dungeon is not singular, but rather comprises numerous instances. Yet, coincidentally, the bounty in this post pertains precisely to the Novice Trials at Water Source Town. 1 million star coins equates to approximately 1.5 million renminbi. If he could truly earn such a sum, it would resolve his 2 million funding shortfall. At present, his total liquid assets, including the supplies he is about to sell, amount to approximately 150,000 RMB. This sum is utterly insufficient to make any significant impact in a legal battle against the Zhu family. To ascertain the authenticity of the situation, Yu Xiaolei scrolled down to the comments section. Comment 1. "Wow, a tycoon. An extraordinary tycoon. Let us be friends." Comment 2. "The Penguin account is filled with scores of 8 and 6. Incredible. Truly deserving of the title tycoon." Comment 3. "Invincible brother, I beseech you. I am a girl, and I too am a battle medic, with a healing capacity of 24 points. Can you perhaps make an exception?" Comment 4. "Tycoon. Consider advertising on television. After all, you have the wealth. The reach of the forum is ultimately limited. If you need a TV advertisement, please contact me for a favorable price." Comment 5. TSK, a health pool of no less than 300? What a ridiculous claim. My profession is a giant, and my level 13 health only amounts to 285 points. If you can find a battle medic with a health pool exceeding 300, I will take your surname. Comment 6. Let's not boast, my friend. Even if you share the surname with a tycoon, he would not be inclined to accept it. I too am a giant, with a level 10 health of 212 points. Just passing through by the way, I seek a girlfriend. as I am equally charming and wealthy. No one in the comments questioned the authenticity of the situation, and Yi Xiaolei found it somewhat credible. After a moment's hesitation, he logged into his long-neglected Penguin account. Beep, beep, beep. A series of notifications sounded, yet only one avatar flickered. Qiannian, are you there? Alay? Qiannian, damn. Why have you been offline for so long? What is your phone number? I lost my phone and want to contact you, but no one in our class knows. Qiannian, come on, brother, you are my true brother. Can you at least give a sign of life? I have someone I wish to introduce to you. Qiannian, all right, if you do not appear soon, I will log in to post a missing person notice. Qiannian, brother Lei, you haven't lost your QQ. Have you? I am currently in Longyan Town in Happy Land. Contact me as soon as you see this. Even in-game works. My ID remains Qiannian. Qiannian, whose real name is Xiaorong, was Yu Xiaolei's only true friend from high school. While Yu Xiaolei went on to university, Xiaorong fell short and entered society right after graduation, becoming quite the seasoned player. Upon seeing Xiaorong's message, Yu Xiaolei felt a warmth in his heart and replied, I am in Water Source Town. After sending the message, Yi Xiaolei opened the inquiry window and entered 8866. Confirmed. In a luxurious villa in Lanyuan City, a somewhat plump man with small eyes and a shaved head sat before his computer desk, glaring at a slew of spam messages on the monitor, his face turning a shade of green with rage. How dare they treat me as a fool? Demanding a deposit up front and starting with figures in the hundreds of thousands. The man's fury was palpable. Standing beside him, a maid chuckled, Young master, I told you this would be a hard task. You surely cannot handle it. Allow me to take over. The allure of $1 million bounty had fostered a breeding ground for deception. The bounty information was dispatched not long ago when a multitude of unfamiliar messages began to flood in. However, a staggering 80 of these messages were mere spam advertisements. 19 were from deceitful individuals, and the remaining 1 comprised those who fell short of the necessary qualifications yet still sought to promote themselves. Sifting through this deluge of information to identify genuine talent proved to be quite a challenge. After much deliberation, I resolved to examine one last message. Should this individual also turn out to be a fraud, I would entrust you with the task of filtering through the rest. Furthermore, I need you to take note of all those who previously sent spam messages, as I plan to enlist the help of a skilled hacker to deal with these unruly characters. Offending me is not without consequences, and I assure you that none shall escape unscathed. With that thought, I clicked on yet another stranger's message, inspecting their profile. The penguin's age was listed as 11 years acceptable. Indeed, those with an age below 1 year were promptly blacklisted, receiving no further consideration. I double-clicked on the message. Thunderstorm, hello, I am a battle medic, level 11. Just as I was about to inquire further, Thunderstorm sent another message. Thunderstorm, I am currently at the Novice Trial Center. Could you possibly wait for me for approximately 10 days? A friend of mine will be joining me shortly, and traveling from the center to the final challenge will also require a considerable amount of time, around 10 days. Yi Xiaolei fixed his gaze upon the computer screen, patiently awaiting a response. Cannon Firebird, the foremost member of his team, was indispensable and would undoubtedly arrive as they waited at the center. The center was an essential waypoint for every player, and the duration of the wait was self-evident. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaolei anticipated that Cannon Firebird would arrive within 3 days. After accounting for this time, they would still have 7 days remaining to conquer the final challenge, which should not pose a problem. P.S. The first update is here. The second will be delayed slightly. Chapter 49. Retribution on the Other Side. Lo Wudi's eyes brightened upon seeing Yi Xiaolei's message. Young master, this fellow named Lei Jinyu should meet your requirements. Xiao Mei reminded him. Go away, I am quite shrewd. You know, Lu Wudi replied excitedly as he began typing a response, though his two-fingered typing method left the maid unable to watch. Young master, it's merely a game task. Is it necessary to spend such a large sum? Moreover, 1 million star coins equates to 1.5 million RMB, which is exorbitant. If you ask me. Offer 20,000, no, 2,000, and I'm sure someone would be eager to assist you with the task, Xiao Mei said, feeling a pang of regret. To her, it would be preferable if the young master could not find a suitable battle medic, thereby saving 1.5 million RMB. What do you know, you little woman? I am investing heavily to seek a master. Besides, I haven't died even once yet. If I can successfully pass the novice trial without dying, the rewards will far exceed 1,000,000, Lu Wuti declared. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Mei's gaze directed at him, and his expression darkened. Xiao Mei, do refrain from looking at me like I am a foolish lamb, rich yet naive. Xiao Mei hailed from a modest background and, after graduating from middle school, found herself working as a maid in the Lu household due to her diligence and honesty, managing Lu Wuti's daily life and essentially serving as his companion and study partner. Each time she witnessed Lu Wuti's reckless spending, it felt as though her nerves were being scorched over a flame, an unbearable torment. Years had passed, yet she still struggled to adapt to the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Conversely, each time Lu Wuti noticed Xiao Mei's disapproving gaze, he felt uneasy. Xiao Mei, am I truly squandering money? This is an investment, do you understand? An investment. If I spend 1,000,000 now, regardless of whether I can clear the level, merely meeting a formidable battle medic would be worth it. The value of a battle medic is immense, yet there are few outstanding female ones. In the future, for challenging tasks, I can always seek out the same battle medic again. Lu Wuti expounded at length, but Xiao Mei's single remark nearly sent him into a frenzy. Oh, so that means you'll continue to spend lavishly in the future? No, I must inform Uncle Lu to regulate your allowance. With that, Xiao Mei turned to leave. Xiao Mei admired how Lu Wuti could articulate a plethora of justifications for his expenditures, yet after being deceived a few times, she chose to distrust him. Stop. My dear aunt, I concede. I assure you I will not spend so much in the future. Besides, it's still dark outside. And my father has woken up yet. How will you find him? Lu Wuti found himself bewildered, pondering whether he truly was the young master or if Xiao Mei was the wealthy heiress, for in front of their parents, Xiao Mei's words always held more weight. Xiao Mei's interruption tightened Yu Xiaolei's chest, who had been waiting for a response at the computer for an extended period. Had he found a suitable battle medic after such a long silence? Just as Yu Xiaolei was engulfed in uncertainty, a reply arrived. The affluent and handsome gentleman stated, 10 days is too long. 6 days will suffice. Within this time frame, you must reach the final stage to rendezvous with me. Of course, this is contingent upon your attributes being adequate and your combat awareness being sufficiently robust. Shortly, I shall dispatch someone to assess your attributes and combat awareness. Provided you meet the requirements, my legion shall escort you upon your departure. Furthermore, we will not advance any deposit beforehand. Do you have any objections to these stipulations? The moniker Lu Wuti is merely the pseudonym of a player, yet at this moment, it is not he, but rather his maid, Xiao Mei, who engages in dialogue with Yi Xiaolei. Alas, Lu Wuti's typing speed is lamentably slow. Each time Xiao Mei urges him to practice, he dismisses her with a flippant remark. I do not earn my living through typing. What need have I for speed? However, in moments of urgency, he invariably summons Xiao Mei to the computer to type on his behalf. 6 days? Yi Xiaolei furrowed his brow. On one hand, he intended to utilize the cannon-shooting bird strategy, confident in his formidable auxiliary abilities. If his team possessed sufficient strength, he believed they would succeed. Yet, the pressure of time weighed heavily upon him, and he feared that the strategy would not meet the deadline. On the other hand, the 1,000,000 star coins were of immense significance to him, had he not been in dire need of funds. He would have preferred to forego the challenge altogether and pursue cannon-shooting birds. With the ability to carry a package, he was untroubled by the prospect of future earnings. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaolei replied, if you can notify cannon-shooting birds to meet me at Center Point, I can depart immediately. Rest assured, my teammates are exceptionally skilled. Hailing from a military lineage, with precise marksmanship and several formidable abilities. In his endeavor to persuade, Yi Xiaolei crafted a slight embellishment. Little did he know, he had indeed correctly inferred the military background of cannon-shooting birds. Upon receiving Yi Xiaolei's message, Lu Wuti urged Xiao Mei, agree to his proposal swiftly. The sharpshooter in our team has long harbored discontent towards him. It would be ideal to have someone to take his place. Xiao Mei, somewhat exasperated, nonetheless replied, very well. By the time Yu Xiaolei and Lu Wuti reached an accord, the clock indicated 6 in the morning and dawn had broken. As was customary, Yu Xiaolei roused his younger brother, took to the streets for a morning run, and subsequently returned with several breakfast items. As Yu Xiaolei savored his meal, he noticed his brother returning from his run, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. A pang of concern struck him. What troubles you? Still preoccupied with last night's events? Rest assured, brother, I shall resolve it. Later, I will procure a virtual helmet for you. If sleep remains elusive, perhaps you could indulge in some gaming. But only on the condition that you remain focused on your studies and do not become ensnared in gaming addiction. The virtual helmet possesses a sleep aid function, invaluable for those who frequently suffer from insomnia. At merely 18 years of age, Xiaofeng found it difficult to grapple with such matters before even stepping into the world. Yu Xiaolei was aware of this. No need, brother. Let us wait until after the college entrance examination, and then you can purchase one for me and San Mei together. Xiaofeng replied, shaking his head in refusal. After his brother departed for school, Yu Xiaolei made his way to the construction site. However, this time he intended to resign. The misunderstanding concerning his brother had been resolved, and there was no longer any necessity to subject him to the rigors of the construction site. Moreover, the income he earns from gaming far surpasses that of laboring at the construction site, rendering his time spent there utterly futile. However, upon his arrival at the site, the foreman promptly handed him an envelope filled with cash. Xiaolei, I must apologize. Here is your pay for last month and this month. From now on, you are no longer able to work here. You understand the reasons behind this. It is a directive from above, and I am powerless to intervene. Yu Xiaolei grasped the envelope, nodding faintly. I understand. I came here today to resign, so you need not feel any burden. Laoli, I appreciate your care during this time. Yu Xiaolei returned home with a somewhat heavy heart. The Zhu family's response was swifter than I had anticipated. The incident occurred just last night, and today they were already taking action, demonstrating their deep-seated animosity towards my brother, intent on bringing us to ruin. Just as he was about to immerse himself in gaming once more, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found a courier standing there. Good day, Mr. Yi. You have an urgent delivery. Please sign here. After signing, he opened the package to discover a subpoena from the Linqi City Court. The summoned individual, Yi Xiaofeng. With the hearing scheduled for July 31st, coinciding with the day of the college entrance examination. The charge, Yi Xiaofeng is accused of premeditated harm against Zhu Jialin, resulting in severe bodily injury. Bang! Upon reading this, Yu Xiaolei struck the door with a furious fist, biting his lip, his eyes ablaze with rage. Uttering coldly, the Zhu family has gone too far. The timing of the summons on the day of the examination was clearly intended to ruin his brother, transforming what was initially an accident into an allegation of deliberate harm. Just as Yi Xiaolei seethed with indignation, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his sister. As soon as the call connected, her anxious voice flooded through. Elder brother, the school is expelling our second brother, claiming he engaged in fighting and intentionally harmed others, in severe violation of school regulations. At these words, Yi Xiaolei felt his mind go blank. The court date could be postponed through a lawyer's request, a matter he felt confident in handling. But if Xiaofeng were expelled from school, he, as an ordinary citizen, would be utterly powerless. High school education is not compulsory. Expulsion is simply a matter of fact, with the school suffering no loss. However, for his brother, carrying the stigma of expulsion would make it exceedingly difficult to find another institution willing to accept him, especially within Linqi City, where such an endeavor would be nearly impossible. Even if a school were willing to take him in, the Zhu family's formidable influence would likely render acceptance unattainable. All right, do not cry. I will go pick up your second brother now. I assure you, he will be fine. Yu Xiaolei's voice was hoarse. P.S. Here is the second update. It is a bit late today. For future updates, please check in the morning. Chapter 50. Strategist Zhuge San. Yi Xiaolei wore a solemn expression as he stepped out of his home. Just a short distance away, he was greeted by his younger brother, Yi Xiaofeng, who appeared before him, beaming with joy as he clutched a pile of books. Brother, it seems that Sister San has already called you. Rest assured, I am fine. Despite his brother's carefree demeanor, Yi Xiaolei could see the sorrow lurking deep within his eyes. Return home and review your studies. I shall attend to this matter now. There are several thousand yuan in the box beneath my bed. Take what you need. With that, Yu Xiaolei turned and walked away. Brushing past his brother, he hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the Linqi City law firm." The cab driver, a portly man in his 40s, donned glasses and sported a receding hairline. "There are 5 law firms in Linqi City. Which one do you wish to visit?" "The one with the best reputation and the largest scale." Yu Xiaolei was unfamiliar with the law firms, as the thought of engaging in legal battles felt distant to him. Yet, he found it necessary to seek one out now. Moreover, this was not the time to be frugal. He would not spare even a dime if it meant achieving efficiency. Understood. Upon entering the Guangming law firm and recounting his brother's situation, the receptionist cast Yu Xiaolei a peculiar glance and shook her head. "Mr. Yi, I am terribly sorry, but our firm is currently swamped with cases and cannot take on any more. You might want to try elsewhere." With no other option, Yu Xiaolei had to leave. The urgency of his case conflicted with the firm's capacity, and he could not press for their assistance. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the receptionist's strange gaze. As soon as Yu Xiaolei exited, the lawyers waiting for new cases at Guangming law firm were incensed. "I tell you, Xiao Xiao, we are not overwhelmed with cases. Ever since the Tianwang system began monitoring and the Paradise game was launched, not many dare to commit crimes anymore. If we can't secure any cases soon, we'll be left to starve." The young man known as Xiao Xiao could only smile wryly. "Lawyer Huang, last night, the boss called me at midnight and instructed that any cases involving someone with the surname Yi should be outright refused. Can you believe receiving a call from the boss at such an hour?" Lawyer Huang sighed in resignation upon hearing this. They were seasoned professionals. It took a person of extraordinary status to warrant a midnight call from their superior mandating the rejection of a case. Who did that young man offend? Lawyer Huang inquired curiously. Xiao Xiao shrugged. The boss didn't say, but based on the nature of the case he described, "I suspect it may be a matter involving the Zhu family." "The Zhu family? Which Zhu family?" Lawyer Huang paused, momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. It couldn't be that Zhu family, could it? As a lawyer, understanding the influential figures in each city was crucial to their profession, lest they unknowingly offend someone of significance. Who else could command such respect from the boss? "Aside from that Zhu family, I cannot think of another," Xiao Xiao asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Lawyer Huang cast a sympathetic glance in the direction where Yu Xiaolei had departed. Poor child, having offended the Zhu family. Alas, alas, without a case, it matters little. Preserving one's livelihood is of utmost importance. After leaving the bright law firm, Yu Xiaolei discovered that the plump uncle was still present, so he requested another ride. However, the subsequent events caused Yu Xiaolei's countenance to darken increasingly. At the justice law firm, he was informed, "We regret to inform you that we are currently overwhelmed with cases. If your trial is not urgent, we might consider taking it on. However, we are truly unable to accommodate more at this time." At the Smile Law firm, he was met with, "Mr. Yi, we sincerely apologize, but your case is exceedingly challenging. Our firm's capabilities are limited, making it quite difficult for us to secure a victory for you. Perhaps you might consider the Bright or Justice firms. Those two have substantial resources far beyond what our small firm can offer, and they would certainly be able to assist you in winning this lawsuit." After visiting the third law firm, even Yi Xiaolei could grasp the situation. The Zhu family had once again intervened in this matter. Fully aware of the Zhu family's ruthlessness, Yi Xiaolei still held on to hope, rushing to the remaining 2 law firms, only to receive the same unyielding rejections. With a pale complexion, Yi Xiaolei exited the 5th law firm, his expression vacant as he cast a dazed glance at the waiting plump uncle in the distance. He waved his hand and, in a hoarse voice, said, "Uncle, please attend to other clients. I shall walk alone." Amidst the bustling crowd and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, Yu Xiaolei's mind was a blank canvas. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the Linqi Bridge, gazing down at the turbulent waters of the Yangtze River. And at some point, tears streamed down his cheeks. He had been dismissed from his job. Xiao Feng had been expelled from school. The lawyers were all too occupied. All of this was merely the beginning. He could not fathom the extent of what the Zhu family might do next. What filled him with despair was the realization that the Zhu family operated through legitimate channels, leaving no room for wrongdoing. Every action was justified and backed by reason. Tianlong had been his last hope, yet the enormity of the Zhu family extinguished that fantasy. Although Tianlong treated him well, The monumental family conflict would inevitably lead to disapproval from his kin, regardless of Tianlong's willingness to assist. Father, mother, I am so weary. Yu Xiaolei choked out to the roaring Yangtze, lamenting, if Staofeng truly faces imprisonment, what am I to do? I promised him that I would resolve this matter. Yet I have genuinely done my utmost. I am at a loss for what to do. Without a lawyer, and with his meager knowledge barely qualifying him, he was certain to lose the case. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, an exhaustion deeper than he had ever known. Even when subsisting on instant noodles in the past, he had maintained a goal to strive toward. Yet now, the emergence of the Zhu family rendered him utterly powerless. At that moment, he had never yearned so deeply for the ability to wield unfathomable power, if only his status were transcendent enough. Who could dare offend him? And who would have the audacity to bully him? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yu Xiaolei caught sight of a beggar, whose life depended on soliciting alms by the roadside. His expression shifted multiple times as he dabbed at the tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Indeed, to untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. He resolved to seek the Zhu family, if it meant ensuring his brother's safety. He would kneel before them without hesitation. What was dignity compared to his brother's future? At this moment, pleading for mercy from the Zhu family was his only escape. Even if hope seemed faint, he felt compelled to make the attempt. However, as Yi Xiaolei turned around, he discovered that fat uncle had been standing not far behind him, though he was unaware of it until now. Noticing Yi Xiaolei had composed himself, fat uncle chuckled and jested, "Young man, I thought you were going to jump into the river and end it all, making me wait here for so long. If you truly did take that leap, I would certainly fish you out, and the next day, you and I would be making headlines. Your plunge would ruin your reputation. But I could at least manage to earn the title of Best Driver of 2022. Yu Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, speechless, until Fat Uncle waved him over. "Let us go. I'll take you to find a lawyer. I know someone who can certainly assist you. He may be a bit young, but he possesses considerable skill." Yi Xiaolei spent 3 hours in his taxi, during which Fat Uncle, a skilled conversationalist, had gleaned the details of Yi Xiaolei's case and understood whom he had offended. Yi Xiaolei was bewildered by how he ended up in the car, but once he realized, he urgently inquired, "Fat Uncle, I am suing the Zhu family. Prominent figures in Lin Shiqing. Will the lawyer you introduce truly be able to help?" With a reassuring glance, Fat Uncle replied, "With me around, he'll have no choice but to assist." 20 minutes later, Fat Uncle drove to a dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of town, parked the car, and then knocked vigorously on the door of an old bungalow. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, you rascal. Your fat uncle is here," he shouted, but the inside remained dark and silent. After a few more knocks, confirming no one was home, he turned to Yi Xiaolei with a smile. "Don't worry. He is definitely in there, probably engrossed in a game." As he spoke, Fat Uncle retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. "This is my old house, and since it's been vacant, I let that scoundrel stay here, charging him a nominal fee of 200 a month. Oh, by the way, his name is Zhuge-san. He boasts of being a descendant of Zhuge Liang, though I have my doubts. Nevertheless, he is indeed a bona fide lawyer, and quite cunning at that." While conversing, Fat Uncle unlocked the door and, with practiced ease, entered the house. Yi Xiaolei remained in the living room, waiting. Moments later, an irritable voice emerged from within. "Fat Uncle, I've already paid my rent. This is my residence now, and by law, you're trespassing. I could take you to court." "Rent? You dare mention rent? You've managed to delay paying your measly 200 a month for several months now. Don't think just because you're a lawyer, you can act all high and mighty in front of me. Get dressed. I brought you some business." "Business? What a ridiculous business. Gaming is my true profession. I am indeed a professional player, and it won't be long before I start earning money." "Uncle Fat, do you know that my team was just battling a boss? Your incessant urging made me think the room was on fire, forcing me to log off. Alas, it's over. Surely, the loot dropped by the boss will be beyond my reach once more." With a sharp clap, the sound resonated clearly even to Yi Xiaolei in the living room. "Uncle Fat, that hurts. Your clumsy hand has left my shoulder swollen. Oh, please, stop hitting me. I'll get dressed right away." 3 minutes later, a young man with stubble, seemingly mature yet possessing the face of a cherub, emerged from the room. His hair was a disarray, resembling a bird's nest. Upon seeing Yi Xiaolei, Zhuge San's eyes lit up. "Oh, I thought you were an old man or a grandpa. By the way, what class are you in paradise? Is it powerful?" Since Uncle Fat discovered that Zhuge San was a lawyer, he frequently brought along those entangled in family disputes for legal advice. Uncle Fat took great comfort in how Zhuge San could resolve matters with just a few words, which made him feel rather prestigious. Naturally, Zhuge San had protested, but if he disagreed, Uncle Fat would unleash his ultimate threat. "Not willing to help? Fine. Then you can't stay here." For Zhuge San, this was an untenable situation. If he could not reside here, where would he find such affordable accommodation? It was worth noting that similar houses nearby, identical to Uncle Fat's, rented for at least $2,000. Given Uncle Fat's well-maintained 3-bedroom apartment, one would need no less than $2,500 to secure a lease. With no hesitation, Uncle Fat delivered a playful slap to the back of Zhuge San's head, chiding, "You rascal, act serious." Zhuge San cast a mournful glance at Uncle Fat. "Uncle Fat, I am a descendant of Zhuge Liang, destined to be a strategist. I rely on my intellect. If you make me dull-witted, I shall hold you accountable for life." Chapter 51. The Rise of the Core. Uncle Fat shot a stern glance at Zhuge San, urging him to take this matter seriously, for it pertained to the fate of an individual's later life. With no choice but to comply, Zhuge San listened intently as Yi Xiaolei recounted the details of the case. To be frank, Yi Xiaolei harbored doubts about Zhuge San's capabilities. He seemed too youthful and disheveled, lacking the demeanor expected of a corporate lawyer. Yet, at present, he was their only glimmer of hope, leaving them no alternative. In just 5 minutes, Yi Xiaolei had completed his narrative. Upon hearing the account, Zhuge San was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? He had anticipated a complex case involving murder or framing, but after Yi Xiaolei's explanation, he felt utterly bewildered. Was this trivial matter truly worthy of being labeled a case? It felt like an affront to his profession. Yi Xiaolei nodded in acknowledgement, while Uncle Fat solemnly interjected, "Zhuge San, this involves the Zhu family, and it is not as straightforward as you might think. A small issue in the hands of influential figures can escalate into a significant affair. I will not pressure you. Just give me a clear answer. Will you take on this case or not?" Observing Uncle Fat's serious demeanor, Zhuge San felt his lips twitch. With the man having brought him the case, how could he possibly refuse? Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, instead replying, "Of course I will take it on. I am not one to earn a living solely through litigation. What could the Zhu family possibly do to me? After all, I am a descendant of Zhuge Liang, the indomitable strategist soon to emerge in Litu." Uncle Fat nodded in satisfaction. "That's good to hear, since you have agreed to take the case. In light of Yi Xiaolei's involvement, I shall reduce your rent to just 190 yuan per month." With that, Uncle Fat turned and departed, feeling that the ensuing matters were beyond his purview. Upon hearing the reduced rent, Zhuge San's eyes brightened. "Uncle Fat, don't rush away. How about waiving the rent altogether?" "Hey, wait." Alas, Uncle Fat had already hopped into a taxi and driven off. "Lawyer Zhuge, how confident are you about winning this case?" Yi Xiaolei began, but he was immediately met with a disapproving look from Zhuge San. "My friend, I'm not that old. If you call me sir again, I might just refuse to take this case." Yi Xiaolei fell silent. All right, just a jest," Zhuge San said, draping an arm around Yi Xiaolei's shoulders. "Now tell me, what is your profession in Litu? What level are you, and are you formidable?" Yi Xiaolei was convinced that the Zhuge San before him teetered on the brink of madness and genius, belonging to a category of those who were somewhat unhinged. How could a once prominent lawyer find himself in such a state of disarray? Who would believe it? Yet, from the current circumstances, it was evident that he was in dire need of funds. In light of this, Yi Xiaolei decided to indulge him. "I am a battle medic, level 11. As for my prowess, I can only say that until this morning, I was a laborer, but I've earned tens of thousands of star coins in the game. In terms of combat, I believe few at my level can rival me." Zhuge San inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Impressive, truly impressive. Lawyer Zhuge, you see. My brother's case." Zhuge San shot a glance at Yi Xiaolei. Is this even worthy of being called a case? If this qualifies, then judges must be a bunch of fools. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you with your brother's predicament, provided that. With a grin, Zhuge San added, Somewhat bashfully, given your prowess in the game, I trust you aspire to establish your own legion. All I require is that you assign me command of a troop no less than 1,000 strong, and I shall ensure your brother's matter is resolved splendidly. Becoming a strategist had always been Juga-san's ambition, yet in a world that had achieved peace, the role had become somewhat obsolete. The advent of paradise ignited a fervor within him, fueling his resolution to become the unparalleled strategist within that realm. Upon hearing Juga-san's conditions, Yi Xiaolei furrowed his brow. 1,000-strong legion? To possess such a troop meant the establishment of his own gaming faction. He hesitated for but a moment before resolutely nodding, agreed, no problem. Once I form the legion, its military affairs will be entrusted entirely to you, on the condition that you assist my brother in overcoming this crisis. Initially, he had only contemplated assembling a top-tier 6-member team, but the recent events concerning his brother had entirely shifted his mindset. He yearned to strive and to grow stronger. With the unique abilities bestowed upon him by his package, he felt confident in competing with well-funded large legions within the gang. As long as he garnered fame and power, who would dare to look down upon him? Anyone who crossed him would face annihilation, with the Qingtian Legion of the Zhu family being his very first target. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that only by establishing a legion could he earn more star coins. Of course, the initial investment in the legion would be akin to a bottomless pit, a reality Yi Xiaolei was well aware of, yet he remained optimistic about navigating through it. Indeed, Juga-san's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried into his bedroom. 20 minutes later, he emerged holding a contract, awkwardly smiling. Well, esteemed expert, while we are familiar, we cannot overlook the necessary formalities. Please review this contract, and if all is satisfactory, sign it, and our employment relationship shall be officially established. Yi Xiaolei scrutinized the contract, and after absorbing its contents, his expression darkened. This fellow was truly something else. The contract was impeccably structured, beautifully written, yet infuriatingly. The majority of its content revolved around the details of him establishing a legion and ceding military authority to Juga-san. These particulars were exhaustive and clearly delineated, stipulating rewards and star coins based on the strategist's contribution to victorious battles, all meticulously documented. As for winning the case for his brother, that was summarized in just 2 sentences. As long as the issue with his brother could be resolved, he was nearly indifferent to these terms. Thus, Yi Xiaolei promptly signed his name with swift strokes and curiously inquired, "Are you truly so confident in the veracity of my earlier statement?" Hee. It's not merely my keen insight, but rather Uncle Pang's discerning eye. Having driven a taxi for decades, he has honed a remarkable ability to see through people. Anyone he chooses is bound to be exceptional. That fellow Uncle Fat is truly eccentric. With such wealth at his disposal, instead of enjoying a life of comfort at home, he chooses to drive a taxi, all in the name of hobby. How bizarre, utterly bizarre. Upon hearing Juga-san's remarks, Yi Xiaolei couldn't help but grimace, pondering how, while criticizing others for their oddities, one ought to reflect on one's own eccentricities. Here is a perfectly capable lawyer, yet he resides in this modest dwelling, appearing unhinged. Lawyer Juga, you see, my brother. Before Yi Xiaolei could finish his sentence, he was once again interrupted by Juga-san. Enough with the pleasantries. If you find this tiresome, imagine my fatigue. Just call me Sanzi. Being a lawyer is merely my side occupation, for I am a professional gamer. After saying this, Juga-san fell into deep contemplation, observing his thoughtful demeanor. Yi Xiaolei was finally convinced of his profession, for Juga-san's pose exuded an innate authority, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. After a lengthy pause, Juga-san lifted his head. Your brother's case is not particularly daunting. Compensation for medical expenses is inevitable. However, being expelled from school poses a significant challenge. With the Zhu family pulling strings behind the scenes, it is unlikely that any institution in Linqi City would be willing to accept him. What if we arrange for your brother to attend Green Eagle High in Yuanhe City? Admittedly, it is merely a third-rate private school, but I have some connections there and can facilitate the transfer of your brother's enrollment. This way, his participation in the college entrance examination will remain unaffected. Upon hearing Juga-san's proposal, Yi Xiaolei was instantly filled with excitement. As long as his brother could partake in the upcoming examination, he would be willing to transfer him anywhere. Yet, With a hint of concern, he asked, "Is the principal there not afraid of offending the Zhu family?" Rest assured, while the Zhu family may hold considerable influence, their reach does not extend that far. I have solid connections there, Zhuge-san assured him. Thank you, Yu Xiaolei replied earnestly. His sole desire was for his brother to evade imprisonment, and he was astonished that Zhuge-san had also resolved the issue of his brother's enrollment. Now, hold your gratitude. Wait until I assist you in suing the Zhu family and win the case before you thank me. Of course, the best form of gratitude would be to expedite the formation of a gaming squad for my enjoyment, Zhuge-san said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Sue? Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring Yi Xiaolei's bewilderment, Zhuge-san thrust a pen and paper into his hands. Indeed, we can sue them just as they're suing us. Simply write down what I dictate, and I shall handle the rest. Unfamiliar with legal matters, Yi Xiaolei complied. I, Yi Xiaolei, am suing Zhu Jialin for the deliberate murder of my brother, Yi Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaolei froze. Noticing his reaction, Zhuge-san shrugged. Fine. I shall draft it, and you can copy it afterward. With that, Zhuge-san seized the pen and paper from Yi Xiaolei and began writing fervently. Under Zhuge-san's skilled hand, Yi Xiaolei transformed into a diligent worker, sacrificing his own sustenance of steamed buns, instant noodles, and porridge to ensure his siblings' education. Subsequently, Zhuge-san chronicled the events of Zhu Jialin's mistreatment of Yi Xiaolei's brother into a poignant narrative of suffering. With a deft turn of the pen, we revisit the plight of Yi Xiaofeng, who, though spared from death, has been left with profound psychological scars, rendering him devoid of hope in life. Following his narrow escape from fatality, he finds himself subjected to a relentless series of injustices, ultimately spiraling into madness. Medical professionals have diagnosed Yu Xiaofeng with intermittent psychosis, a consequence of the overwhelming trauma he has endured. In a bid to provide his brother with a conducive environment for recovery, Yu Xiaolei sells off all valuable possessions and facilitates his brother's departure from Linqi City. In conclusion, a legal appeal is made to the judge, demanding stringent punishment for the suspect Zhu Jialin, thereby restoring a clear sky over our great China. Furthermore, a claim is filed for compensation encompassing medical expenses and damages for mental anguish, totaling 10 million renminbi. After completing the lawsuit, Zhuge-san flicks his wrist. Phew. It has been a long time since I penned such a lengthy document. I feel my literary flair has waned considerably. Nevertheless, this will suffice. Kindly transcribe it. It is more appropriate for the plaintiff to write such a lawsuit in their own hand. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei remains in a state of disbelief over the 10 million renminbi compensation. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Just copy it down. Once you finish, take your brother for a round at the hospital. Even if he does not have a mental illness, we must fabricate one. As long as we procure the certificate for intermittent psychosis, while 10 million in compensation may be uncertain, several 100,000 is assured, Zhuge-san confidently states. P.S. Once more, I humbly request your votes of recommendation. Additionally, I would like to mention that I update 2 chapters daily, each ranging from 5,000 to 6,000 words, which is relatively brisk compared to the library standards. I am but a weary worker, constrained by time. If you find Chapter 52, The Eccentric Son and His Eccentric Father, intermittent madness, Yi Xiaolei struggled to comprehend the rhythm of Zhuge-san's thoughts. How could his brother, who was perfectly fine, possibly obtain a psychiatric diagnosis? Do you have a way? As for Zhuge-san's request for a compensation of 10 million from Zhu Jialin, Yi Xiaolei did not harbor any extravagant hopes. Even a few million seemed beyond reach. However, since the Zhu family had taken such extreme measures, he certainly would not miss the chance to retaliate. Zhuge-san, looking at Yi Xiaolei with a mix of exasperation and disappointment, exclaimed, "Enough. I shall see this through. Let us go fetch your brother and take him to the hospital for an examination." Securing a psychiatric diagnosis doesn't require any special connections. You are truly naive. With that, Zhuge-san headed straight to Yi Xiaolei's rendered abode, signaling for Yi Xiaolei not to reveal his identity just yet, leaving Yi Xiaolei behind. Zhuge-san took the bewildered Xiaofeng directly to the largest public hospital in Linxicheng. As Zhuge-san departed with his brother, Yi Xiaolei busied himself with packing his siblings' belongings. With only 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination, It was imperative for Yi Xiaolei to assist his brother in preparing for his journey to Lying High School in Yuan City. Just as Yi Xiaolei completed the packing, he spotted his brother returning, looking disheveled and dusty. Standing beside him was the gleeful Zhuge San, whose left eye bore a conspicuous dark circle. "What happened, Xiao Feng?" Yi Xiaolei inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing his brother's question, Xiao Feng's face flushed red as he hastily retreated to his room. At that moment, Zhuge San could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Xiaolei, you have to hear this. Your brother was like a mad bull at the hospital. Having been sedated with a tranquilizer, now he must be feeling rather shy." After Zhuge San's explanation, Yi Xiaolei found himself in a state of bemusement. Moments earlier, Zhuge San had taken Xiao Feng to the psychiatric department, leaving Xiao Feng bewildered and furious at being mistaken for a lunatic. This was enough to ignite his anger. Zhuge San subtly alluded to some of Yi Xiaolei's words, rendering him utterly defenseless. Freshly released from custody and expelled from school, Xiao Feng, already brimming with rage, was instantly provoked to deliver a powerful punch to Zhuge San's eye. In the face of Xiao Feng's outburst, Zhuge San quickly called out to the doctor, Doctor, hurry. He is having an episode and is losing control. Please help." Zhuge San's words only fueled Xiao Feng's fury further as he roared, "I am not insane." However, in the confines of a psychiatric ward, every individual brought in insists they are perfectly sane. The doctor had long since developed an immunity to such claims and chose to ignore them. Ultimately, several robust nurses forcibly subdued Xiao Feng and administered a hefty dose of tranquilizer. The inexplicable injection only drove Xiao Feng into a frenzy, rendering him no different from a rampaging bull. His chaotic behavior ultimately led to a confirmation from the experts of his serious intermittent madness. Upon receiving the medical records, Zhuge San smiled and elucidated his identity. Then triumphantly remarked to Yi Xiaofeng, "Xiao Feng, you were truly cooperative. I never expected procuring mental health documentation would be so effortless." Realizing that all his actions had been orchestrated by the formidable lawyer before him, Yi Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. How embarrassing. It was utterly humiliating for a distinguished scholar like him to be so outmaneuvered by a lawyer, akin to being sold while counting someone else's money. Yi Xiaolei observed the comical yet astutely clever Zhuge San, feeling a stir of emotion within. He had not anticipated that, despite failing to find a lawyer at the firm, he would have the fortune of encountering Zhuge San. Given Zhuge San's sharp intellect, he must possess a certain pride. Otherwise, he would not be playing games in the suburbs instead of earning a living as a lawyer. The essence of a military unit lies in its think tank. And with Zhuge San's sagacity and capabilities, he would undoubtedly manage and develop the unit effectively. Unable to suppress his fervent gaze, Yi Xiaolei glanced intensely at Zhuge San. Startled by this attention, Zhuge San recoiled and exclaimed, "I must say, buddy, my personal inclinations are quite normal. You are not implying something, are you?" Yi Xiaolei awkwardly chuckled but maintained a serious demeanor as he inquired, "Let us not entertain any wild notions. I merely wish to ask about the status of my brother's academic registration. How is that progressing?" Zhuge San let out a sigh of relief, realizing the unusual scrutiny was merely due to a misunderstanding. "All right, I'll make a call right now. You should also call to book a flight for your brother. The registration matter is straightforward." With that, Zhuge San exited Yi Xiaolei's rental apartment. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed a familiar number. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hong was engrossed in the tedious task of reviewing documents when his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed upon answering, bellowing, "You little rascal, where have you been hiding? Get back here immediately." "Ah, Dad, how did you know it was me?" Zhuge San asked, taken aback. "I am your father. How could I not know? You're calling me only because you've run into yet another predicament. Let me make this clear. If you want my assistance, it's contingent upon you returning home without delay." Zhuge San was momentarily speechless. His father could probably guess the number of worms in his stomach. "Fine, I'll come back, but don't forget the conditions we previously agreed upon. If I earn more in the game than the revenue of your so-called school, I'll no longer be your pompous principal. And you must cease pressuring me to marry Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing his son's declaration, Zhuge Hong couldn't help but chuckle derisively. "All right then, as long as you can out-earn my school in the game, you can call me father." But don't say I didn't warn you. The school's annual revenue is 18 million. If you manage to earn that much yearly in the game, I'd be more than happy to concede to you. You have 10 years. Zhuge-san replied succinctly. Utter nonsense. At most 2 years, Zhuge Hong bellowed. Upon hearing this, Zhuge-san chuckled. Deal. Zhuge Hong's expression darkened at his son's words, and he retorted with ire. So, you even plot against your own father. You were quite ruthless. His son suggested 10 years. And instinctively, he countered with 2, revealing that his son had cleverly discerned his character and employed a cunning strategy. Otherwise, Zhuge Hong would have firmly fixed the deadline at 1 year. Zhuge-san's father served as the principal of Green Eagle High School, making arrangements for a student as effortless as drinking water. An hour later, Yi Xiaolei successfully sent his brother onto a plane bound for Yuan City. Now, stop brooding and hurry back to your games. You must establish a sizable troop within a month at the latest. As for the case, rest assured, I will certainly infuriate the Zhu family to the point of bloodshed, Zhuge-san advised, patting Yi Xiaolei on the shoulder. His interest in Yi Xiaolei stemmed from the latter's remarkable ability to generate wealth in the game, earning hundreds of thousands of star coins monthly, unmatched at his level. Zhuge-san, being astute, recognized Yi Xiaolei's unique qualities. The specifics were inconsequential, as Yi Xiaolei had garnered the trust and assistance of Uncle Pang, ensuring his reliability as a partner. With this reminder, Yi Xiaolei smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten his appointment with Lu Wudi. They had agreed to meet at 11 a.m. at the central point with members of his troop to confirm his strength and authentic attribute data for further arrangements. However, it was now 2 p.m., and much time had elapsed. Reflecting on this, Yi Xiaolei turned to Zhuge-san and said, I must trouble you to keep the case in mind. I will return now, and within a month, I shall undoubtedly establish a troop of considerable scale. P.S. I have been busy all day, and my writing has not been up to par. I penned several thousand words, only to delete and rewrite them in the end. Therefore, I will only update a chapter today, and will make up for it tomorrow. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 53. The battle bear. After Yi Xiaolei exchanged contact information with Zhuge-san, they parted ways at the airport and returned home. Though their interaction had been brief, Yi Xiaolei felt a sense of reassurance regarding the lawsuit with the Zhu family. As for any potential retaliation from them, he believed they could only impose some reasonable restrictions on him in reality. The thought of assassination or covert elimination never crossed his mind. With the Skynet now under the control of the intelligence system, all high-ranking officials and individuals with serious undisclosed crimes were on edge, becoming surprisingly compliant. Should the Zhu family rashly attempt to make Yi Xiaolei or Yi Xiaofeng disappear, it would be tantamount to leading their own family into a pit of fire. No one could guarantee whether the satellites in orbit were monitoring them, and the computing power of the intelligence system was terrifying. Even the slightest clue could unravel the entire situation. Although the United Nations had declared that the intelligence system would not interfere with human affairs, only managing virtual gaming in reality, to believe it entirely would be a grave error. As a colossal family, the Zhu family would never take actions that could leave them vulnerable, jeopardizing their future for the sake of the Yi siblings. Any desire for revenge could only be pursued through reasonable means. Ding. System. Welcome back, medical practitioner, to paradise. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Yi Xiaolei re-entered the game, only to be astonished to discover, at that moment, the number of players in the central point had multiplied exponentially since he last logged off. The game sky was shrouded in darkness. Although dim, he could discern his surroundings, albeit without the long-range visibility of daylight. The game time mirrored the real world in reverse. The game was daytime, while the real world was night. During the night in the game, the attributes of monsters significantly increased. Typically, players would rest in safe zones or log off at such times. Experiencing a bustling night market for the first time while logging in during the day, Yi Xiaolei quickly made his way toward the western foothills where the Lu Wudi Legion was stationed. The bounty of 1 million star coins was a must. Securing these funds was essential for initiating his Legion plans. He was determined to claim that 1 million reward. Meanwhile, at the location of the Fanie Achuan, the members congregated leisurely, engaged in casual conversation. Captain, the band leader mentioned that a qualified battle medic was supposed to come for an interview today. but it's been quite a while without any sign of them. Could it be another fraud? One of the sharpshooters remarked to a giant wielding a massive iron chain. The giant, known as Battle Bear, looked up and shrugged. Hard to say. Woody only informed me that the medic SID is Bui, and that he has completed a B-level task in a novice village, increasing his attributes by 100 points. He might even be a match for me. Upon hearing Battle Bear's words, the group erupted into laughter. Captain, you truly have a knack for humor. A mere battle medic, no matter how high their health points, could never be your rival. After all, you are the highly sought-after personal trainer hired by the captain, and your combat prowess is beyond reproach. We all admire you immensely. All that the crowd knew was that the Battle Bear was a private coach hired at a handsome salary by the captain, imparting combat skills for the indomitable giant class. They were oblivious to the specifics of his remuneration, but given the naive and affluent nature of the indomitable, it was clear that the Battle Bear's earnings were enviable. Such is the game played by the wealthy. Hey, Captain, even though his health points are high, you might be able to defeat him in one strike. One remarked with a smirk. Humph, a healer with over 300 health points? I suspect he barely exceeds 200, just enough to meet the captain's requirements. The captain is settling for him. Another scoffed. The Battle Bear smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, yet his confident gaze revealed his self-assurance regarding his abilities. A healer capable of completing B-level tasks? Pfft, merely a lackey. Pure luck. One of the gunmen expressed his irritation, noting the healer's absence. They had agreed to meet at 11 o'clock, yet 3 hours had passed without a sign of him. I suspect he is just a fraud, afraid of being exposed by us. With the healer still absent, they had no choice but to wait, unable to visit the equipment market, which was sheer torment for the group. However, the captain had insisted on waiting, asserting that a true expert would always possess a hint of arrogance, and heroes only made their entrance at the last moment. Yet, as they continued to wait, the hours dragged on. After some complaints, the group grew restless and began to voice their frustrations. Captain, we've already waited 3 hours. Do we need to keep waiting? Indeed, it's been 3 hours. That so-called healer must be a complete dud. His character must be abysmal. The Battle Bear furrowed his brow, sharing their disdain for Yi Xiaolei, but hesitating before generously stating, If you wish to leave, you may do so. I will wait for another half hour. However, just as the Battle Bear's words hung in the air, Yi Xiaolei finally emerged from the crowd, locating the bird brigade. I'm terribly sorry for being late. You haven't found the healer, have you? He inquired, a note of concern in his voice. In the realm of the game, everything remained uncertain, and he did not believe that he was the only healer with more than 300 health points. As Yi Xiaolei appeared, he was met with the curious gazes of the crowd, tinged with disdain and resentment. The Battle Bear glanced at Yi Xiaolei, whose dark complexion and slender frame seemed fragile as if he could be blown away by the wind. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he addressed him coolly. Are you the healer? The Battle Bear did not appear as amiable as he seemed. Internally, he seethed with anger, more so than anyone present. He was the Battle Bear, a unique expert within the giant class, yet here he was, a formidable master, wasting 3 hours waiting for a character he deemed inferior. Were it not for the indomitable Snavet and wealth, and his desire to maintain a gracious facade, he would have erupted long ago. Feeling the weight of the giant's imposing scrutiny, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of displeasure, but replied nonetheless, That's me. How will your assessment be conducted? Are you going to examine my personal attributes? Still, before Yi Xiaolei could finish his words, Zhang Xiong immediately waved his hand. This is simple. We will have a match. If you can weaken me to a vulnerable state, you will pass. Of course, we cannot fight here at the central point. We will head to the small canyon passage outside. That area is outside the safe zone and devoid of monsters, making it suitable for combat. Zhang Xiong's statement sparked interest among the crowd, who fixed their eager gazes on Yi Xiaolei. Haha, didn't you claim to be quite formidable? If you can't even reduce our captain's health by half, how could you possibly meet our leader's expectations? Indeed, a boastful medic if you can't surpass our captain's challenge. Consider your interview a failure. Without our captain's approval, our leader would never hire you. That's 100,000 star coins, equivalent to 150,000 RMB. Not something just anyone can acquire. Unlike Zhang Xiong, who held reservations, the others spoke without a hint of modesty. Moreover, the leader had issued a substantial bounty of 1 million star coins. If one truly possessed the strength, they would not be easily intimidated by mere words. Upon hearing their remarks, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened. He was reluctant to accept this task, yet the allure of 1 million star coins was too enticing. Ultimately, for the sake of the regiment's operational funds, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, I accept." With Yi Xiaolei's agreement, the atmosphere shifted, and the group erupted in excitement as they marched towards the exit of the central point. The actions of the Flying Bird Regiment immediately drew curious glances from onlookers. Hey, isn't that the Flying Bird Regiment from the rich and powerful faction? It's nighttime in the game now, with monsters' attack power heightened, and they choose to proceed? TSK. The wealthy really are foolish, with too much money to waste. Why do you assume everyone is as thoughtless as you? So what if they are affluent? That's their skill. Your disdain stems from envy. If they're venturing out now, there must be a reason. Come, let us follow and see. In an instant, players with nothing to do yet unwilling to log off began to trail behind, eager to join the spectacle. Soon, Yi Xiaolei and Zhang Xiong reached the edge of the central point. At Zhang Xiong's signal, members of the Flying Bird Regiment quickly blocked the entrance, announcing loudly, "Everyone, feel free to watch, but please do not interfere with the competition between the medic and our captain, Zhang Xiong. Otherwise, you will be opposing the Flying Bird Regiment." With some members of the Flying Bird Regiment intent on promoting the event, it didn't take long for the crowd to grasp the situation. Wait, a medic versus a giant? In such a small, open canyon? This is going to be interesting. Haha, that medic is aiming for the million-star coin bounty issued by Luwudi. So his abilities must be exceptional. Even if he doesn't secure the million, gaining Luwudi's recognition would surely net him at least 200,000. As Luwudi is notoriously generous. Exceptional abilities? We should consider who he is up against. The one he is battling is Zhang Xiong, Luwudi's personal trainer. I hail from the same novice village as Zhang Xiong and have yet to hear of him losing a duel. Did you see that massive chain in Zhang Xiong's hand? That is indeed a silver weapon, capable of striking from a distance of 7 to 8 meters. In the face of such a giant, few possess the strength to prevail. Especially not the so-called frail battle medic. The battle bear, clad in armor and wielding a shield along with a spiked chain, confidently emerged from the safety zone. Positioning itself on the narrow path nestled between two mountains, it beckoned to Yi Xiaolei, saying, "Young one, do not accuse me of bullying you. This path stretches a total of 40 meters, and here, you will encounter neither monsters nor players to disrupt your aim. You may choose your position freely. I shall allow you 3 shots. Only after you have fired your 3 shots shall I make my move to counter." Chapter 54. Instant kill with combos on either side loomed towering mountains, with a narrow path winding between them. Yi Xiaolei's expression was grim as he cast a glance at the path, saying nothing as he proceeded quietly forward. Standing at the end, near the monster's exit, Yi Xiaolei, as per usual, wielded a gun in his right hand and an operating knife in his left. Suppressing the fury within, he carelessly fired 3 shots at the battle bear. Bang! 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 Upon hearing the 3 gunshots, the battle bear remained unscathed, his disdain deepening. What a worthless opponent. Do you really think you can challenge me? Initially intending to inflict a serious injury, the bear's thoughts darkened. Now, just watch how I will slay you. He envisioned Yi Xiaolei's furious expression as he was mercilessly slain, and the thought filled him with excitement. With a powerful push of his legs, the battle bear charged forward like a mobile tank, his massive shield raised defensively. As the opponent surged forward, Yi Xiaolei felt an impulsive urge to draw his sniper rifle and eliminate the foe in one shot. But he refrained upon noticing the multitude of players surrounding him. Bang! 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 Yi Xiaolei fired 3 more shots, distinct from the earlier shots. The first 3 had been indiscriminate, while this time he aimed with precision. Ding! Ding! Pft. -47. The first 2 bullets struck the battle bear's shield with a resonant ding. But the third shot fortuitously hit the bear's thigh, eliciting an unexpected damage notification that startled all onlookers. Damn! How could such a pathetic creature possess such formidable attack power? The battle bear's expression darkened. With 289 hit points, his health was already significant for a creature of his level, but if he were to be hit 3 times, he would inevitably enter a weakened state and lose the battle. Very well, If your attack power is indeed substantial, then I shall demonstrate what true strength entails. Realizing Yi Xiaolei's formidable attack power, the battle bear's demeanor shifted, his gaze now intensely focused on Yi Xiaolei. Meanwhile, the astonishing display of Yi Xiaolei's attack power drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. Damn, that's insane. How can such a fragile battle medic inflict such high damage? Is this even fair? Since when did battle medics adopt an offensive approach? If his profession were that of a marksman, he would be utterly terrifying. Indeed, he is a master. It seems the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. In contrast to the spectators, the members of the Flying Bird Legion grew somber upon witnessing Yi Xiaolei's extraordinary attack power. If their captain were to lose, it would reflect poorly on them. Moreover, recalling the earlier exchange with the battle medic, Yi Xiaolei, the thought of losing was akin to slapping their own faces. It's merely high attack power. That's hardly impressive. If I were to acquire rare bullets with 30 attack power, I could inflict similar damage. Haha, I knew it. There is no way his attack power could be so high. He must have squandered rare bullets just to pass through. Upon hearing the explanations from the members of the Flying Bird Legion, the crowd began to understand. Rare bullets indeed. If such high damage can be inflicted, it is hardly surprising. At some point, Xueqiu from the Little Rose Brigade appeared among the onlookers, her gaze glimmering as she observed Yi Xiaolei. Her thoughts were far from simplistic. She recalled how, during their last encounter, Yi Xiaolei had logged off with an air of nonchalance, offering no defense for herself, which led Xueqiu to ponder whether she had misjudged the situation. Perhaps those potions were truly acquired from the bandit group, rather than being mere tokens of a spokesperson for them. However, at that time, she had chosen to trust the judgment of those around her, given Yi Xiaolei's identity as a battle medic. Yet now, witnessing Yi Xiaolei's astounding attack power and recalling the bounty of 1 million placed on her by Lu Wudi, it was evident that her health points exceeded 300. Thus, Xueqiu could not help but concede that she had indeed underestimated her opponent. Those substantial supplies were exclusively hers. With this thought, Xueqiu murmured, "Humph, stingy wretch, may you lose." On the other side, after regarding Yi Xiaolei as an adversary, Zhang Xiong's combat prowess surged dramatically. Swiftly, he evaded all of Yi Xiaolei's gunfire and closed the distance to a mere 6 meters before her. "Hee, boy, you've run into your match," he taunted, as he violently swung the hefty chain in his grip. Whoosh! The chain flew from Zhang Xiong's wrist like a ferocious steel beast, roaring as it aimed directly for Yi Xiaolei's chest. Boom! The chain shot forth with remarkable speed, but Yi Xiaolei was no slouch in reaction. With a deft sidestep to the left, the chain struck the small rocky slope behind him, producing a resounding crash as the spike at its end embedded itself into the stone. "Humph, let me wear you down," Yi Xiaolei scoffed, lightly exhaling. Breeze Step, activate. The Breeze Step, a supplementary skill of the Azure Dragon Ring, enhanced his speed by 10. Yi Xiaolei believed he could outlast his opponent. As Yi Xiaolei prepared to dart left, Zhang Xiong coldly sneered, seizing the chain's end and executing a forceful horizontal swing. Clang! The straight chain instantly transformed into a sinuous serpent, its body undulating with agility. Thud! -31. Caught off guard, Yi Xiaolei was struck by the robust chain, sending him flying. Ha ha ha! With such pathetic combat awareness, do you truly believe you can claim that $1 million bounty? Dream on. After Yi Xiaolei was flung away, Zhang Xiong seized the opportunity and charged forward, the chain clattering behind him. Observing this, the players who had hoped for Yi Xiaolei's victory shook their heads in resignation. Unable to bear the sight, this was a one-sided battle. Zhang Xiong swung the chain down onto the grounded Yi Xiaolei with great force. But Yi Xiaolei executed a swift roll, evading the attack and firing back a few shots, all of which were blocked by Zhang Xiong's shield. Boom! The chain struck the ground, creating a small crater that sent shivers through the surrounding players. Goodness, if one were to be hit, it would not merely be 31 points of damage, exclaimed a beast tamer in astonishment. Indeed, one could be eliminated in an instant. Beside him, a towering giant nodded in acknowledgement. The potency of a player's attack is a crucial metric for assessing damage. However, the true extent of harm also hinges on the circumstances. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei became acutely aware of his significant shortcoming. His combat instincts were woefully inadequate. Reflecting on this, Yi Xiaolei felt an unexpected surge of joy rather than anger. He refrained from hastily seeking a decisive victory against the battle bear, instead casting a healing light upon himself and engaging in a dance of evasion. He intended to seize this opportunity to hone his skills. Battling such a formidable opponent was a rare chance, especially since the adversary was not holding back, making it even more conducive for his improvement. Boom. Clang. Clang. Bang bang. As the giant unleashed a torrent of ferocious strikes, Yu Xiaolei deftly dodged while intermittently casting healing light upon himself. Whoosh. With a deft maneuver, Yu Xiaolei slid and leaped on a gentle slope, bounding up and down. Although he occasionally sustained hits, he quickly healed himself, maintaining his health at full capacity to avoid arousing suspicion among the onlookers regarding his unusually high life force. As the two engaged in a relentless struggle, 5 minutes elapsed in the blink of an eye. Though brief, the duration saw Yu Xiaolei increasingly evade the giant's attacks, gradually acclimatizing to the bear's chain-based combat style. Meanwhile, the spectators were left in awe, one healer unable to contain himself as he pinched his own arm and murmured, "Goodness, is a healer truly capable of such feats? To withstand 5 minutes against a giant of this caliber, truly remarkable. How can two healers exhibit such disparate levels of skill? My word. What must that healer's health and healing capacity be? If it were any other healer, they would have perished countless times from such relentless blows." Another exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you all blind? Did you not observe the healer's speed? That lad is swifter than the battle bear, and by a significant margin. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart in close combat long ago." A biochemist gazed at Yu Xiaolei's agile movements, unable to restrain his fervent exclamation. Speed, indeed, was the crux of this confrontation. Had the healer's speed been ordinary, he would have been shredded by the giant in this confined space. On the other side, the battle bear grew increasingly alarmed, his expression darkening. After a moment's hesitation, he roared at Yu Xiaolei, "Enough, boy. The game ends now. I shall tear you apart." With that, the battle bear unleashed a primal roar, super berserk. In an instant, his body swelled dramatically, veins bulging and muscles grotesquely rippling, his skin taking on a reddish hue, and his hair standing on end, transforming him into a furious lion. "Die!" he bellowed, swapping his chains for a spiked club, launching himself toward Yu Xiaolei like a cannonball. Rare skill? Yu Xiaolei's expression turned cold. He was aware of the giant's berserk ability, but now, having entered this state, the bear's speed had more than doubled, far exceeding standard berserk enhancements. If he desired a close-quarters fight, Yu Xiaolei would oblige. With narrowed eyes, he holstered his pistol and, without hesitation, charged forward to meet the giant head-on. In the blink of an eye, they were mere meters apart, facing each other directly. "Die!" The battle bear roared fiercely, swinging its spiked club down towards Yu Xiaolei's head with great force. Clang! Yu Xiaolei deftly countered with a small surgical knife, bracing it firmly against the massive club. How could this be possible? The battle bear was momentarily stunned. Engaging in close combat, the contest lay in sheer strength, a test of who possessed greater power. The giant's method of enhancement involved not only increasing stamina but also augmenting strength. After entering a berserk state, its strength attributes doubled. Yet, under this brutal clash of forces, it was thwarted by a mere surgical knife. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. A battlefield medic, the weakest of all professions. However, Yu Xiaolei paid no heed to such thoughts. Seizing the bear's wrist in that fleeting moment of confusion, he swiftly thrust his shoulder into the bear's armpit. Boom. -48 Yu Xiaolei executed an elegant shoulder throw, sending the massive, berserk battle bear crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The bear, now completely dazed, wore an even more menacing expression on its face. As it attempted to recover, a phantom figure loomed larger in its vision. Boom. Yu Xiaolei leaped high, driving his knee forcefully into the bear's nose while simultaneously plunging the surgical knife into its throat with an expressionless demeanor. Splat. -75 ding. System. You have successfully struck a critical point. The unique paralyzing effect of the battlefield medic's surgical knife has been activated, rendering the target immobile for 3 seconds. Hearing this notification, Yu Xiaolei feigned with his right hand, and a pistol instantly appeared, its muzzle aimed directly into the battle bear's gaping mouth. The surrounding onlookers were instantaneously petrified. Was this a combo that resulted in a swift kill? P.S. This is the second update. There will be another one today to compensate for yesterday's. Chapter 55. In dire need of funds with the pistol pressed against the jaws of the war bear. Yi Xiaolei revealed no trace of emotion on his face as he calmly stated, "Inform your commander that I shall not be undertaking this mission." Upon finishing his words, he decisively pulled the trigger. Yi Xiaolei would show no mercy to those who harbored jealousy and had made repeated attempts on his life. Bang, bang, bang. In just 3 shots, the astonishment, fury, and resentment of the war bear culminated in a flash of gray light, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. With a resounding crash, the death of the war bear triggered a significant explosion, scattering an array of potions across the floor. Upon witnessing the treasure trove before him, Yi Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly collected every item, thinking to himself that his efforts had finally borne fruit. Ding! System, you have successfully acquired 54 bottles of basic life potions. System, you have obtained 48 portions of food. System, you have received 59 bottles of basic mental potions. System, you have acquired 58 sniper rifle bullets. Upon seeing the system notification regarding the sniper bullets, Yi Xiaolei's expression brightened. At present, he had only 2 bullets left for his sniper rifle, rendering the weapon nearly useless. The acquisition of 58 bullets felt like a lifeline. Sniper bullets, bronze specially designed for sniper rifles, attack power 15, additional attribute, hit rate 30. Oh, they're even of bronze quality? This unexpected boon brought him a small measure of joy. Meanwhile, while Yi Xiaolei reveled in his fortune, his actions left onlookers utterly astounded. Some could not help but stare in disbelief, swallowing audibly. It was madness, sheer, unadulterated madness. A combat medic had managed to slay a giant, a renowned expert at that. It was evident that his prowess was not merely due to some rare bullets, but stemmed from his own overwhelming strength. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the war bear's mace and dispatched it with a single blow? Remarkable, truly remarkable. It became clear why he had amassed such an abundance of supplies. With his extraordinary capabilities, raiding a band of robbers would hardly pose a challenge. It was evident that the Beastmaster who spoke had witnessed Yi Xiaolei's previous sales of vast supplies. After gathering all the items, Yi Xiaolei returned to the central point with an expression of calm indifference, prompting the players who had previously looked down upon combat medics to instinctively part ways for him. However, a marksman, closely allied with the war bear, stormed forward upon seeing Yi Xiaolei's return, his face contorted with anger as he coldly demanded, "You could have spared our captain. Why did you not do so?" Gazing at the furious marksman, Yi Xiaolei suddenly tapped his head, feigning ignorance as he replied, My apologies, my apologies. I had no idea your captain would be so fragile. I assumed his health would be no less than 500. I never expected he would fall after just a few shots." Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's explanation, the marksman's expression darkened, while those around him could hardly suppress their laughter. Upon observing Yi Xiaolei's dazed expression, the gunman felt a surge of anger, his face turning an ashen hue. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the validity of the other party's words. Finally, with a cold demeanor, he barked, "Bring forth the captain's belongings." Even mud possesses its own temperament, let alone Yi Xiaolei. Initially, the members of the Flying Bird Brigade mocked him mercilessly, and Yi Xiaolei had long harbored a surfeit of frustration. Now faced with their disdain, he retorted icily, "Scram. If you seek my possessions, I have but one life to offer. Should you possess the capability, feel free to pursue my life." The gunman's complexion darkened ominously, and the expressions of the nearby members of the Flying Bird Brigade mirrored his displeasure. However, a sudden thought struck the gunman regarding the captain's million-star bounty, and he bellowed with newfound confidence, "Kid, do you still wish to claim the million-star bounty issued by our captain? Humph. Apologize at once and surrender the captain's belongings. Otherwise, no matter how formidable you may be, you shall never obtain the bounty." Yi Xiaolei cast a disdainful glance at the members of the Flying Bird Brigade and turned to leave. He found no inclination to waste breath on such individuals. Initially, he had been filled with confidence regarding the million-star bounty. But after witnessing the true nature of the Flying Bird Brigade and recalling that Lu Woody was unwilling to pay any upfront deposit, he felt an immediate sense of liberation. He did not believe they would readily disperse the bounty upon task completion, for it was a sum of 1 million star coins, not a trifling 10 or 20,000. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in his packaging abilities. With those skills, he believed that one day great fortune would be his. Besides his packaging prowess, he also possessed the identity of a craftsman, a status that, if leveraged effectively, could also yield substantial profits. Witnessing Yi Xiaolei's indifference as he departed, the gunman turned pale with dismay. After Yi Xiaolei left, he paid no heed to the curious gazes of those around him and sought a small patch of open space to continue his marketplace endeavors. Yet, before he could fully set up his stall, Xueqiu approached him, a look of awkwardness etched upon her face. I apologize for the misunderstanding yesterday, she said, offering a sheepish smile. Yi Xiaolei glanced up at Xueqiu and replied nonchalantly, "No matter, as long as it does not hinder my business." Xueqiu felt a surge of irritation rising within her, but recalling her need for his assistance, she suppressed her anger, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Well, esteemed expert, do you think your potions could be sold to us? We can revert to the previous deal of the selling contract, of course. This time without requiring you to add any funds, offering you a discount of 20,000 star coins." "Not needed," Yi Xiaolei replied. But seeing her determination not to relent in their transaction, he could only offer a wry smile and explain, "It's not that I do not desire it, but rather that I am currently in dire need of funds and have no spare money to purchase your goods. Thus, you understand." Yi Xiaolei was indeed in urgent need of money. While he was spared the legal fees for Zhuge-san, he was certainly obligated to cover Zhu Jialin's medical expenses. As for whether he would succeed in suing Zhu Jialin for the attempted murder of his brother, Yi Xiaolei held little hope. Just the medical expenses alone, given the Zhu family's resources, would demand around 1 million, yet he presently possessed merely a meager sum of tens of thousands. Furthermore, he promised Zhuge-san to establish a military corps, and he would undoubtedly fulfill that commitment. The initial investment for the corps was akin to an insatiable abyss, and he was uncertain about the exact amount required. Yet, deep within his heart lay a modest aspiration. Once his younger siblings entered university, he wished to acquire a residence near the campus to transform their home into a more genuine sanctuary. In summary, Yi Xiaolei was in dire need of financial resources. Without a stable income or ample funds, he would refrain from purchasing any non-essential items or equipment. He uttered a casual "you understand," expecting the other party to retreat in the face of difficulty, but unexpectedly, Xueqiu's response was immediate and furious. "Understand? All I know is that if my sisters do not receive adequate sustenance, they will starve here and be unable to complete the novice trial task. So, will you trade or not?" When soft persuasion failed, Xueqiu resorted to a more forceful approach. Faced with such a fierce beauty, Yi Xiaolei was momentarily at a loss for words. Is it really such a big deal to fail this dungeon? Less than 40 of players managed to pass the novice trial. Why should you care? Is it worth spending so much money? He was puzzled about what kind of ruthless bandit group could so callously rob a group of delicate beauties. He secretly admired their audacity, unmoved by allure. Meanwhile, as Xueqiu relentlessly pursued Yi Xiaolei, in another location, Lin Shiqing's office in the virtual subsidiary, Bai Qian was pitifully appealing to a strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 168 meters tall and clad in a white shirt. "Sister, please help my classmate. And also assist the uncle. You have no idea how unfortunate they are. They lost their parents at a young age. Xiaofeng and Xiaoyu were solely raised by their uncle. Now, Xiaofeng has been expelled from school, and with the Zhu family intervening, no school would dare accept him. Moreover, Xiaofeng might even face imprisonment, which would undoubtedly devastate their uncle. A family that was already imperfect would be shattered. Don't you feel any sympathy?" In response to Bai Qian's pleading, Bai Xiaoxue's serene visage revealed no emotion. "It is not that I do not wish to assist, but rather that my capabilities are limited. The Zhu family's connections in the capital are intricate, and I am merely the president of the virtual subsidiary. My influence is not as formidable as you might think." "Sister, you are lying. With your prowess, you could easily resolve this matter," Bai Qian retorted. Upon hearing her sister's words, Bai Xiaoxue felt a flush of warmth and embarrassment. Though she and Bai Qian shared a close cousinly bond, she found it unreasonable to heed such an impulsive request, especially since the requester was merely a classmate. She had no desire to provoke a conflict between her family and the Zhu family. Naturally, she would assist if the matter could be resolved with money. But the current situation involved familial dynamics. As a vulnerable woman, if she were to wield her family's influence, she would inevitably face repercussions from both the Zhu family and her own. Upon observing the subtle shift in her cousin's expression, Bai Qian sensed an opportunity and, mustering her courage, shyly declared, "Sister, actually, Yu Xiaofeng is my boyfriend, considering he will be your future brother-in-law. Could you lend me a hand this once?" Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiue's countenance darkened, and she couldn't help but lightly tap Bai Qian's head in mild annoyance, exclaiming, "Do not speak nonsense. I know you too well, you cunning little sprite. Such words may be uttered here, but if you were to say that outside, it would surely lead to a myriad of troubles. I don't care, will you help me or not?" Unperturbed by her deception being uncovered, Bai Qian quickly shifted tactics, saying, "Sister, if you refuse to assist me with this matter, I may find myself unable to concentrate on the upcoming college entrance exams. If I do poorly, I will hold you responsible for not helping me focus." Witnessing her sister's uncharacteristic display of petulance, Bai Xiaoxue felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment of internal struggle, she sighed. All right, I will help you, but this is solely my personal assistance and does not involve the family. Do you understand?" Upon receiving her sister's consent, Bai Qian leaped up in excitement and, with a quick peck on Bai Xiaoxue's cheek, exclaimed, "Sister, you are simply wonderful. If only you weren't wearing those black reading glasses, you would be even more beautiful." Chapter 56. I am Ershao. In a moment of desperation, Bai Xiaoxue reluctantly agreed to assist. She promptly dialed Tang Li, saying, "Xiaoli, please gather information on an individual named Yi Xiaolei. It would be best if you could have it ready by today and deliver it to my office afterward." Tang Li, seated in the clerical office, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the president's request. Yi Xiaolei left a particularly deep impression on her strength. He was nothing if not resilient, bearing the weight of responsibility for his younger siblings. He managed to provide for all their needs without seeking aid from the government or anyone else. He persevered through adversity, even nurturing his siblings into exemplary students. Such a remarkable story, if reported to the news team, would undoubtedly earn him accolades, perhaps the title of Best Young Person of the Year. Tang Li shook off her momentary shock and swiftly responded, "Bai Zong, does the Yi Xiaolei you mentioned have a younger brother and sister? If you are referring to him, I have some familiarity." "Oh," Bai Xiaoxue expressed surprise. If even her subordinate recognized him, it seemed she was indeed speaking of the same person. "Come to my office and share what you know." Meanwhile, in the game, Yi Xiaolei remained oblivious to the chaos his negligence had caused. He had failed to inform his sister that their troubles had been resolved, resulting in many people being concerned about his brother, Yi Xiaofeng. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei was overwhelmed by the persistent advances of Xueqiu, a woman whose entanglement he found exasperating. Unable to scold or strike her, he could only grimace and plead. "Sister, can't you seek someone else? As a mere migrant worker, do you truly expect me to spend so much on your goods? Perhaps you might consider my plight from my perspective." Xueqiu, noticing the bitterness on Yi Xiaolei's face, realized she might have overstepped. With an awkward smile, she proposed, "Master, could we reach an agreement? You can keep the food for yourself, and once the funds for the Little Rose Brigade come through, I will repay you. Of course, I will offer this little one's bond as collateral." Upon glancing at his supplies, which totaled 281 portions, Yi Xiaolei hesitated before conceding. "I can give you 50 portions. That should suffice for your immediate needs." With Yi Xiaolei's consent, Xueqiu eagerly tossed the bond to him, fearing he might retract his agreement. "It's a deal," she exclaimed. Yi Xiaolei accepted the little one's bond and handed over the 50 portions of food, managing a wry smile as he inquired, "Aren't you afraid I might not return this bond?" "Huh, you're a good person. I actually hope you use it, so I can demand even more," Xueqiu responded, her face lighting up with delight. Indeed, had it been anyone else, they would have been infuriated by her unreasonable demands. It was precisely because she perceived Yi Xiaolei as somewhat easy to manipulate that she displayed such domineering behavior. Yi Xiaolei, caught in the prolonged pursuit of a woman who insisted, "I am a good person," found himself at a loss for words. After receiving the food, Xueqiu sent him a friend request before departing, satisfied with their transaction. As Xueqiu departed, Yi Xiaolei finally found peace in setting up his stall. At present, He had garnered quite a reputation at the center point, offering fair prices, 65 star coins for a basic life potion, 81 star coins for a serving of food, and 39 star coins for a basic spirit potion. No sooner had he hung his wares for sale than a multitude of customers began to flock to him. The system's notification chimes ringing incessantly. Ding. System, you have successfully sold 3 bottles of basic life potions, earning 195 star coins. System, you have successfully sold 2 bottles of life potions, earning 65 star coins. System, you have successfully sold 3 bottles of basic spirit potions, earning 117 star coins. System, you have successfully sold 2 servings of food, earning 162 star coins. In a mere half hour, every supply item at Yi Xiaolei's stall had been sold out. Though he still had some reserves in his pack, what thrilled him was the sudden increase in his star coin count, soaring from 685 to 65, 834 star coins. He never anticipated earning over 60,000 star coins in such a short span. Gazing at the numerical display of his wealth, Yi Xiaolei could not help but clench his fist, feeling an exhilarating surge of confidence. If he could earn 60,000 now, surely he would one day amass 6 million. The thought of such riches had once seemed unfathomable, yet now, equipped with the capabilities of his pack and his skills as a craftsman, he brimmed with optimism regarding his potential for wealth. Suddenly, he was reminded of his inexplicable transportation to this place, and a shadow of regret flickered in his heart. Damn it, had I not been forcefully brought here, I could have ambushed several bandit groups along the way, and my earnings would surely exceed 60,000. With 60,000 star coins in hand, Yi Xiaolei felt emboldened. Having acquired wealth, he was determined to accumulate even more. This was the center point, the trading hub of the entire dungeon, where he intended to purchase a plethora of weapons for reassembly, aiming to sell them at a premium. He hoped to discover a few pieces of equipment with rare attributes of the same grade. With a sigh of determination, he set forth towards the surrounding stalls. Yi Xiaolei had long understood the capabilities of his pack. Reselling weapons with ordinary attributes would yield little profit, and at times could even lead to losses. Only weapons possessing rare attributes presented a genuine opportunity for profit. At that moment, players thronged the area with at least thousands of stalls, and players frequently setting up and dismantling their booths. After surveying the scene, Yi Xiaolei noticed that many materials were even cheaper than those sold in the novice village. A moment's reflection led to a sudden realization. Indeed, materials dropped within the dungeon, even when picked up, might not be safely transported out. Upon death, one could lose them, and carrying excessive materials would increase weight, impairing mobility. These factors contributed to the lower prices. Conversely, Yi Xiaolei, unburdened by weight limitations and with the assurance that his belongings would not be lost, could purchase in bulk and turn a profit once outside the dungeon. He was not in a rush to buy, naturally preferring to conduct thorough investigations before deciding which materials to resell, as his pack could only accommodate a mere cubic meter of items. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei's gaze was captured by a longsword that stirred his interest. The Sword of Iron Tree, Bronze Attack Power, 2428, Additional Attribute, Strength 1, Additional Skill, Tear, consumes 11 points of mental energy, shattering all enemy defenses to deliver a fatal strike, dealing an extra 20 damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Usage restrictions, Level 11, Giant, Special Forces, Biological Soldier. Upon reading the skill description, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of excitement. The Tear skill was a first for him. Its meaning was not difficult to comprehend. This skill could bypass the target's defenses, making it exceedingly rare. Weapons with additional skills are quite uncommon, and the seller was no fool, pricing it at 3,000 star coins. Bro, can you sell this Iron Tree sword for less? The seller, a Special Forces soldier, hesitated upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's inquiry. 2,800 star coins. That is the lowest price. Yi Xiaolei shook his head. A regular bronze sword is worth only 300 to 400 star coins, while your weapon's additional skill is impressive. Its level is still too low. Before long, this weapon will merely be a decoration. I can offer you 600 star coins, if you're willing to sell. Then I shall buy it. Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's counteroffer, the Special Forces soldier understood that this medic was a genuine buyer. Others had offered bids, but the highest was merely 500 star coins. Now, with Yu Xiaolei's offer of 600 star coins, it stood as the highest. 1,000 star coins, that is my minimum. If it weren't for my insufficient supplies, I wouldn't sell it. After all, this sword is also suitable for my use. Staying another day at the center point means consuming one more food ration, which costs as much as 80 star coins. Affordability is a concern. All right, I'll take it. Yu Xiaolei did not pursue further negotiations. Having successfully acquired a weapon, he felt invigorated by the prospect of finding another level 11 bronze sword. With his packaging ability, he could recombine them for resale. The weapon's attack power would increase post-recombination, and being a level 11 weapon, it was not insignificant. With a selling price anticipated to exceed 8,000 star coins. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Xiaolei was filled with motivation. However, after inspecting no fewer than 100 stalls, he found himself disheartened, unable to locate an 11-level bronze sword, and the other bronze items possessed unsatisfactory attributes, leaving him without a purchase. Just as disappointment settled in, a boisterous laughter erupted nearby. Haha, I finally know how to sell things. I finally know how to sell things. Following the sound, he beheld a young lad of approximately 18 or 19 years, whose profession was giant. The lad's robust physique coupled with his youthful visage evoked an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. At that moment, the boy was animatedly dancing, successfully drawing a crowd. Yet, after inspecting his stall, many players shook their heads and turned away. Among them, a gunslinger pointed at a necklace displayed on the stall, inquiring, "Young brother, what is the true price of this necklace?" However, the gunslinger's question caused the boy's expression to tighten, retreating apprehensively a step back. His face flushed crimson. And after struggling to find words, he reflexively recited, "My name is Ersha. I live in Sanyuan County, Huayuan Township, Tian Village." Upon witnessing the giant's reaction and listening to his recitation, the crowd was rendered speechless. To their astonishment, it turned out he was merely a fool. They had long heard that anyone could partake in this game, but to see a fool actually engaging was quite a novelty. One soldier, unable to contain himself, exclaimed. His words immediately captured the attention of many. The young giant, frightened, took a step back, remaining in a daze for a moment before finally uttering, "I'm not foolish. My mother says I just haven't matured yet. When I grow up, I will surely become a teacher." To the simple-minded individual, a teacher represented the pinnacle of knowledge, for a teacher knows everything. His declaration sparked laughter among the surrounding players. If even a fool could be a teacher, then surely a sow could climb a tree. At that moment, a beast tamer, his face dotted with acne, cheerfully asked, "Is your mother beautiful, foolish one?" The question momentarily stunned the crowd before they erupted into laughter, joining in the mockery of the simpleton. Standing at a distance, Yu Xiaolei's expression darkened as he listened. Though the youth answered everyone's queries, the fear evident in his eyes was unmistakable. That fearful gaze resonated with Yu Xiaolei, evoking memories of his own helplessness and dread during the year his parents passed away. After observing for a moment and noting the absence of any family by the giant's side, Yu Xiaolei's face grew somber as he approached the giant's stall. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, he furiously shouted, "Get away from here, you bunch of cowards. Bullying a child is no feat. If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one." Chapter 57. The core giant. With a furious roar, Yu Xiaolei silenced the surroundings, rendering them as quiet as a grave. The simple-minded individual, known as Ersha, appeared to see his mother before him, for she often echoed such thunderous shouts. After a prolonged moment, the crowd began to react. The foremost gunman, who had initially mocked Ersha, scowled and retorted with ire, "What's the fuss? You're merely a battlefield medic, and we haven't even touched your brother. Do you really think a rookie like you can challenge me? Instead of being with your foolish brother, you dare to criticize us. Pathetic." Another giant echoed, "Indeed. We haven't harmed your brother. It was just some harmless jest. Who's afraid of a duel?" While many in the crowd remained indifferent, a good number recognized Yu Xiaolei as the notorious medic who had ruthlessly slaughtered the war bears. They discreetly shuffled backward, blending into the throng. Yu Xiaolei narrowed his eyes, gazing coldly at the gunman and the giant, and said icily, "Very well, I shall remember both of you. Are you certain you wish to duel me now?" The gunman was about to agree, eager to teach this presumptuous medic a lesson. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a beastmaster gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Are you seeking death? This medic is the one who annihilated the warbears. Engaging him would be akin to courting disaster." Upon hearing the beastmaster's warning, the gunman swallowed his words, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The infamous name of the medic had spread like wildfire throughout the central point in mere hours, making it impossible to remain oblivious. Yet, maintaining his bravado, the gunman tilted his head back disdainfully and scoffed, "Enjoy your moment of arrogance. Should I encounter you again? Do not expect me to hold back." With a grandiose gesture, he turned and strode away. The audacity of the gunman elicited eye rolls from the onlookers. In reality, should he cross paths with the monstrous medic outside, he would likely retreat to avoid a grim fate. After the gunman departed, the giant hesitated briefly before mimicking his dismissal and followed suit. With the leading instigators gone, the crowd dispersed, each eager to avoid drawing the medic's ire. Should he remember their faces, they might find themselves in peril should they meet again in unsafe territories. As the crowd melted away, Yu Xiaolei sighed and turned his attention to the giant who identified himself as Air Shah. At that moment, Air Shah gazed back with curiosity, devoid of any fear. "What is your name, and where are your relatives?" Yu Xiaolei inquired, pondering that a mentally challenged youth would typically have family to accompany him. However, before Yu Xiaolei could finish his question, Air Shah instinctively replied, "I am called Air Shah, and I live in Sanyuan County, Huayuan Township, Tiantian Village." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaolei's expression darkened, a mixture of sympathy and helplessness washing over him. The implication was clear. Air Shah's family, fearing he might wander off, had compelled him to memorize their address to ensure he could find his way home should he become lost. Casting a glance at the stall set up by the simpleton, Yu Xiaolei found himself at a loss for words once again. Bullets, 104 star coins. Wolf pelts, 104 star coins. LV3 Wolf Fawn Club, 104 star coins. Mouse skins, 104 star coins. LV1 Osmanthus necklace, 1,004 star coins. LV1 Osmanthus necklace, 1,004 star coins. A plethora of worthless items, with the exception of the 2 level 1 necklaces priced at 1,004 star coins. The remainder were all priced at 104 star coins. The LV1 Osmanthus necklace, common a rough necklace handcrafted from osmanthus, granting 1 agility. The attributes of the 2 necklaces were identical. Yu Xiaolei glanced briefly at them and said to the simpleton, "I will take these 2 necklaces." For the mentally challenged youth, Yu Xiaolei could only lend a helping hand through such benevolent gestures, however meager they might be. Just as Yu Xiaolei was about to confirm the payment, the star coins had not yet been deducted when the simpleton excitedly canceled his stall and handed the 2 osmanthus necklaces to Yu Xiaolei. After Yu Xiaolei accepted the necklaces, the simpleton immediately began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 8. Upon reaching the number 8, he beamed with satisfaction and said, 8. 8 star coins. Hearing this, Yu Xiaolei nearly toppled over, exclaiming in frustration, "It's 2,008 star coins, not 8 star coins." With that, Yu Xiaolei handed 2,008 star coins to the simpleton. However, upon seeing the incorrect figures, with an extra 2 and 2 zeros, the simpleton's face flushed crimson as he shook his head vehemently, saying, You gave me the wrong amount. It's 8 star coins, not 2 star coins." At this, Yu Xiaolei's expression darkened once more. He finally comprehended why the price next to each item was 4 plus 4 equals 8, which happened to be the extent of his arithmetic capabilities. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaolei divided the 2,008 star coins into 2 portions and handed them to the simpleton, saying, "Here, this is the payment for the necklaces, 8 star coins. And this is 2,000 star coins, which you can use to buy plenty of delicious food outside." Upon receiving the 8 star coins, the simpleton's face lit up with joy. As for the 2,000 star coins that Yu Xiaolei had gifted him, he regarded it as merely 2 star coins to tuck away in his pouch. Although he often faced bullying from others, he had also encountered many kind-hearted individuals who would give him things. Any item bestowed upon him was secretly hidden from his mother to prevent it from being taken away. He had discovered a secret, that the items given to him could be exchanged for food. Of course, not every item could be traded. On several occasions, he had tried to exchange a stuffed doll or a small stone at the shop, But the grizzled shopkeeper had refused to make the exchange. After handing over the star coins to the simpleton, Yi Xiaolei surveyed the surrounding crowd, ensuring that none of his relatives were present, and glanced once more at the self-amused simpleton before asking again, "Where is your family?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's question, the simpleton gazed at him blankly, his mind slipping back into a state of dazed contemplation. Just as Yi Xiaolei thought his inquiry was in vain, the simpleton smoothly replied, "Daddy went to a very far place. Mommy has to work, and Dawa is missing." Dawa, as mentioned by the simpleton, was his cousin. Under the earnest entreaties of Ursha's mother, his cousin agreed to teach him the intricacies of the game. After considerable effort, Ursha finally reached level 10 and successfully entered the novice trial dungeon. However, the moment he stepped into the dungeon, curiosity overtook him, and he darted about recklessly. While others sought to evade monsters, he chased after them instead. The inevitable outcome was clear. Ursha was swiftly overwhelmed and slain by a horde of creatures, vanishing from his cousin's sight. Yet, fortune often favors the foolish. Unbeknownst to him, he managed to reach the center point with fewer than 10 deaths, thus avoiding forced ejection from the dungeon. Yi Xiaolei patted Ursha on the shoulder and said, "All right, I'm leaving. You can continue playing by yourself." For Ursha, the only assistance he could offer was a mere 2,000 star coins. Beyond that, he felt powerless to help. Wandering in the game was certainly preferable to aimlessly roaming the outside world. However, just as Yi Xiaolei began to walk away, Ursha immediately trailed closely behind him. Yi Xiaolei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and said, "Play by yourself. If you miss your mother, just log out. You know how to do that, right?" Unfortunately, this advice fell on deaf ears. Ursha, recalling something, exclaimed, "Ursha is quite formidable. I can always help to chase away the bad guys." In an attempt to convince Yi Xiaolei, Ursha clumsily opened his attributes and shared them for Yi Xiaolei to see. This was a secret that Dawa had entrusted to him, advising him not to disclose it to outsiders. Yet to Ursha, Yi Xiaolei resembled a motherly figure, helping him fend off villains and gifting him 2-star coins, thus not truly an outsider in his eyes. When Yi Xiaolei observed Ursha's attributes being shared, he noted the clumsiness of the actions, yet they were executed successfully. Intrigued by how someone with Ursha's cognitive challenges had managed to attain level 10, he examined the details and was immediately taken aback. Ursha's attributes read as follows: Level 11 class, giant health points, 552 mental power, Tier 2,128,128 experience, 0-120, 000 attack power, 15 to 21 strength, 20 agility, 5 constitution, 36 mental power, 100 equipment, none skills, berserk, heavy load, strength blessing, exemption, basic immunity. Berserk consumes 5 mental power to enter a berserk state, increasing size and enhancing attack and defense by 30 for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Heavy load consumes 1 mental power to summon a large backpack from the back, reducing the weight of items inside by 90. Strength blessing, passive skill, for each level gained. Strength increases by 1. Exemption, passive skill. When health falls below 50, the player experiences no weakened state. Basic immunity, passive skill. When health drops below 10, the player automatically enters an invulnerable state for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Note: given the player's severe congenital cognitive impairment, the game character receives an additional 300 health points and 100 mental power, along with enhanced passive skills, strength blessing, exemption, and basic immunity. As Yi Xiaolei beheld the series of passive skills possessed by Ursha, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei found himself in agreement with the adage, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Here, the god in question referred to the game's intelligence. Gazing at the eager expression of Ursha, Yi Xiaolei hesitated briefly before resolutely declaring, "Very well, you shall be my teammate and the cornerstone of my future legion." Chapter 58. The complete bloodstone. The formidable passive skill made Yi Xiaolei somewhat envious, prompting him to make an absurd decision to recruit Ursha as a member of his troop. However, no sooner had he voiced this thought than Ursha, with a silly grin, chuckled, "My mom says I need to go home for dinner." Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, Ursha's figure vanished. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he mused, "How foolish of me, truly, to consider Ersha as a central giant in my ranks? Such a notion is naively juvenile. The system bestows upon Ersha various potent attributes and skills precisely because he is flawed and cannot engage normally. After all, he remains merely a child. Expecting him to obediently slay monsters is nearly impossible." Once Ersha departed, Yusiale instinctively checked his inventory. There, a yellow subtitle prompt had appeared. Prompt: Equipment detected meets the reorganization criteria. Would you like to proceed with the reorganization? Yes, no. Confirming, he heard a beep. Prompt: Osmanthus necklace reorganization successful. Cost: 10 star coins. LV1 Osmanthus necklace. White equipment, a rudimentary necklace crafted from Osmanthus, granting 2 agility. Yusiale gazed at the silver-gray necklace and murmured, "Though it is merely a level 1 accessory, such items are exceedingly rare. This necklace should fetch around 800 star coins. Wouldn't it?" The value of necklaces has always remained high, and while he could not ascertain the precise price, even a level 1 necklace could sell for 1 or 200 star coins, let alone his necklace, which now boasted 2 agility. He equipped the Osmanthus necklace and subsequently opened his personal attributes panel. Class: Battle Medic level, 11 health, 1690 mental power, second tier 318 318 experience, 201 120. 000 attack power, 4248, white equipment handgun, strength, 40 agility, 20 constitution, 128 mental power, 174 equipment, heroic medallion, songlong ring, handmade handgun, handmade scalpel. Skills: Healing Light. Resurrection 3, Gale Step, songlong ring's additional skill. Secondary profession: Junior craftsman. Typically, battle medics enhance their mental power to increase the frequency of healing light. But Yusiale's mental power was already ample. Investing further would be wasteful. Thus, he allocated his attribute points to Constitution to augment his health, making himself more resilient. However, to equip the sniper rifle, both strength and agility also needed to be increased to meet the requirements. In summary, Yusiale felt somewhat helpless about his chaotic attribute points. Yet he had no choice but to allocate them thus. He wondered when the cannon would arrive, deciding to wait another 2 days. In truth, he yearned to leave the instance and enter Water Source Town immediately, as it would be far easier to earn money there, an ideal situation for someone as financially strapped as he. While awaiting the cannon's arrival, Yusiale passed the time by examining most of the stalls. After a considerable amount of time had elapsed, he was suddenly captivated by a slender red sword. Vampiric sword, bronze attack power, 21 to 24. Additional attribute, agility 1. Passive skill, junior vampirism. Junior vampirism. When attacking a target, there is a 3 chance to trigger the vampiric effect, converting 20 of the target's damage dealt into one's own health. Usage restrictions, level 11, giant, special forces, biosoldier. Upon discerning the attributes of the vampiric sword, Yusiale's gaze ignited with fervor. A passive skill. Remarkably, it was yet another passive skill. He simply had to acquire it. If the vampiric sword were to be reassembled with the Iron Tree sword, the resultant weapon would be endowed with 2 formidable skills, Tear and Vampirism. The Tear skill could bypass the opponent's defenses, inflicting substantial damage, and if the Vampirism skill were to trigger, the amount of health restored would surely be considerable. With this thought in mind, Yusiale eagerly maneuvered through the throng. The seller was a beast master draped in a white robe, and the vampiric sword was the sole item at his stall, available for bidding. At that moment, a multitude of players gathered, and several were participating in the bidding, which only intensified Yusiale's pressure. 1050 star coins, a special forces soldier called out. I bid 1200. 1210. The vampirism skill held immense value, enabling players to tackle monsters independently without the need for a medic's assistance. Before long, the price of the vampiric sword soared to 1400 star coins. Yusiale glanced around, gritted his teeth, and declared, I bid 2000 star coins. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned towards Yusiale, who nervously scanned the faces around him, fearing that someone might outbid him. What a joke! A medic daring to compete with us for the vampiric sword. A bio soldier exclaimed indignantly. Upon hearing Yusiale's bid, The Beastmaster in white looked up, surprised. However, just as Yi Xiaolei believed the sword was his for the taking, a chilling voice rang out from behind him. I bid 2,001 star coins. Yi Xiaolei turned to see the bidder, his expression darkening. The individual was none other than the war bear, whom Yi Xiaolei had previously vanquished. Now, the war bear's gaze was icy as it fixated on Yi Xiaolei. Kid, I advise you to return everything I lost, or you shall meet a most unpleasant fate. Of course, if you return my belongings and compensate for a portion of my losses, I might allow you to take on the 1,000,000 coin bounty issued by our captain. The supplies the war bear had lost were substantial, valued at nearly 10,000 star coins. Anyone would feel anguished after suffering such a loss, especially after dying once more. The war bear had resurrected near the center point, the same location where it had been slain by Yi Xiaolei. Upon revival, the war bear's eyes burned with rage, yearning to devour Yi Xiaolei, but this was not the time for vengeance. First, he must reclaim his lost items, and then he could seek retribution. In the face of the war bear's aggressive demeanor, Yi Xiaolei cast a disdainful glance and addressed the Beastmaster in white. My friend, I bid 2,300 star coins. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xiaolei thought that the money was merely found treasure, and spending it would not cause him any distress. His indifference and words pierced through the heart of Zhang Xiong like a dagger. Enraged, Zhang Xiong tore off his mask of pretense and coldly threatened. You think you're brave? In the dungeon, we cannot touch you, but once we reach Water Source Town, you shall learn what regret truly means. With that, Zhang Xiong turned to the white-robed Beastmaster and counted the bid, 3,000 star coins. Fixing his gaze on Yi Xiaolei, he added, Aren't you wealthy? Let us see if you can withstand my challenge. For 1,000 star coins, Yi Xiaolei retorted defiantly, raising the price by another 1,000. As if vowing not to relent until he acquired the blood-sucking sword. The identities of Yi Xiaolei and Zhang Xiong quickly became known to the onlookers, who watched with glee as the tension escalated. However, upon hearing Yi Xiaolei's bid of 4,000 star coins, one could see the disbelief on their faces. Surely, this blood-sucking sword is impressive, but it cannot possibly be worth that much. With such funds, one could easily hire a battle medic for 24-hour assistance. Why even need this sword? A bioweapon soldier remarked with disdain. The Beastmaster is making a fortune, selling a low-grade blood-sucking sword for 4,000 star coins, a price that has doubled. Damn it. I would need to work for 2 months just to earn enough for a game item. Zhang Xiong, eyeing the resolute Yi Xiaolei, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. I'll offer 4,500. Upon hearing this bid, Yi Xiaolei smiled slightly. All right, you win. Truly, the wealthy of the Flying Bird Legion have their advantages. Zhang Xiong's face flushed with anger. How dare this trash play him for a fool? Was it possible that a member of the esteemed Flying Bird Legion would backtrack after making a bid? Yi Xiaolei's words left Zhang Xiong with no escape. Realizing that leaving without fulfilling the deal would severely tarnish the reputation of the Flying Bird Legion, inviting relentless pursuit from Lu Wudi, Zhang Xiong's eyes flashed with malevolence. He took out the money, retrieved the sword, and vanished from sight without uttering a word. The animosity between Bu Yi and Zhang Xiong was evident to all. These two would surely not rest until one was vanquished. As they stood before Yi Xiaolei, the spectators felt it inappropriate to discuss the matter further and gradually dispersed. Feeling a pang of regret for not securing the blood-sucking sword, Yi Xiaolei was about to leave when suddenly, Bu Yi, wait a moment. The white-robed Beastmaster, who had successfully sold the blood-sucking sword at a high price, approached Yi Xiaolei. Is there something you need? Yi Xiaolei inquired with curiosity. The white-robed Beastmaster smiled faintly. Indeed, there is. Your desire for that sword stems from its blood-sucking skill, does it not? I possess an item that may interest you. As he spoke, the white-robed Beastmaster presented a thumb-sized, blood-red crystal to Yi Xiaolei and shared its properties. Complete blood-sucking stone, a high-grade rare material that, when incorporated into weapon crafting, has a certain chance to enhance the weapon's grade and bestow an advanced blood-sucking skill. Advanced vampiric skill. When attacking a target, there is a 15% chance to trigger the vampiric effect, converting 20 of the damage dealt into the user's health. Yi Xiaolei inhaled sharply. Recognizing the immense value of this vampiric stone, it was undoubtedly exorbitant, potentially worth millions. Although he was keenly aware of its worth, He felt a profound sense of frustration and managed a wry smile. I'm afraid I lack the funds to purchase such an item from you. The white-robed beastmaster replied with a faint smile, rest assured, I never mentioned requiring your money. My terms are quite simple. If you assist me in defeating the final boss of the novice trial, and I remain unharmed, this vampiric stone shall be yours. Yes, Xiaolei gazed at the beastmaster with a hint of uncertainty, wondering if it could really be that straightforward. P.S. This is the first update. There will be a second update tonight. Please check back tomorrow. Chapter 59, The Time Traveler, the Final Boss? Yi Xiaolei gazed curiously at the white-robed beastmaster. However, upon contemplating the value of the complete bloodstone, worth millions of star coins, he replied earnestly, I apologize, the reward you offer is indeed substantial. Yet I cannot assure you that I can help you defeat the final boss, especially given that you have not perished. Having navigated through the novice trial, players encounter an additional challenge, defeating the final boss. This option is at the player's discretion. They may choose to engage or bypass it. Should they fail, their death count increases by 1, and the rewards for the dungeon tasks diminish by a tier. However, triumphing over the boss guarantees additional rewards. Nonetheless, considering the formidable nature of the final challenge within the novice trial, the difficulty of vanquishing the final boss is evident, leading most players to prefer a direct bypass, opting instead for the rewards associated with task completion. Players with higher death counts, limited in strength, often find themselves succumbing once more, indicating that no team capable of defeating the final boss has yet emerged. Noticing Yi Xiaolei's inclination to decline, the white-robed beastmaster grew anxious. Rest assured, I am not as fragile as you might think. I am a hidden class, the time traveler. With that, the white-robed mage flickered, vanishing momentarily before reappearing beside Yi Xiaolei. Yi Xiaolei's mouth hung open in astonishment, his mind reeling. What on earth? Why is everyone a hidden class, and so incredibly powerful? Is there no respite for the rest of us? Observing Yi Xiaolei's bewilderment, the white-robed beastmaster smiled with a hint of pride. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xingqian Jue. You have witnessed my abilities. With such skills, I am unlikely to meet my demise easily. I can agree to your request, but I have an additional condition. Yi Xiaolei gritted his teeth and replied, I require you to join the troop I am about to establish. To become a member of my legion, such an impressive individual should not go uninvited into his ranks. A troop you are about to establish? About to? Yi Xiaolei was taken aback, realizing that he was dealing with a wealthy second-generation heir. It became clear why he seemed to disregard the million-star coin bounty placed on Lu Wudi's head. A player capable of founding a troop must possess wealth exceeding tens of millions. Otherwise, they cannot afford such extravagances. Joining your troop is not out of the question, yet I must caution you that my identity as a time traveler is merely provisional. It can only be retained by defeating the final boss. Moreover, I have learned that in other regions' novice trials, there will also be time travelers. If one of them defeats the final boss and acquires the time crystal, all other players with this hidden class will lose their abilities. In other words, should another time traveler seize the opportunity to vanquish the final boss before him, his hidden class would vanish. Driven by urgency, he reluctantly relinquished the bloodstone. For he recognized that the healer before him was one who dismissed even the million-star coin bounty on Lu Wudi. The only leverage he possessed was this bloodstone. Upon hearing Xingqian Jue's explanation, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of anxiety. However, before he could utter a word, Xingqian Jue continued to elaborate. Oh, by the way, with my current mental strength, I can teleport a maximum of 3 individuals to the final boss in one go. I have been there before. And as for the rule that prohibits returning within the dungeon, it does not apply to time and space traversers. Let us seek out another powerful giant, and we shall depart at dawn. He was not unwilling to seek assistance from others, yet there were few whose strength he deemed worthy. The appearance of the healer was perfectly aligned with his needs. A player with health exceeding 300 points and formidable attack power, capable of defeating giants, was essentially a tailor-made companion for his quest. Previously, he had scoured this central point, without success in locating the healer, but now, the healer had fortuitously appeared before him, as if it were fate. After listening to Xingqian Jue's explanation, Yi Xiaolei fell into a contemplative silence, feeling an urgent sense of anxiety. Damn it. Where is that cannon to shoot birds? If only he would appear now with him, their team would consist of exactly 3 members. With this thought, Yi Xiaolei gritted his teeth. All right, let us first procure some potions, and we shall set out at dawn. Engaging in battle against the boss would undoubtedly require a substantial quantity of potions, and they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing about the purchase of potions, Xingqian Zhuai's face flushed, and he stammered. Could you lend me some star coins? My hidden class consumes a significant amount of mental strength. In order to support his role as a time and space traverser, Xingqian Zhuai had wagered all his assets and was now left with very little, necessitating the sale of his blood-sucking sword at the central point. Otherwise, its value would have been even greater at Water Source Town. Fortunately, he had sold it for an unexpectedly high price. After selling the blood-sucking sword, all that remained of Xingqian Zhuai's wealth was a valuable blood-sucking stone. Hearing the request for a loan, Yi Xiaolei felt a tightening in his chest and looked at Xingqian Zhuai with suspicion. Could this fellow be a fraud? Hadn't he just sold the blood-sucking sword for 4,000 star coins? Why did he still need to borrow money from me? It seemed that Xingqian Zhuai could read Yi Xiaolei's thoughts, and he grew irate. Hey, what kind of look is that? I am a time-space transporter. Each traversal costs 40 points of mental strength. To teleport 3 times, I require a bottle of mental potion. Without at least 200 bottles, it simply won't suffice. As he spoke, Xingqian Zhuai tossed the blood-sucking stone to Yi Xiaolei. Take this first, so you won't think I'm deceiving you. Upon receiving the blood-sucking stone, Yi Xiaolei chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. He uttered these words of apology, yet without hesitation, he stowed it away in his bag. After all, this was a priceless item worth over 1 million, and for him, it was a timely blessing in his financial predicament. After receiving the deposit, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of confidence and patted Xingqian Zhuai on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will help you defeat the final boss. I don't mind dying 8 or 9 times. As long as you survive, we can start over until we complete your mission. He then handed over 10,000 star coins to Xingqian Zhuai, and after agreeing on a meeting point, they each set off to procure the necessary battle supplies: shields, rare bullets, spare handguns, backup scalpels. And in addition, Yi Xiaolei purchased some healing potions. There was no alternative. He was concerned that the supply of potions he carried was insufficient to accomplish his mission. Such an investment was indispensable. 20 minutes later, Yi Xiaolei and Xingqian Zhuai met once more. At the very moment they encountered each other, Yi Xiaolei could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Xingqian, I have been pondering why you handed the blood-sucking stone directly to me without fearing that I might abscond with your possession. This question lingered in his mind since their separation. He certainly did not believe that he would receive a card of virtue. Upon hearing this, Xingqian Zhuai cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaolei. You, the affluent second generation, dismissing Lu Wudi's million-star bounty, would you truly deceive me over this trifling sum? Wealthy second generation. Yi Xiaolei's mouth hung agape, utterly perplexed. He thought of the card of virtue and his own formidable strength, admired by others. Yet, he could never fathom that the reason for the trust placed in him regarding the blood-sucking stone was his affluent background. This Yi Xiaolei awkwardly chuckled and clarified. I am not a wealthy second generation. I turned down Lu Wudi's million-star bounty out of fear of being deceived. If he does not even pay a deposit, how could I trust him? Do you not know Lu Wudi? Xingqian Zhuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he that renowned? Yi Xiaolei questioned, bewildered. Renowned indeed. Excessively so. He was a gaming enthusiast known to all who had ever played. His famous saying, to win hearts with virtue, resonated widely. Once he made a promise, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. If he pledged 1 million star coins, he would not shortchange you a single coin, provided, of course, that you completed his tasks. Yi Xiaolei was taken aback. He had never played games before. How could he possibly be aware? Observing Yi Xiaolei's expression, suddenly, Xingqian Zhuai seemed to have an epiphany. Did you not mention wanting to establish a legion? A legion without an investment of at least 10 million is simply a waste of money. Oh, I understand now. You are not a wealthy second generation. Rather, you are a wealthy first generation. Impressive, truly impressive. Yi Xiaolei chuckled foolishly. It seems you are wealthier than I. Xingqian Zhuai instantly fell into a stupor, as though a crow were circling above his head, cawing incessantly. After a brief moment, With a somewhat pained expression, he remarked, You dare to claim you wish to establish a legion without funds. He felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship, a rather grand one at that. A battle medic, possessing nothing but personal strength, aspiring to form a legion was akin to a child playing house. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The crux of the matter was his profound regret over the blood-sucking stone. From the conversation, it was evident that Yi Xiaolei was not a wealthy second generation looking down upon Lu Wudi's million-star bounty, but rather someone who mistakenly perceived Lu Wudi as a fraud. For such a tender novice, if he were to offer a price of 200,000 star coins, or even 50,000, Yi Xiaolei would undoubtedly leap at the opportunity to accept the task. Instead, he, like the extravagant Lu Wudi, naively offered a high reward. The mere thought of his million-valued blood-sucking stone caused Xingqian Zhui's heart to ache as if cleaved by 1,000 blades. It was a profound pain. Upon contemplating this, Xingqian Zhui offered an awkward smile, saying, Well, Brother Bui, considering I am somewhat of an elder in your brigade, might I ask if it is possible to? 2. Observing the pained expression on Xingqian Zhui's face, Yi Xiaolei immediately grasped his intentions. However, the blood-sucking stone represented Yi Xiaolei's last hope. Once ingested, it would not be easily regurgitated. Thus, he hastily diverted the conversation, wearing a guileless expression as he remarked, Oh, that marksman seems to be the brother I am searching for. I shall go take a look. There remains a considerable time until dawn in the game. I will check it out first. Once daylight breaks, we shall regroup here, and I assure you, I will help you complete your task. With that, Yi Xiaolei dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Xingqian Zhui seethed with frustration. Shameless, utterly shameless. P.S. My monitor malfunctioned last night, preventing me from updating. I sincerely apologize. Today, I have borrowed a laptop. There will be 2 more updates today. Additionally, I find myself compelled to humbly request recommendation votes once more. They are truly crucial for me. And I can only plead incessantly. Alas, I shall continue writing in silence. Chapter 60. The Hellish-Ape Cave After Leaving. Yi Xiaolei cast a satisfied glance at the bloodstone, marveling at its worth of 1 million star coins. He thought to himself that selling it to Brother Tianlong would undoubtedly yield a profit. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He cursed under his breath. Having forgotten to inform Xiaoyu that her elder brother's college entrance examination issues had been resolved. His younger brother Xiaofeng and sister Xiaoyu were very close. And with Xiaofeng being expelled from school, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly struggle to concentrate on her studies. With this in mind, Yi Xiaolei hurriedly logged off to call his sister, eager to share the good news. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa of Lanyuan City, Lu Wudi's countenance darkened as he reviewed the report from Zhang Xiong. His ire bubbling beneath the surface. The message conveyed was alarming. Young Master Lu, the physician's prowess is formidable, beyond my capability to defeat. He deems 1 million star coins insufficient and demands an increase to 3 million, asserting that payment must be rendered regardless of success. Naturally, I informed him that such a demand was impossible. In his fury, he ended my life and seized the supplies of the regiment. Reluctantly, I conceded. If he returns the supplies, we can consider the matter settled. Yet he responded with harsh words. Young master, must we truly acquiesce to his unreasonable demands? Zhang Xiong understood the inevitable revelation of his defeat at the hands of the physician, rendering his words a mix of truth and deceit. Leaving Lu Wudi unable to investigate further. Observing Lu Wudi's simmering rage, Xiaomei pursed her lips and softly murmured, Young master, perhaps it would be best to let it go. However, Lu Wudi, consumed by anger, retorted vehemently, Let it go? Nonsense. I, Lu Wudi, have traversed countless games. My reputation precedes me. That physician is courting death by attempting to trample upon my dignity. He then turned to Xiaomei, demanding, Quickly assist me in drafting a response. If that little battle physician desires 3 million, then so be it. Xiaomei hastened to inform Zhang Xiong that the Flying Bird Regiment has declared the physician a mortal enemy, offering a total bounty of 3 million star coins, 1,000 star coins for each time he is slain. Xiaomei felt a pang of sorrow for her master, though her heart ached for the 3 million star coins rather than for Lu Wudi himself. Each time he erupted in anger, it signified a further depletion of Uncle Li's finances. With no other recourse, she complied with his demands. knowing that any attempt at counsel would be futile for the time being. On the other hand, Zhang Xiong, upon receiving Lu Wudi's response, felt a mix of exhilaration and envy. A bounty of 3 million was enough to ensure the physician's demise 1,000 times over, a poignant lesson for him to reconsider his insolence. Yet the thought that this sum was merely a trivial amount tossed aside in Lu Wudi's moment of rage left Zhang Xiong feeling profoundly unsettled. Why was it that his relentless toil yielded only meager sustenance while others were born into opulence? Consumed by jealousy, Zhang Xiong failed to consider that Lu Wudi's wealth was the fruit of generations of labor by the Lu family, efforts that others had also endured. Yu Xiaolei initially intended to call his sister to reassure her. However, he soon learned that his brother had already informed her he was en route to Green Eagle High School. When he made the call, it was not his sister who needed comforting, but rather she was the one offering him solace, urging him not to worry about her. After confirming his sister was safe, Yu Xiaolei hastily consumed a simple dinner before plunging back into the game. As soon as he logged in, a nearby bio-soldier brightened up and hurried over to him. Grinning, "Hello, Dr. Bu. There's a gunslinger named Big Cannon Bird waiting for you near the southern exit of Center Point. Whoever informs you first can claim 1,000 star coins from you." The bio-soldier's eager gaze was fixed upon Yu Xiaolei. Hearing this, Yu Xiaolei's forehead creased with irritation. A mere message costing 1,000 star coins? Curse Big Cannon Bird. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly paid the fee. However, after taking just a few steps, another player who recognized him rushed over, their face alight with excitement. This startled Yu Xiaolei, prompting him to exclaim, "I already know that a scoundrel named Big Cannon Bird is waiting for me at the southern exit." With that, he dashed away. It was clear that this was a trick devised by Big Cannon Bird after failing to locate him. Before long, Yu Xiaolei appeared before Big Cannon Bird, looking rather disheveled, while a few players behind him cast disappointed glances before departing. "Oh, Captain, you arrived much faster than I anticipated. I never imagined your reputation here was so considerable. You've come running with quite a few bodyguards in tow," Big Cannon Bird remarked, a straw dangling from his mouth, relishing the moment. "You owe me 1,000 star coins." Without hesitation, Yu Xiaolei extended his hand. Big Cannon Bird shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "I don't have your money, but I do have a life to spare. Besides, I only offered 500 star coins. Who told you to be so foolish? If someone else offered 1,000, why would you accept? If it were me, I would simply claim not to know Big Cannon Bird, curse him a bit, and save myself that 1,000 star coins. Are you still half asleep, Captain?" Yu Xiaolei glared at the shameless Big Cannon Bird, his teeth clenched in frustration. "You're quite the character." He then produced 20 health potions and 10 basic potions. "Here, take these. We'll head straight into the final level now. If we succeed, we should complete the novice trial immediately." As dawn broke within the game, it signified that darkness was soon to envelop the real world. Upon hearing Yu Xiaolei's words, Big Cannon Bird looked puzzled and queried, "Captain, are you out of your mind? It takes at least 2 days to reach the final level from Center Point." In response to Big Cannon Bird's curiosity, Yu Xiaolei narrowed his eyes and grinned mischievously. "I am the captain, and I call the shots. Just follow my lead without all this chatter. You'll understand when we arrive." This is blatant revenge." With a sense of frustration, the cannon-wielding bird hunter cursed under his breath, his curiosity piqued. Soon, Yu Xiaolei arrived at the designated meeting place with the cannon-wielding bird hunter, where he was to rendezvous with Xingqianzhu. Upon seeing Yu Xiaolei, Xingqianzhu breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Yu Xiaolei might take the bloodstone for himself and abandon their quest. "However, I can only teleport 3 individuals," Xingqianzhu remarked, casting a glance at the cannon-wielding bird hunter, his eyes conveying an unspoken message. His teleportation skill was limited to 3. And with a healer and a beast tamer already in the party, they required a sturdy warrior to withstand the impending boss. The cannon-wielding bird hunter clearly did not fit the team's needs. Understanding Xingqianzhu's implication, Yu Xiaolei smiled and clarified, "We are all allies here. There is no need for subterfuge. 3 of us will suffice, rest assured. I shall take on the boss." This individual, the cannon-wielding bird hunter, is a formidable expert. If all is in order, let us set forth. The longer we delay, the more detrimental it becomes for us. Yi Xiaolei genuinely worried about being overtaken by other time-traveling mages. Should that happen, his losses would be significant. Not only would he miss out on a hidden class, but he would also have to return the bloodstone in his possession. Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more, Xingqianzhu conceded, nodding. Moreover, once we enter the Hell Ape Cave, as long as we keep our distance from the boss, it should be relatively safe. There is no need to fear immediate attacks from monsters. Despite his reservations regarding the healer, Xingqianzhu recognized the necessity of their assistance. Without the healer's support, he was uncertain whether he could complete the task, and the longer they tarried, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. Having concluded his words, Xingqianzhu placed a hand on the shoulders of both Yi Xiaolei and the cannon-wielding bird hunter, softly intoning, dimensional teleportation, activate. In an instant, the three figures vanished. As they disappeared, a concealed biosoldier's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, 1,000 star coins lost. This biosoldier was from the Flying Bird Legion, and within their ranks. Chaos erupted as news spread that the healer was being hunted with a bounty of 1,000 star coins for each successful kill. Yi Xiaolei, however, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, Yi Xiaolei found himself enveloped in darkness, and upon regaining his vision, he discovered the surroundings had transformed. They now stood within a vast underground cavern, at least several football fields wide, its walls adorned with shimmering luminous stones. In the center loomed a colossal shadow, slowly undulating as it slumbered. Though the shadow's features were obscured, it was evident that it was the final boss. Silence enveloped the area. Ding. System, congratulations. You have successfully arrived at the Hell Ape Cave, earning 3,000 experience points. Ding. System, congratulations on completing the novice trial task. However, as it was accomplished through non-standard means, you must successfully defeat the Hell Ape to earn the corresponding rewards. The cannon-wielding bird hunter, bewildered by the system notification, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, is that it? The task is complete." Upon finishing his words, he cast a look of astonishment towards Xingqianzhu, marveling at such exceptional prowess. "What is your hidden class?" he inquired. Xingqianzhu, puzzled, turned to Yi Xiaolei, who merely smiled in response. I haven't disclosed anything to him. His curiosity is understandable. Now, allow me to clarify. At that moment, Yi Xiaolei recounted the events of assisting Xingqianzhu in vanquishing the boss. After listening to Yi Xiaolei's explanation, the cannon-wielding bird seemed unable to close his mouth for a time, before finally processing the information. Are you implying that you intend to establish a legion? And that shadow resembling a small mountain ahead is the final boss in the novice trial, the Hell Ape? Is it so peculiar for me to form a legion? Given your formidable capabilities, having been bested by me, it stands to reason that I possess considerable strength. Thus, the establishment of a legion seems quite logical. Yi Xiaolei replied with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of embarrassment. The cannon-wielding bird was left speechless. Just then, a sudden flash of light illuminated the dim cavern, revealing three unfamiliar figures materializing from thin air. From their silhouettes, it was evident that the newly arrived players were a giant, a battle medic, and a bio-soldier. Damn it, how can there be others inside? Xiao San, Lao Wu, and Ergu have yet to enter, the giant grumbled, casting a hostile glare at Yi Xiaolei and his companions. In the Hell Ape's cavern, only 6 individuals could enter at most, and the giant's expression was unmistakable. By eliminating Yi Xiaolei and his allies, the remaining members of his team could proceed inside. Chapter 61. Benevolent lies. Upon discerning the attire of the 3 individuals, Yi Xiaolei's pupils constricted. The emblem of an arrow aimed skyward could belong to no other than the Qitian Legion. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated Yi Xiaolei was the formidable giant before him. The giant exhibited an extraordinary combat awareness, skillfully maneuvering through swarms of monsters with a shield in hand. As for the bio-soldier, he was a pivotal figure within the Qitian Legion. Previously, an ill-fated soul had inadvertently shielded him from a bullet, allowing him to escape a dire fate. The Zhu family legion. A flash of malice flickered in Yi Xiaolei's gaze. The Zhu family's ruthless and comprehensive suppression of his own kin left an indelible mark on him. Without the assistance of Zhuge-san, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited his family. Death. He must eliminate him. Yi Xiaolei suppressed his impulse, a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent crossing his expression. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he donned a warm, heartfelt smile. At close range, the efficacy of his sniper rifle would be diminished the moment he drew it. His adversary would undoubtedly erupt in fury and retaliate. Moreover, he harbored significant trepidation regarding the opponent's strength, particularly that of the giant. At that moment, Chitian Batian regarded Yu Xiaolei and his companions with a furrowed brow. Thus far, he had perished only once in the novice trial. If he departed now, his death count would rise to merely 2, surpassing the highest record of the instance and securing a bountiful reward. Yet, in the face of such temptation, he remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering as he opted to vanquish the Hell Ape. This decision reflected both his confidence in his own capabilities and an insatiable desire for the supreme reward. However, their team, originally comprising 6 members, now only boasted 3. The other 3 remained thwarted outside. Each member had been meticulously selected for their formidable prowess. Will the 3 of you exit on your own, or shall we force our way out? The giant, embodying Absolute Guardian, disdainfully addressed Yu Xiaolei and his companions. In response to Absolute Guardian's words, Chitian Batian remained silent, merely observing Yu Xiaolei and the others with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this declaration, Xingqian Zui felt a pang of anxiety. Having expended nearly all his wealth for the identity of a time-space traveler, how could he not be concerned at the sudden turn of events? Conversely, the cannon bird maintained an air of nonchalance, a smile brightening his gaze as he turned toward the medical officer. He is our captain. His word is final. Even without the cannon bird's assertion, Yu Xiaolei would have made his presence known. Ah, esteemed brothers, your arrival is fortuitous. Our numbers were insufficient, and we have awaited your presence for quite some time, Yu Xiaolei declared, his expression radiating sincerity. His words left Chitian Batian momentarily taken aback. He preferred to see the combat medic provoked rather than witness the latter's beaming demeanor in the face of derision. In his astonishment, Yu Xiaolei gazed at the giant with a look of naive incredulity. Are you truly unaware? Or are you feigning ignorance? The cave instance automatically blocks entry once the number of participants reaches 6. Unless we are all dead, it will be the turn of the next team. In other words, our only option is to cooperate now. Otherwise, despite your formidable strength, should you kill us, you would be left with merely 3 individuals facing the Hell Ape. If you truly wish to proceed in such a manner, we harbor no objections. As a novice in the cave dungeon, Yu Xiaolei is equally inexperienced. Yet he does not hesitate to utter a few benevolent lies to achieve his objectives. With an air of nonchalance, Yu Xiaolei's demeanor left even Xingqian Zizui and Dapao and Yao momentarily stunned. However, the expressions of the trio, King Beishan, shifted subtly. They were uncertain of such a rule. Yet they had no choice but to believe it, if they were to eliminate the 3 before them, and if the claim held any truth. They would be left with only 3 to face the boss, significantly increasing their chances of failure. Even if it were a falsehood, should a battle ensue, their healer might very well be eliminated, resulting in their team being unable to operate at full strength. Observing the astonished looks on their faces, Xiaolei nodded with satisfaction. Their silence implied tacit agreement to cooperate. He then gestured towards himself, Xingqian Zui, and Dapao and Yao, stating, in the novice trial, I have perished 6 times. The beast tamer 4, and the gunner 7. Seeing your impressive gear, it's clear you possess considerable strength. We shall not take undue advantage after slaying the boss. The spoil shall be divided 60-40 in our favor, leaving us at a slight disadvantage. Nonsense, it should be a 1-9 split. We take 9, you take 1. The giant cast another disdainful glance at Yu Xiaolei and his companions, asserting that without them, it would be mere folly for the others to attempt passage. Offering you a 10% share is already a monumental favor. However, before the Absolute Guardian could conclude his statement, King Beishan promptly raised a hand to halt them. Nodding in agreement, very well, as you propose, you 4, we 6. The Absolute Guardian, initially inclined to object, suddenly understood upon meeting King Beishan's gaze and ceased to argue. Merely shooting Yu Xiaolei a glare, consider yourselves fortunate. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yu Xiaolei recount the number of times he had died, Xingqian Zui and Dapao and Yao were taken aback. Good grief, the healer possesses the talents of an Oscar-winning actor. He nearly deceived us. They thought, what utter shamelessness. With a few crafty words, he has summoned 3 formidable fighters, thus ensuring our success in this mission. They felt an urge to laugh but restrained themselves, managing to form expressions that were comically out of place given the situation. Had the cave not been dimly lit, their facade would have surely been exposed. With a cooperative agreement in place, both teams found a harmonious rapport. After exchanging their individual attribute data, they gradually approached the slumbering hell ape. Of course, there was an unspoken understanding that they would withhold certain information from one another, and no one lingered on this matter. Youngster, should you cast healing spells upon the boss? I shall slay you. As the lone giant, the absolute guardian naturally took the lead against the boss, yet he harbored grave doubts regarding Yi Xiaolei's capabilities. Out of the question, do you take me for a fool? Healing light upon the boss would merely restore its health, which would be tantamount to seeking death. We are still aiming to clear this trial. Yi Xiaolei retorted with a hint of exasperation. Was this fellow not being overly cautious? Was I truly that kind of person? Of course, every situation warrants its own analysis. Absolute Guardian cast a glance at King Beishan, and upon receiving a nod of approval, he charged confidently towards the slumbering hell ape. With a massive shield in one hand and a spiked club in the other, he struck. -34. Absolute Guardian delivered a forceful blow to the head of the sleeping hell ape. Roar! Roar! The awakened hell ape bared its sharp fangs, threw its head back, and let out a thunderous roar, its eyes glowing crimson. At that moment, as the hell ape rose to its full height, it towered over Absolute Guardian, making him appear diminutive by comparison. Human, die! The hell ape, looking down from its lofty position, uttered a simple declaration. An intelligent type boss? The crowd momentarily froze, but in King Beishan's eyes, there was a gleam of delight. The death of an intelligent type boss would undoubtedly yield treasures of astronomical value. LV-15 Hell Ape, Health, 37,980 38,014. Skills? Talent? Weapon. With a jolt, Absolute Guardian faced the ferocious Hell Ape. Displaying no signs of hesitation or fear, he forcefully pushed his shield against the creature, swinging his club with vigor. Bang! -25. The damage inflicted by Absolute Guardian was impressive, indicating his formidable attacking prowess. Reeling from the blow, the hell ape retaliated with a furious punch aimed directly at Absolute Guardian. Boom! Absolute Guardian raised his shield to block the strike, narrowly avoiding direct impact, yet he still slid back several meters from the force of the blow, sustaining -24 damage. Attack without holding back. I can keep it occupied. Healers, restore my health. Absolute Guardian roared, charging towards the hell ape. Frenzy. Without reservation. Absolute Guardian activated the unique frenzy skill of the giant race, significantly increasing his size. Although he remained slightly smaller than the hell ape, the difference was negligible. The two combatants collided in a fierce melee. Boom. Boom. Absolute Guardian expertly controlled the hell ape, skillfully maneuvering his shield to deflect the boss's attacks, thereby minimizing the damage taken. Bang. Bang, bang. Yi Xiaolei and another healer worked tirelessly to restore the giant's health, while the remaining 3 engaged the hell ape with relentless assaults. The cannon-wielding sharpshooter, armed with dual pistols, darted around the hell ape, alternating shots that consistently struck true to its head. Meanwhile, Xingqian Zue summoned a wild wolf to fight alongside him, his crossbow bolts flying with precision. As for King Beishan, his attacking power was particularly striking. At that moment, he wielded a massive crossbow. Each hefty bolt that struck the hell ape caused an astonishing surge of damage, exceeding 100 points. The bolts shimmered with a green hue, clearly laced with poison, ensuring that the boss would suffer from ongoing toxic damage upon being hit. What an impressive giant! King Beishan's attacking power was nearly on par with mine. Yi Xiaolei gazed at the hell ape ensnared by Absolute Guardian, his heart filled with astonishment. Pfft. Bang! Bang bang. -34 -102 -24 -15. A series of damage figures erupted above the boss's head within mere minutes. The hell ape's health had dwindled to less than half. Suddenly, a crimson light emanated from the hell ape's legs, and with a resounding whoosh, it propelled its massive form straight up towards the cave ceiling. Big brother, be careful. Losing sight of the hell ape, Absolute Guardian immediately warned the battle medic. Whoosh. The medic, referred to as Big Brother, slipped back swiftly, fleeing towards Absolute Guardian. Guardian, it's coming for me. It's your turn now? Just as he shifted his stance, a colossal mass plummeted from above. Boom. The Hell Ape's massive body instantly created a crater upon impact, and once stabilized, its bloodthirsty gaze flickered before it charged after Big Brother. Though the Hell Ape was an intelligence-based boss, its intellect was not particularly high. It understood that by eliminating the luminous humans, it could easily annihilate all the detestable beings before it. Suddenly, the Hell Ape seized a massive stone from the ground and hurled it towards Yi Xiaolei, shouting, "Die! Damn it!" Yi Xiaolei cursed inwardly, utterly unprepared for the boss's cunning feint. Unable to evade in time, he was struck squarely by the stone with a resounding crash. -154. A terrifyingly high-damage figure appeared above Yi Xiaolei's head as he was sent flying, rolling several meters across the ground. Whoosh! The Hell Ape seized the opportunity, leaping after Yi Xiaolei. Witnessing the boss's actions, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. What a monstrous boss! It was dire, with the boss's health just reduced by half. The absence of a battle medic at this critical juncture would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty of the ensuing battle. Chapter 62. A bitter smile, however. Just as Qing Tian and the others believed that Yi Xiaolei would succumb to the boss, a figure, Starfall, appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Embracing Yi Xiaolei, Starfall vanished again, reappearing not far behind the giant. This, Qi Tian, Absolute Guardian, and that brother the battle medic stared in astonishment. Observing the expressions of the three, Yi Xiaolei could not help but curse. Damn it, is this really the time to be dazed? Big guy, what are you still doing? Hurry up and entangle the boss. At Yi Xiaolei's reprimand, the three's expressions darkened as they resumed their battle. Although they said nothing, their hearts were tumultuous. These three individuals were far from simple, especially the Beast Master who could teleport. It was undoubtedly a hidden class, the battle medic thought, his expression shifting subtly. Meanwhile, Qing Tian's gaze flickered, recognizing the prowess of the trio. He had suspected they were not as straightforward as they appeared, but he had not anticipated such extraordinary abilities. The one called the Healer had withstood a blow from the boss that had reduced his health by 154 points yet remained unweakened, indicating a significantly high health pool. Astonishingly, the Beast Master could teleport. With such formidable combat capabilities on display from these two, it was clear that the sharpshooter must also possess remarkable skills. Yes, I must certainly recruit this formidable team, no matter the cost. The battle raged on. Bang, 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 boom, bang, puffed. The Hell Monkey's health plummeted rapidly, and upon descending to a critical level, it entered a frenzied state, greatly enhancing its attack and movement speed. Yet, even in its berserk condition, it could not inflict substantial damage on the group. The Hell Monkey was not weak. Rather, the entire team was exceptionally strong. Each member possessed unique traits, which may seem trivial alone but, when combined, formed an unparalleled force. Whenever a teammate found themselves in peril, Starfall would immediately utilize teleportation to rescue them. The effectiveness of Starfall's abilities was vividly demonstrated in this battle, proving crucial to their success. Starfall's prowess filled Yi Xiaolei with exhilaration. This was a member of his future army. With him in the ranks, the army would essentially gain a living emblem. Ensuring the recruitment of top-tier talents would not be a concern. As he observed the boss's health dwindling, Yi Xiaolei's gaze flickered towards Qi Tian, his mind racing with possibilities. Just as he contemplated whether to strike down Qi Tian, he noticed a resolute expression on Qing Tian's face as he seized the moment. Hoping that Absolute Guardian would loot all the equipment while the others were distracted. With that thought, Qi Tian produced a vial of shimmering green liquid. He aimed it at the Hell Monkey. Boom. -258 ZZZZ. The green liquid erupted upon contact, splattering the boss, causing its black fur to dissolve instantly and seep into its flesh. A pungent smell of charred meat emanated from the gargantuan Hell Monkey. Without a doubt, this was a highly corrosive venom. Upon being hit, a horrifying damage value materialized above the boss's head. -200, -200, -200. With an anguished cry, the hellish ape collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A loud bang echoed as a multitude of items burst forth, among which two pieces of equipment shimmered with a deep golden light. Golden gear. The crowd's eyes sparkled with delight. However, the closest to the scene, the Absolute Guardian, swiftly waved his arm and began to frantically collect the scattered loot. Whoosh! The Starfall, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly appeared before the items, his face alight with madness as he snatched a translucent time crystal. In an instant, the giant and Starfall had gathered the majority of the loot. Ding! System, your teammate Starfall has acquired time crystal. System, your teammate Starfall has acquired the skillbook Windwalk. System, your teammate Starfall has acquired Hell Scalpel. The transition from the boss's demise to the complete collection of items transpired within mere seconds, leaving Yu Xiaolei unable to react. Starfall only managed to seize 3 items, while the 2 pieces of golden gear were claimed by the Absolute Guardian. Whoosh! Starfall retreated, evading the giant's approach, casting a wary glance at the others. At this moment, both teams were poised in a standoff. Any movement could ignite a conflict. Stay calm. Everyone is on the same side, said Qing Tian, his face beaming with a smile, signaling the Absolute Guardian to refrain from acting impulsively. He then addressed Yu Xiaolei and his companions. If you are willing to join my Qi Tian Legion, all items acquired this time will belong to the 3 of you. Furthermore, you may propose a condition, and as long as it is reasonable, I will comply. What say you? Just as Qi Tian finished speaking, the system notification chimed in. Ding! System, congratulations, you have completed the ultimate quest, defeated the hellish ape, gaining 10,000 experience and 100 merit points. System, in 10 seconds, you will be transported to Water Source Town base. To claim your rewards, please proceed to the Water Source Town Command Center. Countdown, 10, 9. Hearing Qing Tian's words and observing Starfall's expression, Yu Xiaolei hesitated momentarily before ultimately relinquishing the idea of a sneak attack. The offer made by Qing Tian was simply too enticing. If he were to strike, Starfall might not support him, and in addition, Qing Tian's team was on high alert. With only 10 seconds, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. Consequently, Yu Xiaolei suppressed his impulse and replied calmly, "Apologies, we will establish our own legion, so you need not concern yourself with that." Oh, if I understand you correctly, it means you have yet to form a legion? Qi Tian continued. Our Qi Tian Legion ranks 18th in the entire Chinese region. Although it may seem modest, our true strength far exceeds this. Should you choose to join us, I can ensure that each of you manages a division. Yu Xiaolei glanced at Cannonbird and Starfall. Whoosh! Before they could respond, the 6 were forcibly transported away. In a flash of light, the 6 found themselves at a strange resurrection point. As soon as he appeared, Qing Tian Baotian immediately inquired, "What have you decided regarding the conditions I presented?" I shall not hesitate to inform you that our Qi Tian Corps has military involvement, and our strength will undoubtedly grow to a level that commands the respect of all. I'm sorry, but I must decline, replied Pao Yao. On the other side, Xing Xinjue hesitated momentarily before also shaking his head. I too must refuse. As for Yi Xiaolei, the fact that he did not immediately strike down Qingtian Baotian was already a testament to his remarkable restraint. It was inconceivable that he would consent. Despite being rebuffed, Qi Tian Baotian remained unperturbed, offering a serene smile. The doors of our Qi Tian Corps will always remain open to you. Even if you do not join my ranks, we can still collaborate frequently. Let us become friends. Ding. System notification. Qi Tian Baotian has invited you to be friends. Do you accept? Yu Xiaolei glanced at the system prompt, his gaze flickering momentarily. Inexplicably, he ultimately chose to accept. Once Qi Tian Baotian departed, Yu Xiaolei could not help but clench his fists. The items dropped by the Hell Ape were not mentioned by either side. Both were astute individuals, and suggesting a distribution of the items would be foolish. Regardless of what either side had acquired, it was impossible to redistribute them, and neither could claim to have benefited or lost from the encounter. This is for you, Xing Xinjue said as he handed the Hell Surgical Knife to Yi Xiaolei. Hell Surgical Knife, Gold Attack Power, 4568, Usage Restriction, Level 11, Combat Medic, Additional Attributes, Strength 8, Spirit 10, Critical Hit Rate 2. Armor Break, consumes 20 spirit points to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy, dealing 200 damage to the target. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds. Upon seeing the golden surgical knife, Yi Xiaolei's expression brightened, and he chuckled. Thank you. I shall not be modest. This surgical knife was precisely what he desperately needed. Without a suitable surgical knife, he could hardly consider himself a qualified combat medic. Although this knife did not possess the formidable abilities of the previously owned mutated Rat King surgical knife, it was still a rare find, especially given its significantly superior attack power compared to silver weapons. The difficulty of defeating the Hell Ape turned out to be far less than Yi Xiaolei had anticipated. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, Xingqian Jue sighed. I should apologize instead, to persuade you to assist me with my tasks. I deceived you by claiming I would join your corps. In truth, I already belonged to a corps, the Fierce Tiger Corps. Yi Xiaolei was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, De Pao de Niao patted Yi Xiaolei on the shoulder, uncertain whether he was offering comfort or further dismay. Captain, do not be disheartened. What is there to fear? I'm still on your team, although I too already belong to a corps. Should a challenging task arise that requires an indomitable combat medic like you, I will certainly reach out to you first. Of course, you can also contact me. Oh. By the way, the name of my corps is Wu Ying. I understand you have your own ambitions, so I shall not press you to join. But should you wish to enlist in the Wu Ying Corps, feel free to reach out to me. Hiki, our corps is small in number, but each member's strength is on par with mine. Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened, revealing his discomfort as he struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, he could only wave his hand and say, "You may leave. It seems I have been too naive." Xingqian Jue had deceived himself for the sake of the mission, while De Pao de Niao had consistently refused to join his legion. All of this was merely the product of his fanciful and unwarranted expectations, for which he could not blame others. Xingqian Jue glanced at De Pao de Niao and silently handed him the Windwalk skill book. This is for you. You deserve it. I have acquired the necessary time-space crystals, so this is sufficient for my needs. Thank you. De Pao de Niao accepted the skill book without hesitation. Then, Xingqian Jue turned to Yi Xiaolei and said, although I cannot join your legion, should you encounter challenging tasks that you cannot complete, feel free to seek my assistance. You are aware of my abilities, and I assure you, I will not refuse your request. Subsequently, De Pao de Niao and Xingqian Jue departed in succession. Once they left, Yi Xiaolei's mind felt vacant. A legion? A 1,000-member legion? Yi Xiaolei managed a bitter smile. The game had been active for over a month, and having started more than a month later than others. How many players remained unaligned with the legion? Chapter 63. Recruitment notice. Yi Xiaolei sighed deeply, clenched his fists, and murmured, now, without any money, how can one speak of establishing a legion? If only I had the funds, there would be no fear of forming a troop. However, upon reflecting on the gains from this recent novice trial, his frown swiftly dissipated, replaced by an exuberant smile. The expedition into the dungeon had proven extraordinarily fruitful. He had managed to sell the looted supplies for over 60,000 star coins, and aside from that, he had also obtained a level 11 Hell Scalpel gold, the giant exclusive skill book Stone Roar, and most thrilling of all, the Vampiric Stone. This red Vampiric Stone was a high-grade rare material with extraordinary attributes, capable of fetching at least 1,000,000 star coins, though its ultimate value was beyond his estimation. In short, within just a few days, Yi Xiaolei's earnings had surpassed 1.5 million renminbi, an amount he would have never dared to imagine before, but now it had become a tangible reality. Such substantial income was something he could scarcely hope to earn even if he labored as a construction worker for a lifetime. A single dungeon run yielding 1.5 million evoked a sense of surreal wonder in him. He nearly forgot about the reward for completing the novice trial dungeon, the nature of which remained unknown. The dungeon allowed for 10 death opportunities. The fewer the deaths, the greater the reward. As he understood it, those who completed the task with 4 deaths would receive a reward of 10 attribute points, and since he had only perished once, he anticipated a significantly higher reward. With that thought in mind, Yi Xiaolei excitedly exited the resurrection point. However, upon stepping out, he found himself momentarily stunned. The novice village exuded a quaint, pastoral charm. Yet the sight before him in Watersource town delivered a striking contrast, resembling a bustling metropolis. The street stretched endlessly, teeming with players. Towering buildings stood in rows, while groups of players conversed animatedly as they traversed the thoroughfare. At that moment, a number of beast tamers guided their enormous pets. slowly pulling carts laden with either monster carcasses, ores, or crates of ammunition. How prosperous! Yi Xiaolei could not help but exclaim, before following the directional signs towards the command center hall. Along the way, he noticed several buildings adorned with grand signs, each displaying the name of a legion. At the entrance of one such edifice, players had set up tables, where others were queuing in small clusters. Driven by curiosity, Yi Xiaolei approached the building with the largest crowd to discern what was transpiring. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Tianya Legion Recruitment Notice. The Tianya Legion, ranked 38th in the Chinese region, boasts formidable strength, supported by the financial backing of the Sega Real Estate Group, with vast developmental prospects. The Legion is currently undergoing rapid expansion and is seeking to enhance its overall strength by recruiting the following members. 1. Hidden classes. All hidden class players are exempt from interviews, offered preferential treatment, with salaries starting at 50,000 star coins and potentially limitless, contingent upon capabilities. 2. Craftsmen and alchemists. In this recruitment notice, various positions are offered, starting with a monthly salary of 100,000 star coins for auxiliary roles, requiring 176 working hours a month, 22 days with 8 hours of work each day, along with commission incentives. Notably, joining this legion will entail substantial training and support. 3. Core Treasure Hunting Member. No professional restrictions apply. A strong combat awareness is essential, with a minimum level of 25 required, subject to assessment. Compensation is 800 star coins per month, with additional compensation for any losses incurred. 4. Courier, professionally restricted to beast tamers, with a minimum level of 15. Responsibilities include transporting various supplies for the Legion daily. Compensation is 300 star coins per month. Note, should players lack large pets, the Legion can assist in capturing them at no cost. 5. Logistics personnel. No specific conditions apply. This member is required to serve the Legion, such as delivering ammunition supplies to core members, with giants prioritized. Compensation is 200 star coins per month. 6. Ordinary combat members, level restriction of no less than 20. With leniency for female candidates. Compensation includes a monthly subsidy of 100 star coins, with potential increases based on participation in battles, ranging from 20 to 1,000 star coins per engagement. Upon reading this recruitment announcement, Yi Xiaolei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He was utterly flabbergasted. This game had truly gone insane. The prospect of earning 100,000 star coins per month as a craftsman or alchemist was nothing short of outrageous, a blatant heist. He understood the value of the craftsman identity, but never did he anticipate such exorbitance, especially after just a few weeks. Had he sold the junior craftsman certificate to Tianlong for 100,000 star coins, he would surely be filled with regret now. Intrigued by the recruitment, Yi Xiaolei felt compelled to draw closer to the front of the queue. However, after taking only a few steps, a giant in line blocked his path and inquired, "What level are you?" Confused, Yi Xiaolei replied, "Level 11. The giant, who had initially been somewhat polite, lost his courtesy upon hearing the answer, casting an irritated glance at Yi Xiaolei. "Level 11, and you dare to intrude here? If you truly wish to test your luck in joining the Tianya Legion, you should queue at the back. Of course, I suggest you consider joining a smaller legion, as their recruitment criteria are less stringent." Yi Xiaolei managed an awkward smile. He merely wished to observe, not to actually apply. At that moment, a beast tamer behind the giant remarked helplessly, "If you possess enough confidence, you ought to level up first. A higher level naturally leads to a more substantial income. Alas, it is not so easy to level up. Every time I reach level 20, I end up being killed. After dying once, I drop 2 levels back to 18. And this cycle continues. I have resigned myself to this fate. It's better to apply as a courier for now, earning a modest income until I can improve my level and subsequently my compensation. As players ascend in levels, the difficulty of leveling up increases, revealing their individual combat prowess. It is not merely the amount of time spent playing that determines one's level. Rather, it is contingent upon a player's equipment, skills, and combat awareness. Most mediocre players find their levels stagnating around 20, rendering it a significant threshold. With a modest skill level, having reached level 25, Players who surpass level 30 are undoubtedly exceptional, possessing either superior equipment or formidable combat awareness. Yi Xiaolei felt the weight of many gazes upon him, making him uneasy. He managed a sheepish smile before ultimately deciding to depart. After leaving, Yi Xiaolei observed his surroundings, filled with curiosity about this new world. Ding. System, you have new messages. Upon hearing the system notification, he opened it to find a message from his brother, Tianlong. Xiaolei, did you pass the novice trial? Where are you now? The warmth in Yi Xiaolei's heart surged once more upon reading Tianlong's message. Throughout his time in the game, Tianlong had proven to be the most genuine companion to him, despite the vast difference in their statuses. Although Xingqian Zui had slightly deceived him for a mission, it could hardly be deemed a betrayal, especially as the individual had compensated him with a reward worth millions of star coins. As for Depao and Yao, they had shared a good rapport, but that player had already joined another troop, relegating them to the role of temporary allies. Brother, I've just exited the dungeon and am heading to the command center to collect my rewards, Yi Xiaolei replied. Haha, I knew you would conquer the dungeon. By the way, you must be a craftsman now, right? Wow, you've struck it rich overnight. No one anticipated the rarity of the craftsman identity. The beginner craftsman certificate has skyrocketed to 5 million star coins, with no available market. You truly have an eye for talent. So what do you say? Would you consider staying with the Hongyan troop? If you agree, I can secure you a monthly salary of 200,000 star coins. Just to clarify, I mean star coins. To Tianlong, Yi Xiaolei was worth that price. Not only because he was a craftsman, but also due to his health exceeding 300 and his mental acuity reaching the second tier. At such a pivotal moment in the game's development, the inclusion of such a powerful healer would undoubtedly accelerate their progress. However, upon seeing Tianlong's offer, Yi Xiaolei's expression darkened. Had it not been for the situation with the Zhu family, he might have been content to live as a modest, wealthy man, enjoying a peaceful life. Yet, after consulting a lawyer, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with mere wealth. He yearned to establish his own troop, to grow stronger, to become a figure in the game whose mere stomp could reverberate through the entire realm, affecting even the real world. Though it all seemed mad and unrealistic, Yi Xiaolei refused to remain idle. I must grow stronger. I will grow stronger. I can do it. With this resolve, Yi Xiaolei promptly replied, Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I plan to establish my own troop. It may seem a bit unrealistic, but I am determined to give it a try. Tianlong pondered Yi Xiaolei's response for a long moment before sighing. From the moment I first met you, I recognize that you are an exceptional individual unwilling to fade into obscurity. Moreover, do not underestimate yourself. Anyone can form a troop. So there is nothing unrealistic about your ambition. All right, we will discuss further when we meet later. The base of the Red Flame Legion is in proximity to the command center. After collecting the rewards, do visit the Legion, as you are still considered a member of the Red Flame Legion and may enter the base freely. I also have some valuable items to sell you. However, I shall not part with anything priced below 1 million. As for the treasures, you shall see them when we meet. For now, I will keep it a secret, which will surely pique your curiosity. Yi Xiaolei's cheerful reply filled Tianlong with an insatiable curiosity, yet no matter how many messages he sent to inquire, Yi Xiaolei remained tight-lipped. Damn it, Xiaolei, what on earth could be worth 1 million star coins? If you don't tell me now, you will regret it later. Tianlong fumed amidst a barrage of messages. With a beaming smile, Yi Xiaolei arrived at the base of the command center, only to be surprised by the imposing structure of the Red Flame Legion, which was indeed a magnificent edifice, grander than most. At the entrance of the Red Flame Legion, a throng of players was gathered. Oh, the legion that Brother Tianlong belongs to is so in demand? Chuckling to himself, Yi Xiaolei decided to collect his rewards first before heading over. With that thought, he strode confidently into the majestic command center. Chapter 64. The rulers. Upon entering the command center, one would find it divided into several distinct areas, each designated with its own responsibilities. The Military Achievement Hall, where various military tasks are issued. The Reward Hall, where an array of rewards are distributed. The Combat Command Center, a forbidden zone. Yi Xiaolei glanced at the signpost by the roadside and, following the flow of people, proceeded toward the Reward Hall. The crowd of players was vast. and Yi Xiaolei assumed that merely queuing would suffice to claim a reward. However, upon entering the hall, he was promptly summoned to a grand conference room for a lecture. Indeed, it was a lecture presided over by an NPC instructor. The expansive assembly room filled rapidly with players within minutes. At the podium stood the beast tamer, who surveyed the gathered players. Once silence enveloped the room, he began to speak. "Welcome, novices, to the base center of Water Source Town. I am your instructor, codenamed Wind. You may refer to me as Instructor Wind or simply Teacher Wind. As for my true name, you novices are not worthy to know it." The bluntness of Instructor Wind's words elicited immediate ire from a few hot-tempered players. Yet, the overwhelming majority of the hundreds present remained obediently silent, standing still. "How dare you? An NPC speaks so arrogantly," shouted a giant, his face peppered with acne. "Indeed, we are extraordinary beings, indestructible as cockroaches. You ought to speak to us with more respect. A mere spit from each of us could drown you." However, as the fiery players voiced their grievances, the surrounding crowd shifted, creating a vacuum around them. The remaining players looked on with sympathy at the few troublemakers. These unfortunate souls were clearly oblivious to the content and rules of this meeting. Had they not perused the forums online? It seemed a few unfortunate individuals always surfaced each time. Instructor Wind was a renowned beast tamer from Water Source Town. Having reached the pinnacle of his craft, I had longed to witness how he controlled players up close, and today, that small wish was unexpectedly fulfilled. Suddenly, Instructor Wind's eyes widened, emitting beams of green light that instantly enveloped the troublesome players. With that fierce gaze, the giant and his companions fell into a stupor, obediently moving towards the entrance, where several NPC soldiers awaited. Clank, clank. The soldiers produced handcuffs, promptly restraining the unruly players. In an instant, the troublemakers regained clarity. Bewildered at the unexpected cuffs adorning their wrists, realizing they were no longer standing in their original spot, anger surged within them as they exclaimed, "What have you done to us?" After a brief plunge into darkness, regaining sight only to find themselves in this predicament, they could hardly contain their fury, becoming the subject of amusement for the onlookers. Bang! A soldier with a stern visage forcefully struck the giant with his knee, bringing the behemoth crashing to the ground. He then proclaimed, "In light of your disruptive behavior, I hereby place you under arrest for a duration of 7 days. Should you fail to memorize the rules of Water Source Town within this time frame, you shall remain in confinement indefinitely." Swiftly, the soldier escorted several players away. Instructor Fong cast a glance at the remaining players and coolly remarked, "I am quite accommodating, provided that you do not interfere with my lecture. Now let us commence. Among you, some have successfully navigated the novice trial, yet you remain unequivocally novices. Every word I utter must be etched into your memories. This is of utmost importance. Consequently, Instructor Fong solemnly elucidated the rules. As Yu Xiaolei stood amidst the crowd, his astonishment deepened, mingling with a sense of revelation. Indeed, in paradise, star coins have gradually supplanted real-world currency, becoming the prevailing medium of exchange. Thus, the significance of Instructor Feng's words was undeniably profound. To summarize the key points conveyed by Instructor Feng, firstly, players who have completed the novice trial transition into adulthood and will henceforth be accountable for their actions. All contracts signed within Paradise will possess equivalent legal validity to those in the real world. It is advisable to have a professional verify any contract for loopholes prior to signing. Secondly, players in Water Source Town have 3 choices. 1. Join the local residency, becoming a resident and contributing monthly to the base. Failure to meet contribution requirements will result in fines and warnings, and repeated deficiencies will lead to expulsion. 2. Become a temporary resident of Water Source Town, necessitating a higher monthly contribution than local residents. 3. Relocate to another town, with the base facilitating a complimentary teleportation to the chosen destination. Should players choose not to affiliate with any settlement, they will become vagrants, unable to enter any town except for self-established bases. Thirdly, players who willfully damage base structures will face severe penalties. After approximately an hour of discourse, most players, despite being already familiar with these rules, felt compelled to listen attentively, unwilling to risk imprisonment and the special treatment that accompanied it. That concludes my instruction. You may disregard the other points, but the first is paramount. Should you suffer losses from a contract, you have only yourselves to blame. Now, novices, class is dismissed. You may proceed to the rewards hall to collect your prizes. Best of luck. With that, the players, unable to contain their excitement, surged out of the conference room. Just as Yu Xiaolei turned to leave, a disembodied voice echoed in his ear, "Bui, come with me." Confused, he glanced at Instructor Feng, who simply nodded, affirming, "Yes. It is indeed I who summoned you." The Instructor Feng did not move his lips, yet Yi Xiaolei perceived his words distinctly, filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Instructor Feng could not only exert mental control over the players but also engage in one-on-one communication through mental prowess. Could it be that my reward is exceptionally generous, prompting Instructor Feng to individually dispense it? With this thought, Yi Xiaolei felt a surge of inexplicable excitement as he closely followed behind Instructor Feng. However, to his surprise, accompanying him were a bio-soldier and another medical warrior. The two exchanged astonished glances with Yi Xiaolei before nodding amicably. The bio-soldier introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Clone, and this is my partner, Ghost Doctor. We hail from Emoxiong Village. You must be one of the players who have experienced minimal deaths in the beginner trial, correct?" Yi Xiaolei nodded and replied with a faint smile, "I am known as Dr. Bu, merely fortunate." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trio entered Instructor Feng's private office. Instructor Feng, with a cascade of long hair and clad in a light blue robe, acknowledged their arrival with a nod. "Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality. I have summoned you here because you three are qualified novices, each possessing 100 military merit points, meeting the minimum standards for soldiers in Shuiyuan Town. I wish for you to join the extraordinary forces of Shuiyuan Town to alleviate the soldiers' burdens. Naturally, as authorities, you will possess the power to detain and eliminate lawbreakers." Upon hearing these words, the three could hardly contain their excitement. Authorities. Merely the title was immensely alluring. Joining was an imperative. It resonated as their collective desire. Observing their expressions, Instructor Feng gently shook his head. "Do not be too hasty in your joy. To become authorities, you must be independent entities, unable to join any military corps, and you must register with the Shuiyuan Town base. Furthermore, you will need to undergo an assessment, and only those who succeed will be appointed. Out of 100 candidates, merely 2 are likely to be accepted. Additionally, due to the base's financial constraints, the assessment fee is 200,000 star coins per person. Should you fail the assessment, the fee will be non-refundable. Consider carefully whether you wish to participate in the assessment." Yi Xiaolei, Clone, and Ghost Doctor were momentarily taken aback. 200,000 for the assessment. And with a success rate of merely 2, was this truly a reward or an unfathomable pitfall? Chapter 65, Apprenticeship. A sum of 200,000 star coins was an amount beyond Yi Xiaolei's reach. Even if he could somehow procure it, he would never squander such a fortune. However, Instructor Feng seemed to discern Yi Xiaolei's thoughts, offering a subtle smile. The authority figure possesses a daily exemption right, allowing them to eliminate anomalies within Water Source Town without facing any penalties. Additionally, they hold the power to summon troops once a month, with the ability to deploy 20 soldiers. They may also utilize certain training equipment within the base. Most importantly, you will be allocated housing and granted priority for purchasing commercial spaces within the base. Exemption rights? This seems somewhat beneficial. Summoning power? That appeared rather advantageous as well. Training equipment? This too seemed promising. As for the housing and commercial spaces, Yi Xiaolei was utterly perplexed, lacking any understanding of their value. Yet, upon hearing the last benefit, Clone and Ghost Doctor's breathing became noticeably strained. Commercial spaces? The opportunity to purchase them with priority. Currently, within the entire Water Source Town base, players were prohibited from selling items freely. To engage in trade, they were relegated to the marketplace, which charged exorbitant fees. Each stall setup cost at least 200 star coins, forcing the majority of players to sell their items to shops run by the player regiment. The commercial spaces in Water Source Town were even pricier than those in the real world, with monthly rents soaring into the tens of thousands of star coins, and prime locations reaching over 1 million star coins. As for housing, while not as exorbitant, it was still costly. Once entering Water Source Town, Players could no longer log out freely like in the novice village. To log out safely, one would need to purchase a tent, as only by entering the tent could a player log out securely. Failing to do so would result in the loss of items or, worse yet, death, forcing a respawn at the revival point. Tents, classified as consumables, cost 200 star coins each, but were only usable for a month. Naturally, players had another option for logging out, acquiring a private room. The entirety of Water Source Town was primarily composed of residential buildings, with entire towers rented by large regiments, serving as housing for their members, a benefit of being part of the regiment. I withdraw and will not participate. Faced with the steep registration fee, Yu Xiaolei refused without a moment's hesitation. His rejection surprised Instructor Feng, who turned to Clone and Ghost Doctor. What about you? Have you reached a decision? Instructor Feng, please allow us a few more moments to deliberate. Though they claimed to consider, they were actually seeking information from the regiment's higher-ups. While they could not afford the 200,000 star coins themselves, with the regiment's investment, they might seize the opportunity to participate. As for leaving the regiment, that was hardly a concern. It merely meant shedding a regiment insignia while remaining a core member. 2 minutes later, upon receiving the response from the regiment leader, Clone felt an invigorating surge of energy. Instructor Feng, both Ghost Doctor and I have decided to enroll, Clone declared with palpable excitement. The specter of the ghostly doctor stood momentarily stunned. The assessment was merely a test of combat prowess. As a battlefield medic, his personal combat abilities were rather limited. He had assumed that the battalion would only support the cloning of a single individual, yet he found himself presented with an opportunity to participate as well. Ah, I understand, he said. You likely do not possess an abundance of star coins. I shall grant you 2 days to prepare. Subsequently, you may submit your registration fee at the rewards hall. Now, you may proceed to the rewards hall to collect your rewards. As the thought of cloning crossed his mind, the ghostly doctor was about to turn away when Instructor Feng hesitated, yet managed to utter. It would be prudent to first register for the household in Water Source Town before claiming your rewards. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two brightened, and they expressed their gratitude before departing. Just as Yu Xiaolei was about to leave, he was once again called back by Instructor Feng. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Opportunities to become a power broker are scarce. Yu Xiaolei chuckled wryly,